Chapter 1. The Sand Control Worker. China News reports. The head of the Huaguo Sand Control Worker 044 Management Area has been missing for 10 days, and the body has been found. By the police, it is reported that this is the seventh head of the 044 Management Area to die under mysterious circumstances. The 044 Management Area is plagued by accidents, and the nickname Death Desert is well-deserved. Click. Qiao Shu expressionlessly turned off the car radio, lost in thought as he gazed at the barren land before him. You really have a death wish. The man driving the car cast a sympathetic glance at Qiao Shu. If you hadn't volunteered to come to the 044 Management Area, the higher-ups would have already decided to give up on this place, the man said nervously. 7 heads have died here in a row, and our transport team doesn't want to take on tasks here. Hearing the team leader's words, Qiao Shu smiled wryly. Do you think I wanted to come here? I'm also not in control of my fate. He projected his consciousness into his mind, and a transparent light screen appeared in his thoughts. Sand Control Worker System. Main task: join the Sand Control Worker Organization and apply to go to the 044 Management Area. Task: reward permanent retention of this system. Good news. I've crossed over. Bad news. The golden finger hasn't arrived yet. Due to global warming, large areas of soil productivity have declined, and land desertification has become the most serious problem. To address the issue of land desertification, the Huaguo government established the Desertification Prevention and Control Bureau and recruited a large number of talents to manage the desert. They are collectively known as sand control workers. Qiao Shu's university major was quite interesting. It was called Soil and Water Conservation and Desertification Control. This major was absolutely unpopular in his previous life, but in this parallel world is one of the most valuable and promising fields. Therefore, Qiao Shu naturally became a member of the sand control workers. We've arrived. The team leader stepped on the brakes, and the convoy slowly came to a stop. Qiao Shu's expression changed as he looked at the endless yellow sand before him. Feeling the scorching heat around him, his heart was filled with ambition. Is this where I will be working for the next year? The building ahead is the headquarters of the 044 Management Area. The team leader patted Qiao Shu on the shoulder. Qiao Shu looked ahead and was instantly stunned, his enthusiasm diminished by more than half. This is the Management Area headquarters? If you didn't know better, you would think it was the thatched cottage from the thatched cottage torn by the autumn wind. The crumbling brick walls, wooden beams, and half the roof tiles missing. If you look closely, you can even see several bullet holes on the surface of the brick wall. Although he felt disdainful inside, Qiao Shu did not back down. He didn't come here to enjoy life. Team leader, where are my colleagues? Qiao Shu asked with anticipation. What colleagues? The team leader looked at Qiao Shu in surprise. This place has been abandoned for so long that everyone has run away. We have to take a detour to transport supplies. After saying that, the team leader jokingly patted Qiao Shu on the shoulder. You have a bright future. Just started and you're already the head of the management area. The corners of Qiao Shu's mouth twitched slightly. In such a large 044 management area, am I the only sand control worker? The team leader sighed, seemingly reluctant, and advised, young man, listen to my advice. We will deliver supplies to you. Once a month, you just hide in this headquarters and survive your year-long term. Then apply to leave as soon as possible. You can't even survive here, let alone plant trees. This management area is hopeless. The team leader shook his head and had his subordinates help carry Qiao Shu's luggage into the headquarters. The team leader left Qiao Shu with an off-road vehicle and enough gasoline, along with food and water for a month and some necessary survival supplies. Finally, the team leader handed Qiao Shu a long cylindrical package and a hunting rifle. I almost forgot this most important item. You must keep it safe. Qiao Shu asked curiously, what is it? The national flag, the team leader said solemnly. In a place like this, only it and the gun can protect you. I hope you won't encounter those damn poachers. The team leader's expression was strange, as if he were a guest at a funeral, sympathetic yet numb. The 044 Management Area, known as the graveyard of sand control workers. Clearly the team leader did not believe Qiao Shu would survive. Whoosh. As if to accompany the team leader's warning, the desert, which had just been sunny, suddenly became windy. The team leader's expression changed. It's getting windy, we need to leave. It would be troublesome to encounter a sandstorm. The team leader and the transport team members hurried toward the convoy, and just a few steps out, he suddenly stopped. Thank you for your dedication, sand control worker. The team leader and the members behind him saluted Qiao Shu. Qiao Shu's expression changed. and he quickly returned the salute. At the same time, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Detected that the host is in the 044 desert management area. Task completed. Sand Control Worker System has been permanently saved and activated. The Sand Control Worker System is at your service. Host, Qiao Shu. Level, Apprentice Sand Control Worker. Identity, Head of the 044 management area. Current greening. Points, 0 points. The convoy disappeared from view, and Qiao Shu immediately began to study the newly activated system. Greening points are the core resource of the Sand Control Worker System, which can be used to purchase items, enter lotteries, or unlock various system functions. Planting vegetation in the desert to establish sand barriers, protecting and settling animals in the desert, promoting the ideology of sand control workers. As long as Qiao Shu does something beneficial for desert management, he can earn greening points. Qiao Shu looked around in confusion. The yellow sand rolled in, barren as ever. Such land could absolutely not sustain any plants, not even the easiest to grow, like drought-resistant trees or cacti. So now, if Qiao Shu wants to earn greening points, there's only one method left. System, start the live broadcast. In an instant, a technologically advanced small spherical drone appeared and hovered above Qiao Shu's head. Ding! Live broadcast function is being activated. Scanning signal source. Live broadcast has started. Please rename the live broadcast room. After a moment of thought, Qiao Shu spoke. Let's call it Sand Control Worker Report. First day in the Death Desert. A transparent virtual screen appeared before Qiao Shu, displaying the live broadcast footage and barrage messages. Death Desert. Isn't that the 044 management area? Is this for real? Wow. I've seen a reckless streamer live from the Arctic, and now I encounter one live from the Death Desert. Following this one, maybe in a few days the streamer will make it to the evening news. Counting the streamer, this is already the 8th one. This management area is a bit terrifying. Seeing that there were viewers supporting him right as he started the broadcast, Qiao Shu immediately spoke. Hello everyone, my name is Qiao Shu, and I am an apprentice sand control worker. As you can see, the 044 management area is famously an uninhabited desert, and I am the only sand control worker here. The highest temperature during the day can reach 45 degrees, not to mention humans. Even animals won't appear here. As the camera turned, the barren yellow sand came into the viewer's view. The rolling heat waves seemed to materialize, distorting the high-definition footage. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot shattered the tranquility of the desert. Qiao Shu turned abruptly, looking toward the direction of the gunshot. Chapter 2. The cutest animal in the world. The 044 management area is truly an uninhabited zone. Whether it's nearby herdsmen or traveling adventurers and explorers, entry into this area is absolutely prohibited, and the only people allowed to use firearms in such places are one kind of person: illegal poachers. The moment he heard the gunshot, Qiao Shu quickly sprang up and grabbed the hunting rifle that the team leader had left for him, holding it close to his chest. In this desolate desert, only the firearm could provide him with a sliver of security. The gunshot echoed harshly in the empty desert, and the viewers in the live stream could clearly hear the sound. Did I just hear a gunshot? How could there be gunfire in such an uninhabited area? Didn't the host say before? He's the only sand control person here, so the one firing must be a poacher. Wait, host, are you crazy? What are you planning to do? The viewers were stunned as they watched Qiao Shu grit his teeth, raise the rifle, and decisively run towards the direction of the gunfire. It's the regulation for sand control personnel, Qiao Shu said, breathing evenly with a determined gaze. It is the responsibility of sand control personnel to protect the safety of wildlife within a management area, and they should intervene appropriately against illegal poaching. Though he was reciting a rigid policy, Qiao Shu's resolute expression still instilled respect among the viewers. He was holding a 5-shot semi-automatic hunting rifle, known in Huagua as the 5-shot flip gun. This type of rifle used to be widely distributed among civilians, but due to its easy availability and significant lethality, it was often used as a weapon by criminals. After gun control measures in Huagua, such rifles could only be found in regulated hunting grounds or places approved by relevant authorities for purposes like guarding. As Qiao Shu climbed over a sand dune, the view ahead suddenly opened up. 2 sand motorcycles raced towards the distance, kicking up clouds of dust. 4 men, their faces obscured by headscarves, were riding in pairs on the motorcycles. One of the men was holding a hunting rifle and, upon seeing Qiao Shu, arrogantly burst into laughter. "Welcome to the desert of death, sand control person." The man placed his palm on his neck and made a throat-cutting gesture towards Qiao Shu. The two motorcycles sped away at high speed, quickly leaving the firing range of the rifle. With a grim expression, Qiao Shu lowered the rifle and stared intently at the departing motorcycles. It was clear to anyone that having poachers firing at the entrance of the management area on his first day was no coincidence. This was an overt, premeditated act of intimidation. Qiao Shu felt a surge of anger, gripping the rifle tightly. Suddenly, a fluffy little creature darted past him. Qiao Shu rubbed his eyes and looked down at the sandy ground. A line of inconspicuous bloodstains appeared on the hot sand, trailing off behind a rock. Could it be that those poachers were not just shooting blanks, but had actually hit something? Qiao Shu maintained a shooting stance and followed the blood trail. Meanwhile, a fluffy little animal cautiously poked its head out, its large, prominent ears drawing attention. Qiao Shu halted, locking eyes with its pair of shiny black eyes. This little creature was about the size of a kitten, with light yellow fur and a white belly connected to a tail that ended in black. From its appearance, this little animal was undoubtedly adorable. Unfortunately, its hind leg was drooping, and blood was trickling down its soft fur to the ground. The viewers in the live stream saw the little creature and expressed their sympathy. "So soft and cute. What is this thing? This little guy seems to be injured. Did the poachers hit it? Bleeding. How cruel." Qiao Shu's gaze narrowed, and he slowly lowered his rifle, explaining to the audience, "This is a fennec fox, a unique mammal found in desert regions, and it has even been voted the cutest animal in the world." Although he was worried about the fennec fox's condition, Qiao Shu did not approach it directly. Interacting with wildlife required a gradual approach. Rash actions and direct eye contact could be perceived as hostile. Qiao Shu bent down, slowed his steps, and carefully moved closer to the fennec fox, trying to avoid staring directly into its jewel-like black eyes to prevent startling it. Chirp, chirp. As Qiao Shu was about to get closer, the fennec fox raised its large ears and made a warning sound. Qiao Shu quietly stopped, squatting down beside the fennec fox, trying to minimize his size to avoid imposing a greater sense of pressure on the little creature. Once the little one calmed down a bit, Qiao Shu slowly extended his hand. The fennec fox lowered its big ears and cautiously sniffed the back of Qiao Shu's hand. "Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you." Qiao Shu's voice was gentle, like a spring breeze. Seeing that the little one was not frightened, Qiao Shu gently stroked its back. Indeed, it was very soft. It hasn't fully developed, yet it should be a juvenile fennec fox. Qiao Shu observed the little one's condition closely. The fat reserves under its fur are nearly depleted, indicating it hasn't had water or food for a long time. With its almond-shaped face, pointed chin, and large, twinkling eyes, combined with those big ears, this little creature was undeniably a natural cutie, despite its poor condition. Qiao Shu's gaze shifted to the little one's hind leg, and he froze. The mottled bloodstains clung to its fur, and one hind leg was hanging limply, its paw drooping weakly. "This is a gunshot wound that group of poachers shot it," Qiao Shu said solemnly. "Although this gunshot doesn't appear life-threatening, this young fennec fox is still a juvenile and will definitely not survive in this desert on its own with an injury. What's worse, this means there's a group of ruthless human poachers lurking in the 044 management area. Due to the rarity of desert live streams and the appearance of the adorable fennec fox, the number of viewers in the live stream had reached 1,000. Most viewers were drawn in by this cute little creature, and upon hearing Qiao Shu mention poachers, they were filled with righteous indignation. "Damn poachers, how could they harm such a cute animal? Is this a fox? Why does it look like a little cat? If there are poachers around, isn't the host in danger? The cutest animal in the world? I want to raise one." Qiao Shu glanced at the barrage of comments and gently cradled the little one in his arms. The juvenile fennec fox did not resist, obediently lying on Qiao Shu's lap, although its slight trembling betrayed its nervousness. This comment is right, but this kind of thinking is precisely what leads poachers to capture fennec foxes en masse. Humans and canines are the fennec fox's greatest enemies. Poachers often hunt fennec foxes for the pet trade or to use their fur for clothing. Their cute appearance is not an advantage for them, rather, it has become a culprit in the decline of the fennec fox population. As soon as he said this, the barrage fell silent. Chapter 3. The wild fennec fox initiates an adoption request to you. Qiao Shu squinted his eyes, carefully checking the injuries of the little fennec fox in his arms. The little guy was very well behaved, but Qiao Shu could feel its tiny body trembling slightly. Foxes are inherently sensitive animals, and fennec foxes are no exception. Although he had studied desert management in his previous life and had seen many species unique to the desert, this was his first encounter with a fennec fox. In his previous life, fennec foxes were unique to the Sahara Desert, and they were not found in the deserts of other countries. In this parallel world, however, the species in Hua country were more diverse, with many animals that did not appear in the deserts of Hua country in his previous life also appearing here. While he was curious about this adorable animal, the priority was to treat the little guy's wounds first. Qiao Shu strapped on his hunting rifle and carried the little fennec fox into the dilapidated headquarters where his equipment and luggage were stored, including medical supplies. After rummaging through the emergency medical kit, Qiao Shu gently said to the little fennec fox, "Now I'm going to bandage your wounds, so you'll have to endure a bit." The little fennec fox remained silent, just staring at him with its big, watery eyes. It looked obedient and quite intelligent, not as wild and hard to tame as he had expected. Feeling a soft spot in his heart, Qiao Shu took out alcohol, bandages, and ointment and set them aside. Under the gaze of thousands of viewers in the live stream, Qiao Shu quickly bandaged the little fennec fox's wounds. Perhaps due to the low power of the poacher's weapon or the advantage of the little guy's small size, the injuries were not severe, at least not deep enough to injure the bones. The little guy was lucky. The bullet had almost grazed the vital areas and bones. Qiao Shu even thoughtfully tied a bow with a bandage for the little creature. Ding! Host rescues wild fennec fox. Earns 1,500 greening points. Ding! First-time acquisition of greening points. Reward, Desert Manager Beginner's Gift Pack, has been stored in the system warehouse and can be withdrawn at any time. Ding! Wild fennec fox has initiated an adoption request to you. Do you accept? Adoption request? He instinctively looked at the little fennec fox in his arms. The little fennec fox, with its soft yellow fur, gently wriggled in Qiao Shu's embrace, its big eyes staring unblinkingly at him, and its tail wagged restlessly. Qiao Shu sighed helplessly as he looked into those watery eyes. It was no wonder that back in the day, King Zhou could not resist. Any kind of fox had a natural charm skill that was fully leveled from birth. Seeing this scene, the viewers in the live stream had their hearts melted. I say, the host should just keep the little guy. A tiny fox like this can't possibly survive on its own in the desert. The little guy is so cute. Host, adopt it. I'll send you gifts. The host is a desert manager. It's reasonable for a desert manager to raise a little fennec fox. Qiao Shu looked at the barrage of comments and chuckled wryly. Fennec foxes are highly social animals. This little one must have been living with its family. If I keep it, its parents will be worried when they can't find it. Seeming to sense Qiao Shu's dilemma, the little fennec fox suddenly sat up straight and licked his chin with its wet tongue. Qiao Shu's heart softened again. But now this desert is so dangerous, and there are poachers outside. I can't let the little guy go home alone. Qiao Shu was a decisive person. After thinking for a moment, he immediately decided, forget it. Since we've met, it must be fate. I can't just leave it alone. I'll temporarily adopt it until its wounds heal, and then help it find its family. After saying that, Qiao Shu smiled as he lifted the little fennec fox. Little guy, we'll be living together from now on. Please take care of me. The little fennec fox seemed to sense Qiao Shu's kindness and happily responded with a chirp. Its tender voice seemed to carry a hint of milk scent, and the natural charm skill of fox cubs instantly captivated the viewers in the live stream. No matter how many times I see it, it's still so cute. I'm following. I'll be living in this live stream room from now on. I keep my word, if the host adopts this little fox, I'll give you a reward. Chief Godzilla sent a super rocket. Thank you for the gift, Chief Godzilla, but you don't need to send more. Even without gifts, I have a responsibility to protect wildlife from poachers. Qiao Shu thanked the gifts, then withdrew his gaze and began to assess the room's furnishings. Previously busy bandaging the little fennec fox, he had time to pay attention to the environment in the room. Now that he looked around, the place was a complete mess. He didn't know what the previous desert managers had been doing. The room was filled with trash and various bottles, and even the bed had a layer of dust on it. The furniture in the room was sparse, consisting of only a bed, a table, and a few storage boxes. There were also 2 adjacent rooms, which served as a kitchen and a bathroom, both of which were in a deplorable state. It seemed that the previous desert managers had lived a life of getting by. Qiao Shu had a slight obsession with cleanliness. He could endure hardship, but it couldn't be too dirty and messy. He took out a clean blanket from his luggage and spread it on the bed, placing the little fennec fox on top. He gently instructed, "Little guy, I'm going to clean up. Be good and don't run around, okay?" After being placed on the blanket, the little fennec fox immediately curled up into a pale yellow fur ball, prompting Qiao Shu to reach out and pet it again. After settling the little guy, Qiao Shu quickly began to tidy up the room. While cleaning, he spoke to the viewers. "It's my first day on the job, although there are many things to do. The first thing to address is definitely shelter. The temperature difference between day and night in the desert is extreme, averaging 30 to 50 degrees Celsius. It's hot during the day and becomes cold at night. I need to hurry and ensure that I can rest and start a fire tonight so I can face the challenges ahead. The desert seems desolate, but it is actually full of miracles. Have you ever seen a scene where red sand is covered with snow?" The viewers in the live stream naturally didn't believe him. "I don't believe it. The desert snows? I haven't read much, so don't lie to me, host. Isn't the desert hot and dry? Even if it's cold at night, it shouldn't snow, right?" Anyone who has gone through 9 years of compulsory education wouldn't say that. "If it snows in the desert, I'll live stream eating 3 pounds of snacks." Qiao Shu couldn't help but laugh at the barrage. "Brother, please don't come to my live stream to scam food and drinks, okay? As long as you keep following my live stream, you'll have a chance to see the miraculous scene of snow in the desert." Chapter 4 Beginner's Gift Pack. Half an hour later, the powerful sun in the desert began to set in the west, giving this hot land a moment to breathe. As the sunset descended, golden sunlight filtered through the mottled glass windows and illuminated Qiao Shu, casting a long shadow. Looking at the clean and fresh room, Qiao Shu nodded with satisfaction. Aside from a large pile of trash, the previous desert managers had left behind quite a few good items: a sharp machete, a bundle of sturdy nylon rope, a large capacity water bottle, a pair of black frame glasses, and a pile of wood from dismantled, discarded furniture, as well as a stack of illustrated books, which seemed to be used by several predecessors to pass the time. Curiously, Qiao Shu picked up one of the books and flipped through it, only to change his expression. What the heck? The Golden Lotus? Which predecessor left this treasure behind? Even in the 044 management area, they still had the mind to study this extraordinary book. Taking advantage of the camera not capturing the book title, Qiao Shu hurriedly tucked the Golden Lotus carefully into his arms. Looking again at the stack of books, aside from this extraordinary book, there were various magazines filled with amusing images. In any case, they were all good stuff. Without changing his expression or missing a beat, Qiao Shu continued speaking to the camera. In a survival situation in the wild, the first thing to address is the basic human needs of food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. The shelter issue has been temporarily solved, and next I need to start a campfire to solve the problem of food. He glanced at the little fennec fox dozing on the bed and smiled, saying, "After all this fuss, the little guy must be hungry. Its injuries are basically stable, so it can eat something now." Qiao Shu walked over to the side and brought back some wood left by former sand control workers to use as firewood. Although the house provided by the general administration was simple, it had all the essentials. What pleased Qiao Shu the most was that there was a simple fireplace on the northern wall of the kitchen, which could be used for heating and cooking. After throwing the firewood into the fireplace and bringing the little fennec fox into the kitchen, Qiao Shu continued to talk to the audience. There are many ways to start a fire in the wild, and today I will teach you the simplest and most practical method. This statement piqued the curiosity of the viewers. Fire starting by hand? Is it friction fire or bow drill fire? After saying this, Qiao Shu pulled a lighter from his pocket in front of everyone. The flame that sprang from the lighter easily ignited the tinder beneath the firewood. Thanks, streamer. Now I know how to light a fire with a lighter." Both those who could and could not start a fire in the wild fell silent. "I'm new here. Is this streamer always this cheeky?" Watching the flames grow, Qiao Shu smiled and explained, "In the wild, the most precious thing is your stamina. So instead of spending a lot of time and energy trying to start a fire with ancient methods, it's better to prepare a few lighters or fire starters just in case. Of course, if you don't have these things on you, you'll have to start a fire by hand, and there are many methods for that which I'll show you when I get the chance." As the fire grew larger, Qiao Shu took an iron pot from his luggage and reluctantly added some drinking water. The water sent by the transport team was rationed, so he had to use it carefully. While waiting for the water to boil, Qiao Shu silently communicated with the system in his heart. System, extract the beginner's gift pack. Ding! The beginner's gift pack has been extracted. Congratulations to the host for obtaining combat skill, intermediate shooting, 1 enhancement to physical fitness, 1 Colt Python revolver, 200 rounds of ammunition, 10 cubic meters of drinking water, 10 bottles of Moo Moo fresh milk, 100 improved Saxol tree seedlings. The above rewards have been issued to the system warehouse, and the host can retrieve them at any time. Qiao Shu squinted his eyes, trying to suppress his excitement. Although the items weren't too many, they were exactly what he needed. Since he was live streaming, it was not very convenient to take these things out, so he could only hold back his excitement. Just as Qiao Shu was lost in thought, he suddenly felt something soft in his hands. Looking down, he saw that the little fennec fox had jumped into his arms, staring wide-eyed at the boiling water in the pot. Feeling Qiao Shu's attention, the little guy turned to look at him, its big eyes round and its little mouth slightly upturned. Goo-goo. The fennec fox could make various sounds. The chirping sound represented a warning, while the goo-goo sound was a bit more affectionate. Looking at the adorable little creature in his arms, Qiao Shu couldn't help but smile and said, "This is boiling water. You can't drink it." In a flash of inspiration, Qiao Shu thought of the Moo Moo fresh milk from the gift pack. As a traveler, he was very familiar with this. It was the milk from the Big Milk Can in Pokemon, known for its excellent taste and nutrition. Moo Moo fresh milk is extremely beneficial for Pokemon, and if the little fennec fox drank it, wouldn't it become a fox fairy? Fennec foxes are omnivorous and can eat almost anything, including small rodents, lizards, birds, bird eggs, and insects, as well as fruits, leaves, and plant roots. The harsh desert environment means that the animals living here are not so delicate. They almost all have strong stomachs. Wait a moment, don't run around. Qiao Shu pointed the camera at the little fennec fox, while he went to the outer room where his luggage was stored to retrieve a bottle of Moo Moo fresh milk. The moment he opened the bottle cap, the entire room was filled with a rich, milky aroma. The little fennec fox, who was far away in the kitchen, wrinkled its little nose, suddenly stood upright, and perked its large ears in Qiao Shu's direction. Not to mention that the little fennec fox couldn't resist the temptation of the milk aroma. Even Qiao Shu couldn't help but lick his dry lips. This milk smells so good. Qiao Shu struggled for a moment, but finally managed to suppress the urge to take a sip himself. What kind of good person would steal milk from a pet? Especially milk from a big milk can? Pouring the milk into a plate, Qiao Shu walked back into the kitchen. The little fennec fox could no longer hold back, limping over with its little tail wagging to snuggle up to Qiao Shu, with one hand holding the milk plate and the other pushing away the furry little head. Qiao Shu said, "Don't be naughty. If you keep it up, I'll spill the milk plate." The little fennec fox obviously didn't understand Qiao Shu's joke and just kept nudging its head toward the milk plate. With no other choice, Qiao Shu could only set the milk plate on the ground. The little guy's eyes lit up as it leaned forward and began to lap up the sweet milk with its tongue. Watching the little creature eat so adorably, Qiao Shu's mood improved. Since he had already adopted this little guy, he should give it a name. Qiao Shu thoughtfully watched the little creature devour its food. Chapter 5. Livestream settlement. Hearing that Qiao Shu was going to give the little guy a name, the comment section became lively again. Naming? I'm good at that. By the way, what is the little guy's surname? Since the fennec fox is a type of fox, it should have the surname Who, right? Survival of the fittest. Perhaps this is heaven's arrangement. Let us call it Hu Yushu. What a ridiculous name. I think it should have a trendy name. Let us call it Hu Jangwo. I think it should have a cuter name. How about by Huzi? Qiao Shu looked at the comments from these silly netizens and couldn't help but feel amused. Clearly, it was a soft and cute little fox, yet they insisted on giving it a few names that sounded like burly men with beards. Meanwhile, the little fennec fox was focused on drinking milk, its tail wagging happily, seemingly indifferent to the name that would accompany it for life. Qiao Shu felt a sudden thought and slowly reached out to lift the little guy's tail, peeking underneath. He was mainly curious about whether this adorable little fox was male or female. With just a quick glance, Qiao Shu quickly put the tail down, feeling a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head. Sorry, It turns out you're a girl. Since it was a female fennec fox and so cute, a familiar name suddenly came to mind. If it's a girl, then I'll call you Ali. Qiao Shu smiled and stroked the little guy's soft back. The little fennec fox seemed uninterested in him, as the milk in the plate was already more than half gone. In the world before Qiao Shu's travel, Ali was a classic name for fox characters in literature and games, with many adorable fox characters named Ali. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your agreement. Qiao Shu shuklat, balkuma, Ali. Ali seemed to have had her fill of milk, raised her head to glance at Qiao Shu, and then trotted over, content, to lean beside him and pretend to doze off, making soft, gurgling sounds. Ali, it doesn't sound bad. It's quite cute. Congratulations, streamer. You now have a furry child. For the sake of the little one, I'll have to follow the streamer. Ali, it's okay, but I still think Hu Jiangwo sounds trendier. Although Ali sounds nice, I still think white beard is a bit more imposing. The little guy has already filled his stomach, and Qiao Shu also feels a wave of hunger. After all this fuss, he hasn't eaten for a whole day. The water in the iron pot has boiled, and he hurriedly took out a bag of instant noodles from his luggage, throwing the noodle cake and seasoning packet into the boiling water. Most of the supplies provided by the transport team are instant noodles, compressed biscuits, and military-kin food, which are easy to store. Eating 1 or 2 meals is fine, but eating them for a long time becomes hard to swallow. However, the desert is not without delicacies. It's just that Qiao Shu is new here and not familiar with the surroundings, so he naturally doesn't have the fortune to enjoy them. He picked up the steaming instant noodles and walked to the window, with the camera following his gaze outside. As the sky gradually darkened, the vibrant clouds turned a deep red, and the distant sand dunes became blurred. The afterglow of the setting sun painted the sky with crimson clouds, as if a brilliant satin had unfurled, merging with the endless yellow sand. It was indeed a breathtaking view of the desert, with the lonely smoke rising straight and the sunset over the long river. All right, let's take a moment to appreciate the beautiful sunset in the desert before ending today's live stream. Tomorrow, I will live stream exploring the surroundings of the General Administration, and everyone can follow for updates. See you tomorrow. After saying that, without heeding the viewer's pleas, Qiao Shu ended the stream. At the moment of ending the stream, the popularity in the live stream room was just over 10,000. For a newcomer who had just started streaming, this achievement was already quite impressive. The special identity of the sand control worker and the adorable Ali attracted the viewer's interest. Ding! Host live stream promoting sand control worker, beginning settlement of greening points. Highest live stream popularity, 12,155. Average watch time, 1 hour 23 minutes. Average live stream popularity, 7,800. Settling greening points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 8,900 greening points. Current greening point balance is 10,400 points. Qiao Shu nodded in satisfaction, which was also one of the reasons he was eager to end the stream. Outside the General Administration is the vast desert, which is home to fierce poachers and wild beasts, as well as the world's most extreme and harsh environment. A moment of carelessness could lead to his silent demise, just like the previous sand control workers. The system is his only support, and the urgent task is to convert all these greening points into his combat power. System, use, combat skill, intermediate shooting, and physical quality enhancement. A strong life force surged into Qiao Shu's body, causing Ali in his arms to perk up its big ears and look up at Qiao Shu in confusion. This two-legged creature, who looks nice when he smiles, suddenly exuded an aura that made even the fox feel scared. Ali silently retracted its little paws, letting its big ears droop down and tightly wrapping its head. After a moment, Qiao Shu slowly opened his eyes, filled with surprise. Before becoming a sand control worker, Qiao Shu was just an ordinary university student. The physical quality of a university student is well known. Although Qiao Shu often worked out and had undergone 3 months of training at the sand control headquarters, he was by no means very strong. However, after the system's physical quality enhancement, Qiao Shu could clearly feel the strength and vitality within him. He was definitely not weaker than an elite soldier. The intermediate shooting combat skill was also impressive, directly elevating his shooting level to that of sharpshooter. Qiao Shu took out the Colt Python revolver from the system warehouse. Gripping it tightly in his hand, finally feeling a sense of security. This revolver is hailed as one of the best revolvers in the world with immense power, capable of taking down a fierce beast even at close range. Most importantly, the revolver can be carried around and drawn at any moment to fire. With these items, he now had the ability to fight against those poachers. As for whether he could defeat them, Qiao Shu's gaze fell on the bottom right corner of the system interface. Current greening point balance, 10,400 points. Then, he looked at the giant roulette at the top of the interface. This is the lottery function of the sand control worker system, costing 10,000 greening points for one draw, and a 10 consecutive draw gives one free. Most importantly, the lottery function is currently in a new player discount period, with 6 days and 20 hours remaining. During this week, drawing only costs 1,000 greening points. Without a doubt at this stage, doing a 10 consecutive draw is the most cost-effective way to become stronger. System, I want to do a 10 consecutive draw. Chapter 6, the first 10 consecutive draw. As soon as the words left his mouth, a massive lottery wheel appeared in the void in front of him. Qiao Shu did not rush to spin the wheel, but first checked the prize pool. The prize pool for the 10 consecutive draws was dazzling, mainly consisting of 3 categories of rewards: materials, items, and skills. Materials are easy to understand. They include the most scarce water and food in the desert, along with some building materials and even improved premium soil. Among them, what Qiao Shu coveted the most were the saplings that had been modified by the system. Although the desert has harsh conditions, there are still some tenacious plants living here, such as cistanche, white thorn, sand onion, desert rose, and poplar. The saplings produced by the system come in various kinds and are better adapted to the harsh environment after being modified by the system. To completely transform the 044 governance area, planting trees is the only way, and quality saplings are of utmost importance. As for the items, they are rewards with a high upper limit and a low lower limit, including weapons, vehicles, tools, and equipment, among others. The worst item might just be a happy brand blade, but magical items like Moo fresh milk from an anime are also commonly found in the prize pool. Qiao Shu even saw the bow and arrow used by Hawkeye in the Avengers. However, Qiao Shu is not skilled in archery, and although Hawkeye's bow and arrow is powerful, it is not suitable for him. The skill rewards, on the other hand, are what Qiao Shu wants the most. No matter how good the materials and items are, they're still external things. Only skills can truly strengthen oneself. Skill rewards are also divided into several categories, such as the recently obtained intermediate shooting, which is a combat skill. There are also life skills like culinary, sewing, and repair, as well as survival skills like hunting, parkour, and climbing. Finally, there are the rare, special skills, which are close to superpowers, and each one is a rare existence. Qiao Shu rubbed his hands together, casually pulling Ali over from the side and gently patting its little head. Touching a fox's head in the year of the tiger will bring good fortune. Touching a fox's face in the year of the tiger will bring a happy and prosperous year. Ali, the little fox, felt a bit itchy on the head where Qiao Shu had touched, stretching out its uninjured hind leg to scratch its head. But the little short legs of the ear-tipped fox were too short, and no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't reach its head. It looked at Qiao Shu with a mournful expression, its fox face full of displeasure. "You better have something." "It's nothing, just borrowing your luck." Qiao Shu smiled and helped the little guy scratch its head. The little guy comfortably squinted its eyes, curling up beside Qiao Shu. Borrowing Ali's luck. Qiao Shu trembled as he stretched his finger toward the massive wheel in the void. Let's start the 10 consecutive draws. The wheel spun slowly, the pointer gliding through the various colored areas. According to rarity, the reward for the draw are categorized into 5 levels: white, common; green, excellent; blue, rare; purple, epic; and gold, legendary. The white area occupies more than half of the roulette, and the remaining areas combined are not larger than the white area. Qiao Shu cursed the system for being a greedy merchant, lacking even a basic guarantee mechanism. Based on his previous gaming experience as a non-lucky player, he expected that the rewards from this 10 consecutive draws would definitely be either white or green. Sure enough, on the first draw, the pointer slowly stopped at the large white area. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained white material, a case of bottled cola." Qiao Shu relaxed a bit. Although it was a white reward, a case of cola was still quite good, not as bad as he had imagined. In the desert, any drinkable liquid is a precious item. Moreover, cola is high in sugar and energy. With a thought, a case of red-packaged cola appeared in front of him. Ali was startled and quickly buried her little head in Qiao Shu's arms. Seeing the familiar red packaging, Qiao Shu's face turned green. It's Coca-Cola. Can this be drunk? Of course, cola should be Pepsi. The roulette continued to spin rapidly, unaffected by Qiao Shu's inner complaints. Soon, the pointer stopped at a green area. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a green item, a multifunctional sleeping bag. This is also good. Qiao Shu turned to look at the bedding on the wooden bed in the bedroom. The sheets were dark purple, covered with a thin layer of dust, emitting an indescribable odor. God knows how the previous sand controller rested with this bedding. If Qiao Shu hadn't only brought one blanket, he would have thrown this eyesore far away already. The temperature difference between day and night in the desert is extreme, and having this multifunctional sleeping bag would better ensure his sleep quality. The lottery will continue to spin, and the next 4 rewards perfectly showcased Qiao Shu's non-lucky attributes. Congratulations. Host, you have obtained white material, a case of high-calcium milk powder. Congratulations, host, you have obtained white material, a pack of soft toilet paper. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a white item, a Swiss Army knife. Congratulations, host. You have obtained white material, a case of compressed biscuits. The white light kept flashing, and Qiao Shu helplessly rubbed his temples. Sure enough, it was either white or green, but at least for the time being, he wouldn't lack food and water. The next moment, a brilliant blue light suddenly flashed in the room. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a blue skill, intermediate wilderness survival. Points of blue light surged into Qiao Shu's body, and a vast amount of knowledge and common sense flooded his mind. After digesting this knowledge, Qiao Shu opened his eyes in surprise. He could feel that the wilderness survival skills he now possessed were definitely not inferior to those of Bear Grylls and Duality in his previous life. Even if he were thrown into the most extreme and dangerous wilderness, he could use various natural resources to turn danger into safety. Indeed, the blue reward brought about a qualitative change, completely incomparable to the white and green rewards. However, good luck did not last long, as the subsequent draws did not yield any more blue rewards. Congratulations, host. You have obtained white material, a case of Waha purified water. Congratulations, host. You have obtained white material, a case of Kong Shermu instant noodles. Congratulations, host. You have obtained white material, 10 logs. Congratulations, host. You have obtained white material, 10 stones. The 10 draws ended, and the final result was 1 blue, 1 green, and 8 white. Qiao Shu also retracted his thoughts and prepared to sort out the items and materials he had just obtained. At this moment, a brilliant purple light suddenly erupted in the room. Qiao Shu then remembered that a 10 draw would come with an extra bonus draw. As everyone knows, what is free is the most expensive, and what is given as a gift is the best. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a purple item. Chapter 7. The first night in the desert. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a purple item. Desert Flora and Fauna Illustrated Guide. Purple? Qiao Shu was overjoyed and couldn't help but pick up the little Ali in his arms and spin around in place. Ali became dizzy from the spinning, and after being set down, her 4 little short legs took unsteady steps. Qiao Shu grinned at the little one's cuteness and began to check the attributes of this purple item. Desert Flora and Fauna Illustrated Guide. Quality, purple. Usage, get close to a certain desert species to unlock detailed information about that species. Note, this item can be upgraded with 10 greening points to unlock more features. Qiao Shu was puzzled. Is that it? Isn't this just an encyclopedia? Does it really deserve a purple quality? Qiao Shu looked at the dizzy Ali beside him and silently said, Identification. Desert Flora and Fauna Illustrated Guide has no physical form and can appear directly in Qiao Shu's consciousness like the system. Soon, a series of information floated in his mind. Species name, Fennec fox, alias desert fox. Desert small fox, kingdom. Animalia, phylum, chordata, class, Mammalia. Order, carnivora. Family, Canidae genus Vulpes. Introduction, one of the smallest canids in the world. Its feet are covered with soft fur, and it can dissipate heat through its large ears, adapting to the dry and hot climate of the desert. while also being able to respond quickly to small sounds in its surroundings. Food: omnivorous, mainly feeding on small rodents, lizards, birds, bird eggs, insects, fruits, leaves, and plant roots. Distribution area: as shown in the map. Click to expand. Ding. The fennec fox illustrated guide has been unlocked, and the host's affinity for this species has slightly increased. Qiao Shu was overjoyed. This wave was a huge profit. While the information about the fennec fox was not particularly important, the distribution area map was impressive. It marked the range of the fennec fox population within the 044 governance area and its approximate population size. This function is incredibly powerful. Imagine that as Qiao Shu encounters more animals and plants, he would have a thorough understanding of the distribution of various species in the 044 governance area. Whether it's animals like the fennec fox, camels, or desert wolves, or plants like cacti, poplar trees, and saxaul, none could escape Qiao Shu's eyes. However, this distribution range cannot pinpoint individuals, so it's unrealistic to rely on it to help little Ali find her parents. Moreover, after unlocking the species guide, he could also enhance his affinity for that species. Qiao Shu could feel that the way little Ali looked at him was already a bit gentler than before. As expected of a purple item, what a huge profit! If a purple item has such powerful effects, then the rare golden items must be invincible, right? Qiao Shu reluctantly closed the lottery interface. The 10 draws required 10,000 greening points, and he had no balance left for another round. However, Qiao Shu had already decided that tomorrow's live stream rewards would all be used for the lottery. The price for draws within 7 days is still 1,000 greening points, which is a newbie discount period. The cost-effectiveness of drawing now is the highest. Who knows how outrageous the prices will be after missing this period. After calming down his excited emotions, Qiao Shu began to sort the materials at hand. The material inventory of the 044 General Administration could be divided into 3 batches, one left by previous sand controllers, one brought by Qiao Shu, and the last batch obtained from the lottery. After summarizing the materials simply, Qiao Shu was pleasantly surprised to find that the current stock of food and water in the 044 General Administration was enough for him and Ali to survive for 3 months. Even if there were unexpected issues with the transport team at the end of the month and they failed to deliver supplies, he wouldn't starve. After moving all the materials to the kitchen for storage, Qiao Shu began to organize his weapons and gear. Close-range weapons: a machete, a Swiss Army knife, and a tactical dagger. Long-range weapons: a 5-shot shotgun and a Colt Python revolver. This was all of Qiao Shu's equipment. It was more than enough to deal with some beasts, as there were no particularly fierce predators in the desert. But if I take these weapons to fight poachers, I would end up like the last sand manager. After tidying up the weapons, Qiao Shu glanced out the window. The sunset had completely disappeared, and the desert merged into the black sky. The air was filled with dryness, and the temperature was dropping sharply. Based on Qiao Shu's experience, the temperature in this desert at night should have dropped to single digits. All right, time to sleep. Qiao Shu picked up the little fox beside him and crawled into the multifunctional sleeping bag he had just acquired. The fireplace was installed in the kitchen, and a bonfire couldn't be lit in the bedroom. Otherwise, he would be choked to death by smoke before the poachers could kill him. This led to a very low temperature in the bedroom, and the newly injured little fox might not survive the cold night with just its fur. There was no choice. Qiao Shu could only reluctantly cuddle the little creature to sleep. The little fox lay obediently in Qiao Shu's arms, its big eyes blinking, making Qiao Shu feel a bit shy. What are you looking at? Ing? The fox let out a soft sound. Qiao Shu's expression changed. Ing, monster? 1 punch for each. 2 torturous. From the initially wary squeaks to the now soft whimpers, it showed that the little fox had completely started to trust him. Holding the soft little fox, lying in a comfortably warm sleeping bag, drowsiness soon swept over him. Ing. The little fox listened to Qiao Shu's even breathing and felt an unprecedented sense of security. Finding the most comfortable angle in Qiao Shu's arms, the fox curled up into a yellow-white fluff ball and fell into a deep sleep. Qiao Shu spent his first night in the Death Desert accompanied by a little fox. The next day, sunlight streamed through the window and fell on Qiao Shu's face. He frowned and slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the somewhat unfamiliar environment, Qiao Shu realized he was already in the unmanned desert and let out a slow breath. Damn, I survived another day. Since the moment he arrived at the 044 management area, he had prepared to treat every day as if it were the last day of his life. Just as he was about to crawl out of the sleeping bag, Qiao Shu suddenly felt something was off. In the next second, he reached into the sleeping bag and pulled out a sleepy little fox. "Good morning, little fox," Qiao Shu greeted with a smile. "Ing." The little fox's sleepy eyes curved, looking like a cute little girl with a smile. Qiao Shu's heart warmed instantly. Nothing is more healing than waking up to see a cute furry creature. After a quick wash and tidy up, Qiao Shu checked the little fox's wound again. After confirming that the wound had not worsened, he poured a basin of fresh milk for it. Watching the little creature drink the sweet milk, Qiao Shu suppressed the urge to lick his dry lips. Dog system, why does the milk for a pet smell so good? Speaking of which, a small sip for me shouldn't be a problem, right? Chapter 8. King Zhou. I admit I raised my voice just now. Perhaps because he was too tired yesterday. Qiao Shu slept very well that night, and the fatigue on his body was completely wiped away. Of course, it might also be due to the effects of physical quality improvement. After feeding the little fox, Qiao Shu casually ate a few bites of compressed biscuits and then put on his gear. Qiao Shu didn't want to follow in the footsteps of his predecessors and die unclear in this desert. Hiding in this grave-like headquarters and waiting to die is the way to death. The only way to face fear is to confront it. So Qiao Shu prepared to actively approach this death desert. Today's task was to scout the situation near the headquarters. To prevent any unexpected situations, Qiao Shu decided to bring both guns. He also packed enough food for a day, ample drinking water, and some basic survival gear. These items were enough to fill his backpack. The system-provided storage could only temporarily hold unclaimed items and couldn't be used as a spatial backpack. However, Qiao Shu had seen several space-like backpack items in the prize pool, but they were all purple and gold quality, and he would have to spend some effort to draw them. System, start the live stream. After putting on his gear and standing at the door, Qiao Shu silently said in his heart. The small spherical drone appeared above his head, and once the live stream room opened, dozens of online viewers clicked in immediately. Under the wide-angle lens, viewers first saw a barren desert. After the camera circled in the air, it returned to the room. The first thing that came into view was Qiao Shu, dressed in a black tactical jacket, wearing a windproof hat and sunglasses, and carrying a shotgun. "Good morning, everyone." Qiao Shu greeted with a smile at the camera. More and more viewers joined the live stream, and comments began to appear on the screen. "Please let the unrelated people step aside. I want to see the little fox." "Good morning, streamer. What are you streaming today? Beating up poachers?" "The one upstairs is greedy. If you want the streamer's life, just say it. Where's the little fox? Where have you hidden my fox?" Qiao Shu glanced at the comments. Apart from a few new viewers, most were asking about the fox. The little creature wasn't useless besides eating. At least it could attract some popularity for his live stream. Controlling the camera to focus on the little fox lying beside the milk bowl, the comments quieted down. "Fox." Qiao Shu squatted down and stroked the little creature's round head. "I'm going to scout the surroundings. It's dangerous outside, so I can't take you with me." The wound on the little fox's leg had not healed, and Qiao Shu didn't dare to take it outside. Reluctantly, Qiao Shu rubbed the little creature's big ears. "Be good and watch the house." After standing up, Qiao Shu took just 2 steps when he heard the little creature's soft voice behind him. "Ing." Clearly, the little fox didn't want to be separated from him. Qiao Shu paused, gritted his teeth, and pretended not to hear as he continued walking outside. "Ing, ing." The little fox called out a few more times, its voice getting softer each time. Qiao Shu remained expressionless. "Little fox, do you think I'm King Zhou? Just a few calls and I'll be conquered?" The viewers in the live stream couldn't take it anymore. "Why don't you take the fox with you, streamer? Although it's dangerous outside, no one would harm a little fox." "Are you kidding? Didn't those poachers see yesterday?" The ear-tipped fox is a rare protected animal in Huagua. Hearing a call like that, my heart is breaking. It wasn't that the viewers were overly sympathetic. The little fox might genuinely think Qiao Shu was leaving it behind, and at that moment, its big, pitiful eyes were brimming with tears, looking watery. Who could resist such a pitiful sight? Even the king of hell would shed a few tears. Qiao Shu turned a deaf ear, picked up the little fox following him, and placed it back in the room, then firmly closed the door. "Ing, ing, ing." The little fox's paws scratched against the door, making pitiful and weak sounds. Qiao Shu turned his head and sighed. All right, you win. He opened the door again, looked at the little fox with tear-filled eyes, and couldn't help but poke its nose. The little fox didn't shy away. Instead, it stuck out its tongue and licked Qiao Shu's fingers. Pulling down the zipper of his tactical jacket, Qiao Shu gently said, "You can come with me, but you have to hide here and not move." The little fox obediently tucked itself inside his jacket, only its round, onion-like little head peeking out, staring at Qiao Shu with big eyes. Compared to an ordinary fox's triangular head, the ear-tip fox cub's head was small and round, instantly maxing out the cuteness factor. Qiao Shu couldn't help but smile wryly. "King Zhou, I admit I raised my voice just now. I misunderstood you. This little fox's charm is truly remarkable." The little fox was tucked inside the clothes, with only its head visible. Qiao Shu looked back at the camera. "All right, back to the point. Next, I want to take you all to witness a real desert. Once the sun comes out, the temperature in the desert will rise sharply. This is because sunlight heats the sand, which cannot retain heat and will quickly release it into the air. Through the lens, the audience can clearly see waves of almost tangible heat. Our goal is over there." Qiao Shu pressed down his hat brim and pointed into the distance. The audience followed his finger and saw a bare mountain peak appear in their line of sight. It was approximately 5 or 6 kilometers away from where they were. Don't underestimate this distance. When a person is exposed to the scorching heat of the desert, the difficulty of moving increases exponentially. As for why they're going there, Qiao Shu explained to the camera that the mountain is the highest point near the headquarters, and by climbing it, one can get a panoramic view of the entire desert. "All right, let's do a final check of my gear, and then we'll set off." Qiao Shu took down the hunting rifle from his back and carefully checked the gun and ammunition to avoid a jam at a critical moment. As for the revolver, there was no need for inspection. This primitive handgun has not been eliminated because besides being easy to load, it will never jam. After checking the gear, Qiao Shu began to walk slowly towards the target barren mountain. The reason for choosing to walk was that the off-road vehicle had limited fuel and every drop counted. Qiao Shu wanted to save the limited fuel for critical moments, such as fighting poachers. Walking in the desert requires attention to rhythm, just like running a marathon, adjusting heart rate and movement amplitude. Qiao Shu took out his water bottle from his backpack, took a small sip, and continued, "If your drinking water is sufficient, then you should replenish fluids frequently, but in small amounts. Never hold back from drinking water to save it. The temperature in the desert is already very high. If you don't drink water in time, heat stroke and dehydration will come knocking quickly." Qiao Shu smiled at the camera. Running out of water might lead to thirst death. But if you stubbornly resist drinking, you might die even faster. Chapter 9. The Underrated Death Desert Plop. A bead of sweat fell from Qiao Shu's sharply defined cheek onto the ground, instantly absorbed by the terrifying heat of the sand. "It's really hot here. The temperature is at least over 42 degrees Celsius. Qiao Shu smiled wryly as he swallowed another sip of clear water. Walking in the desert was even more grueling than he had imagined. He could feel himself drenched in sweat, especially around his chest, which was completely soaked, and the little fox in his arms felt like a small furnace. Sweating isn't entirely a bad thing. It accelerates water loss, but also helps dissipate heat, reducing the body's exposure to high temperatures to some extent. My goal is freshwater resources. A dried riverbed, a dried well, or a piece of land with vegetation could potentially harbor the source of life. Qiao Shu looked around, but with his best vision of 15, he couldn't see a hint of green. What was reflected on his retina was only a suffocating yellow. No wonder this area is known as the Death Desert 044 Management Zone. If the entire management zone looks like this, Qiao Shu would be able to survive alone here. The desolate scene made the audience gasp. This is terrifying. Everywhere you look is sand. Not even a shrub in sight. Can people really live in such a place? Did the several past desert managers who were reported in the news die from emotional breakdowns due to psychological pressure? Didn't the news say they died from attacks by death worms? Hey, which marketing account are you watching? Death worms are just legendary creatures, okay? Their existence hasn't been confirmed to this day. Isn't this how deserts are? All sand. What is so special about it? Qiao Shu glanced at the comments and smiled. Though talking in such conditions would waste energy, He needed to promote the greening concepts he had gained. So he explained, people imagine deserts as just sand, with vast areas of wave-like sand dunes, rising and falling like ocean waves. But in reality, only 1/5 of deserts are covered by sand. What is a desert? This is a question most people don't understand. We now define a desert as an area with an average annual rainfall of less than 250 millimeters, or where evaporation exceeds precipitation. Suddenly, Qiao Shu stopped, smiling at the camera. So, based on this definition, do you know where the largest desert in the world is? This statement quickly piqued the audience's interest, and they began to discuss. Damn, why do I feel like I'm being quizzed? Teacher, I know the answer. Isn't it the Sahara Desert in Africa? We learn about it in geography class. The Sahara Desert's total area can even fit the entire continental U.S. It's one of the most uninhabitable places on Earth. Still too young. The host can't possibly ask such an easy question. It's obviously a trap. Right. I'm going to surprise everyone with Antarctica. Upon seeing the last comment, Qiao Shu's expression became peculiar. This friend is correct. The largest desert in the world is indeed Antarctica. According to observations, the average annual precipitation across the entire Antarctic continent is only 55 millimeters. And it is also the driest, windiest, coldest, and most hostile environment in the world. In fact, the well-known Sahara Desert can only be called the largest sandy desert. Antarctica's dryness surpasses that of the Sahara. There is also a group of scientists in Antarctica who dedicate themselves to research. Although they're not part of the desert management personnel, I think they're also admirable desert managers. As expected, after Qiao Shu revealed the answer, the comments exploded. No way, I actually guessed it right. Antarctica is a desert. Mind blown. Is this for real? Spreading rumors is against the law. Antarctica is a desert. I'm a high school geography teacher. I can confirm what the host said is true, and this knowledge should have been covered in class. Qiao Shu paid no attention to the debate in the comments. Although he had never done a live broadcast before, he had seen enough to know how the internet works. He was well aware that there's a large number of contrarians online who enjoy challenging professionals with their fixed ideas and common knowledge. For such people, Qiao Shu never bothered to argue. If they could use Baidu, they wouldn't be so ignorant and confident. Puffing heavily, Qiao Shu suddenly heard a barely audible panting sound from inside his clothes. He looked down and saw that the little fox's large ears were fully spread out. Its pink tongue hanging outside its mouth, panting rapidly. Not good. The little guy is about to suffer from heat stroke. Qiao Shu, feeling anxious, stopped in his tracks and took out the water bottle from his backpack. The viewers in the live stream also stopped discussing, worriedly watching the little fox in Qiao Shu's arms. The fennec fox has thick fur, and when the temperature drops below 20 degrees, they start to shiver. When the temperature exceeds 35 degrees, they will pant, with their breathing rate skyrocketing from 23 breaths per minute to 690 breaths per minute. Qiao Shu explained as he poured fresh water into the bottle cap. Then, he held out the filled bottle cap in front of the little fox. If no measures were taken at this point, the little guy would soon suffer from heat stroke and dehydration. The person and the fox had already been walking under the blazing sun for nearly half an hour. Although the little fox hadn't exerted much energy, it had still lost a significant amount of water. Ollie stuck out its pink little tongue, licking the clear water in the bottle cap bit by bit. As the moisture entered its body, its breathing rate stabilized, becoming less frequent and urgent. Only then did Qiao Shu feel relieved and regretfully say, I shouldn't have been soft-hearted and brought Ollie out with me. After all, the fennec fox is a species that is active at night and rarely seen during the day in the desert. He raised his head to look at the distant barren mountain. From here, the outline of the mountain was already quite clear, and it didn't seem too far away. But as the old saying goes, a distant mountain can tire a horse. Looking at the seemingly short distance ahead, he realized he hadn't even covered a third of it. This was the first time he truly entered this desert, and Qiao Shu felt the terrifying nature of the deathly desert, genuinely giving him a wake-up call. He smiled wryly and shook his head. He had completely underestimated this desert. Even if he had a system and a cheat, he should understand one thing. Nature possesses the world's most powerful cheat, capable of instantly swallowing humans whole. Chapter 10. The Two Faces of the Little Fox. After a short rest, Qiao Shu prepared to continue moving forward. As time passed, the sun would only get more intense. And in a few hours, the ground temperature would rise even higher. The water in the canteen was still ample. He had only been out for half an hour, and there was no reason to give up midway. Human potential is like a spring. If you gently press it, it will only give you a weak response. Only by pushing it to the limit can you unleash powerful strength. Qiao Shu looked at the listless Ollie with some pity. The little one was still too young, only a few months old, and a long trek was too difficult for a young fennec fox, even if it didn't need to walk. The high temperature could still exhaust it. Next time he took Ollie on a long trip, he had to consider taking the off-road vehicle. He shouldn't risk the little one's life just to save a bit of gas. The urgent task was to think of a way to help Ollie cool down. After thinking for a moment, Qiao Shu took out a piece of gauze from his backpack. He crumpled the gauze into a ball and poured a small amount of clear water over it. This was a method he learned in his previous life from Bear Grylls. Wrapping a damp cloth around the head can effectively lower body temperature. However, Bear used fresh urine to dampen the cloth, while he was using clear water. Actually, urine is more cost-effective than precious clear water, but Qiao Shu felt that little Ollie wouldn't agree. He wrapped the damp gauze around Ollie's little head and couldn't help but laugh when he took a look. The little fox's appearance, combined with those innocent little eyes, made it look just like a version of Little Red Riding Hood. When the little one saw Qiao Shu laughing, not only did it not get angry, but it also grinned, looking incredibly adorable. Seeing Ollie's appearance, the audience naturally praised it again. Let's keep going. Qiao Shu placed little Ollie back into his clothes and deliberately opened the collar wider to let the wind in. As they got closer to their destination, patches of camel thorn began to appear before them. This was a common plant in the desert, very adaptable and drought-resistant. But the leaves of the camel thorn in front of him were all a dull yellow, clearly indicating that even they were struggling to adapt to the harsh environment here. Qiao Shu casually unlocked the illustrated guide for camel thorn. Species name, camel thorn, alias, camel grass kingdom, plant class Magnoliopsida, family, Fabaceae genus, Alhagi description, semi-shrubby herbaceous plant. Drought-resistant, salt-alkali-resistant, flood-resistant, highly adaptable, named because it is the only fodder camels can eat in the Gobian desert. Uses 1. The sugary secretions from the leaves, flowers, and seeds have medicinal properties. 2. High nutritional value, the best feed for raising camels. 3. Good for windbreaks and sand fixation, also improves soil quality. Distribution area, as shown in the image. Click to expanding. Camel thorn seeds have been unlocked. The host can purchase them anytime from the system mall. Qiao Shu's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected such a pleasant surprise. Camel thorn is a common plant, but its uses are extensive. The system mall had been closed for a while, and he thought he needed to upgrade something. He didn't expect that collecting the illustrated guide could unlock the option to purchase corresponding seeds. With the system-modified camel thorn seeds, he could lay the foundation for afforestation. Qiao Shu closed the illustrated guide interface and continued walking. The appearance of plants indicated that they had moved out of sandy land and into an area with soil. The ground was evidently much easier to walk on than sand, and Qiao Shu's pace gradually quickened. The audience watched the resilient camel thorn on the screen, marveling at the toughness of life, when suddenly they saw Qiao Shu crouch down without warning. I found something good. Qiao Shu excitedly brushed aside a handful of soil. A white skeleton, buried in the yellow sand, appeared before everyone. This was an animal skeleton. Judging by its size and shape, it should be a herbivore. There aren't many large herbivores in the desert, and the most common nearby would probably be camels and sand gazelles. Qiao Shu looked curiously at the white skeleton and tried to unlock the illustrated guide, but he was unsuccessful. It seemed that animal corpses couldn't unlock the illustrated guide, at least not the skeleton. Why is the host so excited just because he found a skeleton? Isn't it a bit creepy? Little Ollie, run. Your owner is a weirdo. What kind of animal's bones are these? They look a bit eerie. Qiao Shu's face darkened at the comments on the screen, and he explained seriously, a skeleton does represent death, but life and death are inherently interconnected. Discovering a skeleton here indicates that there are animals nearby. It no longer symbolizes death, but life. Qiao Shu felt great. This was the only good news in the past 2 days. The presence of animals meant there was water around, plants for herbivores to survive, and a stable ecosystem. Just as he was preparing to study the skeleton carefully, suddenly a dark brown shadow darted out from inside the skeleton. Hiss! The sound of a cold-blooded animal's hissing echoed, and Qiao Shu was startled, instinctively retreating. A snake! Just as he was about to draw his tactical dagger from his waist, he suddenly saw a small yellow-white figure leap out from his chest. Chirp! Ali's voice was no longer soft and cute, but sharp and piercing, as it agilely pounced toward the suddenly appearing snake. Don't be fooled by the little one's adorable appearance. The fennec fox is also a predator in the desert food chain. The black-brown snake was about 50 to 60 centimeters long, with a narrow head and a slender body, featuring dark longitudinal stripes on its belly scales. Qiao Shu was quite familiar with desert creatures and immediately recognized this as a common flower snake found in the desert. In the blink of an eye, Ali had already charged right in front of the flower snake, although its hind legs were still weak. Its natural hunting instincts allowed it to bite the snake's tail in one go. Ali, get back. Qiao Shu's eyelids twitched. This flower snake is venomous. Although it wasn't deadly to humans, it might not be the same for the young one. He quickly drew his tactical dagger, while Ali instinctively dodged to the side. Swish! A flash of white light, and the dagger fell swiftly. Soon after, a flat, narrow snake head was thrown high into the air. Although the body had separated from the head, it still wriggled a few times before finally settling down. Qiao Shu hurriedly picked up little Ali, feeling a bit scared as he scolded. You little one, how could you be so brave? What if it bit you? Ali lay obediently in Qiao Shu's arms, no longer bearing a fierce expression, and his voice had changed from squeaking to whimpering. Qiao Shu shook his head in amusement. How could this little fox have two different faces? Chapter 11. 35 inches hit twice. Although he complained verbally, Qiao Shu felt warm inside. The little Ali bravely stood up to protect himself in the face of danger, showing that he truly regarded himself as a companion or family member. The bond between the human and the fox was slowly being built, and one day it would become inseparable. Meanwhile, the viewers in a live stream finally reacted. You scared me. I just saw that snake's fangs. Wow, is our Ali so brave? Did he just bite that venomous snake? What are you thinking? After all, the fennec fox is still a type of fox. Dealing with a small snake is easy. Qiao Shu stuffed the little guy back into his clothes and then turned his attention to the headless, flower-striped snake, casually using the identification tool. This time, the tool successfully unlocked. It seemed that animal skeletons couldn't unlock the tool, but fresh corpses could. Species name, flower-striped snake. Alias, bullet snake, cowhip snake. Flower longworm, kingdom. Animalia, phylum. Chordata, class. Reptilia, order, Squamata. Family, Colubrity genus. Elafe, description. Flower-striped snakes are generally mildly venomous or non-venomous, mostly living in deserts and arid areas. They can glide sideways with their bodies and move continuously in the desert, crawling at a speed of 10 to 15 kilometers per hour. Food, carnivorous animals, primarily feeding on various lizards, mice, insects, and other small animals found in the desert. Distribution area, as shown in the figure. Click to expand. Seeing the distribution map of the flower-striped snake, Qiao Shu couldn't help but gasp. Oh wait, there's no cool air in the desert, just a deep breath of hot air. The flower-striped snake's distribution is extremely widespread. It exists almost throughout the entire 044 management area, even in his own headquarters. The distribution area does not necessarily mean that there are currently flower-striped snakes present, but it indicates that they once lived there. Looking at the flower-striped snake that had stopped struggling, Qiao Shu suddenly let out a strange laugh. At the same time, all the flower-striped snakes in the 044 management area felt a chill down their spines, as if they were being targeted by some terrifying predator. Little Ali, we can have a feast today. Snake meat is a rare delicacy, and wild snake meat is even more so. The flower-striped snake has medicinal value and economic value, and with a large population, it is not a protected animal as per state regulations. Even as a sand control worker, Qiao Shu wouldn't be breaking any rules by eating one or two. It's not like I actively hunted it. It came up to bite me, and I killed it in self-defense. It's quite reasonable for me to eat it, right? Qiao Shu walked over and draped the dead flower-striped snake around his neck. looking from a distance like he was wearing a dark brown tie. He then found the severed snake head, thoroughly pierced it with his tactical dagger, and buried it in the ground. Even after killing a venomous snake in the wild, one must remain vigilant. Qiao Shu explained to the camera. Within an hour of being severed, the snake head still has the ability to attack and can still inject venom. A severed snake head can still bite, which is related to the distribution of nerves in snakes. The snake's body is not entirely controlled by its brain. Even if the head is cut off, it can still act as an independent entity. So the best way to handle it is like I did, completely crush its head and bury it in the ground. The live stream chat erupted with excitement again, making Qiao Shu's eyelids twitch, fearing that the moderators might misunderstand him as teaching something unhealthy. Having gotten a snake for free, Qiao Shu was in a good mood and shared a few more tips on dealing with venomous snakes. Venomous snakes have two weak points. One is the head, and the other is the heart. When encountering them in the wild, don't panic. Focus on these two areas, and if you're in a safe enough position, you can use a rock or stick to strike hard enough to incapacitate them. The saying hit a snake at its 7 inches actually refers to a point just below the head, about 17 of its total length, which is the heart. Qiao Shu's teaching was very serious, but the viewers were quite mischievous. I've learned it all. I'm going to find a cobra to try it out. Guys, wait for my news. Brave brother, are you going to die trying? Although the host was teaching earnestly, I still want to say, what makes you think we dare to face venomous snakes? They say to hit the 7 inches, but what if you encounter a 6-inch one? Qiao Shu glanced at the chat and replied irritably, if you encounter a 6-inch one, just hit it 35 inches twice. Ha, I can't stop laughing. 35 inches hit twice. Well, it's clear that the host has a good grasp of math. It should be taught by a PE teacher. PE teacher, I'm sick 366 days a year, and I still have to teach you math? Compared to yesterday's live stream content, today's was much more thrilling. Excellent live stream content naturally brought in more traffic, and at this moment, Qiao Shu's live stream audience had surpassed 30,000, while yesterday's peak was only 12,000. In the outdoor live streaming segment, Qiao Shu was already comparable to top streamers. Outdoor live streaming in this world is quite lacking. Not to mention live streaming in a real desert. Even going to the suburbs outside the city is considered decent outdoor streaming. Moreover, Qiao Shu's content is very hardcore. In just 2 days, he has truly faced poachers and venomous snakes, always at risk of life. Watching the live stream audience rapidly increase, Qiao Shu was also very happy. The higher the popularity, the more greening points he would earn. Welcome to the new friends. This is the most dangerous desert management area in the country, a place full of crises. I am the sand control worker of this area. I will live stream throughout my tenure, teaching everyone how to survive and rescue themselves in a real desert and showcasing the most bizarre and beautiful natural scenery in the world. If you want to support me, please hit follow. Thank you. Qiao Shu bowed to the camera and continued walking towards the distant barren mountains. Although he wanted to eat delicious roasted snake meat right away, there was no place to shield himself from the sun at this position, so it was naturally not suitable for camping. The next road, while still rugged, was much easier to walk on in the sandy terrain. Half an hour later, before the scorching sun reached its peak, Qiao Shu successfully arrived at the foot of the mountain. Earlier, while observing with binoculars from the headquarters, Qiao Shu had determined that this barren mountain was not a massive sand dune composed of sand, nor a hillside made of loess. It was a real mountain made of large rocks. This was very important. Sand dunes and loess slopes cannot retain rainwater, making it even harder to nurture life. However, rocky mountains are different. If Qiao Shu was lucky enough, he might even find mountain springs seeping from the rock crevices. Chapter 12. Northeastern wild flavor. Qiao Shu did not rush to climb the mountain, but found a shady large rock at the foot of the mountain to rest for a while. After taking off his windbreaker and revealing his muscular physique, he pressed his body against the cool stone wall behind him. The cool stone wall felt like a block of ice just taken out of a freezer, providing a refreshing chill that quickly absorbed the heat from his body. Little Ollie also crawled out from Qiao Shu's clothes. The shade behind the stone wall allowed the little guy to quickly regain his stamina. After cooling down, Qiao Shu looked at the flower-striped snake with affectionate eyes. The path up the mountain is not easy, and I need to eat something to replenish my energy. Throwing the flower-striped snake onto the rocky ground, Qiao Shu wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. Just this little snake definitely isn't enough for me and Ollie. Let us take a stroll around and see if there is anything else good. The soil at the foot of the mountain isn't as dry, although it's not exactly moist. At least a variety of desert plants are visibly increasing. Qiao Shu explores the surroundings while unlocking the plant encyclopedia beside him. Oh, found something good. Qiao Shu suddenly stops, looking at a plant resembling a giant pine cone. Does anyone know what this is? The entire plant is about half a meter tall, with the upper part densely covered in large bracts resembling petals. Seeing that no one in the live stream can recognize it, Qiao Shu patiently explains. This is called Rot Song Rong, Sistanch, and it has great benefits for the human body, especially for men, tonifying the kidneys, anti-aging, treating infertility, boosting immunity. It is known as the desert ginseng. With this said, the audience is no longer sleepy. Bro, I have a friend who wants some. The price is negotiable. What the heck? What era is this? Still playing the game of making friends out of nowhere. I won't beat around the bush. I'll say it directly. Give me some of this stuff. I have great use for it. Can gender be so rigid? Is it useful for women too? Qiao Shu casually picked a few pieces and put them in his backpack. Looking at the barrage of comments on the screen, he smirked. If you want to buy it, I wouldn't dare collect wild ones to sell to you. According to the management regulations for desertification control areas, collecting wild plants must be done with a wild plant collection permit from the relevant departments. Collecting wild plants without permission will result in administrative penalties, and serious cases will be pursued criminally. Rot Song Rong is a nationally protected plant of the second level. Collecting a few pieces is harmless, but if large quantities are collected and sold, that would be a serious offense. Meanwhile, the encyclopedia information about Rot Song Rong appeared in Qiao Shu's mind. Species name, Rot Song Rong. Aliases De Yun, Cun Yun. Di Jing, Kingdom, Planyphyllum, Magnoliophyta, Class Magnoliopsida, Order, Orobankales, Family, Orobankaceae genus, Sistanch. Description, a tall herbaceous plant with high medicinal value. Its properties are mild and gentle. Hence the name, Rot Song Rong. It is a precious traditional Chinese medicine, known as desert ginseng and classified as endangered by the International Union for Conservation of Nature. Uses one medicinal value can be used to treat kidney yang deficiency, blood deficiency, cold pain in the waist and knees, tinnitus, frequent urination, uterine bleeding, infertility, constipation due to intestinal dryness, etc. 2. High edible value. Can be made into porridge or wine. 3. Huge economic value. Can parasitize on plants like haloxylon, red willow, and alkaline shrubs, and can be cultivated together. Distribution area, as shown in the figure. Click to expanding. Rot Song Rong seeds have been unlocked, and the host can purchase them at any time in the system all. The corners of Qiao Shu's mouth involuntarily lifted. Another treasure found. This trip is truly worthwhile. Rot Song Rong is indeed a living treasure. In Neon Country, it is Rot Song Rong imported from Huagua that helps middle-aged men maintain and regain confidence. Due to its extraordinary effects, some middle-aged men in Neon Country even regard it as a divine object, worshipping it on their altars. One can only say that it's no wonder they have a thriving film industry. A nation that can worship kidney tonifying substances is quite unique. After putting away the Rot Song Rong, which can be used for making wine, Qiao Shu continues walking towards the area where he sees green plants. Although Rot Song Rong is good, it is not suitable as food. He plans to look for some real desert delicacies. Qiao Shu's true goal is wild fruits in the desert. The most common wild fruits in the desert are black thorn fruit, white thorn fruit, sea buckthorn fruit, and jujube. However, these wild fruits grow on trees, and the soil around the barren mountains clearly lacks the capacity to support trees. After searching for a long time, Qiao Shu didn't see a single tree. However, it wasn't entirely fruitless. Besides Rot Song Rong, he also found a few aloe vera plants. Aloe vera is also a good thing. It can be applied to wounds to reduce inflammation and pain, and it has some edible value. With Rot Song Rong and aloe vera in hand, and having gathered some dry firewood, Qiao Shu returned to the cool shade under a large rock. Starting a fire is simple. A lighter is sufficient. Using a fancy method like friction fire is not suitable for wilderness survival. In no time, a simple campfire was burning. He peeled the aloe vera, taking out the fresh, thick, juicy flesh and putting it into the water bottle. This is a low-budget version of aloe vera juice. The snake meat, however, is a bit tricky to handle. The flower-striped snake is small, and if roasted over an open flame, it will shrink, yielding very little meat. After thinking for a moment, Qiao Shu took a flat stone from the side. The viewers were surprised to see that after the campfire was lit, Qiao Shu did not roast the snake but instead threw a stone into the fire, curiously asking, "What is the host doing? Why is he burning a stone? Does this mean lunch will be braised stone?" Qiao Shu smiled slightly and explained, "There are many ways to barbecue, and today I'll teach you a method of stone slab grilling." While waiting for the stone to heat up, Qiao Shu skillfully peeled the snake's skin, removed the internal organs, and simply cleaned the snake meat. Then, he used a tactical dagger to cut the snake meat into tender slices and place them on a clean cloth for later use. Qiao Shu grew up in northeast Huagua, his hometown near the mountains, and he often went into the mountains with adults to forage for wild delicacies. Back then, the country's protection of animals wasn't as strict, and the northeast forests were full of wild delicacies. Wild chickens, roe deer, loaches, and snakes were naturally among the delicacies. The older generation always said snake meat is highly nourishing. Influenced by this, Qiao Shu became quite skilled at handling snake meat, almost developing muscle memory. Of course, there aren't as many wild delicacies in the big mountains of the Northeast now. Even if there were, no one has the courage to go hunting in the mountains. The large Northeast wild delicacies. I see you as wild delicacies. The medium Northeast wild delicacies. Look at the animal protection law. The small Northeast wild delicacies. Do I look like a human? Chapter 13. Stone slab grilled snake meat in the cool area at the foot of the Bear Mountain. Qiao Shu took out various bottles and jars of seasonings from his backpack and sprinkled them evenly on the snake meat to marinate. The seasoning bottles are also essential tools for survival in the wild. While they may not play a crucial role, they can greatly enhance the flavor of the food, indirectly boosting the morale of the survivor. While marinating the snake meat, Qiao Shu spoke to the camera. Generally, do not eat the head and gallbladder of venomous snakes. The other parts are likely non-venomous. However, I still do not recommend eating wild snakes unless your life is in serious danger, and not eating will lead to starvation. If you must eat, remember that the snake's head must never be eaten, and the gallbladder may also be toxic. It shouldn't be eaten, but can be kept, as the medicinal value of venomous snake gallbladder is quite high. While speaking, Qiao Shu used a tactical dagger to pull the heated stone out of the fire. At this point, a thin layer of gray ash had formed on the surface of the stone. First, he needed to fan away the ash and quickly place the marinated snake meat onto the stone and sprinkle it with salt. It will be ready to eat once cooked. Of course, this is just the simplest method of stone slab grilling. True stone slab grilling is much more complex, with great emphasis on the choice of stone material. The tender snake meat sizzled when it touched the glowing red stone slab, releasing a unique meaty aroma. Xiao Ali, who was napping beside the rock wall, suddenly opened his eyes, his big ears twitching as he looked at the snake meat. This little guy was smelling meat being grilled for the first time, and his mouth instinctively began to salivate. Whimper, whimper. Ali limped over and rubbed his furry little head against Qiao Shu's hand. Don't be in a hurry. It's not done yet. Qiao Shu picked up the little fox and comforted him with a smile. In fact, snake meat shouldn't be overcooked. Tender snake meat retains the best texture, which is why small snakes taste better than large ones. However, wild snakes often have some parasites in them, and Qiao Shu couldn't take the risk of being infected by parasites just for a moment's craving. Little Ali stared intently at the roasted snake meat, occasionally glancing around with a vigilant expression, its big ears twitching as if worried that some animal might suddenly rush out and snatch away this delicious food. The behavior of animals guarding their food is instinctual, and the fact that the little guy showed no signs of food guarding towards Qiao Shu surprised him. Qiao Shu did not stop it. He just smiled and continued to turn the snake meat on the stone slab, believing that maintaining a certain level of wildness and alertness is a good thing. It wasn't until the snake meat had completely changed color and was cooked through that Qiao Shu leisurely sprinkled some pepper and salt on it and removed it from the stone slab. Roasted snake meat is a rare delicacy. As Qiao Shu gently blew on the piece of snake meat in his hand, he said, "Data shows that our country, Huagua, is the largest consumer of snake meat in the world. Of course, It's estimated that we are the top consumer of many types of meat. Other countries have even condemned the people of Huagua for being cruel regarding this matter. A look of undisguised disdain filled Qiao Shu's eyes. It was simply foolish. No matter the era, diversifying food sources is a virtuous act. The first person to eat a crab should have a big statue carved in their honor because their attempt has fed countless people who rely on catching crabs for a living. Eating any animal, except for consuming one's own kind, is not morally wrong. You may choose not to eat it, but don't speak ill of those who do. Under Qiao Shu's continuous monologue, the piece of snake meat on the dagger had cooled down quite a bit. Only then did Qiao Shu lovingly bring the snake meat to little Ali's mouth. Strangely, when the snake meat was brought to its mouth, the little guy was no longer in a hurry. It tore off a small piece and began to taste it, its pair of glossy black fox eyes narrowing in delight. Qiao Shu couldn't help but chuckle. One could only say that elegance never goes out of style. He placed little Ali in the piece of snake meat on the dining cloth and used his tactical dagger to skewer a piece of snake meat for himself. Savoring it, the roasted snake meat was rich in aroma, delicious, and the meat was firm and springy. As soon as it entered his mouth, the unique flavor of the meat mixed with the taste of cumin opened up Qiao Shu's taste buds without any obstruction. So good, Qiao Shu mumbled, giving a thumbs up to the camera. The audience initially watched with great interest, but soon felt something was off. Why did they feel hungrier the more they watched? Just as the audience wiped away their drool, they heard Qiao Shu begin to critique. It's really fresh. The first bite has a texture somewhat like eel. It's lean, firm, and smooth, with absolutely no off flavors. If you close your eyes, you wouldn't even know it's snake meat. The outer layer is a bit overcooked, but that's not a big deal. It has a unique dry fragrance. Qiao Shu swallowed the piece of snake meat and smiled at the camera. In short, if 10 is the full score, I would give this stone slab roasted snake meat a 7. 5. Watching Qiao Shu's expression of lingering enjoyment, the audience finally couldn't hold back. I'm crying. I'm on a diet streamer. Although I've never eaten snake meat and thought it was a bit scary before, why do one try it more and more? Live, streaming poison, unforgivable. I suggest the streamer be considerate and quickly ship me 3 pounds of roasted snake meat to try. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to check on the pet snake my dad raised. I predict it won't survive the night. The upstairs is killing me. Looking at the rapidly refreshing bullet comments and the occasional gifts being sent, Qiao Shu curiously glanced at the live stream's popularity. Wow, I didn't know it would be such a surprise. In just the time it took him to have lunch, the live stream had already surged to 80,000 viewers and was increasing at a steady pace. It seemed that today's peak popularity might break 100,000. Qiao Shu felt even better, took a sip of sweet and refreshing aloe juice from his water bottle, and said, "Thank you all for your support and gifts. Don't worry, I will live stream trying various wild delicacies in the future, definitely giving you a feast for the eyes." The viewers in the live stream. As for the gifts everyone sent, Qiao Shu pondered, "I won't ask you for these gifts, nor will I stop you from sending them. In a few days, I will communicate with the Sand Control Organization and the live streaming platform. The earnings from a live stream will go into a fixed public welfare donation account, and this money will be used for sand control and afforestation. Perhaps one day in the future, there will be a tree with your names hanging on it standing in this desert." Chapter 14. Free climbing. Qiao Shu's approach was not a spur-of-the-moment decision, but something he had already thought through. It was inspired by the sensational ant forest from his previous life. Viewers sending gifts to streamers is one of the ways to interact during live streaming. An outright banning it would be detrimental to his stream. However, sand control workers are also considered public servants. Live streaming and receiving gifts could attract unnecessary trouble and criticism, and perhaps even lead to the organization banning the live stream. Therefore, donating the money earned from the live stream to the Sand Control Organization, in exchange for a touch of green in this vast desert, is the best solution. Moreover, this way, Qiao Shu wouldn't walk away empty-handed. He would at least gain a good reputation and prestige. After all, he didn't lack this little money. The audience would be happy, the organization wouldn't have objections, and he would benefit as well. It's a win-win situation. Why not? Wow, just for what the streamer said, I'm hooked from now on. I'm your die-hard fan. No doubt about it. The streamer is generous, with a big vision. The streamer is a smart person. Once live streaming involves interests, even the best content can become distorted, and donating it is the best choice. Can my tree be replaced with a cactus? My partner says I prick her every day. I don't know what that means. Wow. Can I really have a tree with my name hanging on it in the sand control forest? Would that be a way to bring glory to my ancestors? Soon, another wave of gifts surged into the live stream. Shang sent 10 energy drinks. 8-Winged Bird sent a ranking rocket. Zhang San, who wants a stand-in, sent 666. Qiao Shu thanked each gift and then continued to stuff snake meat into his mouth. A snake doesn't have much meat to begin with, and he had shared 3 or 4 pieces with little Ali. After finishing, Qiao Shu felt he hadn't even eaten half enough. However, he had no intention of continuing to eat. If a person eats too much, they become sluggish, and he still had tasks to complete, so he couldn't indulge too much. He extinguished the campfire and collected the surrounding litter, then looked up at the mountain peak. This desolate mountain wasn't very high, but from below, Qiao Shu could clearly see a steep section of road leading from the center of the mountain to the top. This stretch of road had an angle of at least 70 degrees, and it was covered with steep, protruding, odd-shaped rocks. There was no other way but to climb up. Moreover, Qiao Shu had no climbing gear. To reach the top of the desolate mountain, he could only free climb. Qiao Shu frowned slightly. Forget it. Since I'm here, I'll just take it one step at a time. He placed little Ali inside his clothes and walked up the mountain under the blazing sun. Huh. Qiao Shu suddenly crouched down in surprise. The small round flying device also understood and flew over, recording the entire environment around Qiao Shu. Look at this rock. Is there a reddish area? Qiao Shu shifted to provide a better filming angle. This was a mark left by water impacting the rocks. This mountain might really have a water source. These water sources should be rainwater that hasn't completely evaporated yet, though they could also be spring water. But the probability is low. Qiao Shu pinched some soil and fine sand from a crevice, and the moist texture further confirmed his guess. I need to follow this route upward. There must be a larger water source ahead. The desolate mountain had never been developed, so naturally, there were no paths. Every step Qiao Shu took was quite difficult. With persistence, after climbing for more than 10 minutes, he finally found a small pool of water less than 1 square meter in size. The water in the pool was crystal clear, like a mirror, reflecting the somewhat disheveled figure of Qiao Shu. Although the water looked clear, he warned against drinking it directly. Qiao Shu pointed to the sandy ground around the pool and said to the camera, "Look at the surroundings. These are all footprints of other animals. Who knows what creatures have drunk from this water? Who knows if there are parasites and bacteria in it?" He simply washed his hands in the pool and continued his ascent to the mountaintop. During the climb, new pools of water continuously appeared, but Qiao Shu remained vigilant and did not refill his water at any of them. Finally, he discovered the source near the mountaintop. The springs were seeping from the crevices of the mountaintop, accumulating at a gentle slope below, forming a pool about 10 square meters in size. The water in this pool was even clearer, and the bottom was filled with rocks and sand, serving as a natural filter. This mountain spring water just barely met drinking standards. All right, let's refill our water here and then think of a way to reach the top, Qiao Shu said as he took out his water bottle and drank it all, then filled it up again from the pool. The little fox in his arms also jumped down and lapped up the water at the edge of the pool. The host is so cautious. The previous water looked clear too. This water is much clearer than the river water at my home. That river water is all green. I can only say that he really values his life. It seems all wilderness survival experts are like this. Qiao Shu smiled and said, "Not all wilderness survivalists are as cautious as I am. The reason you have this illusion is that many careless survivalists have died. In any case, I am a very life-valuing desert worker, and I wouldn't engage in such dangerous behavior." After saying this, Qiao Shu rolled up his sleeves and climbed up the rock wall. The viewers in the live stream were stunned. Just a moment ago, he was talking about valuing his life, and the next moment he started free climbing. The fox also anxiously rushed to the base of the rock wall, whining continuously. "Ali, you stay here obediently. It's too dangerous up there. I'll be back soon." With intermediate wilderness survival skills, Qiao Shu had theoretical knowledge of free climbing in his mind. But theory is just theory. The consequences of talking big were already demonstrated by little Zhao over 2,000 years ago. Qiao Shu needed to focus all his attention to conquer the steep cliff of more than 10 meters. The viewers held their breath, closely watching Qiao Shu on the screen. His body moved like a nimble cat, his fingers seemingly glued to the rock, with beads of sweat forming on both sides of his face. His feet continuously searched for footholds on the cliff, and he felt his heart racing rapidly, his breathing becoming unusually rapid. But he had no intention of stopping. Free climbing relies on momentum. If he stops, the force dissipates, leaving only a dead end. When Qiao Shu reached the top of the mountain, the skin on his palms had worn away and blood was oozing out. He lay on the summit, panting heavily without regard for his image, feeling an unprecedented sense of accomplishment. Ding! The host has broken through himself, and the skill, beginner climbing, has been activated. Ding! The host has unlocked the skill independently, rewarding 5,000 greening points. Chapter 15, Oasis? What kind of surprise is this? This is called a surprise. Qiao Shu felt that surviving was already a good thing, as this free climbing was truly dangerous. He didn't expect not only to succeed, but also to unlock a new skill and receive greening point rewards. Moreover, independently unlocking a new skill is not so simple. The system certification standard for beginner climbing is quite high, and Qiao Shu, as a novice climber, clearly did not meet this standard. Therefore, after the skill was unlocked, the system would automatically improve Qiao Shu's abilities in this area. A wealth of action knowledge flooded into his mind, and his body developed a segment of muscle memory related to climbing. In other words, at this moment, Qiao Shu had gained hundreds of experiences in climbing out of thin air, jumping from being a theoretical novice to becoming a skilled climber. Wow, the host is really brave. If he had missed a step just now, it could have been disastrous. This is true free climbing without equipment. It makes my heart race just watching. I was so scared I almost cried. Friendly reminder, you can breathe now. Host, how do you manage to be both cautious and reckless? Qiao Shu looked at the barrage of comments and smiled, not explaining anything. In fact, he himself didn't know what he was thinking just now. Clearly, he had the system backing him up, and he only needed to stay safe. But Qiao Shu didn't want to be a parasite on the system, relying solely on system rewards to become stronger. I am the host. I am the decision maker. Even without system rewards, he could still push himself to the limit and continuously surpass himself. Although this was a risky and reckless move, the facts prove that after taking the risk, it was a huge gain. The 5,000 greening points and the new skill significantly enhanced his abilities. After resting for a moment, Qiao Shu took out his binoculars to look down. He had not forgotten the purpose of this trip. Investigating the situation in the 044 management area was the main task. As he picked up the binoculars, the drone also captured the scenery at the mountaintop. From a bird's-eye view, the desert looked spectacular. In a vast area of deep yellow, the irregularly shaped sand dunes were arranged in a stunning manner, resembling an impressionist artwork. Between the dunes, some sparse vegetation and rocks were scattered, adding vitality and natural beauty to the desert. Qiao Shu gazed intently around, firmly remembering the topography of the surrounding area. His headquarters was located south of the barren mountain, while the north was a desolate sea of sand devoid of life. A true death desert where any human entering would face a perilous journey. The west had a mountainous terrain with occasional glimpses of green vegetation, making it worth exploring and developing. The south was also desert, but Qiao Shu vaguely saw many rocks, and the terrain had significant elevation changes, with cliffs and valleys everywhere. When Qiao Shu shifted his gaze to the east, he suddenly froze, turning into a statue. In the far distance of the eastern sand dunes, a dazzling green pearl was stubbornly embedded there. The shimmering lake reflected the trees along the shore, with red willows, elm trees, poplars, and sea buckthorn intertwining, lush and green. This was an unrecorded desert oasis. Qiao Shu was shocked and put down the binoculars, falling into deep thought. The 044 management area had an oasis, and it was not too far from the headquarters. How could the Desert Workers Organization not know about this? Although he was somewhat confused, Qiao Shu immediately controlled the drone to avoid filming that oasis. Regardless of who concealed the existence of this oasis, whether their intentions were good or bad. Once he exposed this matter, it would bring enormous trouble. What if it was a poacher's den hidden there? What if it was a secret base of the state? What if it was a hideout for some illegal organization? Qiao Shu pretended to be nonchalant. He knew he could not take that risk. The matter of the oasis could only be secretly investigated. If there were illegal activities here, then even his superiors might be involved. With this thought, Qiao Shu silently changed direction, exaggeratingly exclaiming, "Wow, that rock looks so beautiful." To be honest, Qiao Shu's acting was somewhat exaggerated, but fortunately, the audience was immersed in the beautiful scenery on the screen and did not notice him. "It's really beautiful, this sea of sand. Wow, it's so beautiful. Unfortunately, I'm not cultured enough, just saying wow all the time. The desert sand is like the sea, and the blazing sun burns like fire. Wow, there are actually cultured people in the live stream." Qiao Shu let out a sigh of relief as the audience was immersed in the beautiful scenery, and the oasis had not yet been revealed. After surveying the surrounding terrain, he had no reason to stay on the mountaintop any longer and began to prepare to descend. This time, Qiao Shu did not climb down barehanded, but instead took out a rope, securing one end to a rock and tying the other end around himself. Climbing down with bare hands when one is physically strong and has some confidence is called challenging oneself. Climbing down barehanded when one is exhausted and has no confidence is called challenging the king of hell. Protected by the rope, Qiao Shu safely descended the cliff and walked down the mountain with little Ollie. It is often said that going up the mountain is easy, but coming down is hard. The way home is more difficult than the way there. Although the sun was no longer scorching, at least there was the barren mountain as a reference point when he came. Now, all he could see was the vast sea of sand. In the desert, the greatest danger is getting lost. Qiao Shu observed his shadow while speaking to the camera, especially in the absence of a compass, where everything around looks the same. The chances of getting lost increase dramatically. He shared a method that can help one stay oriented even without a compass. Observe your shadow. Always pay attention to the angle formed between your body and your shadow, maintaining the same angle throughout your journey. However, it is important to remember that this method only works for short distances, as your shadow moves about 15 degrees every hour over time. After saying this, Qiao Shu straightened up and confidently chose a direction to walk. He took out a delicate compass, waved it at the camera, and revealed 2 rows of pearly white teeth. But I don't need to worry about that because I have a compass. The audience was speechless after saying so much. He still had to use a compass? Having already familiarized himself with the route, Qiao Shu naturally quickened his pace on the way back. More than an hour later, he stood once again in front of the dilapidated headquarters, taking a deep breath of the hot air. Overall, today's gains were considerable. He had finally taken the first step in his sand management career. After bidding farewell to the audience, Qiao Shu quickly ended the stream. He was eager to check today's earnings. Ding! The live stream ended, and the greening points earned were being calculated. Chapter 16. Another 10 consecutive draws. Highest live stream popularity, 104. 221. Average watch time, 2 hours and 41 minutes. Average live stream popularity, 45. 910. Calculating greening points. Congratulations, host. You have earned 29,000 greening points. Your current greening point balance is 29,400 points. Qiao Shu frowned. The earnings were much lower than he had imagined. Yesterday, with a peak popularity of just over 10,000, he earned 8,000 greening points. Yet today, with 10 times the popularity, he only got 20,000 points. Perhaps it was because he didn't promote the idea of sand management today? Or was it that the audience's average retention rate was not enough to keep them in the live stream? After thinking for a long time with no clear answer, Qiao Shu decided not to dwell on it. For him, live streaming was like a young girl riding in a bridal sedan for the first time. Many details needed time to be carefully considered. Although over 20,000 greening points were less than expected, it was still enough for 2 rounds of 10 consecutive draws. Qiao Shu did not intend to save greening points, especially after seeing that oasis today. The urgent task was to quickly convert the greening points into his own strength. Otherwise, the fate of the previous sand management leaders would soon befall him. Most importantly, there were only 6 days left for the new player discount on 10 consecutive draws. After that, the price would soar. hurrying back to the headquarters. He first poured a basin of moo fresh milk for little Ollie and drank a bottle of mineral water himself. Then, Qiao Shu couldn't wait to open the lottery interface, and the familiar giant wheel appeared before him again. He picked up the little fox that was drinking milk and, disregarding its four paws waving wildly, Qiao Shu gave it several hearty strokes. Last time, he got a purple item from stroking Ollie, so maybe a few more strokes this time could yield a gold item. The strongest mascot of Headquarters 044 is you, Ollie. The wheel slowly spun and eventually, predictably, stopped in the white area. Congratulations, host. You have received white supplies. A box of sugar-free 8 treasure porridge. Congratulations, host. You have received white supplies. A box of cumin-flavored strange beans. Congratulations, host. You have received white supplies. A barrel of 95 gasoline. Congratulations, host. You have received white supplies. A box of fresh sugar oranges. 4 consecutive white rewards left Qiao Shu expressionless. It doesn't matter, just consider it a sacrifice. Moreover, among these 4, there was gasoline, which Qiao Shu needed the most. This round was definitely not a loss. Congratulations, host. You have received white supplies. A box of lavender-scented shower gel. Congratulations, host. You have received white supplies. A pack of Xuanwu Gate Thin cigarettes. Congratulations, host. You have received a white item. A solar power bank. Congratulations, host. You have received white supplies. A box of panda crispy noodles. Watching the pale light in front of him, Qiao Shu's mouth twitched slightly. What is this? Shower gel came out. Am I running a grocery store? Sand manager, starting with a desert grocery store, I'm not asking you to give me a golden legend. Even a blue quality item will be fine. It seemed that Lady Luck took pity on Qiao Shu, this pure, non-lucky guy, or perhaps the system god heard his call. After the wheel spun for the 9th time and came to a stop, dazzling blue light flashed in the room. Congratulations, host. You have received a blue skill. Intermediate parkour. Parkour? A hint of surprise appeared in Qiao Shu's eyes. Mentioning this term easily conjures images of a group of oddly dressed young people bouncing around the streets, performing various high-difficulty and dangerous moves. In reality, parkour emerged as a way to cope with emergencies and survive in the wild. In the early 20th century, a volcanic eruption on Martinique Island claimed 30,000 innocent lives. In the face of such a natural disaster, French officer Herbert and the 500 soldiers he led managed to escape unscathed. Afterward, Herbert developed a training method specifically designed to enhance one's physical abilities to combat negative natural forces. This training method evolved over more than 100 years into the extreme sport of parkour. During that war-torn era, the first generation of parkour practitioners were firefighters and special forces. For a sand manager struggling to survive in the desert, the skill of parkour is an invaluable asset. Feeling a new muscle memory coursing through his body, Qiao Shu nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, the wheel stopped again. Congratulations, host. You have received a green item, a delicious pot. Congratulations, host. You have received blue supplies. 10 pounds of gold. Staring at the last reward, Qiao Shu was dumbfounded. Is gold also considered a supply? It certainly is. Everyone loves gold. It can be the most stable currency and is also one of the most irreplaceable resources. Even when considering the entire universe, gold is a very rare existence. The reason is simple. Gold is extremely difficult to form. All the gold in the solar system comes from supernova explosions and neutron star mergers. This is a substance that cannot be produced, at least not with current human technology. 10 pounds of gold, according to current market prices, is worth about 1.5 million Huawei currency. Qiao Shu's mood was a bit complicated. It's not that he doesn't like money. It's just that in this vast desert, what uses money to him? I can't help the confused girls in the club either. As for that delicious pot, it's just a plain iron pot. The specific information is as follows. Delicious pot. An ordinary iron pot that makes food taste better. Qiao Shu thinks this thing smells better than gold. After the first 10 draws ended, apart from that intermediate parkour, which was somewhat acceptable, the other rewards were pretty useless or mediocre. Qiao Shu didn't extract the supplies obtained from the lottery, planning to temporarily keep them in the system warehouse. One reason is that these white supplies take up too much space, and the headquarters has too little space making it easy to expose these supplies while live streaming. Other items are fine, but things like shower gel and toilet paper are really hard to explain. Taking out that one cigarette alone, Qiao Shu put one in his mouth. The slightly sweet taste of the cigarette tip making him nostalgic. Qiao Shu didn't have much of a smoking habit. He would smoke if others offered him one, but if they didn't, he wouldn't. The 10 draws from his system were too thrilling, and Qiao Shu felt he needed a cigarette to calm himself down. A faint mist of smoke rose as Qiao Shu held the cigarette and squinted his eyes, starting a new round of 10 draws. Congratulations, host. You have obtained white supplies, 1 bag of odorless cat litter. Congratulations, host. You have obtained white supplies, 1 box of cucumber-flavored potato chips. Congratulations, host. You have obtained blue skill, lightning 5 whips. Qiao Shu. Where's the system? What are you doing? Not following the martial arts code anymore. Huh? Chapter 17. Special skills. A bizarre memory appeared in his mind. A certain unnamed teacher Ma, while facing the camera, swiftly slapped his palm and shouted rat tail juice. The main point is that Qiao Shu felt that this old man's technique for the 5 whips was different each time. Qiao Shu didn't know how tough the old man's fists were, but at least his mouth was tough, his eyes were even bruised, and he was still chattering away. This void martial art invented by a clown was actually used by the system as a lottery reward. Help! I really don't want to learn this lightning 5 whips nonsense. Unfortunately, while the supplies and items from the 10 draws could exist in the system warehouse, the skills directly affected the body. Despite Qiao Shu's face of resistance, his mind had already completed the process of receiving the lightning 5 whips. Qiao Shu's expression changed to one of contemplation. It seemed that this lightning 5 whips wasn't as ridiculous as he imagined. The so-called loose, flexible lightning 5 whips was purely a nonsense skill created by Teacher Ma, but the loose and flexible aspect was real. It mainly comes from Tai Chi, and the system's lightning 5 whips wasn't the old man's electric foot technique, but the whip power from traditional martial arts. Whip power focuses on practicing the downward force of the forearms, primarily using the body to drive the limbs to strike and sweep like a whip striking. For example, the back fist, which is not allowed in boxing, is a typical application of this. According to the information in Qiao Shu's mind, this lightning 5 whips was a practice method for whip power, which could be used in real combat and could also strengthen the body with regular practice. The only downside was that using this technique would be too embarrassing. Unless absolutely necessary, Qiao Shu definitely didn't want to use this to fight. If he really had to use it, he would have to make sure to knock the person out. He absolutely couldn't let anyone find out that he could do the lightning 5 whips. Looking at the cute little fox beside him, Qiao Shu suddenly felt a little itchy and swiftly threw a punch. Smack, 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 smack. His hands swung like long whips, striking the air around the little fox, creating bursts of whooshing sounds. The little fox looked at Qiao Shu in horror, its large ears perked up high. Whoa, what's the master doing? Did he get stung by a wasp? Qiao Shu calmly retracted his hands, looking at the little guy's terrified expression, satisfied with a nod. The effect is good. The little fox has already been intimidated by my aura as Master Qiao. Although he didn't know how effective this lightning 5 whips would be, it should feel pretty good to use this move to slap someone. Putting aside his playful thoughts, Qiao Shu continued to look at the roulette. At this moment, the roulette had already stopped 3 times, obtaining a box of high-proof liquor, a box of emergency anti-inflammatory injections, and a box of windproof lighters, all white rewards. It seemed that he wouldn't have the chance to demonstrate how to start a fire in the wild with his bare hands. Congratulations, host. You have obtained white supplies, 10 logs. Congratulations, host. You have obtained green supplies, 100 improved sand willow saplings. Qiao Shu curiously looked at the so-called logs. 10 logs did not refer to 10 individual logs, but rather 10 units of logs, with 1 unit being a cubic meter in volume, which could be shaped into simple forms according to Qiao Shu's wishes. Previously, Qiao Shu had obtained 10 units of logs and stones, and he had been wondering what the system intended with these items. Logs and stones aren't valuable, but they are quite valuable in the desert. Could it be that the system wanted him to use these building materials to create a city out of thin air in the desert? With an omnipotent system, it didn't seem impossible. As for the improved sand willow saplings, they were also good items. Qiao Shu had previously obtained Saxol saplings, and both types of trees were key in windbreaks and sand fixation. A Saxol tree can stabilize 10 square meters of desert and is known as the king of desert vegetation, a guardian of ecological protection in desert areas. Sand willows are ideal tree species for sand fixation and afforestation, serving as fodder for livestock and poultry, due to their excellent combustion properties. They can also be used for bioelectric power generation. Unfortunately, no matter how good the saplings are, they can't survive in the sand. Qiao Shu needed to find a way to improve the soil environment of the 044 governance area before planting these sand-fixing plants. The next rewards seemed like a special tree seedling event, with various seedlings emerging one after another. Congratulations, host, you have obtained green supplies, 100 improved lemon tree saplings. Congratulations, host, you have obtained green supplies, 100 improved poplar tree saplings. The 10 draws were over, and now only the last free lottery opportunity remained. Qiao Shu stared intently at the roulette in front of him, placing high hopes on this last draw. In the previous 10 draws, the final free draw had the highest chance of yielding good items. The purple Desert Flora and Fauna Encyclopedia was one example, and the 10 gene of gold he had just obtained was another. Qiao Shu hugged the little fox tightly, nervously watching the roulette. The pointer slowly passed through the white area, quickly crossed the green and blue areas, and began to slow down as it entered the purple area. Seeing the pointer enter that small golden area, Qiao Shu felt his heart leap to his throat. Stop for me. In the next second, the room was filled with golden light, almost blinding Qiao Shu's titanium alloy eyes. Wow, golden legend. Congratulations, host. You have obtained golden skill, special skill hunter. Ding. Detected that the host has obtained a special skill. The skill panel has been activated. Host, Qiao Shu, life skills, basic cooking, basic repair, basic housework. Advanced craftsmanship survival skills, intermediate wilderness survival, basic swimming, intermediate parkour, basic climbing, combat skills, intermediate shooting, basic fighting techniques, cultural skills, basic Chinese, basic math, basic English, intermediate geography, intermediate biology, click to expand. Martial skills, lightning 5 whips, special skills. Hunter Qiao Shu. System, explain to me what advanced craftsmanship means? Is this even considered skill? And why am I the only one with an advanced skill? Qiao Shu finally realized that his system seemed to be quite unconventional. Other systems activate directly upon arrival, going into a killing mode, while he had to come to this place where countless people had died to activate it. This was already enough, but could you not be so cheeky, system? Suppressing the urge to complain, Qiao Shu began to focus his attention on the special skill Hunter. System, can you explain what this Hunter is? As soon as he finished speaking, a brand new skill panel unfolded before Qiao Shu. Chapter 18 Hunter, skill name. Hunter, active effect. Mark a target, and you will continuously receive the location of that target, up to a limit of 10 kilometers, and deal increased damage to that target. Upon a successful hunt, receive rewards based on the species, type of the target. Only one target can be marked at a time. Passive effect. You are a natural hunter. The probability of being discovered while hiding in the dark decreases significantly. Some weak-willed prey may flee in panic upon seeing you. Evaluation. The skill is useful, but please do not easily mark protected animals. For specific consequences, please refer to Article 341 of the Criminal Law. After reading the entire skill introduction, Qiao Shu's expression became increasingly complex. The skill is good, but system, did you give it to the wrong person? Shouldn't this be meant for poachers? I am a proper desert reclamation worker. There are many animals in the desert, but aside from a few rabbits, mice, and snakes, the others are all protected species. Killing them for rewards? My prison term would accumulate to 9,023 years. Are you a poacher system disguised as a desert reclamation system? Wait a minute. Qiao Shu suddenly thought of something, and his gaze became even more complicated. Humans seem to be a type of animal too, right? Poachers, who make a living by illegally hunting various protected animals, use despicable and cruel means that are beyond description. As the saying goes, debts must be repaid, and revenge is a matter of timing. Turning from poachers into prey would be a good end for them. It also means that I have to hunt humans to obtain rewards, which is definitely a significant challenge to my moral bottom line. What to do? Should I give up such a powerful skill? After a moment, Qiao Shu smiled easily, though there was a hint of chill in that smile. He remembered the arrogant behavior of the poachers he encountered yesterday, and that throat-cutting gesture that implied intimidation. He also recalled the colleagues who sacrificed their lives on this land. The 7 previous desert reclamation workers who died mysteriously before him. Heaven does not take away without giving, and those who harm others will be harmed in return. Since the system has given me, Qiao Shu, this powerful and bloody skill, then it should be those poachers who are unlucky. As for how to operate this hunter's skill, Qiao Shu silently turned his gaze to the side, where a cute little fox was seriously licking its creamy white fur, curled up into a small ball. Mark, Qiao Shu thought to himself. In an instant, the little fox felt a surge of fear from the bottom of its heart, as if it were being watched by some evil presence. Squeak! The creamy white fur bristled, and its white teeth were bared, with its large ears perked up immediately. About 3 seconds later, the feeling of fear disappeared, and the little creature looked around with a face full of suspicion. Qiao Shu watched the whole process, even taking out a small notebook to jot down the little fox's reaction. So far, upon marking a target, the other party would feel a sense of crisis, which is bad news. This is irrelevant for those low IQ animals that lack logic. But for predators with strong combat instincts, this sense of crisis will make them more alert. As for humans, it should not be a big problem. Those superstitious people might become a bit wary. Ding! Hunter, skill activated. Your target is an fennec fox. Killing the target rewards permanent slight increase in appearance. Qiao Shu. Killing little Ali rewards such a tempting prize. Ali felt a chill run down its spine again. Turning back, it realized that this terrifying feeling was emanating from Qiao Shu. Qiao Shu looked at the wary little creature and couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, although the reward is great. I'm not the kind of person who forgets righteousness for profit. More importantly, Qiao Shu said confidently, I am very satisfied with my appearance. I am almost at the highest value for human males. There could be no room for improvement. Although Ali didn't understand what Qiao Shu was saying, it didn't stop it from rolling its eyes and continuing to groom its fur. Qiao Shu, on the other hand, wearily closed the system interface and sat on the bed with his eyes closed, resting. The lottery was over, and the anticipation had dissipated, replaced by a dull moment of reflection. You'd better be talking about the lottery. Today's harvest was quite fruitful, and the golden reward of the hunter skill had shifted the situation between Qiao Shu and the poachers. Hunter or prey, everything is still uncertain. The next day, unsurprisingly, was another sunny day. For humans and animals living in the desert, sunny days are definitely not good weather, especially on such a clear day with no clouds. Somewhere in the desert, a figure quietly lay on a sand dune, remaining motionless despite the high temperature of the sand beneath him. The small sphere hovering above his head had also entered silent mode, making no sound. With a rectangular head and a gray-brown body color that gradually lightens from the back to the belly, Qiao Shu lowered his voice as much as possible, ensuring that the audience could hear him without startling the creature in front of him. Clearly, what had intruded into his territory was a notoriously infamous black mamba snake. Qiao Shu felt a bit of a headache. He did not expect the distribution of creatures in this parallel world to be so chaotic. It was one thing for an adorable little fennec fox to appear in Huagua, but even a deadly and cruel black mamba snake could be found in Huagua. In his previous life, this type of snake only appeared in Africa. Early in the morning, he had discovered this creature on a rock not far from the headquarters. Its camouflage was so perfect that if it weren't for Qiao Shu's keen eyesight, he would have never spotted it and could have been attacked. The potency of black mamba venom is so strong that once bitten, death is almost a certainty. After all, the black mamba is one of the most aggressive and deadly animals in the world. Species name black mamba, alias black tree cobra, kingdom, Animalia, phylum, Chordata class, Reptilia, order Squamata, family, Illapidi genus Dendroaspis, description as a type of cobra. The black mamba is highly venomous, one of the fastest and most aggressive snakes in the world. It mainly inhabits open shrublands and relatively arid areas, typically measuring over 2 meters in length, with a maximum recorded length of 4.5 meters. Diet: Carnivorous, primarily feeding on small rodents, birds, hares, bats, etc. Distribution area, as shown, click to expand. Unlocking the Black Mamba's encyclopedia entry. Qiao Shu furrowed his brows tightly. Too close. This venomous snake was too near his headquarters. The protection level of the Black Mamba is not endangered. In this case, perhaps eliminating it would be the best choice. Qiao Shu looked at the snake curled up behind the stone in the distance and silently thought. Mark. Chapter 19 Black Mamba. The Black Mamba contains neurotoxin, which directly attacks the nervous system of its prey. Just 10 to 15 milligrams of Black Mamba venom can easily kill an adult. And the amount of venom in a Black Mamba ranges from 100 to 120 milligrams, with larger individuals reaching up to 200 milligrams. This dosage of snake venom is enough to kill 20 people or a giraffe weighing 600 kilograms. The Black Mamba in front of him was at least 2.5 meters long, making it a larger individual. Without an anti-venom, being bitten by a Black Mamba leaves no hope for survival. Qiao Shu looked seriously at the marked Black Mamba. Although it is a cold-blooded animal, its instinct still made it slightly rise up after being marked. It felt the threat of death. Qiao Shu slowly stood up, drawing out a revolver with his right hand and holding a tactical dagger in his left. At the same time, the audience in the livestream room appeared even more nervous than Qiao Shu. Oh my god, that's a Black Mamba. One bite can kill a whole household. Streamer, if it gets too dangerous, just drive it away. Fighting with such a creature is too risky. Yeah, streamer, you may not care. But what about our little Ali if you get hurt? Don't say that. Although Brother Shu can be a bit unserious sometimes, he's still a respected desert reclamation worker. Exactly. Compared to those environmentalists who just shout slogans, the streamer deserves more respect. I have to say, Qiao Shu's character is very stable. It's only the third day since he started streaming, and most viewers already recognize him well. This is mainly because Qiao Shu is different from other streamers. He doesn't accept gifts, doesn't follow scripts, doesn't seek profit, and is solely focused on desert greening. Qiao Shu smiled and said, "Don't worry, everyone. This poison is strong, but I'm stronger." After saying that, he walked steadily toward the large rock. Upon seeing the suddenly appearing Qiao Shu, the Black Mamba raised its body high and opened its terrifying black mouth. The entire interior of the Black Mamba's mouth was pure black, looking extremely eerie. The audience could clearly see through the high-definition camera that the front of the Black Mamba's upper jaw was curled up, with its venomous fangs giving a chilling impression. Those tiny fangs contained enough terrifying venom to kill 20 people. Qiao Shu looked at the poisonous snake in front of him, which had a warrior-like fighting stance, and couldn't help but smile slightly. The Black Mamba never retreats, never gives up, never flees, endures humiliation and bears burdens, creating miracles in adversity. In his previous life, a world-class basketball superstar would embody its spirit with its name. Unfortunately, Mr. Black, times have changed. Qiao Shu retracted his tactical dagger, adjusting the angle of his revolver, the dark muzzle facing the Black Mamba's dark mouth. With the accuracy brought by intermediate shooting, Qiao Shu could easily hit a target the size of a bottle cap within 10 meters. At such a close distance, Qiao Shu's chance of missing was zero. The scorching brass bullet cut through the desert heat and directly smashed the Black Mamba's head to pieces. The snake's body visibly stiffened and fell from the rock, struggling painfully in the sand. Everyone saw that. You have to testify for me. It was this guy who tried to attack me first. Qiao Shu looked innocently at the camera. I was just acting in self-defense. 666, you are right. Self-defense? You call that self-defense when you blow its head off with a revolver? No, I just ordered popcorn, and you instantly killed it? Wow, that accuracy is terrifying. Qiao Shu walked to the side of the Black Mamba, staring intently at its terrifying 5-meter-long body. Ding! Hunting the Black Mamba was successful. Reward permanent slight increase in speed. Qiao Shu's expression changed. What does the speed include? It wouldn't enhance my, speed, would it? I don't want to be a quick-draw artist. He felt no significant waves or guilt in his heart. Killing such a highly threatening poisonous snake was something every desert reclamation worker would do. In the wild, every animal has its bottom line, which is territory. Humans are no different. Since the Black Mamba entered its territory, It should be prepared to pay with its life. Survival in the wild has never been a romantic or beautiful thing. It's often a matter of kill or be killed. Qiao Shu leaned down, skillfully using his tactical dagger to cut off the already smashed head, then casually picked up a stone to smash it a couple of times before burying it in the sand. A highly poisonous snake sounds frightening, but the threat lies in its head. Once you cut off its head, what's left is just a pile of delicious meat. Qiao Shu picked up the snake's body with both hands, his eyes glinting with desire. Seeing this familiar expression, the audience immediately realized what he was about to do. No way. After all, it's a type of cobra. The streamer wouldn't. Brother Shu, don't use your powers on this. We really can't handle it. Qiao Shu smiled brightly at the camera, revealing his signature 2 rows of white teeth. Woo! Time for a feast. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Qiao Shu and Ali, one big and one small head, huddled around an iron pot. The iron pot was the delicious pot, obtained from 10 consecutive draws, and it was cooking the former fierce black mamba. Snake soup, a Cantonese and Hong Kong delicacy. Primarily made from snake meat, wood ear mushrooms, shiitake mushrooms, egg whites, and ginger strips. Qiao Shu didn't have wood ear mushrooms, shiitake mushrooms, or egg whites, but he had a bit of ginger. To season it, Qiao Shu added MSG and chicken essence to replace the broth. He also added a bit of leftover orange peel from last night's sweet tangerines, some white liquor, and a pinch of the kidney-replenishing herb, cistanche. A desert version of snake soup was complete. Qiao Shu checked his watch and placed his palm on the pot lid. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Qiao Shu and Ali's eyes sparkled. Open the pot. Ding ding. Hot steam erupted from the pot, and the unique aroma of snake meat instantly filled the entire room. The rolling snake meat came into view, and Qiao Shu couldn't help but swallow. Little Ali anxiously tugged at Qiao Shu's pant leg with its little paws. After tasting the grilled snake meat on the stone slab yesterday, the little guy vividly remembered this delicacy. He served himself a generous bowl of snake soup and a smaller bowl for little Ali. Qiao Shu took Ali's paw and blew on the hot soup. Don't rush. It's too hot right now. After a minute, he picked up a piece of snake meat and savored it carefully. Moments later, Qiao Shu raised his head to look at the camera. Damn it, it backfired. This is not good. Chapter 20. Qiao Shu's origin. The audience was speechless. Can even taste good? Real snake soup uses yellow wine, and you used high-proof white liquor. They use golden-ringed snakes and silver-ringed snakes, and you used a black mamba. They add wood ear mushrooms and shiitake mushrooms, and you added cistanche. The most ridiculous part is that you even added orange peel. Of course, what you made is definitely dark cuisine. Qiao Shu held back the discomfort in his tongue and stomach, took another small sip of the snake soup, and decisively gave up. It's really not good. The taste is strange. Making soup is different from barbecuing. It's an advanced culinary skill that someone with basic cooking skills like him can't master. Without that fundamental skill, the snake soup made would naturally be hard to describe. However, although this snake soup didn't quite match the taste of normal humans, it unexpectedly suited little Ali's palate. Little Ali stubbornly ate 3 pieces of snake meat and drank half a bowl of soup, stopping only when its little belly was round. For true wild animals, taste doesn't matter at all. As long as it can replenish energy and fill the belly, it's considered a delicacy. The failure of the snake soup made Qiao Shu realize one thing. A person's power is limited, and even the most excellent person can't master all skills. Other reclamation areas have dozens, even hundreds of desert reclamation workers gathered together with clear divisions of labor. Planters, combat members, cooks, scholars, doctors. Each position has its responsibilities, allowing the reclamation area to operate normally. The 044 reclamation area, however, is different. It is in a completely semi-abandoned state. The headquarters sent Qiao Shu here, which is no different from sending an old man to guard an abandoned factory. No one expected Qiao Shu to achieve any results. He was merely sent here to show face. Others may think this way, but he cannot slack off. One day, I will form the most excellent desert reclamation team, and we will work together to eliminate all poachers in the reclamation area and develop the 044 reclamation area into a complete oasis. Looking at the unappetizing snake soup, Qiao Shu couldn't help but smile bitterly. First, he needed to find a chef. His own cooking skills were too poor to make this dish edible. In his previous life, He was in the Taklamakan Desert, in this world S number 001 governance area. Knock, knock, knock. Director, it's me, Xiao Tian. Come in. Xiao Tian carefully pushed the door open. The gray-haired director was sitting with his back to him, watching a video on his phone. It didn't seem like a recorded video. He could vaguely see some bullet comments scrolling by. Was it a live stream? Was the old man so trendy now? Xiao Tian didn't dare to look at the director's phone screen for long and spoke softly and clearly. Director, the death report of the 7th Sand Control personnel in the 044 governance area has been retrieved. Hand it over. The old man nodded, put down his phone, and turned around. His appearance was unremarkable, and his demeanor resembled that of a friendly grandfather. He took the document from Xiao Tian's hand and quickly scanned through it. The room fell silent. After filling the old man's teacup with water, Xiao Tian stood quietly by the side, waiting. Hee. The old man suddenly chuckled softly. Hunger, mental breakdown, heat stroke, tetanus, snake venom? Is it so casual for everyone, from the district head to ordinary members, to die like this? Last year, we could barely form a team, but this year we can only send those marginalized sand control personnel to guard alone. Now it's even more ridiculous. They directly sent a newcomer over. There's something fishy about the 044 governance area, and it's a big one. The old man sighed and took a sip of the tea beside him. Director, Xiao Tian spoke up in time. We once sent a special team to the 044 governance area and didn't discover any problems. It is indeed very desolate there, far from the city, and it's difficult to deliver supplies. There is no need for development. The director flipped through the documents with a blank expression, not saying a word. After a while, he suddenly spoke. Next month, let us send more supplies to the 044 governance area. That kid is having a tough time. Xiao Tian's pupils contracted, and he quickly nodded in agreement. Putting down the document, the director suddenly asked Xiao Tian, do you know how much funding the state provided to us sand control personnel this year? This is classified. I don't know. The director nodded. I can't tell you the exact number, but aside from the military budget, we received the most funding. Xiao Tian was shocked and looked up. Sand control personnel are no longer what they used to be. The previous sand control personnel were a clean slate, but now there's too much profit involved. The director's gaze was profound. Yes, Xiao Tian said with a frown. Even so, our funds are often insufficient. What do you think about crowdfunding from society? The director suddenly suggested. We can set up a separate public welfare organization. After social individuals donate funds, they can plant a real tree in the desert with their names on it. Xiao Tian's eyes lit up. As the chief secretary to the director of sand control, Xiao Tian's insight and vision were naturally up to standard, and he quickly analyzed the feasibility of this plan. Director, this method is very practical. Xiao Tian silently flattered him. The director smiled and shook his head. This isn't my idea. Whose is it? Minister Wang's idea? Or Minister Zheng's? Neither. The director pointed to his phone with a smile. I accidentally overheard this little guy saying it. Xiao Tian then looked up and saw a young man on the screen holding a cute fennec fox, looking very cheerful. He racked his brain to recall who this young man was but couldn't remember. Qiao Shu, the new district head of the 044 governance area. Xiao Tian suddenly understood. This poor guy, being able to come up with this idea, should have some abilities. Shall I transfer him to headquarters? The old man thought for a moment and gently shook his head. Even a weak young eagle is still an eagle. Eagles cannot be trapped in a birdcage. They must grow wildly in the sky. Xiao Tian's regard for Qiao Shu increased a few notches. The director had a high opinion of this newcomer. Guess where this little guy comes from? The old man's expression suddenly became playful. Xiao Tian thought quickly and respectfully said, to catch your eye and come up with such a brilliant idea, he should have been exposed to a lot since childhood. Coming from a scholarly family or an official household, right? Ha ha ha, you guessed wrong this time. The old man laughed heartily. He has seen the world, but he is not from scholarly family. His father is the chairman of the Qiao Group in northeast China. The Qiao Group started with the lumber business and also has coal mines, industry, real estate, and other businesses. In other words, his father was once the culprit behind land desertification and is still a key observation target for us sand control personnel. Chapter 21. BIC Battle Flag Off-Road Vehicle today was Qiao Shu's third day in the 044 governance area. Don't move, I'll help you unwrap it. Qiao Shu steadily unwrapped the bandage from the little fennec fox's leg. After seeing the condition underneath, his expression improved significantly. The wound had begun to heal and scab over. The little guy would only feel a bit itchy and wouldn't experience any other pain. Fortunately, the bullet only grazed its leg, and with timely treatment, the wound healed quickly. Of course, the moo fresh milk must have played a significant role. Its effect on strengthening the physique was no joke. In just 3 days, the little fennec fox had noticeably gained weight. The previously frail creature had vanished, and now the fennec fox was round and adorable, a little fur ball that could walk. Ding! Detected that the host has broken through themselves. The skill Beginner Veterinarian has been activated. Ding! The host has unlocked the skill independently. Reward: 5,000 greening points. Yo, not bad. Unlocked a new skill. Qiao Shu's eyebrows raised. The Beginner Veterinarian skill was practical. Qiao Shu had studied veterinary medicine in college, but had only barely mastered the theoretical knowledge. Now, having treated the little fennec fox's leg injury, he had finally met the skill standards recognized by the system. Qiao Shu took a new bandage and rewrapped the little guy's wound, still using the girlish bow method. This was to prevent it from feeling itchy and scratching or biting the wound, leading to further deterioration. After taking care of the fennec fox, Qiao Shu glanced at the remaining balance of greening points. Yesterday, he had streamed for just half a day, with earnings just over 10,000. Combined with the greening points just obtained, current greening points balance, 23,420 points. Over 20,000 points meant he could do 2 more 10 draws. Qiao Shu planned to gather 30 or 40,000 greening points after today's live stream, and then draw again. Retracting his gaze, Qiao Shu looked at the neatly arranged supply boxes in the corner of the room. At the top of the supply boxes was a long cylindrical object that caught his attention. It was a national flag. Qiao Shu hesitated for a long time, but ultimately did not hang the national flag above the headquarters. This was against regulations, but Qiao Shu had his own ideas. The poachers here were lawless, daring to provoke on his first day in office. Clearly, the national flag wouldn't effectively deter them. Next, Qiao Shu would deal with them in his own way. The day he completely took control of the 044 governance area would be the day the flag of Huagua would rise. Thinking of this, Qiao Shu felt invigorated. To raise the national flag quickly, start streaming, make money, and fight poachers. The livestream room was opened again. After 3 days of continuous scheduled streams, Qiao Shu's popularity stabilized quite a bit, quickly reaching 10,000 viewers as soon as he started. Good morning, Brother Shu. Our Brother Shu is really punctual and dedicated, streaming every day without letting fans down. I came over from a short video. Is this the streamer who likes to play with snakes? Brother Shu, how's a little fennec fox's injury? Zhou Shudun felt speechless and didn't know who gave himself the nickname Tree Brother. Although in this parallel world, the nickname Tree Brother had no ambiguity. In his previous life, it was quite a distinctive character. Before Zhou Shudun could speak, everyone saw a petite, milky white figure appear in the camera, excitedly darting around the room, with beautiful bows tied to its hind legs. Little Ollie jumped onto Zhou Shudun's shoulder in one leap, grinning foolishly at the camera. The personality of an Arctic fox differs from other foxes. They are more playful and lively. Little Ollie, who had previously seemed a bit sluggish due to its injury, was now lively again as the wound no longer affected its movement. Of course, I never let my fans down. Rain or shine, I'm waiting for you in the 044 governance area. Please don't believe the rumors. I'm not Su Xian. I only eat snakes, not play with them. Little Ollie was almost fully healed, so everyone need not worry. Zhou Shudun replied to the barrage of comments one by one and continued. Today's livestream content is to explore the western side of the general administration. Last time at the top of the desolate mountain, everyone should have seen that the desertification in the west is relatively optimistic, and the terrain there is undulating and mountainous. This kind of terrain means that the biodiversity there is rich and the species and resources are abundant, with great development potential. Of course, if we just talk about development potential, the oasis in the east is definitely the greatest. But Zhou Shudun has no intention of heading there immediately to take a look. Just after arriving at the general administration, he was provoked by a group of suspected poachers, indicating that their hiding place is not far from the general administration. within a radius of several dozen miles. Where is the most suitable place for human habitation? Unsurprisingly, beneath the beautiful exterior of that oasis hides a group of extremely vicious bandits. Qiao Shu carried little Ollie out of the door and walked to the off-road vehicle beside the general administration. Having learned from the last experience, Qiao Shu decided to drive this time. He knocked on the front hood of the off-road vehicle and smiled at the viewers, saying, "This is a Qiao off-road vehicle, with a displacement of 1.5 liters, and the price with modifications is only about 100,000 yuan. It is the most sentimental and affordable off-road vehicle in the northwest and central regions of our country. It can even replace horses and become a good helper for herders." The camera focused on the car body. From the exterior, this Qiao off-road vehicle had no sense of refinement at all, and the ebony black color made its overall temperament appear rugged and fierce. The round headlights at the front, the heavy black bumper, and the spacious rear space all declared to everyone that this is a classic off-road vehicle with a retro style. Why do I feel it's a bit ugly? This car really has cost-effectiveness if you want value for money, and if you want performance, it also has cost-effectiveness. Is the desertification worker so poor that they only have an off-road vehicle worth less than 100,000 yuan? Qiao Shu explained with a smile. It's not that the desertification workers are stingy, but luxury off-road vehicles are useless in the desert. The conditions here are too harsh. You would say there's almost no maintenance. The first requirement for a vehicle is durability. Although this car doesn't have strong power, it is technically mature, inexpensive, and cheap to maintain, perfectly meeting all the conditions for desert vehicles. Qiao Shu opened the car door and took little Ollie on board the off-road vehicle for the first time. Looking at the rough interior of the car, he grasped the steering wheel, unable to help but complain in his heart. This car really has no comfort. It's focused on just being able to drive. After starting the off-road vehicle, Qiao Shu sat in his seat, thought for a moment, and suddenly raised his head to ask the camera, "Hey guys, can I ask something? Is the one on the left the brake or the accelerator?" Chapter 22. The desert vessel. A seed was planted in his heart. Tada, tada? Wearing a sun hat, Qiao Shu hummed a little tune, driving the black off-road vehicle through the desert. The rapidly spinning wheels crushed the scorching sand, kicking up a cloud of dust and drawing an orange-yellow line through the vast sea of sand. The viewers in the live stream couldn't help but tease. How did Tree Brother manage to be so happy even when he can't tell the brake from the accelerator? Just now he made me laugh to death, talking for a long time about the car, and then asking which one is the accelerator. Don't talk nonsense. Does Tree Brother really not know? He is testing our basic skills. Haha, I really can't keep up with the story anymore. Fortunately, there are no traffic police in the desert. Otherwise, with Tree Brother like this, he could get more than 10 tickets in a day. Haha, a desertification worker who doesn't know which is the accelerator. Qiao Shu's face darkened, and he retorted, "What's so strange about it? I haven't driven more than 10 times since I got my license. Besides, this car is a manual transmission, and all the cars in my family are automatic. Isn't it normal to take a moment to react?" As soon as he said this, the barrage became even more lively. No way, no way. Is there really someone who can't drive a manual? Tree Brother is soft everywhere. Only his mouth is hard. Did I notice that Tree Brother mentioned those cars in my family? By the way, what kind of family does Tree Brother have? Seeing this barrage, Qiao Shu instinctively shrank his neck and stopped talking. His family background joining the desertification workers was somewhat similar to my grandpa was a trader, my grandma translated for the Japanese, my uncle was a bandit, and my father is in a gang. Can I still join the army in the future? Of course, Qiao Shu knew that this was not his father's fault. The big situation of that era forced them. At that time, Northeast heavy industry was developed, and the national construction period required a continuous supply of resources across the country. Logging, mining, and coal mining, although causing considerable environmental damage, also supported the rapid development of the motherland. The actions of the Zhou family were never for personal gain, so they had no regrets. The off-road vehicle sped westward, and the daytime desert was filled with heat waves, as if it were burning with a raging flame. As the speed kept increasing, the hot wind rushed towards Qiao Shu and little Ollie in the passenger seat, ruffling their fur. Ding! The host was detected to have broken through himself, and the skill, basic driving, has been activated. Ding! The host independently unlocked the skill, rewarding 1,000 greening points. Hearing this sound, Qiao Shu wore a crooked smile, like a dragon king. Do you know what it means to be the car god of Qioming Mountain? Virum! A massive push from behind hit, and little Ollie nearly flew out, quickly jumping into Qiao Shu's arms in fear, seeking protection. Qiao Shu smiled and patted the little fox's head, then confidently slammed the accelerator again. The off-road vehicle roared ferociously, and the speed had reached its limit. In just a few seconds, Qiao Shu went from a novice driver to the pinnacle of an amateur racer. However, perhaps because driving skills were too simple, not as complicated as veterinary or rock climbing, the system only rewarded him with 1,000 greening points. The viewers watched in amazement as Qiao Shu sped through the screen, even performing a perfect drift when a rock appeared ahead, leaving everyone dumbfounded. No matter how hard they thought, they couldn't understand how Qiao Shu, who had just been a novice who couldn't distinguish between the brake and accelerator, suddenly became a car god. Is this really Tree Brother? Oh my god! Has Tree Brother been possessed by something? And adrift? This is a 10,000 yuan piece of junk off-road vehicle, not a racing car. The off-road vehicle, under Qiao Shu's control, continuously traversed various dangerous terrains like deserts and rocky areas. The dust in the air and the roar of the engine excited and stimulated people to their core. Just then, at the far end of the desert, a group of yellow-brown creatures suddenly appeared, rising and falling. Qiao Shu's eyes lit up, and he excitedly exclaimed, "Everyone look over there." The viewers looked in the direction he pointed, and the drone cooperatively zoomed in. They saw that this group of creatures had small heads, long and curved necks like a goose's, and their bodies were tall and majestic with a high hump on their backs. This peculiar creature has such a silly face. Wow, isn't that a camel? What luck to encounter a herd of wild camels. It's a pity they're dromedaries. If they were wild Bactrian camels, that would be something else entirely. I've heard they're even rarer than giant pandas. Tree Brother, aren't you going to step out and introduce them? Qiao Shu helplessly replied, "Introduce what? Cheese camels? Camels aren't some obscure wild animals. Everyone should know them." Although he said that, Qiao Shu still slowed down the vehicle to avoid startling the herd of camels ahead. We're camels. They're known as the ships of the desert. For humans living in arid desert regions, their contributions are no less than those of cattle, horses, and dogs, humans' good friends. It can be said that human desert civilization was built on the backs of camels. As the off-road vehicle approached the herd of camels, Qiao Shu casually unlocked the camel species profile. Species name, dromedary camel, alias, ship of the desert, kingdom, Animalia, class, Mammalia, family, Camelidae genus, Camelus, introduction, a large ruminant mammal with a unique body structure that allows it to adapt to the sandy, windy weather of the desert. After drinking enough water, it can go for days without drinking again, hence the name ship of the desert. Food, herbivorous, primarily feeds on grass, especially able to eat thorny and salt-containing plants. It can also eat thorns, dry plants, and other salt-tolerant plants that other mammals cannot consume. No wonder camels are the most suited to survive in the desert. Their bodies are practically designed for it. Qiao Shu, curious, quietly marked a small camel at the back of the herd, wanting to see the reward for hunting camels. The little camel was startled and suddenly turned around. Then it lost its footing and clumsily fell, kicking up a cloud of dust. A nearby, large camel gently looked at the little one, lowered its long neck to support it, helping it stand up again. The instigator in the off-road vehicle, Qiao Shu, twitched his mouth slightly. Don't play the victim. You fell on your own. I didn't even touch you. Ding. Hunter, skill activated. Your target is the dromedary camel. Killing the target grants a reward of stamina permanently slightly increased. Qiao Shu helplessly lowered his head and rubbed his forehead. System, can you explain why all your rewards are so lame? Chapter 23. Sandstorm. Although he was very tempted by the reward for hunting camels, Qiao Shu had no intention of attacking the herd in front of him. Killing a striped snake was self-defense. Killing a black mamba was because it invaded his territory, posing a threat to his life. If he were to casually attack these wild animals just to gain the hunter reward, what would be the difference between him and those poachers? Ha! That little camel is so cute. It tripped over its own feet while walking. Isn't Tree Brother considering taming a camel? How can one live in the desert without camels? One isn't enough? I think Tree Brother should tame a whole herd. Qiao Shu's eyes flickered. Taming camels? He glanced at the herd of camels not far away. At the front of the herd was a camel that was clearly larger than the others, vigilantly observing the off-road vehicle. This camel was very robust, with well-developed bones, and it was obvious it was the leader of the herd. Did you know? There are about 13 million domesticated dromedaries worldwide. In some desert areas, camels are the primary means of transportation, with each household raising at least one camel, and some having as many as dozens. Of this large number of camels, aside from some that are descendants of domesticated camels, a considerable portion have been tamed from the wild, and the taming process is definitely not as harmonious as people imagine. Qiao Shu stopped the off-road vehicle, sat in the driver's seat, and gently twirled his fingers in the fur on Ollie's belly. Taming camels is a troublesome task. Adult camels weigh between 450 to 600 kilograms, and once they go wild, even more than a dozen adult men can't hold them back. However, humanity's greatest weapon is not physical strength but intelligence. Thousands of years ago, the people of this land invented a smart yet cruel taming method. Camel herders would embed a wooden stake wrapped in red thread into the ground, tying a newborn camel to it. The little camel wouldn't easily submit to a mere stake. It would desperately tug at the rope, trying to pull it down. But the little camel had no idea that the seemingly insignificant stake was deeply embedded in the ground, and its base was tied to a heavy stone, which even an adult male camel couldn't uproot. From day to night, the little camel would struggle against the stake that couldn't be pulled out, until it fully understood it couldn't break free, at which point it would submit. Once the exhausted camel submits, the herder would insert a wooden stick into its nose, with the other end connected to the red rope. The nose is the most vulnerable part of the camel, combined with the memorable red rope. From then on, as long as the owner holds the reins and gently pulls the wooden stick in the camel's nose, the camel will obediently follow. After talking for a while, Qiao Shu felt a bit thirsty, took a big sip from his water bottle, and continued. So, people often see camel caravans on the road in the desert. Those camels all have a wooden stick in their noses. This is humanity's secret to taming camels, similar to the nose rings for working oxen. Camels are very temperamental creatures in the desert, and it is very unrealistic to tame them with brute force, let alone an entire herd. Qiao Shu looked at the herd of camels gradually walking away and sighed. So, it's better to be good neighbors with them. Taming can wait for another time. The herd of camels gradually headed east against the sunlight, quickly disappearing from view. Qiao Shu stared in the direction the camels had gone, lost in thought. Could it be that they know there is an oasis in the east, and that is their destination? Qiao Shu silently noted the number of camels and the physical characteristics of the camel leader in his mind. He had a feeling that his connection with this herd of camels wouldn't end here. After bidding farewell to the herd of camels, Qiao Shu drove the off-road vehicle westward. As he ventured deeper, he noticed that the ground was starting to expose dry, loose sand and dust. At the same time, the wind above the desert suddenly became strong. Qiao Shu looked at the sky, his expression serious as he rolled down the car window. This wind feels a bit off. Just as he said that, a mouthful of sand blew into Qiao Shu's mouth, and he quickly lowered his head to spit a few times. The little Ollie in his arms shook the sand off its head, looking at Qiao Shu with a resentful expression. What does it have to do with me if sand gets in your mouth? Why spit on my head? Whoosh! At that moment, Qiao Shu was too busy to care about Ollie's feelings. He felt the wind whipping up yellow sand rushing toward him, and the glass windows of the off-road vehicle quickly covered with a layer of dust. Damn it, what bad luck. It seems like a sandstorm. Sandstorms are a unique catastrophic weather phenomenon in arid and semi-arid regions, capable of causing buildings to collapse, disrupting transportation and power supply, leading to fires and casualties, and significantly polluting the natural environment, damaging crop growth. Its power may not be as great as that of tsunamis or earthquakes, but only those who are caught in it know how terrifying it can be. It is like an inexperienced grim reaper, ruthlessly harvesting lives in the desert. In an instant, the desert echoed with the sound of a violent storm, and the world was shrouded in darkness. Everywhere, sand and gravel flew rapidly, along with suffocating dust. The The little fox in Qiao Shu's arms had already started to shiver, clearly aware of the ferocity of the sandstorm, which could instantly take countless fox lives. While comforting the little one, Qiao Shu observed the condition of the off-road vehicle and couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. The BAIC battle flag off-road vehicle was relatively sturdy, but it had one characteristic. The roof of the back seat was made of soft leather. This type of roof was easy to remove and clean, but once a large-scale sandstorm hit, it would be torn off in an instant. At that time, he and the little fox would be buried in the wind and sand, and the entire vehicle could be buried in sand. The small spherical drone was filming outside the vehicle, and at this moment, the wind and sand were increasing, making it difficult for the drone to maintain stability, causing the camera to shake violently. Damn it, stop shaking. I'm about to get dizzy. Run, Brother Shu. Such a big sandstorm could bury you instantly. It feels like the streamer is really in grave danger this time. What are you waiting for? Call the police. We're in a desert wilderness. By the time the police arrive, Brother Shu will be a mummy. Qiao Shu had no time to reply to the barrage of comments. His brain was racing, trying to think of a way to survive. In the next moment, he gritted his teeth and turned the off-road vehicle sharply, driving backward. Chapter 24. A glimmer of hope if you encounter a sandstorm in the wild, especially if you are in the center of the storm. The chances of escaping by car are very low. Sandstorms are incredibly rapid. Before a car can reach safety, it will be covered by wind and sand. Moreover, Qiao Shu's off-road vehicle had poor performance and lacked a roof, giving it almost zero capability against sandstorms. Staying put would mean certain death. The reason Qiao Shu was driving eastward in a frenzy was to fight for a glimmer of hope. That group of camels was like a new village after the dark willows and blooming flowers. Visibility was decreasing rapidly, and the swirling dust had completely obscured the sun, leaving only an expanse of orange-red in view. The small spherical drone swayed up and down in the storm, painting a terrifying scene reminiscent of an apocalyptic movie. The sand and dust in the sky gradually evolved into a rolling dust storm, rushing toward them like a tsunami and instantly engulfing the off-road vehicle. In the blink of an eye, Qiao Shu could no longer see anything beyond 10 meters. Damn it! Qiao Shu reduced the speed of the car and quickly grabbed the little fox, pulling it into his arms. This was the real desert. One moment, it was clear skies and peaceful times, and the next it was like the apocalypse had arrived, with a violent sandstorm threatening to bury everything in the desert. Boom! The off-road vehicle suddenly began to slow down and emitted a loud noise, ultimately losing all power. Qiao Shu hurriedly pressed the gas pedal twice, but the tachometer had stopped and the engine was silent. This damn broken off-road vehicle had stalled at such a critical moment. Qiao Shu anxiously looked outside. He saw a dense mass of gravel rushing past, with a few brownish-yellow furry backs mixed in with the dust. Wait, backs! Qiao Shu's heart surged with joy. Those were the camels from before. Camels have eyes that are not afraid of wind and sand. Their double-layered eyelashes can easily block the sand, and ordinary sandstorms cannot harm them. They can even walk leisurely in a sandstorm, even in a large-scale sandstorm like this. They only need to huddle together to protect the young ones in their group to get through safely. Seeing the herd of camels, Qiao Shu no longer hesitated. He quickly took out a scarf from his backpack to wrap himself tightly, put on his goggles, and pushed open the car door to step outside. The fierce wind carried sand particles that penetrated his clothes. In such a massive sandstorm, every step he took cost several times more energy than usual. As soon as Qiao Shu stepped out of the car, the chat exploded. What is Brother Shu doing? It's too dangerous outside. Damn it. Is the streamer trying to get himself killed? Sigh. I finally found an interesting streamer. What a pity. Hurry back, Brother Shu. You can barely resist the sandstorm in the car. Crash. Before Qiao Shu could explain anything, the roof of the back half of the off-road vehicle was suddenly lifted by the raging wind, swaying and rolling into the air, disappearing in an instant. Without the protection of the roof, in less than half a minute, sand flooded into the off-road vehicle, nearly burying the driver's seat. The viewers hadn't expected the situation to escalate so quickly. If Qiao Shu had delayed by just a few seconds, he would probably have been trapped inside the car by now. He glanced at the off-road vehicle with lingering fear and then quickly lowered his head, making his way towards the nearby herd of camels. The small spherical drone closely followed, swaying up and down in the sandstorm. This herd of camels clearly had experience with sandstorms. The strong adult camels formed a circle under the leadership of their leader to withstand the storm. Ignoring the unpleasant smell of the camels, Qiao Shu dove right in, much to the astonishment of the viewers. Did I just see that right? Brother Shu went in? Damn! Brother Shu is so smart, letting the camels help him resist the sandstorm. You think Brother Shu is on the first level? He's actually in the atmosphere. Smart my ass. These are wild camels. Won't Brother Shu get kicked for just barging in like that? Qiao Shu knew that what he was doing was dangerous, but it was the only way to resist the sandstorm. This was a sandy area with nothing around to shield him from the wind. Staying put meant waiting for death. Entering the camel herd was his only chance of survival. Fortunately, all the camels were focused on resisting the sandstorm and had not yet thought to attack him. Burying his head, Qiao Shu pushed with all his might toward the deeper part of the camel herd. As he passed by one dirty camel after another, the matted fur brushed against his body, sending a shiver down his spine. If one of these bad-tempered camels took a dislike to him and kicked him, he would likely meet his end right there. Nevertheless, Qiao Shu continued to make his way deeper into the herd. There was hardly any space in the innermost part of the camel herd, with no room for attack. Only weaker young camels were there. The closer he got to the center, the safer he felt. When Qiao Shu thought he had found a good position and looked up again, he met the curious gaze of a pair of large eyes with long eyelashes. The owner of those eyes was the little camel he had previously marked and scared off. Little camel. Qiao Shu didn't feel awkward and pushed the little camel gently. Move over a bit. Give me some space. Little camel, you barged into my home and wanted to make space for you? How shameless. Fortunately, the drone was hovering above the camel herd, and from the viewer's perspective, Qiao Shu was right in the center of the herd. Qiao Shu let out a sigh of relief, resting his hand on the little camel's neck. Tried to relax his body and ease his tense nerves. The little camel's expression grew more complex. Do I know this guy? This is too familiar. The little fennec fox in his arms called out anxiously a few times, and Qiao Shu quickly looked down. Fortunately, the little one was fine, just a bit scared. Next to Qiao Shu, besides the little camel, was a sturdy adult camel with a simple appearance. The little camel snuggled tightly against its side, likely its parent. Qiao Shu tried to curl up his body, pressing close to the adult camel's belly to shield himself from the onslaught of sand. The live stream could no longer capture his figure, as the screen was filled with swirling sand particles. Despite the dust storm obscuring everything, the popularity of the live stream skyrocketed, even surpassing 200,000 viewers at one point. At this moment, the screen was filled with swirling yellow sand, devoid of any signs of life. Chapter 25. Breaking ground. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. In the blink of an eye, 5 minutes passed, and the dust storm intensified. The small spherical drone had the highest screen clarity in the world, allowing viewers to see every grain of sand clearly and empathize with the situation. It felt as if they were in the dust storm themselves, with each grain of sand hitting the lens like a blow to their own faces. In response to this incident, the live streaming platform where Qiao Shu worked held a special emergency meeting. Shut it down immediately, a mid-level leader said sternly. Are we really going to live stream the death of a national sand control worker? Another leader echoed. That's right, the impact would be too severe. However, not everyone agreed with shutting down the live stream. The popularity of the sand control worker stream had reached 250,000, and there were no bots involved. It was all real viewership. If we shut down the stream now, it would have a significant negative impact on the platform's reputation. Sure, the no-signal zone means this sand control worker must be using an advanced drone to stream, but even the best drones can't maintain signal in a dust storm. We just need to wait for him to disconnect on his own. This group was afraid of the trouble that might arise from shutting down the stream, commonly referred to as those who don't want to get their hands dirty. With differing opinions, the meeting quickly devolved into chaos. Enough! A commanding voice rang out, and all eyes turned to the high-ranking leader seated at the head of the meeting room. With graying hair and a serious expression, the leader easily commanded the room's attention. Look at your faces. Do you have even a hint of management in you? The leader was an experienced media professional, formerly part of the management at a city-level television station, who had been hired at a high salary by the streaming platform after retirement. He was known for being kind, but his authoritative presence in crucial decision-making moments made others hesitate to speak out. Veteran media professionals often have the mindset of being pioneers. They care not only about the company's interests, but also about their responsibilities as media people. As media personnel, the truth is what we should focus on. The sand control hero is fighting against nature, and you want to erase his achievements because you're worried about the impact? Comrades, the truth should not be buried. If something goes wrong, those innocent citizens who don't know the truth will point fingers at us. The old leader looked at everyone with deep sorrow, struggling to understand how today's youth could be so timid. The public's right to know is what they should protect. Had they all forgotten that? If this sand control worker truly sacrifices himself, who will bear the public's wrath? The desert? Nature? The dust storm? Or the sand control worker? None of them would. They would only blame the platform that cut off the live signal at a critical moment. Seeing the people around him bow their heads in shame, the leader nodded in satisfaction. The live stream must not be interrupted. Strengthen the signal reception with all our might, and the stream's promotion must not stop. The sacrifices of the sand control hero need an audience. We cannot let him bleed and sweat, only to end up in tears. The meeting adjourned, and various departments quickly sprang into action, with department leaders personally directing operations. Only the high-ranking leader remained in the meeting room, staring incredulously at his phone screen. What is going on? He thought angrily. Am I seeing this wrong? Isn't this kid the son of that crazy old Qiao? Would old Qiao, with such a large family business, really let his son become a sand control worker? Besides, the environmental issues in Huagua can't all be blamed on old Qiao. But he is certainly one of the culprits. I can't see Brother Shu anymore. Is he okay? I'm new here. What's going on with over 100,000 people watching a dust storm together? Hang in there, Brother Shu. I'll send you gifts. I want to pay to plant trees. It can only be said that the situation is dire. The screen was filled with yellow sand, and natural disasters are not something humanity can resist. Not even a single camel was visible. Is Brother Shu still alive? The live stream was a chaotic mess, with some praying in the comments for Qiao Shu's safety, others explaining the situation to new viewers, and some enjoying the drama. One Lifetime of Cultivation sent a super rocket and commented, "Go, Brother Shu." Beitu sent a Tiger Power 10 and commented, "Host, hold on, you have to survive." At this critical moment, the act of sending gifts opened a vent for the viewers to release their pent-up feelings. Although sending gifts wouldn't help much, at least it made them feel a little better. Countless gifts flooded into Qiao Shu's live stream, and within just a few minutes, the money from the live stream gifts was enough to plant hundreds of trees in the desolate desert. Under the audience's prayers, the dust storm lasted nearly half an hour. The small spherical drone remained steadfast, and the system-enhanced live stream signal was almost uninterruptible unless the streaming platform decided to stop receiving it. Half an hour later, a bright yellow sun appeared on the screen. The wind and sand began to subside, leaving behind a scene of devastation. The desert, ravaged by the dust storm, returned to a dead silence, with undulating waves of sand and dozens of strangely shaped sand sculptures dotting the landscape. Under the tense gaze of the viewers, a sand sculpture was the first to rise, the loose sand revealing a goofy face. "It's a camel," a comment exclaimed in surprise. The camel shook off the yellow sand, raised its long neck high, and looked at the camera with a simple expression. Soon, one camel after another stood up from the sand, bringing life back to the desolate desert. The miracle of life was quietly blooming in the endless sand. The viewers held their breath, carefully searching for that familiar figure in their hearts. Finally, a hand suddenly broke through the yellow sand. This scene resembled the opening animation of Plants vs. Zombies. Then, a figure barely resembling a human crawled out from under a camel, shaking off the sand from its hair. The humanoid creature flashed a smile at the camera, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. "I made it. 666, Brother Shu is awesome. Damn, he really survived. Did Brother Shu make a pact with the King of Hell? Awesome. He lived another day. Who is this local? Bring our Brother Shu back. I'm crying. Welcome back, Brother Shu." After enduring over half an hour in the yellow sand, Qiao Shu successfully overcame the natural disaster with a strong will and lived up to everyone's expectations. Chapter 26. The Adorable Little Camel Hee. Qiao Shu grinned at the camera, then suddenly changed his expression. Achoo! He let out a big sneeze, spraying countless grains of sand from his nostrils and mouth. Boo, boo, boo. After spitting several times and dry heaving for a while, Qiao Shu still felt like he hadn't cleaned the sand from his mouth properly. However, he didn't continue to clean the sand off himself. Instead, he rummaged in his arms for a while and pulled out a creamy white fennec fox. Wah, wah, wah. The little guy opened its eyes wide, looking at Qiao Shu with a gentle expression. The little creature had been well protected by Qiao Shu. Apart from the inevitable sand that got stuck in its fur, it had suffered no other harm. Qiao Shu gently stroked the little guy's big ears, then silently lifted its hind legs and began to shake it up and down. Ollie, don't move. Let me shake the sand out of you. The fluffy little fox danced up and down in Qiao Shu's hands, its big watery eyes filled with innocence. With a swish, grains of sand were shaken out, instantly forming a cloud of sand. A curious gaze was cast over beside a person and a fox. Qiao Shu turned around and happened to make eye contact with a pair of big eyes adorned with long eyelashes. Little camel, what are these two doing? Qiao Shu smiled and asked, What's up? Do you want me to help you shake it off too? Then little camel was horrified to find a pair of wicked big hands suddenly reaching towards him. Splash, splash, splash. The newborn little camel probably weighed around 80 pounds. Fortunately, Qiao Shu had just enhanced his physical strength. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to lift this little guy. The newborn little camel was very cute, with soft fur and no strong foul odor. Taking advantage of the excuse to help the little camel shake off the sand, Qiao Shu indulged himself by petting it several times. Clearly, Qiao Shu, having just survived a disaster, was a bit carried away with pride. After shaking the little camel a few times, he felt dozens of gazes focused on him, like thorns on his back. Looking back, he saw the surrounding camels casting curious or wary glances at him, especially the little camel's parents, a pair of robust adult camels, with strong limbs and well-defined bodies, indicating they had some fighting capacity. This couple had just stood up from the sand and saw a strange two-legged creature holding their precious son, swaying him up and down. If looks could kill, Qiao Shu would have probably been dead in the desert by now. Hee hee. Qiao Shu carefully put the little camel down and smiled. Just kidding. I was helping it shake off the sand. The little camel, regaining its freedom, immediately rolled and crawled back to its parents, blinking its big eyes pitifully, as if accusing Qiao Shu of inappropriate behavior. Oh, the male camel angrily called out to Qiao Shu, starting to pace back and forth, ready to attack at any moment. Qiao Shu thought, oh no, and stepped back 2 paces, ready to escape. Just when the sandstorm hit, he had hidden under this couple and survived. So they were his saviors. He had no intention of fighting these camels. Not to mention whether he could win, they had just saved his life. And it would be too heartless to turn against them. The male camel took a step forward, and a much larger figure suddenly appeared, blocking its path. It was the leader of the camel herd, an exceptionally large camel. The camel leader stopped the male camel's attack, but looked at Qiao Shu with a wary and unfriendly gaze. It could sense Qiao Shu's goodwill, but absolutely would not allow a strange two-legged creature to enter its group. Sorry, I'll leave now. Qiao Shu clasped his hands together, bowing repeatedly to the camel leader, seeing that the surrounding camels had no intention of continuing the attack. Qiao Shu quickly picked up the nearby little Li and ran away swiftly. Slipped away. The viewers in the live stream had already burst into laughter. You deserve it for bullying the kid. Is this the legendary bullying the small, only to face the older ones? Fortunately, that big camel was relatively rational. Otherwise, wouldn't Brother Shu have been trampled into mud? Just escape with my life. Brother Shu, please don't show off anymore. It wasn't until he reached his off-road vehicle that Qiao Shu stopped. The camel herd, not far away, had finished resting and, under the leadership of the camel leader, began to move eastward again. The adorable little camel turned back multiple times, frequently looking in the direction of the off-road vehicle, clearly full of curiosity about Qiao Shu. Qiao Shu waved at the little camel with a smile, and the little camel's father seemed to sense it, suddenly glancing back. Qiao Shu quickly withdrew his hand. pretending to be nonchalant. What is up with this male camel? Am I going to steal your kid? The off-road vehicle had already been buried in the sand, with only half of it exposed. Qiao Shu took a quick look and helplessly said to the camera, "The situation of the car isn't optimistic. It's probably going to be tough to get it running. As for my situation, well, it's okay." Qiao Shu lowered his head and shook his hair like a drenched dog, sand falling out from between his hair, not injured but still looking pretty miserable. The hardest part was that he couldn't take a shower in the desert. At this moment, Qiao Shu finally had time to pay attention to the livestream interface. Seeing the gift list still crazily refreshing and the popularity rapidly rising, Qiao Shu was also a bit surprised. It seems he really gained something from this disaster. Although he almost got carried away by the sandstorm, he unexpectedly gained a huge wave of traffic, and today's greening points should be a big win. Such good fortune shouldn't come again. It's too frightening. Thank you all for your concern, and also for the gifts. New viewers may not know that the gifts sent in this live stream will turn into solid sand trees in the desolate deserts of Huagua, contributing to environmental protection. Qiao Shu's expression became serious. "Everyone, you don't have to overpraise me. I'm just fulfilling my task. This is the real situation of frontline desert reclamation workers. Sandstorms are just one of the dangers we face. Desert reclamation workers have one of the highest mortality rates in Huagua." After saying this, Qiao Shu no longer cared about the barrage, but turned his gaze to the off-road vehicle beside him. Although the vehicle wasn't worth much, it would be quite troublesome if it really broke down here, which would mean he'd have to walk back to headquarters. Approaching the off-road vehicle, Qiao Shu began to clear the sand off it with his bare hands until the engine cover was exposed. Seeing that the inside of the engine was piled up with a layer of dust, Qiao Shu instantly put on a pained expression. This car seems to really be scrapped. Chapter 27. The supporting brother, Demon Qiaoning. Northeast Huagua, a standalone villa in the center of Changyang City. A refined-looking middle-aged man stared at the screen where Qiao Shu was repairing the car, the veins on his forehead bulging. "Tell that little brat to come back." The middle-aged man shouted angrily, his two completely contradictory temperaments perfectly fused. Who knows how he managed to be both refined and furious? Qiao Qingfeng, the leader of the Qiao group, wealthy and handsome, yet had the nickname Qiao the Madman. Coming back is impossible. You might as well come back lying down. The young woman across from Qiao Qingfeng took a sip of hot tea and said calmly, "Desert reclamation workers abandoning their posts is equivalent to deserters. Executing them on the spot wouldn't be unjust." Qiao Ning, the eldest daughter of the Qiao family, was also the almost designated heir of the Qiao group. Being a deserter is better than being dead. A hint of unnoticeable pain appeared in Qiao Qingfeng's eyes, clearly showing that the big boss's attitude towards his son's suffering in the desert was not as furious as it appeared. "Didn't you just see it? Such a huge sandstorm buried your brother. This job is simply risking his life." Qiao Ning calmly met Qiao Qingfeng's gaze. "This is his own choice. As family, we can't always make decisions for him." Qiao Qingfeng spun around like a top next to the coffee table, while Qiao Ning appeared much calmer. "And don't you know why Qiao Shu went there?" Qiao Ning looked deeply at her father. According to his words, he was atoning for the Qiao family. Qiao Qingfeng was momentarily a loss for words, and after a long while, he said, No, the desert environment is too harsh. That brat even has trouble drinking water. I need to send someone to deliver supplies. Send our car team over." "No, the car team is too slow." "Then send a helicopter to airlift supplies. Call those old folks. I've commandeered their helicopters. Please don't rush." Qiao Ning sighed helplessly. Sending supplies to Qiao Shu is fine. But do you know where he is? ISNT it in the 044 reclamation area? That's right. But where is the 044 reclamation area? Qiao Ning continued to press. Hearing this, Qiao Qingfeng was instantly frozen. Due to the special nature of the 044 reclamation area, its exact location is classified. Ordinary people only know it is located in the northwestern region of Huagua, but no one knows the specific latitude and longitude. Although the Qiao family is wealthy, such confidential information is not something one can simply inquire about. "It's okay. I can donate money to the Desert Reclamation Organization." Qiao Qingfeng suddenly spoke up, asking, "How much do I have to donate to learn the location of the 044 reclamation area? Is 1 billion enough? If 1 billion ISNT enough, how about 5 billion? If 5 billion still isn't enough, then 10 billion. The Qiao family has plenty of money. Money is not the issue. Spending 10 billion for a piece of information may seem like an absurd trade for an ordinary person. But neither Qiao Qingfeng nor Qiao Ning saw any problem with this transaction. For a top billionaire, what is more important, money or family? Money can be earned again, but once family is lost, it's truly gone. Spending 10 billion to improve the life of his son, younger brother, is worth it. Xiaoning, I'll leave the procurement of supplies for your brother to you. Qiao Qingfeng looked at Qiao Ning, saying, if you need more money, just tell me. All right, I understand. Qiao Ning nodded slightly, then I'll take my leave. Don't get too anxious. Qiao Shu's professional abilities are not bad. He may well become a qualified desert reclamation worker. Watching his daughter leave the living room, Qiao Qingfeng sat down on the sofa, looking exhausted. His phone rang, and he swiped to answer it, asking weakly, hello, who is it? Coal mine? What coal mine? What are you mining coal for? Environmental pollution. The world is warming. Are you lacking any sense of public morality? Put the coal mine matter on hold. Give me a few helicopters, the more the better. Qiao Ning listened to her father's loud voice behind her and shook her head helplessly, worry evident in her beautiful eyes. As she exited the villa, an elderly man and a young woman hurried towards her. The two were the Qiao family's old housekeeper and Qiao Ning's personal driver. The personal driver was a young woman, specially found by the old housekeeper for her excellent driving skills. Having a female driver made it more convenient for Qiao Ning to travel. Sister Ning, the female driver approached and whispered, I heard the young master is going to be a desert reclamation worker. That is quite dangerous, right? Although the old housekeeper was advanced in age, he was still in good health and sharp-minded. Upon hearing the female driver's words, he subtly frowned. Qiao Ning usually treated those around her very well. Despite the driver's somewhat presumptuous remark, she politely replied, yes, it is a bit dangerous. That is serious. The female driver sighed as if worried. The young master is the only male in the family. What will happen to the family business if something goes wrong? Upon hearing this, the old housekeeper's gaze immediately sharpened. If something happened to Qiao Shu, what would happen to the family business? Qiao Qingfeng only had one son and one daughter, and Qiao Shu's mother had passed away long ago. Qiao Qingfeng had no intention of remarrying. If something happened to Qiao Shu, naturally, only Qiao Ning would be left to inherit the family business. Moreover, Qiao Ning had been helping her father manage the company, partly because Qiao Shu was too young and partly because he was genuinely uninterested in business. The driver's words seemed to express concern for Qiao Shu, but were actually a reminder to Qiao Ning. She needed to plan ahead. Qiao Ning maintained a smile, glanced at the female driver, and then turned to the old housekeeper, saying, Uncle Fu. Yes, miss? The old housekeeper quickly retracted his sharp gaze and replied respectfully, pay her a month's salary. Qiao Ning pointed at the female driver with her delicate finger and ordered her to leave. I'm not saying you, but how can someone who stirs up discord like her enter the Qiao family's door? Yes, I understand. Uncle Fu looked expressionlessly at the pale-faced female driver. Come with me. The female driver felt a chill run down her spine. Although she had only been working at the Qiao family for a few days, Qiao Ning had always treated her warmly, offering small favors continuously. She thought she could become Qiao Ning's confidant through this opportunity, but unexpectedly, the other party changed her attitude so quickly. After sending the female driver away, Qiao Ning's expression eased a lot. Ifu, I need you to help me procure a batch of items. There are quite a few. Please remember them. All right. 500 boxes of Chatadon mineral water, 200 boxes of Leo gold truffle chocolate, 200 gene of grassland yak jerky. By the way, I also need a desert off-road vehicle, the top configuration. I'm not very knowledgeable about this, so please help me choose a good one. The old housekeeper quickly committed these items to memory, secretly mocking the ignorance of the earlier female driver. Just those 500 boxes of Chatadon mineral water are a prized possession that is hard to come by. It's the royal mineral water of King Louis XIV, known as the Rolls-Royce of mineral waters. Not to mention the other items on the procurement list. While they may not be luxurious, they're basically the price ceiling for various food supplies. Is the young master going to be a desert reclamation worker or on vacation? Having been a housekeeper for so many years, He understood this young lady's character very well, and was even more familiar with the sibling bond between Xiao Ning and Qiao Shu. Would Xiao Ning compete with her brother for the family fortune? Only a fool would think that. This girl is a true sister supporter. Chapter 28. Crisis half an hour later in the Qiao family study. How is the investigation going? Xiao Qingfeng asked the old housekeeper beside him, his brow furrowed. It's almost done. Zhang Jing is relatively law-abiding, but she has many skeletons in her closet, such as bribery and academic fraud. Zhang Jing is the name of the female driver. Stop. Xiao Qingfeng waved his hand, feeling a headache. I don't want to hear about these dirty matters. Work on it, find the evidence, and send her in. Xiao Qingfeng said indifferently. Xiao Ning is still a bit young. We need to completely eliminate such petty people. The old housekeeper remained silent. Although he had been a housekeeper for many years and held a high position in the Qiao family, he understood well the principle of saying less and doing more. Whereas the procurement list that Xiao Ning asked you to prepare. Let me see. The old housekeeper quickly handed over a list. Xiao Qingfeng glanced over it quickly, then picked up the pen on the desk, lightly moving his fingers to fill in a few lines, including what I just wrote, according to Xiao Ning's quantities by double. By the way, help me find the contact information for the senior management of the Desert Reclamation Organization. That brat really doesn't let me rest easy. The old housekeeper's eyelids twitched slightly. I forgot to mention, if Xiao Ning is a sister supporter, then Xiao Qingfeng is undoubtedly a son protector. Far away, Qiao Shu had no idea that his family had already watched his live stream and was in chaos. Even if he knew, he wouldn't have the thought of returning home. Whether in his past life or this life, Qiao Shu had absolutely no interest in business. As for the family assets, he didn't want them at all. Living a life of luxury with a few billion in assets is heavenly. But living a life of toil with hundreds of billions in assets is worse than being a beast. He thought the family's tiny fortune should be passed on to his older sister, abandoning 100 billion family fortune at the start, becoming a desert reclamation worker in China moreover. After crossing over, although the family still consisted of his old dad and older sister, he occupied another Qiao Shu's body, making it somewhat difficult to face his family. The family had prepared over 10 million in supplies to send to the desert, while at this moment, Qiao Shu was struggling with a $10,000 off-road vehicle. Qiao Shu was quite skilled in repairs. His father had taught him how to fix various electrical appliances and vehicles from a young age, making him proficient in both theoretical knowledge and practical skills, even reaching the level of beginner repair recognized by the system. The condition of the off-road vehicle was not good, but Qiao Shu could fix it, provided he had the right tools. However, right now, all he had was a tactical dagger. Even guns and machetes were buried in the vehicle. He couldn't fix it, so he could only find a way to get the supplies out of the vehicle. Qiao Shu smiled bitterly at the camera, thinking it was a big loss today. Not only did he find nothing, but he also lost an off-road vehicle. Seeing that the usually optimistic Qiao Shu showed a hint of bitterness, many longtime viewers immediately comforted him. It's okay, Shuji, losing is a blessing. It's all right, brother Shu. As long as you're okay, that's what matters. We are all in this big venture together, so we don't mind this little bit. You say it lightly, but it's still a car worth 100,000 yuan. The sand control team wouldn't let you bear the loss on your own, right? Damn, that would be too tragic. But I've heard that the sand control workers are paid quite well. How high can it be? Looking at the streamer's age, they should just be a fresh graduate from university, right? If their bank account balance exceeds 5 digits, I'll drink upside down. Qiao Shu glanced at the bullet screen and couldn't help but feel a sense of respect. Goodness, it's really not easy to make a living these days. Why are there always people trying to scam food and drinks? Don't worry, although the off-road vehicle is the property of the sand control team. As long as it's not deliberately damaged, no one needs to bear the loss personally. Compared to the off-road vehicle, we should think more about how to safely return to the headquarters now. After saying this, Qiao Shu felt a sharp pain in his throat and suddenly remembered he hadn't had a drink for almost an hour. When a person feels thirsty and wants to drink water, it means their body has lost about 2% of its weight in water, and they're already in a state of mild dehydration. In Qiao Shu's case, the water loss should have exceeded 5%. If the water loss reaches 10 to 15%, it could lead to coma. If it reaches 20%, it could be life-threatening. Thinking of this, Qiao Shu immediately took out the water bottle at his waist and took a big gulp. The icy, refreshing water instantly eased the burning and pain in his throat. A sip of fresh water in the scorching desert is far more delicious than any drink in the world. Qiao Shu also gave a little water to little Ali, then shook the water bottle in his hand. There was still half a bottle of drinking water left, and 2 more bottles were in the car, now buried in the sand. The system space still had 10 cubic meters of drinking water, but he couldn't take it out in front of the audience while live streaming. He could only save water for now. The current situation wasn't great. The off-road vehicle could only be left there. Qiao Shu brushed the sand off the off-road vehicle and thought that once he found the drinking water, he would have to leave immediately. Although he didn't know his exact location now, he estimated he would have to camp in the wild tonight. Digging through the sand with bare hands was harder than Qiao Shu had imagined, especially after the sandstorm passed and the sun came out. The sand was scorching hot under the sunlight. Qiao Shu's hands were already scraped, and he only found 1 bottle of water, a backpack, and a hunting rifle and machete that were in the passenger seat. The backpack contained some food, flint, rope, and other basic survival tools, which was a stroke of luck amidst the misfortune. Carrying the backpack and the hunting rifle, he and the little fox turned their backs to the sun and started their journey. It seemed that sensing Qiao Shu was in poor condition, little Ali insisted on not being held, stubbornly following behind Qiao Shu. The little guy's wounds had healed enough, so Qiao Shu let it walk on its own. The feet of the fennec fox are covered with soft fur, which protects them while traveling in the desert, but that was only relative to traveling at night. Fennec foxes are nocturnal animals, and traveling during the day is not their strong suit. Within half an hour of walking, little Ali was already panting, with a burning pain in its paws. The little guy bit its teeth and stayed silent, but its body began to sway uncontrollably. Just then, a pair of big hands gently picked it up around the waist. Qiao Shu licked his cracked lips and jokingly complained, "I told you not to overexert yourself. Now you're starting to wobble." Little Ali felt a bit embarrassed by Qiao Shu's words and shyly buried its little head deep in his arms. Chapter 29. The lucky bird of the vulture survivor the desert at sunset is definitely a view that one would find hard to forget for a lifetime. The sun hovered on the distant horizon, with fiery red clouds painting the sky. The undulating sand dunes suddenly glowed with layers of golden red light. The sky and desert merged into one, resembling a piece of deep red silk fabric sweeping across the world. Under the reflection of the sunset, even the sand became delicate and gentle, like a red and surging sea wave. On this red desert, a figure was walking forward in solitude. Accompanying him was only the drone hovering above and the fluffy little fox in his arms. At this moment, Qiao Shu had no time to appreciate the beautiful scenery before him. He was earnestly educating the audience. Dihydrogen monoxide is a substance with a very strong addictive nature. After becoming addicted, if you don't intake it for 4 hours, you'll feel extremely thirsty. Not consuming it for 24 hours will make you restless and uncomfortable, and not intaking it for 3 days can lead to death. According to current statistics, everyone who has ingested dihydrogen monoxide has ultimately died, with no exceptions. Currently, there is no effective treatment available. After saying this, Qiao Shu shook the empty water bottle in his hand and sighed. "Unfortunately, I've run out of dihydrogen monoxide today. If I don't intake it soon, it's going to be a big problem. Goodness, if I hadn't gone through middle school, I would have thought Brother Shu was talking about something terrifying. Dihydrogen monoxide? Isn't that just water? This little joke could add some weight, right? Where's the housing authority? Is no one going to stop this deception?" Qiao Shu was also trying to make light of a tough situation. After walking all afternoon, he was now both hungry and thirsty, exhausted. If he couldn't find a water source and shelter soon, he was considering ending the stream and extracting the drinking water from the system warehouse to drink his fill. But after thinking it over, he still couldn't bring himself to end the stream just like that. Today, after encountering a sandstorm and really playing it up, his popularity had already surpassed 200,000. Although the greening points hadn't been calculated yet, he estimated he had earned quite a bit. The longer he could keep streaming, the more greening points he would accumulate. And he always thought about being a bit greedy. With an additional 1,000 greening points, he could draw another prize. What if he got a golden reward? Looking up at the sky, several ugly-looking birds with even worse voices were circling in the air. Seeing these birds, Qiao Shu's eyes lit up. "It's a vulture!" Qiao Shu exclaimed excitedly. "Haha, it looks like I'm about to turn my luck around." He tightened his hold on little Ali and suddenly sprinted between the sand dunes. Intermediate parkour activated. At that moment, the audience seemed to see a nimble monkey closely following the vulture, hopping and jumping, appearing a bit comical on screen. Unlike those parkour enthusiasts in the city, intermediate parkour didn't focus on flashy and cool moves. It emphasized practicality and effectiveness in real situations. Qiao Shu's movements looked funny, but maximized energy conservation and protected his body from injury. If anyone didn't understand, they might ask, aren't vultures considered unlucky animals? Why is the streamer suddenly so excited? The two steps Brother Shu took looked like a monkey on a mountain turning into a spirit. This seems like parkour, right? Back in the day, I learned a few days of it to show off, but Brother Shu's moves look different from what I learned. They don't seem to be very standard. This thing is purely a scavenger. It really isn't very auspicious. While running, Qiao Shu adjusted his breathing before speaking. Vultures are the opportunists of nature. They hardly hunt and always think about enjoying the fruits of others' labor. If it were a few decades ago, they might have been arrested for opportunism. However, they are very helpful to wilderness survivors. They can guide me to freshly dead animals and, if lucky, even lead me to a water source. Generally speaking, the most useful survival rule is to turn yourself into a scavenger. So, these seemingly unlucky birds are actually lucky birds for survivors. Everyone should remember this. Qiao Shu's words were a bit lengthy, and he started to pant. In the wild, there's no need to fear encountering various animals. The presence of animals means there are water sources and food. What is truly terrifying is not encountering a single animal. That is the real land of death. Unsurprisingly, the barrage of comments has started again, all neatly lined up to gain knowledge. Qiao Shu couldn't be bothered with these filthy trolls and casually threw a creature encyclopedia unlock into the sky at the circling vulture. Having unlocked the encyclopedia multiple times recently, he was already quite skilled. As long as it was a creature Qiao Shu could see, he could unlock it all. Species name vulture, alias dog-headed vulture, Yaolo, dog-headed eagle, mountain eagle, kingdom, Animalia, phylum, Chordata, class, Aves, order, Accipitriformes, family, Accipitridae, genus, Aegypius, description, a large bird of prey belonging to the genus Aegypius. With a body length of 108 to 120 centimeters and a completely black-brown body. Mainly inhabits low hills, high mountains, and semi-arid regions, often acting alone, occasionally in small groups, especially in areas rich in food, primarily feeding on animal carcasses. Food, scavenger, mainly feeds on the carcasses of large animals and other decaying animals. Occasionally flies low over mountains, actively attacking medium-sized mammals, amphibians, reptiles, and birds. Sometimes also preys on livestock. Qiao Shu felt very lucky. It was quite rare to see a vulture in the desert, as they usually frequented grasslands and plateaus where food was abundant. At the same time, this indicated that the 044 governance area was not as barren as the data suggested. At least the animal resources were relatively rich, attracting scavengers like vultures. This was the place. Qiao Shu stopped and adjusted his breathing rhythm evenly. The vulture in the sky was circling within this range. He needed to take some time to carefully search for water and animal carcasses nearby. As mentioned before, the headquarters where Qiao Shu lived was located in the very center of the 044 governance area, a barren land devoid of life. Now, the western area where Qiao Shu was located was a high-altitude, mountainous, and cliff-laden region. Although it was still desolate, there were some tamarisk trees, cacti, and weeds, with some water sources in the mountains supporting nearby animal survival. Amidst a patch of uneven weeds, a pair of curved spiral horns emerged. Qiao Shu cautiously approached the patch of weeds, and after just a few steps, a strong, foul, bloody smell wafted into his nostrils with the evening breeze. He couldn't help but gag. He had found it, and he could still smell the blood. He wanted to see what the carcass was. Hastily moving forward, he gently parted the weeds, revealing a stiff animal carcass in front of the camera. Chapter 30. Sand Gazelle Goodness, it's a sand gazelle. Qiao Shu's eyes widened in surprise. Whether in his past life or this one, it was his first time seeing a sand gazelle. In his previous life, sand gazelles lived only in the arid regions of eastern Ethiopia and northern Somalia and were quite rare protected animals in those areas. In this parallel world, although sand gazelles were distributed in Huagua due to their small numbers, they had successfully made it onto the endangered species red list of the Huagua Protection Animal Association and were key protected species. The sand gazelle in front of him was about 1.5 meters long, with a small, flat, wedge-shaped head, large eyes staring hollowly, clearly having lost breath for a long time. Its body was very thin, with long, slender legs and neck, and a long, curved black tail about 30 centimeters long. The whole sand gazelle exuded an aura of slenderness, almost like the greyhound of the sheep world. Qiao Shu reached out to shoo away the small flies and bugs above the sand gazelle's carcass, firmly grasping its beautiful horns to turn it over. Weighing around 70 pounds, this was quite robust for a slender sand gazelle. A grotesque, large wound appeared on its belly, exposing a row of white ribs, clearly indicating that this abdominal area was the fatal injury. With a serious expression, Qiao Shu remarked, "Besides the peck mark from the vultures around, the other wounds resemble canine bite marks." There were many canine animals living in desert and semi-arid areas, like this little cutie in Qiao Shu's arms, the fennec fox. Then there was the sand fox, which was clearly less attractive than the fennec fox, and the desert wolf, also known as the Arabian wolf, which lived in the Arabian desert in his past life. Additionally, jackals, brown hyenas, and other canine animals occasionally roamed the desert. These canine carnivores, apart from the distant relatives of little fennec foxes, were mostly troublesome characters that acted in packs. If there were wolf packs or hyena packs nearby, it would be bad news for Qiao Shu. Qiao Shu gazed at the sand gazelle's wounds and casually unlocked its encyclopedia information. Since it was a recently deceased creature, the carcass had not yet turned to bone, so the encyclopedia could still be unlocked. Species name, sand gazelle, alias, Clark's gazelle, kingdom, Animalia, phylum, Chordata class, Mammalia, order, Artiodactyla, family, Bovidae, genus Gazella, description, inhabits semi-arid areas with dense to sparse shrubbery and plains mixed with shrubs and grasslands. Its altitude range is between 200–1200 meters, and it is a solitary or socially active diurnal mammal, capable of either solitary activity or gathering in small family groups of up to 39 individuals. Food: herbivorous, feeding on small shoots, leaves, twigs, and berries from shrubs. This species is extremely drought-resistant and can survive without or with minimal open water sources. Qiao Shu looked enviously at the sand gazelle's information display. Like camels and fennec foxes, this was another chosen one with a desert creature template. These desert animals were clearly better suited for survival here than humans. Due to the low water intake in the afternoon, Qiao Shu felt a bit dizzy. In contrast, the little fennec fox, which also hadn't had much water, was prancing around like nothing was wrong, even extending its little paw to scratch its chin playfully. Enough already. Qiao Shu moved the little fox's paw away. "You go play on the side for a bit. I need to get some goat meat." The little fox, just taken out of Qiao Shu's clothes, was somewhat reluctant. Fortunately, the sun had already set, and the desert temperature was much cooler, so the little guy didn't resist too much, elegantly squatting nearby like a little cat, watching Qiao Shu. Its little posture was overly anthropomorphized, looking a bit like the pampered wife of a domineering CEO. This sand gazelle had been gnawed on by certain animals and had also been ravaged by vultures, rendering much of its meat ineatable. Qiao Shu took out his tactical dagger and explained to the audience, "Places bitten by canines like wolves harbor various bacteria. Those areas definitely cannot be eaten. Even untouched areas need to be cautious. Never eat them raw. And when processing, try to use long heating methods to cook them thoroughly." With sharp eyes, Qiao Shu located a weak spot in the fur at the tail and plunged the dagger into the intersection of skin and flesh with a plop. The sharp tactical dagger scraped against the sand gazelle's skin, producing a light creaking sound that oddly felt somewhat relieving. Skinning a goat is actually quite simple. We start from the tail, cutting along the midline of the abdomen all the way to the neck and lower jaw. Qiao Shu held the cut edge of the goat's skin tightly with one hand while using the other to punch and press the muscle, pulling as he pounded. Just operate like I am, and you can separate the goat's skin from the soft underlying tissue. Qiao Shu spoke to the audience while working diligently. Skinning is not a technical skill. It just requires practice. Unless you want a piece of artwork-level leather. The little fennec fox squatted beside the sand gazelle, watching Qiao Shu skinning with keen interest. Then we need to cut vertically along the inner sides of the legs and the abdomen like this. The nearly 30-kilogram male sand gazelle was exceptionally smooth under Qiao Shu's manipulation. The audience only saw him finish cutting and gently pull, and a large piece of gazelle skin separated from the meat. Finally, carefully peel the skin off the forelimbs, hind limbs, head, chest, and abdomen. This step is the most troublesome and requires some patience. The cuts must be neat, and the subcutaneous fat should not be broken. The muscle connective tissue must be peeled off cleanly. The audience was stunned. They usually see outdoor live streams that are just about traveling or exploring shops, but they had never seen a live stream of skinning a gazelle. Even the slow-motion stress relief videos on Douyin are just about fixing horseshoes, cleaning carpets, or removing blackheads. Wow, is skinning this smooth? The streamer must use a special conditioner every day. It's just too smooth. Brother Shu, what makes you think we can learn the skill of skinning by watching it once? Although a bit scared, it wasn't as bloody as imagined, and surprisingly, it was quite relieving. Qiao Shu looked at the bullet comments with a faint smile. Skinning is not particularly bloody. A skilled skinner rarely sees blood during the process. Northeast fur products are well known, and the Qiao family has related industries. Qiao Shu has skinned rabbits and rode deer since he was young. All right, the whole skin can be taken off now. Qiao Shu smiled at the camera and said, the next scene is very effective for curing obsessive-compulsive disorder, so don't miss it. After saying that, Qiao Shu grabbed the edges of the sheepskin he had cut and tore it open. With his left hand holding the sheepskin and his right hand making a fist and striking it hard against the skin, the entire sheepskin came off smoothly, and a complete gazelle skin appeared in Qiao Shu's hands. The whole process was characterized by its smoothness. Chapter 31. Thanking Nature's Gifts. Ding. The host has broken through himself. The skill, basic skinning, has been activated. Ding. The host has independently unlocked a skill, earning 1,000 green points. As expected, after successfully skinning an entire piece of sheepskin, Qiao Shu unlocked another life skill. The difficulty of skinning is obviously lower than rock climbing and parkour, so he only received a reward of 1,000 green points. Of course, it may also be because the latter two skills can be deadly if not done well. Qiao Shu looked at the bear gazelle in front of him, wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, and reached out with his other hand to wipe the drool from little A Li. Stop looking. It's not cooked yet. We can't eat it. A Li called softly, glancing away with big eyes, trying hard not to look at the meat in front of him. With the skinning done, it was time to get the meat. Qiao Shu smiled slightly. The gazelle had definitely not been dead long. Even in such hot conditions, the meat showed no obvious signs of rotting. Qiao Shu's gaze swept over the various parts of the gazelle: lamb legs, lamb shoulders, neck, tenderloin, and back, except for the lamb breast and chest, which were bitten by an unknown canine animal. All other parts were intact and edible, and they were all rare delicacies. As for the lamb's testicles, lamb's eggs, and lamb's treasures, it was better to skip those. Being alone in the desert, he had no way to enjoy them. Qiao Shu used his tactical dagger to first cut off 2 pieces of lamb leg meat weighing about a pound each. The small body weight of the gazelle meant it wouldn't yield too much meat, but this animal was very active and lively, so the meat was mostly fresh. Compared to the dead meat produced in farming pens, this pure, natural meat was much more delicious and chewy. Next, Qiao Shu cut off a pound of meat from the neck, which is the tenderest part of the gazelle. With a little grilling, it becomes a rare delicacy. After wrapping the fresh lamb meat in plastic wrap from his backpack, Qiao Shu stood up, stopped taking meat, and patted his bloodied hand on his numb thigh. Is that all the meat you took from such a big sheep? Isn't that a bit wasteful? A comment asked. Seeing a viewer's question, Qiao Shu smiled and replied, people shouldn't be too greedy. This lamb meat is enough for me and A Li. The remaining part can't be taken away and will just rot in the bag. It's better to return it to nature. Qiao Shu pointed to the sky, where a few vultures were still circling overhead, evidently annoyed that he had taken their dinner, as well as the good brothers who guided them here. After saying that, Qiao Shu pressed down on A Li's little head Come on, Ali. Let's thank nature for its gifts. Little Ali, confused, was pressed down on the little head and bowed deeply to the sky. And let's also thank the vulture uncle who brought us food. He bowed again. Qiao Shu pinched Ali's soft little paw and waved at the vultures in the sky. The vultures replied, "Thank you, thank you." As a desert reclamation worker, and especially as a reclamation worker in the death desert of Area 044, Qiao Shu must be the purest wilderness survivor in the world. Wilderness survivors do not hate vultures. The cause and effect relationship must be clear. It is not the vultures that bring death, but death that attracts vultures. Just like in the past life of Pokemon, the Pokemon known as the Disaster Beast, Absol clearly had the ability to foresee disasters and tried to warn humans of impending calamities, but was misunderstood as an omen of disaster. Vultures are the same. They are nature's scavengers, the most important decomposers in the food chain, and are truly beneficial birds. Thus, they are regarded as sacred birds in the Tibetan regions of China. All right, after the thanks, let's continue our journey. Qiao Shu picked up the confused little fox and walked straight ahead. His target was the valley not far away. Since there were gazelles active nearby, it indicated a high possibility of a water source in the valley. Even if there was no water source, Qiao Shu could not continue on. The nighttime temperatures in the desert dropped sharply, and if he didn't find shelter quickly to start a fire and rest, the rapidly falling temperatures could very well cost him his life. Just as he reached the entrance of the valley, Qiao Shu's eyes lit up with surprise. In front of him, the valley was dotted with trees, which, while not lush, brought some greenery to the monotonous desert. This was the first time Qiao Shu had seen these mature trees in the Area 044 reclamation zone. This patch of greenery was enough to indicate the presence of a water source in the valley. Thinking of this, Qiao Shu quickened his pace toward the valley. After walking a few steps, he suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, the rest this good thing too?" The camera zoomed in, and the audience saw a strange plant covered in thorns scattered across the sandy ground. This was strawberry dragon fruit, a branch of the dragon fruit everyone usually eats, named for its fruit size, which is about the same as a strawberry. Qiao Shu struggled with his tactical dagger among the thorns for a while before finally managing to pluck a red fruit the size of a strawberry. Gently peeling off the skin revealed the plump white flesh with black seeds, just like ordinary dragon fruit. Qiao Shu popped the fruit into his mouth, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Dragon fruit comes in two varieties, white flesh and red flesh. Normally, white dragon fruit has an average taste, while red dragon fruit is sweeter. Although the dragon fruit Qiao Shu ate had white flesh, its taste was surprisingly sweet. He swallowed the flesh along with the juice, which quenched his thirst and made him unable to resist giving a thumbs up to the camera. So sweet and full of moisture. Fruits that grow in places with large temperature differences between day and night are usually very sweet. This is because the greater the temperature difference, the stronger the photosynthesis in fruits and the more sugar they secrete. I need to collect more of this dragon fruit. It can help replenish my water, sugar, and energy, and in an emergency, it could even save my life. Qiao Shu began gathering dragon fruit, placing the fruits into his backpack. Little Ali beside him curiously reached out a paw to poke at the thorny strawberry dragon fruit, only to immediately get pricked and feel pain in his little paw. Ing. The little creature looked up at Qiao Shu with teary eyes, raising its small paw that had been pricked, its fox face full of grievance. Qiao Shu was both amused and helpless, picking up the little Ali and peeling a dragon fruit to offer it to its mouth, simultaneously unlocking the information in the plant encyclopedia for strawberry dragon fruit. Chapter 32. The Valley in the Desert. Species name, dragon fruit, alias dragon fruit, J dragon fruit. Immortal fruit, holy fruit, kingdom, planty class. Eudicots, order, Caryophyllales, family. Cactica genus, Hylocereus. Introduction. Dragon fruit has a unique appearance, with a red skin that has protrusions resembling flames, evoking images of dragon scales, hence its name. It thrives in both sunlight and shade, is heat and drought resistant, and prefers fertile soil while tolerating poor conditions. In certain regions of Blue Planet, it is considered a symbol of sanctity. Uses 1 edible value. The fruit is sweet and mild, with high nutritional value, and it grows normally with little to no pest issues, requiring almost no pesticides. 2. Medicinal value. Dragon fruit combines the benefits of fruit, flowers, vegetables, healthcare, and medicine, helping to prevent constipation, promote eye health, lower blood sugar, blood lipids, and blood pressure. 3. Dragon fruit is a landscaping plant that is both ornamental and edible, with considerable aesthetic value. Distribution area, as shown in the image. Click to expand. Ding. Dragon fruit seeds have been unlocked, and the host can purchase them anytime from the system mall. Qiao Shu nodded in satisfaction. After unlocking so many plant encyclopedias, he finally had a plant that could be eaten. As for whether he could grow these trees in the 044 management area, Qiao Shu was completely unconcerned. Not to mention he had the system to assist him. Just the sight of this valley filled with greenery proved that plants could survive in this desert. Desert plants are mostly deep-rooted. They usually have well-developed root systems that can reach deep underground to find water. Thus, the surface sand proves nothing. Whether there is moisture underground is the fundamental reason for a desert to transform into an oasis. After collecting all the visible dragon fruits, Qiao Shu stopped. A total of 56 strawberry-sized fruits were piled in his backpack, looking very delightful in their red hue. Wow, they look appetizing. Brother Tree, how about exchanging one rocket for one strawberry dragon fruit? Compared to this dragon fruit, I am more interested in your meat cistanch that can replenish the kidneys. Upstairs, I've already sent your barrage screenshot to your 32 fans and 121 followers. Now your friends and family all know you have kidney deficiency. No need to thank me. The viewers in the live broadcast room were as mischievous as ever. Qiao Shu smiled at the transparent light screen in front of him and hurried to collect the dragon fruits. After gathering the dragon fruits, the sun had almost completely vanished, leaving only the last rays of sunset. Qiao Shu quickly entered the valley with little Ali. The valley before him was sparsely filled with poplar trees, a common deciduous tree in the desert and the most prevalent plant in oases. Although there were trees growing in this valley, it still could not be strictly considered an oasis. Qiao Shu spoke to the camera. The definition of an oasis is a substantial biological community based on a small-scale range within a large-scale desert background, forming a relatively stable heterogeneous ecological landscape with a distinct microclimate effect. It sounds complicated, but in short, it means that a complete and independent ecological structure must form in the desert to be called an oasis. The valley before him clearly did not meet this standard, but it was enough for him to rest and recover through this difficult night. Qiao Shu casually unlocked the surrounding plants, and the plant encyclopedia in his mind lit up one by one. Poplar, palm, and sand jujube trees stood majestically throughout the valley, while some shrubs and herbs even took root in the rocky layers, their tenacious vitality commanding respect. The small spherical drone flew high under Qiao Shu's control, and the overhead view of the entire valley immediately became clear in his mind. In the dim desert, the valley shimmered like a brilliant emerald, deeply embedded in the desolate sands. From a bird's-eye view, the trees in the valley were arranged in a regular line, clearly indicating the location of the valley's water source. Beneath the desert, there are abundant water resources with underground rivers flowing. These underground rivers nourish the desert plants and provide drinking water for humans and animals, bringing precious vitality to the desert, forming one oasis after another. The mountains in the oasis accumulate thick ice and snow, and in summer, the melting ice and snow create new underground rivers. Qiao Shu sighed to the camera. The power of nature is astonishing. It creates a perfect closed loop, showcasing the beauty of life in this barren land. If I'm lucky, I might find exposed river water or pools seeping from the rocky crevices. It's decided then. We'll camp here tonight. Qiao Shu picked up little Ali beside him. The terrain in the valley was clearly much more complex than in the desert. If the little one got mischievous, it could easily get lost. The desert was not like the city. Getting lost here almost equated to saying goodbye forever, following the line of trees that formed a lifeline. Qiao Shu soon spotted a small pool hidden beneath the lush foliage. The pool was crystal clear, and he could faintly see water seeping from the surrounding rock crevices. Wow, there really is water. The surprise in Qiao Shu's eyes was unmistakable. Finding such clear spring water in the heart of the desert was truly incredible. He suppressed the urge to leap into the pool and continued, "I'm covered in dust. I really want to jump in for a good wash. But the current temperature is quite low, and that would be too dangerous." Shaking his head, Qiao Shu pointed to the water stains in the rocky crevices nearby and said, "These are volcanic spring waters, meaning they could be consumed directly. It is said that it takes thousands of years for this spring water to seep through the rocks and fill this place. The water resources here are precious. I need to fill my 2 water bottles and wash my face and hands properly." After saying that, Qiao Shu took off his shirt, revealing his strong upper body, and walked straight toward the pool. Qiao Shu's current image was definitely not flattering. The previous sandstorm had nearly buried him, and he had trekked for hours in the scorching desert afterward. Sweat and mud mixed together, along with the blood of the sand antelope he had just encountered, creating an extremely unpleasant odor. It smelled a bit like fermented oligo. After a moment's hesitation, Qiao Shu couldn't bring himself to pollute this pure pool of water. He took out a piece of gauze, put it in the pool, and sat on a large stone to carefully wipe his body. Brother Tree's physique is unexpectedly impressive. Chapter 33. A serendipitous encounter. Qiao Shu had always had a good physique. It wasn't solely due to improved physical fitness. Since childhood, his family had not been overly concerned about his academic performance, but rather focused on his health and body management. Swimming and fitness had been part of his routine since middle school, and he continued this until graduating high school. Even during university, he would go to the gym at least once a week, strictly managing his physique. Of course, Qiao Qingfeng cared more about his health, while Qiao Ning was concerned about both health and physique. Thus, Qiao Shu's muscles were firm and well-defined. Even now, covered in mud, his 8-pack abs could not be hidden. As a result, the barrage in the live broadcast room suddenly became strange. "Hubby, so handsome and fit, please marry me on the spot. Male college student, Brother Tree. I'm wearing black stockings today. Interested in a chat? Male Zero Wong. Exclusive formula to treat kidney deficiency and premature ejaculation. Please click on my profile to see the introduction." Advertising. If it's Brother Tree, it wouldn't be impossible. 111. Qiao Shu looked at the barrage floating in front of him and suddenly felt a chill in his heart. What a lunatic. All the viewers his live stream were from Nantong? Are they after my body? Fortunately, everyone was just joking with Qiao Shu. Although his figure was good, apart from some rosy-faced female viewers, most of the straight men were merely admiring him. After washing his face with pond water and wiping off the grime, Qiao Shu felt refreshed. In civilized society, personal hygiene not only affects one's mood, but also impacts physical condition. He looked up at a tree standing 6 or 7 meters tall beside him, patted its sturdy trunk, and said, "Lamb could be a staple food, strawberries and dragon fruits are desserts, and I still need some drinks." This is a sand jujube tree. Its fruit has a sweet and sour taste, aids digestion, and can be made into excellent beverages. While speaking, Qiao Shu unlocked the sand jujube tree's entry in the plant encyclopedia. Species name: sand jujube, alias silver willow, osmanthus willow. Goat milk fruit, kingdom, Planyphylum, Magnoliophyta, class Magnoliopsida. Family, Eleaginus, Eleagnus. Introduction: sand jujube, like sunlight, is highly cold-resistant, drought-tolerant, and can withstand waterlogged, saline alkali, and barren conditions. It has a well-developed root system, mainly horizontal roots, and is very resilient. The fruit is long, oval-shaped, about 1 centimeter in diameter, and the flesh is powdery. Uses: 1. Edible value. Sand jujube has high medicinal and edible value. The flesh can be eaten raw or cooked, and the stems and roots are rich in alkaloids, while the leaves and dried branches contain catechin. 2. Medicinal value. The fruit is edible, and both the fruit and tree bark can be used in medicine. 3. Usage value. The flowers can be used to extract essential oils for perfume materials. The wood is tough and dense, suitable for making furniture, farming tools, and can also be used as fuel. 4. Ornamental and greening value. Sand jujube is an important tree species for northern shelter belts. Distribution area, as shown in the picture. Click to expanding. Sand jujube saplings have been unlocked, and the host can purchase them at any time from the system mall. You have unlocked 10 plant encyclopedia entries and gained the growth type special skill, Carefree Willow. Carefree Willow, growth type special skill. Level, beginner, can be upgraded by unlocking plant encyclopedia entries. Effect, the survival rate of plants you personally plant increases by 20. And it can ignore the side effects caused by objective factors such as temperature, humidity, and light, while the yield of fruit trees and crops increases by 20. Evaluation, flowers planted with care may not bloom, but carefree willows provide shade. Good stuff. Qiao Shu was overjoyed. Not only was the sand jujube tree a good thing, but this special skill called Carefree Willow was also a rare gem. As a sand control person, afforestation and sand fixation were his old trades. A skill that can increase the survival rate of plants was simply his chosen skill. Not to mention, it was the rarest special skill. The special skills he had seen in the lottery system's prize pool were almost all the rarest golden rewards. Moreover, the special skills in the system all were often sold for hundreds of thousands to millions of greening points. The animal and plant encyclopedia was just a purple item, yet it guaranteed a growing golden skill, and once he unlocked 10 animal entries, he would likely receive another special skill. The beginner level, Carefree Willow, had such incredible attributes. How much further could it grow after he unlocked more plant entries? What huge find! The viewers watched Qiao Shu grinning at the empty pond for a long time, feeling somewhat horrified, unable to suppress the chill in their hearts. Brother Tree, what are you laughing at? Clearly, there's nothing there. Don't scare me. Are you putting on a show of desert horror? Oh no, Brother Tree has been captivated by a female ghost. Is it a wild fox spirit? Could it be the ancestor of little Ollie? Ollie, are you polite? Qiao Shu helplessly withdrew his consciousness. The special skill could be researched slowly, but the urgent matter was to safely spend the night. I'm fine. I just saw a good place. Qiao Shu smiled and changed the topic. It seemed like it could serve as tonight's campsite. Following the direction Qiao Shu pointed, everyone saw a cave located at the foot of the mountain. The area around the cave was very flat, with only some red stones and shrubs, and it was very close to the pond. The geographical location was good, making it convenient to fetch water. Qiao Shu stood up, draped his clothes over himself, picked up the little fox, and walked toward the cave, which provided natural shelter against various wild beasts. Arriving at the cave entrance, Qiao Shu took out a flashlight from his backpack and shone it inside. The cave was about 7 or 8 square meters, more than enough to provide shelter for one person. However, what made Qiao Shu uneasy was that white animal bones were scattered around the cave, indicating that it had once been the den of some carnivorous beast. Qiao Shu picked up a piece of animal leg bone and gently applied pressure. Crack. The leg bone was instantly snapped in two, and the middle part crumbled into bone powder, scattering across the ground. Only then did Qiao Shu let out a sigh of relief and said to the camera, "Fortunately, these bones are severely weathered, clearly indicating they have been dead for a long time. Even if this cave once housed animals, they have long since left, so it should be safe to stay here." He placed his backpack and Ali on the ground and continued. As a novice in wilderness survival, there are a few very important things to remember when you don't know how to choose a wilderness shelter. Stay away from wild beasts. Stay off the ground. Stay away from active water sources. At the same time, we should try to meet several conditions. High terrain, covered, some level of comfort. As for why I don't meet these precautions, Qiao Shu stood up, revealing 2 rows of small white teeth, because I am no longer a survival novice. That little pond is filled with mountain spring water year-round, with no risk of flooding. This cave was once a wild beast den. Once a wild beast abandons a den, it won't easily return in a short time. The experience of wilderness survival and the knowledge learned from sand control training allow me to make the most rational and reasonable judgments. If a survival novice were to choose a campsite like me, I guarantee they wouldn't survive a few nights in the wilderness. In the wild, personal strength is the fundamental reason you can live comfortably. Human wisdom is our greatest weapon. Chapter 34, Wilderness Survival. Do you bring a pot? I'm done learning. I'm done learning. Brothers, wait for my news. I'm going to find a place far from wild beasts, off the ground, and away from active water sources for a wilderness camp. Brother Tree is so domineering. Can I add you on WeChat for a detailed chat? I am Chujiste Shuste. 36, huh? Is it bigger than Brother Tree's? Can we stop at the jokes already? Is watching Brother Tree's live stream considered learning wilderness survival knowledge? If I watch your live stream every day, Will I become a qualified sand control person in a few years? Qiao Shu looked at this barrage and smiled as he explained. Watching live streams definitely doesn't count. It's like scrolling through Douyin every day. Fragmented knowledge is hard to form a system. Deliberate practice is what creates qualified skills. However, regularly watching my live streams isn't without benefits. When you truly want to become a wilderness survivor, you'll find that the things you've learned will feel familiar. The knowledge I teach will exist in your subconscious, allowing you to easily connect them into a perfect system. If everyone is interested, we can enter the Q&A session later, and I will answer everyone's questions one by one. But for now, let me quickly get a fire going. After all, the sun has completely set. After Qiao Shu's reminder, everyone realized that there was no sunlight left in the world. Only the water-like, calm moonlight remained, barely allowing them to see the outlines of objects. As soon as Qiao Shu finished speaking, the small round drone hovering above suddenly switched to night mode, casting a soft light that illuminated a 3-meter radius around him. In his previous life on Earth, such a drone was a technological marvel beyond comprehension. But in this parallel world, it was different. The technological advancements here were faster. And after so many days of live streaming, no viewers seemed to question the drone. All right, taking advantage of the drone's light, I need to gather some dry firewood and jujube fruit, then reinforce the shelter as much as possible. The rule of survival in the wild is to start a fire and build a shelter before dark. And since Qiao Shu had been chatting with the viewers, his progress had been slow, so he quickly sped up his actions. In the desert valley, it was hard to find mature trees, but dead trees were everywhere. These dead woods were completely dry and made the best fire-starting materials. Qiao Shu quickly collected a large pile. Meanwhile, the little fox, Ali, was not idle either. Carrying a piece of wood larger than its body and stumbling behind Qiao Shu, the little guy wanted to help, but its strength was too small, and its cute yet anxious appearance made the viewers in the live stream burst into laughter. Qiao Shu used a flint to ignite the bonfire, and the roaring flames lit up the cave and surrounding areas. The sense of security that fire provided was incomparable to any light. The flames could drive away beasts, provide light and warmth, and cook food and water, making fire an essential element for human survival in the wild. Qiao Shu poked at the fire with a stick, the flickering tongues of flame reflecting the angles of his face. The small amount of thick smoke that rose quickly dissipated, indicating that the little moisture left in the dry wood had evaporated, replaced by the orange-red flames. All right, next is the moment everyone has been waiting for. I'm going to start cooking the ingredients I just gathered. Upon hearing this, the chat room erupted in wails. What do you mean everyone is looking forward to it? Clearly, it's Brother Shu and Ali who are most excited. We are the ones suffering. Are you kidding me? I just finished eating and you're showing me this? You just started streaming and you're already tempting us? You used to tease us during the day, and now you're doing it at night. Is that polite? What desert sand control person? I see you're a desert food god. Is this really a food show? Ignoring the viewers' cries, Qiao Shu took out several large palm leaves from behind him and laid them on the ground. Palm leaves can be made into palm ropes, raincoats, carpets, and other palm products, and can also be used to create biodegradable packaging materials, making them a natural and harmless alternative to plastic bags. Qiao Shu had very little gauze and plastic left on him, so he planned to use the palm leaves to temporarily wrap the food. These are palm leaves, not coconut palm leaves. Don't get them confused, Qiao Shu said while holding the palm leaves in his hand, explaining that palm trees and coconut palm trees are completely different species. Coconut palms can grow up to about 15 meters, while palm trees can reach a height of about 8 meters. Currently, the ingredients in Qiao Shu's hands included 3 pounds of sand antelope meat, 56 strawberry dragon fruits, a small pile of jujube fruit, and an almost inexhaustible supply of clean pond water. Due to their different locations, the sand antelope meat required various cooking methods. The leg meat had a lot of muscle fibers and was chewy, making it suitable for traditional grilling. The upper brain section, however, was different. Its main characteristic was that fat was deposited within the meat. The white fat and red meat intermingled, forming a marbled pattern that was beautifully chaotic. With a combination of fat and lean meat, tender texture, and melting in the mouth with almost no gamey taste. This part of the meat is the best for hot pot, so it's best to use stir-frying, pan-frying, or hot pot methods to preserve its original flavor. The tactical dagger in Qiao Shu's hand danced up and down, quickly cutting the leg meat into pieces and slicing the upper brain meat. Although his knife skills couldn't be called perfect, they were on par with an average restaurant chef. After all, he had the system-certified basic culinary skills. While cooking something as complex as snake soup might be difficult, cutting meat was still well within his capabilities. After finishing the cutting, Qiao Shu took a piece of the freshest, most tender upper brain meat and offered it to Ali. After all, Ali was a wild fennec fox. While it looked cute, it was a seasoned gourmet and would eat almost anything. Snakes, lizards, scorpions, bird eggs, nothing was off limits. During the time, it had been following Qiao Shu. Ali had only been eating cooked meat, which wasn't good for its growth and could spoil its appetite, making it lose the advantage of being an omnivore. Therefore, occasionally feeding it some raw meat was very beneficial. The little guy had long been drooling over the beautiful sand antelope meat. And as soon as Qiao Shu offered the meat slice, it quickly grabbed it and swallowed it whole, just like Zhu Beiji devouring a ginseng fruit. Qiao Shu looked at the little fox with a mix of amusement and disbelief. Can you really taste anything when you eat like that? While Li could swallow the sand antelope meat whole, Qiao Shu certainly couldn't and wouldn't dare to do the same. Thus, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Qiao Shu pulled out a pot the size of a human head from his backpack. The viewers were dumbfounded. Survival in the wild? Brother Shu, you actually brought a pot in your backpack? Chapter 35. Hot pot and roast leg of lamb as a qualified desert controller. Qiao Shu was well aware that bringing a pot might seem a bit unprofessional, but he couldn't help it. It was a delicious pot. Who could resist a little pot that enhances the flavor of food? To distract the viewers and shift their attention, Qiao Shu pulled out various seasoning bottles, including cumin, salt, MSG, and soy sauce from his bag. The chat room's barrage of comments almost instantly disappeared, and all the viewers in front of their screens stared intently at the seasoning bottles. Survival in the wild. Brothers, this is a desolate desert. Can't we show some respect for the deathly desert? Bringing a pot is one thing, but why do you have more seasonings than a restaurant? Qiao Shu scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. He had carried these seasonings with him, and since his current physique had been enhanced by the system, he was strong enough not to worry about the weight of a pot and some seasonings. The only problem was that these things took up a bit of space, making his backpack bulge. Qiao Shu was now eagerly looking forward to the draw after today's live stream, hoping to get the space-related item he had been dreaming of, even if it was just 1 cubic meter. After placing the delicious pot over the bonfire and filling it with pond water, Qiao Shu sat on a nearby rock, patiently waiting for the water to boil while preparing the leg meat. The leg meat didn't require as much preparation as the upper brain. Just a wash in pond water, then poking a few holes with the tip of the knife and marinating it with cumin powder, chili flakes, salt, and MSG. It would be flavorful in about 10 minutes, although if someone preferred a stronger flavor, they could marinate it for an hour. Just then, while waiting, both Qiao Shu and the viewers heard a smacking sound coming from the side. Following the sound, Qiao Shu saw that the small round drone had also turned its camera. In the darkness, a cute little fennec fox was upright with its big ears, nibbling on a strawberry dragon fruit, clearly enjoying it. Upon noticing that Qiao Shu was watching, the little guy timidly paused and looked at him with its big, dodgy eyes. Seeing the little fox's adorable appearance, Qiao Shu couldn't help but chuckle. He thought he had a mouse problem, but turned out to be a little traitor. He reached out to pat its big ears. It's okay. Eat as you like. Just wait until later. I'll add a dish, fennec fox with dragon fruit flavor. Do you prefer it steamed, braised, pan-fried, or grilled? Qiao Shu playfully tapped Ali's little shoulder. Ali, I never thought about that. Qiao Shu looked disappointed and said, you need to think carefully. As the reserve grain of the 044 governance area, this is a lifelong matter for you. The little fox instantly felt that the dragon fruit in its mouth was no longer tasty. Although it couldn't understand the words, it could clearly sense Qiao Shu's current mischievousness. You're scaring the raccoon. While Qiao Shu teased the little raccoon, the water in the delicious pot was already boiling. He placed thin slices of lamb brain into the pot, letting the boiling water scald them slightly until they were fully cooked. Although Qiao Shu didn't have sesame sauce on hand, he still made a simple sauce by mixing soy sauce and MSG, focusing on the flavor of the lamb itself. Two small wooden sticks of similar length and thickness served as simple chopsticks. Qiao Shu picked up a slice of lamb and dipped it in the prepared sauce before eagerly stuffing it into his mouth. The tender saiga meat rolled down his throat, and a unique flavor, fragrant and tender, neither gamey nor greasy, exploded in his mouth. One word, delicious. Qiao Shu looked at the camera with a face full of enjoyment. The meat was rich and fragrant without being gamey, and the juicy flavor combined with the aroma of soy sauce was simply a delicacy. It would be even better with some sesame sauce, fermented tofu, and chive flowers. Qiao Shu, being from the north, preferred sesame sauce over oil dips when eating hot pot and lamb. He also picked up 2 pieces of the same lamb brain meat for the little raccoon, but didn't let it dip in soy sauce. Although he didn't know if the earless fox could eat salty food, he knew that dogs, being canines too, shouldn't eat too much salt, as it could burden their kidneys and cause hair loss. Although the little raccoon was very cute, if it ended up bald from eating too much salt, no amount of good looks could save it. Lamb meat is nourishing, and saiga meat is even more so, but the most valuable and nourishing part of the saiga is not the meat. Can you guess which part it is? Qiao Shu interacted with the audience with a smile. Saiga whip, saiga eggs, saiga biscuit. The answers from the perverted audience were as bizarre as ever. Stop, stop, stop. Qiao Shu helplessly made a pause gesture at the camera. Come on, that's too outrageous. There's nothing else but that part, right? The real answer is antlers. Qiao Shu pointed to the 2 protruding antlers in his backpack, which were indeed the most precious part of the saiga. When he was cutting meat from the saiga carcass earlier, he had also cut off the antlers, not only because of their value, but also because such items attract poachers. Trading in wildlife products, even if taken from a carcass, is still illegal. Many wildlife sanctuary guardians replace rhinoceros horns with artificial ones for this reason. When an animal's organ has immense value, it becomes a source of crime, even if they did nothing wrong. It's sad, but it's a fact. Saiga antlers have the effect of calming the liver and extinguishing wind, clearing the liver and improving eyesight, and dispelling blood and detoxifying. Qiao Shu continued to educate. Of course, the antlers usually used in medicine are from the Tibetan antelope, but saiga antlers are still good decorative items, which is also why they are hunted. I definitely won't sell these antlers. Selling wildlife products as a desert person is a crime that adds insult to injury. However, they can be used as decoration in the headquarters or donated to an animal protection association or desert organization. While chatting with the audience, Qiao Shu didn't idle. He kept stuffing lamb slices into his mouth. A pound of lamb brain meat was quickly finished off by him and the little raccoon. But due to the tremendous physical exertion during the day and not having eaten for a while, this little bit of lamb meat didn't even fill him halfway. Qiao Shu and the raccoon simultaneously glanced at the palm leaves nearby. There were still 2 pounds of marinated lamb leg meat, with clear fat and a rich meaty aroma that mingled with the spices, whetting their appetites. All right, the lamb slices we just ate were just an appetizer. Next comes everyone's favorite part, roasted lamb leg. Chapter 36, Q&A session. Roasting a lamb leg is actually very simple, just like grilling skewers at home. The secret is not to flip it too often, especially with an inconsistent timing, as it can easily affect the taste and cooking. The degree of heat and the distance between the lamb leg and the charcoal fire also influence how long you should wait before flipping it. How do you know when to flip it? It's simple. Just check if the side facing the fire has turned a bit yellow. If it has, it's time to flip it. Qiao Shu spoke enthusiastically to the camera about the secrets of roasting lamb legs. While the lamb leg on the campfire began to sizzle and glisten with oil, oil dripped into the flames, causing an explosion of brilliant sparks. And the rich aroma of meat mixed with smokiness wafted into the noses of both man and fox. The little raccoon immediately felt that the dragon fruit in its mouth was no longer tasty and stared intently at the lamb leg on the campfire. The aroma of the roasted meat was absolutely irresistible to a wild animal that had only eaten raw meat, especially with the various spices mixed in. Even the little vulture next door was drooling. Unfortunately, Qiao Shu swallowed hard. For convenience, he only cut the meat off the lamb leg without the bone, saying that a boneless roasted lamb leg lacks soul. Saigas are highly active, and their meat is very chewy, especially the leg muscles, which are the most developed and need to be roasted longer to be fully cooked. While waiting, Let's make a glass of sweet and sour saiga jujube juice. Qiao Shu chopped up a pile of saiga jujube fruits he picked from a tree and placed them into an empty water bottle. He then found a sturdy stick nearby, cleaned it, and used it to stir continuously in the bottle to extract the juice from the saiga jujube bits. The extracted juice was poured into another bottle, while the remaining saiga jujube pulp was discarded. Soon, a cup of pure saiga jujube juice with a reddish-brown sheen was completed. Qiao Shu lowered his head to take a sip, and his expression changed instantly, as if he had put on a mask of pain. Wow, so sour. It seemed these saiga jujubes weren't ripe yet. The sour taste stimulated saliva secretion, and Qiao Shu mumbled, I need to find a way to salvage this, otherwise this pot of saiga jujube juice will go to waste. The only thing that can neutralize the sourness is sugar. Qiao Shu first poured an appropriate amount of white granulated sugar from the spice bottle. After thinking for a moment, he also squeezed some juice from the dragon fruit. Although the desert's unique strawberry dragon fruit is small, it is unexpectedly sweet and just right to cover the sourness of the saiga jujube. He added the dragon fruit juice and white sugar, then a bit of cool spring water to chill it, and a mixed ice juice was made. Qiao Shu tried another sip, and his eyes lit up. The sourness of the saiga jujube was transformed into a unique, refreshing aroma under the sweetness of the sugar. And combined with the distinctive sweetness of the dragon fruit, they created a taste with the unique charm of the desert. Delicious. It's no worse than the juices sold in those milk tea shops, Qiao Shu praised. It's quite similar to a fresh fruit tea I had at a milk tea shop. What was that shop called? I think it was Magic City Lady. The audience, who had been desperately swallowing just a second ago, suddenly spat it out. What the heck is Magic City Lady? What the hell is Magic City Lady? That Santee in Shanghai? Okay. Qiao Shu's head seemed to be filled with all sorts of strange things besides wilderness survival knowledge. Wow. It seems like Qiao Shu inadvertently exposed some of his preferences. Is it really that good? Swallows. It really is very good. Qiao Shu nodded at the camera. Although in terms of taste and sweetness, it couldn't compare to those drinks mixed with food additives, it excelled in being natural and harmless. Qiao Shu took another sip from the jug, squinting with satisfaction. In the desolate desert, where even normal drinking water is a problem, being able to drink a glass of fresh juice is already a heavenly treatment. While the roasted leg of lamb was still cooking, everyone had questions to ask. Although I am just an apprentice desert reclamation worker, I have a good grasp of theoretical knowledge. Qiao Shu leaned lazily against a stone, feeling the warmth from the fluffy little fox in his arms, which dispelled the chill of the desert night. The livestream maintained a popularity of around 300,000 viewers, and he certainly wouldn't miss this good opportunity to promote desert reclamation work and gain more greening points. Hearing Qiao Shu's words, the audience immediately became excited. Although Qiao Shu was already paying attention to the livestream's effects, being in the dangerous desert meant he couldn't interact with the audience like other streamers. Now that there was a chance to interact with Qiao Shu, they naturally wouldn't let it slip by. Qiao Shu also sat in front of the camera, randomly reading questions from the bullet comments. Brother Shu, I have a question that has puzzled me for years. Why does my weight not change when I weigh myself after going to the bathroom every day? Qiao Shu looked up, his expression complex as he stared into the camera. Friend, did you weigh yourself on the scale? Ha ha ha. I can't stop laughing. The audience burst into laughter, filling the live stream with a joyful atmosphere. Qiao Shu shook his head helplessly. This audience was hard to manage. They were too mischievous. All right, please go wash the scale first. Let's move on to the next question. Brother Shu, I really like outdoor survival and envy you for seeing different landscapes from ordinary people. So, is there any job that allows you to travel nationwide and is also tense and exciting? Qiao Shu replied seriously, yes, being a wanted criminal. The audience. Stop it, everyone. Can we ask some questions related to desert reclamation work? Qiao Shu said with a wry smile, I consider myself a science popularization streamer, not a stand-up comedian. After a round of teasing, Qiao Shu finally found a serious question in the bullet comments. Brother Shu, you must know that 7 desert reclamation workers have died in the 044 reclamation area, right? In such a dangerous situation, why do you still choose to work here? Upon seeing this bullet comment, Qiao Shu's heart shook. Talking about this makes me feel awake. He initially wanted to spout some famous quotes from past lives. Like if I don't go to hell, who will? To show off a bit, establish a character, and then harvest a batch of greening points. But when the words reached his lips, he suddenly couldn't say them. After a moment of silent contemplation, Qiao Shu finally spoke, setting aside the facts. I am an ordinary person. Ordinary people fear death. I also want to work in the safest reclamation area. But some things need to be done by someone. An abandoned reclamation area will eventually become a true no-man's land, and Huagua will lose a piece of land that can provide for its people. This is my mission. You can consider it a debt I owe from birth. The vast majority of the audience did not understand what Qiao Shu meant, but they still gave him sincere encouragement. Only Qiao Qingfeng, gazing at the computer in his luxurious study, looked at the familiar young man on the screen and fell into deep thought. Chapter 37. Flying Little Fox. The night sky of the desert is not just a single shade of black, adorned with various stars. It truly appears as a colorful shade of black. The moon was brilliant, not the usual round disk, but like a warm-colored firework blooming in the night sky, radiating a soft orange glow. The gentle and bright moonlight could even illuminate the winding shadows in the valley below, and the small water pool reflected its splendid light. A meteor streaked across the sky, and before the audience had time to gasp and make a wish, it had already disappeared at the edge of the world. In the next second, another new meteor crossed the sky. Qiao Shu looked at the beautiful scene before him and sighed. Danger always coexists with opportunity. Although there are numerous crises here, if I hadn't come here, how could I have seen such beauty? Everyone, looking at the breathtaking scenery that made them feel as if they were in a dream, couldn't help but feel a flood of emotions. Even Qiao Qingfeng, who had experienced most of life's hardships, felt that his once silent heart was slowly being healed at this moment. Losing his father in childhood, losing his wife in midlife, raising 2 children alone. Qiao Qingfeng not only did not neglect Qiao Shu and his sister, but also started from scratch, becoming one of the top tycoons in northeast China and even in Huagua with his cleverness and daring spirit. Therefore, Qiao Qingfeng, who understood the hardships of life, had always found it hard to comprehend why Qiao Shu would run off to the dangerous and desolate desert instead of enjoying his life as a rich second generation. But at this moment, he seemed to understand something. When a person is well fed, they begin to consider higher level needs. And having fed Qiao Shu too well, it led to money no longer igniting his desires. Qiao Qingfeng's expression was complicated. He didn't know whether this version of Qiao Shu was good or bad. All right, we've chatted long enough. The leg of lamb is almost ready. Qiao Shu suddenly flipped over, and the little fox in his arms unexpectedly flew away. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The little fox looked panicked, flailing in the air. Its voice changed from fear. Luckily, Qiao Shu reacted quickly and caught it back. Otherwise, if it fell into the bonfire, it would truly become backup food. Why are you so careless? Qiao Shu scolded as he held the little fox in his arms. You can't be this mischievous next time. The fox. Did I fly out by myself? I'm a flying little fox? The little fox was a bit angry, the kind that couldn't be easily appeased, until Qiao Shu brought a piece of deliciously roasted lamb leg meat to its mouth. Its anger finally subsided. The entire process lasted a full 10 seconds. Watching the little fox happily nibbling on the piece of lamb leg, its face radiant and its tail wagging so much it seemed to fly, Qiao Shu shook his head helplessly. Women's thoughts are truly unfathomable. They can change faces in an instant. The same goes for female foxes. Retracting his gaze, Qiao Shu looked back at the roasted lamb leg on the bonfire. A rich, oily aroma wafted through the air. The golden, crispy skin of the lamb leg was sprinkled with salt and cumin, making even Qiao Shu gulp. Using a tactical dagger, he cut a small piece of lamb leg meat and bit into it. The juices mixed with oil splattered in his mouth, and the fresh taste of lamb stimulated his taste buds, sending a series of unfamiliar yet delicious flavors to his brain. As Qiao Shu chewed, his eyes widened. At the same time, 300,000 viewers in front of the screen swallowed, including Qiao Qingfeng, who was used to delicacies. Brother Shu, what does the gazelle leg taste like? Is it good? Ah. I declare that my week-long diet plan is officially ruined. It looks too delicious. I don't believe you. Today is the first, and your diet plan only lasted a day. I believed in Brother Shu's evil, The livestream title of Wilderness Survival Streamer turned out to be a food show. At this moment, Qiao Shu had no time to consider the audience's feelings. The gazelle leg meat was simply too chewy, and he needed to focus all his energy on dealing with the fragrant lamb meat in his mouth. He was unable to speak, only able to make mm sounds through his nostrils to express his respect for this earthly delicacy. After chewing for a while, Qiao Shu reluctantly swallowed the meat and said, "This texture is truly hard to describe. It makes me completely forget where I am. That unique texture and flavor feel like a gazelle bouncing and running on a cliff, leaving an unforgettable impression. I strongly recommend everyone try this delicacy. Oh, I forgot. You probably won't get to eat it in your lifetime. If you eat gazelle meat, that would be too cruel." For the next half hour, the audience watched as one person and one fox feasted on 2 pounds of gazelle leg meat, devouring it completely. Yet no one was willing to leave the live stream. Everyone was both pained and delighted. Old Father Qiao Qingfeng was cursing Qiao Shu for being unfilial while instructing the old steward to prepare a roasted whole sheep. Just as the old steward stepped out of the door, he was stopped by Qiao Ning, who instructed him to prepare a portion for herself as well. Each person and the fox were eating to their heart's content, with Qiao Shu leaning against a large stone and Ollie resting on his thigh, comfortably closing its eyes to relax. As for the strawberries and dragon fruits, there was no room left in their stomachs for them, so they would have to be saved for breakfast tomorrow. After resting for 10 minutes, Qiao Shu slowly stood up, saying, "All right, I've eaten enough. Now, let's fix up tonight's temporary campsite." Today's journey had taken a lot out of him, and he needed to make the shelter as comfortable as possible to get a good night's sleep and recharge his energy. Qiao Shu first went to the nearby woods to gather a pile of branches and wooden sticks over a meter long. Then, he placed these branches at the entrance of the cave to create a barrier, leaving only an entryway large enough for an adult to pass through. Sleeping openly in the wilderness was no different from throwing a young girl into a prison holding the most notorious criminals. Though these branches offered little defense, they could at least block the initial onslaught from wild beasts. Sometimes, life and death were decided in those first few seconds. Next, Qiao Shu picked up the hatchet and carefully cut a bundle of spiny shrubs, moving them outside the cave. This was camel thorn, a common semi-shrub, semi-herbaceous plant in the desert. Qiao Shu pointed to the sharp spines, about 2 to 3 centimeters long, and said, "These thorns can help block some small carnivores and snakes, preventing me from having my throat bitten while I sleep. As for the smaller but deadly creatures, such as scorpions, small venomous snakes, and spiders, what to do about them?" Qiao Shu smiled and patted Ali's round head beside him, saying, "With Ali around, it's fine. It's an expert at catching scorpions. Any desert poison is just a snack in front of Fennec Fox." Chapter 38. Living the Fennec Fox. A desert sprite raised on cuteness. Beneath its adorable exterior lies the heart of a hunter. In the vast desert, the only true enemies of the Fennec Fox are humans and hyenas. As for humans, it goes without saying that we are the enemies of nearly all animals. As for hyenas, these notorious predators, known for their unique method of attack, are the most despicable carnivores. They eat almost anything, including carrion, and their indiscriminate diet makes it quite possible for them to target Fennec foxes. Other desert carnivores generally show little interest in Fennec foxes, possibly because they are so small that it isn't worth expending precious energy to catch them. Thus, the Fennec fox has inexplicably become a top predator in the desert food chain. Qiao Shu evenly spread the camel thorn across the branch barrier at the cave entrance and told the viewers, "It's getting late. Today's live stream ends here. We need to get up early tomorrow, and I don't want to spend another night out in the wild. I will start streaming again early in the morning. And if anything happens at night, I might also go live." The viewers, who were getting excited, were reluctant to let Qiao Shu end the stream. "Don't go, tree brother. Can't you chat with us a little longer? How about performing a show? If you perform, I'll let you go. How about singing a song? If you sing a song, not only will I let you go, but I'll also donate 100 Saxol trees to the sand prevention workers. Sing, sing, sing." Qiao Shu looked at the rapidly refreshing comments with a bit of frustration, scratching his head. It wasn't that he sang poorly, but he was eager to end the stream and draw the lottery. However, since the viewers are the largest source of greening points, adhering to the principle of customer first. He reluctantly said, "All right, let us agree on this. I'll sing one song, and then we'll end the stream, no going back on this." The viewers naturally agreed enthusiastically. "Then I'll embarrass myself a bit." Qiao Shu sat at the cave entrance with little Ali in his arms, gazing at the flickering campfire while pondering what song would be appropriate. Songs from this world were definitely out of the question. Although his memories had completely merged with the original Qiao Shu's, he had never sung those songs even once, and forcing them out would truly be embarrassing. After thinking for a moment, Qiao Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. There was indeed a song that, although not particularly fitting, related well to today's topic and was suitable for singing a cappella. Qiao Shu cleared his throat, holding the drowsy little Ali, and began to hum. "Every day, I stand on a tall building, looking at the little ants below. Their heads are big, and their legs are thin." The unfamiliar song echoed in the valley, and the already sleepy little Ali lifted its head, curiously looking at Qiao Shu. Its master could actually sing. Like a little bird. They're holding iPhones, wearing Nike and Adidas. They're late for work, and they're very anxious. The viewers, who had been joking in the comments, waiting to see Qiao Shu's embarrassment, were surprised to find that his voice was unexpectedly pleasant. Moreover, the melody of the song, though unfamiliar, was catchy and appealing. Although he wasn't a music major, he often went to sing with classmates in high school, so Qiao Shu's singing skills were decent. These lines, though not very distinctive, managed to pique everyone's interest. "My poor Jeep, has he climbed a mountain or crossed a river in a long time? It's living in this city, feeling very oppressed." The viewers behind the screen exchanged knowing smiles. This line inevitably reminded them of Qiao Shu's off-road vehicle. Before the mission even began, it was buried under the yellow sand, clearly on its first outing, but suffering such a fate. Not just feeling oppressed, but practically dying in vain. Although it said nothing, I knew it was very sad. I silently made a wish to take it to see the desert. As the repetitive melody stopped, Qiao Shu's voice began to rise slowly. The viewers straightened up, focusing intently on the screen, knowing the climax of the song was approaching. In a flurry and in a rush, why is life always like this? Is my ideal to spend my life like this? The smiles on everyone's faces began to freeze. Most people could hear the unwillingness to be ordinary in the lyrics. A few who understood music theory fell silent, as if they realized what Qiao Shu was conveying through this song. Why is life always the same? Why do we live the same days? What difference is there between me waking up today and me yesterday? Not humble, not hasty. Perhaps life should be like this. Must I wait until after 60 to seek the freedom I desire? When the song ended, the valley returned to silence. Qiao Shu did not continue singing, but left some suspense, giving the viewers time to think. This was a sharp yet not harsh lyric that didn't need careful reading to feel the voice of ordinary people unwilling to be mundane. All right, this song is called Living. Qiao Shu smiled at the camera, his bright eyes shining in the dark, hoping everyone could live clearly in today's fast-paced society. Today's live stream ends here. See you tomorrow. Meanwhile, a familiar system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Detected host breaking through skill, basic music has been activated. Ding! Host independently unlocked skill, reward, 1,000 greening points. As expected, my dear money-sending system has come again. Even singing a song can unlock skills. This sand control system really wants to train itself into a versatile player. However, this skill doesn't seem useless, at least when I get home. I can show off to my friends with my singing. By the time the audience comes back to their senses after living, the live stream has already turned black. Qiao Shu kept his word and ended the broadcast the moment he finished singing, as if staying on longer would cost him money. Although the live stream had ended, the audience's enthusiasm couldn't be extinguished, nor could the impact brought by living. I'm offering 10 billion happiness beans. What is the name of this song? Brother Shu sings too well. I couldn't find the song through music recognition. Either it's too obscure, or it's an original song. Are you kidding me? Brother Shu can shoot, cook, rock climb, parkour, hunt, and skin animals, and now you're telling me he can sing. And it's original? With the same 9 years of compulsory education. How did Brother Shu become such a jack of all trades? Am I the only one who noticed that the lyrics of this song are quite impressive? Damn, I want to fire my boss. I want to buy a Jeep to go traveling. Wake up upstairs. If you fire your boss, you won't be able to pay off the loan for that Jeep, and it won't be yours anymore." The viewers in the live stream were fiercely discussing, while Qiao Qingfeng, far away in northeast China, was staring blankly at the dark screen. After a moment, he came to his senses and silently closed his laptop. He walked out of the study, went downstairs, and silently entered the yard, taking a deep breath. In a corner of the yard, the old housekeeper had prepared a whole roasted lamb, the gentle firelight illuminating the entire yard. Xiao Ning, who was also dazed in the corner of the yard, saw Qiao Qingfeng coming and gently said, "Dad, you're here." Qiao Qingfeng nodded slightly. Xiao Ning seemed to notice her father's daze and tentatively asked, "Were you watching Qiao Shu's live stream just now?" Qiao Qingfeng was caught by his daughter and awkwardly tugged at the corner of his mouth. Ahem. "I was a bit curious, so I watched for a while." Seeing her father's insincere response, Xiao Ning smiled without saying a word and turned her head back to continue staring at the roasted lamb. After a moment, Qiao Qingfeng suddenly broke the silence. "Xiao Ning, when your brother comes back, I won't stop him from doing anything anymore. If he wants to be a sand controller, let him be. If he wants to live, then let him live his life as he wants." Xiao Ning was taken aback for a moment, then smiled brightly. Okay, Chapter 39 System Update Ding. The live stream has ended, and the greening points earned from this live stream are being calculated. Highest live stream popularity, 371, 900, average viewing time, 4 hours 30 minutes, average live stream popularity, 182, 192, greening points being calculated. Congratulations, the host has earned 221, 200 greening points. And the current balance of greening points is 247, 620 points. Qiao Shu let out a sigh of relief, his eyes revealing unmasked excitement. Even when Qiao Qingfeng told him in his youth that he was a billionaire and he was a veritable rich second generation, he had never been this excited. 200,000 greening points. That means he can draw 20 times in a 10 consecutive draw. 20 times. Even if his luck is poor, he should at least get a few golden rewards, right? Qiao Shu had often fought for such wealth in his life. He opened the lottery wheel again, but found that the system interface had undergone significant changes. Ding! Detected that the host's greening point balance has exceeded 100,000 for the first time. The system has completed its first update. The contents of this update include: lottery wheel upgrade, system mall officially opened, space backpack function activated, greening points fixed deposit and loan function activated. All the above contents have been implemented. Please explore on your own. When the host's greening point balance exceeds 1 million, the system will undergo a second update. Please look forward to it. Qiao Shu was stunned for a moment. Then his heart surged with joy. Thank you, my fortune-giving system. The space backpack function is finally online. Initially, he thought that space-type items would require him to go through many twists and turns and spend a massive amount of greening points to draw one. But unexpectedly, the omnipotent system comes with its own space. Qiao Shu quickly checked the specific information of the space backpack. Space backpack. Function introduction. Create a space that can store all lifeless dead objects. Time will pause in the space. Space size. 1 cubic meter. Can spend 10,000 greening points to upgrade. Additional functions. None. Can obtain accessories through draws or the system mall to unlock more functions. Qiao Shu considered for a moment. Since he currently has plenty of greening points, he might as well spend 10,000 to upgrade the size. Although that 10,000 greening points could draw 10 times. The space backpack is also very important. If his off-road vehicle gets stuck in the sand today, having a sufficiently sized space backpack would allow him to store it directly. After deducting 10,000 greening points, the space backpack interface immediately changed. Space size, 10 cubic meters, can spend 100,000 greening points to upgrade. Qiao Shu nodded in satisfaction. 10 cubic meters is enough for now. He hopes to go back and retrieve his beloved off-road vehicle when he has the chance. Living in the desert, having a vehicle is quite convenient. Continuing to check the other updated functions. The greening points fixed deposit and loan function is easy to understand. It's a simplified version of a greening point bank, providing only loan and fixed deposit services. Fixed deposits have a certain interest, but they must be stored for a specified time. Otherwise, all interest will be forfeited. Loans are for emergencies when greening points are insufficient. The annual interest rate is 3, which is already quite reasonable compared to some online lending platforms. The System All interface has been completely revamped, with many items now available. And the dazzling array of various products made Qiao Shu's head spin. These include some weapons, skills, supplies, and items, with prices ranging from dozens of greening points to several million greening points. Moreover, Qiao Shu found that the rewards he had previously drawn, except for the unique golden and purple rewards, had all been unlocked in the mall. Upon examining the prices of these items carefully, Qiao Shu couldn't help but gasp. No, in the cool desert night, he could only gasp in disbelief. Eagle-Eye Bow, purple level weapon. Price, 600 greening points. Hunter's Wide Blade Knife, purple level weapon. Price, 450 greening points. Return Scroll, purple level item. Price, 100 greening points. Automatic Well Digging Device, purple level item. Price, 400 greening points. Returning Fire Dowel, blue level weapon. Price, 35 greening points. Pet Collar, blue level item. Price, 200,000 greening points. Even the food for little Ali. Moo Moo Fresh Milk, green level item. Cost 2,000 greening points a bottle. Qiao Shu turned his head away, unable to bear to look. In the System All, as long as it's a slightly better item of blue quality or higher, the price is often several million greening points. These items are good, but with Qiao Shu's current spending power, he really can't afford them. As a top-tier second generation, Qiao Shu felt the pain of not having enough money when shopping for the first time. Fortunately, the 10 consecutive draws of the beginner special offer provided a safety net, so his mood wasn't too bad. Opening the lottery interface, a glaring system update announcement caught his eye. 1. The beginner special offer, 7 days, has expired, and the lottery price has returned to 10,000 greening points per draw. 2. The lottery probability has been upgraded. The probability of white and green rewards has decreased, while the probability of blue, purple, and gold rewards has increased. 3. The guaranteed feature is online. Each 10 consecutive draws will guarantee at least one blue reward, and there will be no situation where only white and green rewards appear. Qiao Shu, why did it expire just like that? Wasn't it said to be a 7-day beginner special offer? Today is only the 3rd day since I arrived in the desert. Wait, does the 7-day novice period refer to the time I obtained the system, rather than the time the system was activated? Calculating the time, I activated the system exactly 7 days ago at the Desert Reclamation Training Conference and simultaneously submitted my request to be assigned to the 044 governance area. I still can't forget the shocked, sympathetic, and respectful gazes from the instructors and newcomers back then. Fine, without the novice discount, it doesn't matter. The probability has been upgraded anyway, so I won't lose out. Desert Live. I am a desert reclamation worker. I will never lose. With the novice discount gone, Qiao Shu didn't dare to recklessly draw lots anymore. He had to reserve some greening points for emergencies. However, he now had 200,000 greening points, so he could still afford to draw it twice in a 10 consecutive draw. System, I want a 10 consecutive draw. Qiao Shu threatened frostily. You just tricked me once. Let's see how you perform in this 10 consecutive draw. Unfortunately, the system has no thoughts, so Qiao Shu's threat was meaningless. The familiar giant wheel began to spin again. But unlike before, the white area no longer occupied more than half of the wheel. Instead, it shared half the size of the wheel with the green area. At the same time, the blue, purple, and gold areas expanded. At least the gold area was no longer just a needle. The giant wheel spun, passing through various areas under Qiao Shu's expectant gaze. Chapter 40. Hawkball, congratulations, host. You have obtained blue material, a box of water purification agents. Congratulations, host. You have obtained white material, a box of lighter fuel. Congratulations, host. You have obtained green weapon, a 21 signal gun. Congratulations, host. You have obtained white item, a box of books related to desert knowledge. 2 whites, 1 green, and 1 blue. Qiao Shu couldn't help but ponder. In fact, the increased lottery probability might be more suitable for him than the novice discount, since he was not a lucky person. The items drawn from a novice discount were all toilet paper, shower gel, instant noodles, etc. He wasn't opening a grocery store in the desert. So what would he do with those things? After the probability increase, Obtaining various practical items and skills is the key to enhancing strength. The wheel in front of Qiao Shu continued to spin, flashing green and blue lights, occasionally mixed with white light. Congratulations, host, you have obtained blue item. Pet collar. Congratulations. Host, you have obtained green material. 100 improved sand jujube saplings. Congratulations, host, you have obtained green material. 100 improved hushy chrysanthemum seeds. Congratulations, host. You have obtained green material. 100 improved cactus seeds. Congratulations, host, you have obtained white material. 10 stones. Congratulations, host, you have obtained white item. Comfortable single bed. Congratulations, host. You have obtained blue skill. Intermediate hunting. The 10 consecutive draws, along with the bonus draw, ended with a total of 3 blue rewards and 4 green rewards. One could say it was standard, but it excelled in stability, unlike before when it felt like stocking a grocery store. Among the 3 blue rewards, intermediate hunting was quite a practical skill. With it, Qiao Shu could help the small animals in the governance area to better free themselves. The water purification agent could purify outdoor freshwater resources to meet human drinking standards. Just a small piece could purify 3 liters of fresh water, and Qiao Shu now had a whole box of them. The pet collar was the most interesting. He had seen the same item in the system mall, priced at an outrageous 200,000 greening points. Of course, the prices of items in the system mall were inflated, but the effect of this pet collar was indeed commendable. The animal wearing this collar would gradually increase its intimacy with the owner and could understand some simple commands. Moreover, as long as it was not harmed by the owner, the pet would never betray. Qiao Shu examined the pink collar in his hand and gently placed it around the neck of little A Li. The pet collar automatically adjusted to the size of A Li's neck. It was neither too tight nor too loose, and A Li didn't even feel any sensation, continuing to sleep soundly. Qiao Shu could sense that the bond between himself and the little creature deepened somewhat in an intangible way. The remaining rewards were temporarily stored in the system warehouse, and Qiao Shu wasn't in a hurry to take them out. Instead, he brought up the lottery wheel again. With one more chance for a 10 consecutive draw, he might as well take advantage of the momentum and draw 10 golden rewards. Congratulations, host. You have obtained white material, a pack of banana milk soft candies. Congratulations, host. You have obtained blue item, Momotaro rice balls. Congratulations, host. You have obtained blue skill, intermediate first aid. Congratulations, host. You have obtained blue item, ordinary skill upgrade card. Congratulations, host. You have obtained green material, a box of Moo fresh milk. Congratulations, host. You have obtained white material, a box of Moo functional drinks. Congratulations, host. You have obtained purple weapon, Doran's dagger. It turned purple. Qiao Shu suddenly sat up, looking at the spinning wheel with excitement. Doran's dagger? Is it that Doran's dagger from League of Legends? As an old player, Qiao Shu knew that Doran's dagger was a tentative starting item in the internal testing of League of Legends, but unfortunately, its attributes were too powerful to ever make it to the testing server. In the backstory, weapons in the Doran series were crafted by the legendary craftsman Doran, and nearly every piece was a top-tier weapon. Before Qiao Shu could carefully check the attributes of Doran's dagger, a sudden burst of golden light filled the cave. Congratulations, host. You have obtained golden item, Pokeball golden reward. Pokeball. Qiao Shu's surprised expression instantly turned into a silly grin. No more pretending to be tough. This time, he truly hit the jackpot. Seeing the outrageous prices of various purple items in the system mall, Qiao Shu understood how rare and powerful golden rewards were. A purple weapon easily costs millions of greening points, and in the real world, it would cause a stir. Not to mention the golden rewards that aren't even sold in the system mall. Putting other things aside, at least one golden special skill could cultivate a real-world superhero. For example, with his hunter skill, if he unleashed his full potential to hunt, enhanced by various boosts, he could easily overwhelm ordinary superheroes like Captain America, Hawkeye, and Black Widow. The wheel continued to spin, and Qiao Shu only glanced at the remaining rewards before losing interest. Congratulations, host. You have obtained white material, a box of compound licorice tablets. Congratulations, host. You have obtained green item, small warehouse design blueprint. Congratulations, host. You have obtained blue weapon, 1895 revolver. The remaining 3 rewards were standard. Qiao Shu couldn't wait to take out a small red and white ball, with a thought. A piece of information appeared in his mind. Pockball, quality golden special item, usage method, can capture tame pets into the ball space. Pressing the button in the center of the Pockball can enlarge or shrink the ball for easy carrying. Item effect. The intelligence, lifespan, stamina, and intimacy of the pet bound to the Pockball gradually increase while resting inside the Pockball. The pet's injuries and stamina will recover rapidly. Each Pockball can only bind one pet. Upgrade and advancement. Costs 100,000 grinning points to advance to a high-level ball. Notes. The Pockball is a special golden item that cannot be destroyed, but it does not possess the uniqueness of golden items and can be repeatedly purchased in the system mall for a price of 100 grinning points evaluation. It's decided. You're the one, Pikachu. Qiao Shu never expected that the Pockball, after the system's modifications, would have such an effect. Honestly, in terms of effectiveness, while it was powerful, it wasn't as absurd as other golden rewards, but it could be purchased repeatedly. Was the system encouraging him to abduct, rescue, and adopt more wild animals? Imagining my future self wearing a baseball cap with 6 Pockballs hanging from my waist, encountering enemies without needing to draw a gun, just throwing out the 6 balls directly. 6 beams of white light flash, and out come the fennec fox, desert wolf, vulture, camel, and so on, rushing towards my enemies with claws and fangs bared. This scene is a bit cheesy, but it's so cool. Chapter 41. Doran's dagger and dagger techniques. Playing with the Pockball in my hand, I pressed the button in the middle. The Pockball whooshed to the size of an apple, making me, who was using a real Pockball for the first time, extremely excited. Without much thought, I aimed the Pockball at the sleeping little fox beside me and gently tossed it. The little fox was the first animal I encountered after arriving in the desert, and also the first one I adopted. Although we had only known each other for 3 days, we had already formed a deep bond, out of affection and reason. This precious opportunity to bind a Pockball should be given to my little fox. Smack! The Pockball accurately hit the little fox on the head, making a clear sound. From the sound, it's definitely a good hit. Whoosh! A white laser struck the little fox, who was still in a sleeping position and hadn't realized what was happening, and it was pulled into the Pockball. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The Pockball gently shook a few times on the ground, soon emitting a buzzing sound, and then returned to calm, with a face full of excitement. I picked up the Pockball and raised it high above my head. I caught the fennec fox. Inside the Pockball, the little fox covered its head with one paw, opening its eyes in irritation. Who hit me on the head with this thing? Before the little one could get angry, it was stunned by the unfamiliar scene before it. The little fox, what just happened? Many Pokémon fans in my past life were curious about one thing. What does the inside of a Pockball look like after a Pokémon enters it? The most reliable explanation is that the Pockball constructs the most suitable habitat for the Pokémon based on its attributes. The higher the level of the Pockball, the better the internal environment. It's said that the highest level Master Ball doesn't have the best environment. But the reason the Pokémon can't escape is that there's no door inside. However, at this moment, the little fox witnessed this unsolved mystery. Before it was a vibrant desert oasis with lush trees, layered bushes, and distant high mountains and deep valleys. This lively oasis was undoubtedly the sacred place the little fox longed for. Just as the little one cautiously reached out its paw toward the wildflower in front of it. Suddenly, there was another dizzying spin. In the blink of an eye, the little one was back in the cave, where I was grinning mischievously at it. How was it? What was it like inside? The little fox looked at me, and a strange sense of intimacy grew in its heart. The combination of the Pockball and the pet collar created an unexpected reaction, deepening the little fox's affection for me. It couldn't help but nuzzle its little head against my hand, affectionately rubbing against me. I was a bit surprised to see the little one. Although it didn't seem to mind close contact before, it still had a relatively aloof personality. It was the kind that didn't refuse, but also didn't take the initiative, a pure little flirtatious fox. Laughing, I picked up the little one, feeling quite satisfied with this golden Pockball. Although it seemed to have no significant enhancement to my strength, that wasn't the case. A fennec fox that could understand human speech and execute commands could play a huge role in the desert. Reconnaissance, digging, guarding, assisting in battles, being an animal. The little fox could easily do many things that humans couldn't, setting aside the Pockball, I turned my attention to the other rewards stored in my space warehouse. The first one that caught my eye was the purple Doran's Dagger. Doran's Dagger, quality, purple epic weapon, description from the world of League of Legends. Crafted by the legendary blacksmith Doran from the village of Wujiu in Ionia, the dagger hides immense power within. Attributes: increases attack speed by 12, adds a small amount of health, and provides 1 lifesteal effect on attacks. Lifesteal effect: converts damage dealt into a percentage to recover one's own injuries. Skill 1, Minion Slayer, increases damage dealt to weaker life forms by 20. Skill 2, New Recruit. The owner of this dagger will permanently learn the martial skill dagger techniques. Evaluation: Doran's products are guaranteed to be top quality. I silently took the Doran's Dagger out of the space warehouse. It was a long dagger that looked quite ordinary on the outside, with a wooden handle and a blade made of ordinary iron. But I knew that beneath this unremarkable exterior lay a terrifying killing intent. I held the dagger in reverse and waved it through the air a few times. A series of gusts of wind sliced through the air, producing a sharp sound. The so-called martial skill dagger techniques was actually named the Six Harmony Scout Knife. It was created by the court spies of the Ming Dynasty and has been passed down in folk traditions for over 300 years. Known for its strong practical combat capabilities. To put it bluntly, the purpose of this martial skill is to kill or render the opponent completely incapable of resistance. Although it was extremely lethal, I was quite satisfied. At least it was better than that useless lightning 5-strike whip. With the Doran's Dagger and dagger techniques, I felt more confident in facing poachers. The 10 draws not only yielded 1 gold and 1 purple, but also 4 blue rewards. They were Momotaro Rice Balls, Intermediate First Aid, Ordinary Skill Upgrade Card, and an 1895 revolver. The Momotaro Rice Balls were originally a gadget from Doraemon that forced any animal that ate them to obey commands for a period of time. But the version from a system had undergone a small nerf. The Momotaro Rice Balls had an irresistible attraction to any animal, and an animal that ate the rice balls would have its hostility towards you reduced. If fed repeatedly, there was a chance to make the opponent completely submit. All right, got it. I clapped my hands. So this is the animal version of a sleeping drug. System, oh system, you are really something. I carefully stored the Momotaro Rice Balls and began to check the remaining blue rewards. Intermediate First Aid is a very practical medical skill, nothing much to say. The 1895 revolver is a classic model, just like the Colt Python revolver I previously obtained. The difference is that it is the only revolver in the world that can be fitted with a silencer. The principle is hard to explain, but for me, I now have 2 revolvers, so I can play cowboy whenever I want. As for the last Ordinary Skill Upgrade Card, as the name suggests, it can upgrade any skill by 1 level, but it is ineffective for special skills. The use of this item left me feeling a bit conflicted. Which skill should I upgrade for better value? Intermediate Wilderness Survival? Or Intermediate Shooting? Or perhaps Advanced Crafting? Don't get me wrong, I'm a serious person. I just want to see if there are levels higher than Advanced. Chapter 42. Howls of Wolves. After much hesitation, I ultimately decided not to use the upgrade card. I plan to keep this upgrade card as a trump card, to be used in a critical moment to enhance a skill that could save my life under the current circumstances. For example, upgrading shooting skills during combat, upgrading parkour skills when fleeing, or upgrading advanced crafting skills when bored. Cough, cough, cough. After completing the 10 draws and organizing the rewards, I felt that familiar sense of emptiness returning. It was dull, empty, lonely, and with a tinge of guilt. The 2 days of accumulated greenery points had been spent completely, which left me feeling a bit unsettled. I must have developed a fear of insufficient greenery points. Fortunately, the 2 10-pull draws have significantly enhanced my strength, and spending these 20,000 greenery points was worth it. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. I placed 2 revolvers and a Doran's Dagger beside me, while the Onagiri and the 5-shot shotgun were put into the newly open space backpack. When camping in the dangerous wild, I need to be ready for battle at any moment. I added a few logs to the campfire to make it burn brighter. I took out my multifunctional sleeping bag and cuddled up with the soft little fox inside. As for the Pockball, it can be accessed at any time, so it's not a priority right now. It's safer to keep the little fox by my side in the wild. Its ears are much sharper than mine, and it could save my life in a critical moment. The sleeping bag is fully enclosed, with only my face and part of my neck exposed. I decided to use the little fox as a neck warmer and fell into a deep sleep. The night was deep and in the wild without any human traces. It was almost completely silent at this hour. Nocturnal animals in the desert began to emerge in search of food, such as fennec foxes, black-footed cats, and sand rats. The desert night belonged to them. I don't know how much time passed, but when the moon had climbed to its highest point in the sky, the little fox's large ears suddenly twitched. The fennec fox's ears are like biological radar. Even while sleeping, they can still detect danger. The little fox's sleep was very light, and it was instantly awakened, poking its head out of the sleeping bag and looking around warily. There was a noise. A faint wolf howl echoed from far away, and the foxes first stood on end, fully alert now. Wolves. And no matter where they are, wolves never act alone. There are wolf packs nearby. The little fox squeaked anxiously, looking down to see that I was sound asleep in the sleeping bag. When a person is overly fatigued, their sleep state and quality are at their best. Even thunder wouldn't wake them, let alone a fox's call. Only those trained soldiers can remain alert even in deep sleep. And clearly, I wasn't at that level yet. Watching me sleep deeply, the little fox grew increasingly anxious. It extended its sharp little claws, wanting to poke me, but then hesitated, afraid of hurting me. With no other option, the fox withdrew its claws and used its chubby paw to step on my face, while its long tail rose high. Whap! The big tail slapped against my face, finally waking me up. Who hit me with a whip? I'm not into that. I mumbled sleepily. God knows what embarrassing thing I was dreaming about. The little fox jumped from my face to the ground, looking anxious and calling out. Ing, ing, ing. Huh, is that you, little fox? I rubbed my eyes and sat up. What's wrong? Are you hungry? Before the little fox could respond, the wolf howl echoed again from distance. I clearly heard it and immediately felt a chill run down my spine, instantly waking me up. Damn, there are wolves. 2 revolvers appeared in my hands, one in each hand, and I rolled over, backing against the rock wall as I nervously scanned the surroundings. These are wolves, completely incomparable to the venomous snakes I had killed before. Venomous snakes can be easily handled by trained adults, but wolves are true beasts that can devour a person whole. I observed my surroundings by the faint firelight, confirming that the howl came from much further away, and I breathed a slight sigh of relief. The wolf pack should still be quite far from me, but that didn't mean I was safe. Short-distance assaults are the wolf's specialty. In the next moment, I took out a can of lighter fuel from my space backpack, opened the cap, and splashed it onto the nearby campfire. Boom! The moment the fuel touched the flame, a fireball shot up, and the nearly extinguished campfire instantly roared back to life. With the protection of the firelight, visibility around me increased significantly, giving me a bit of a sense of security. I dressed properly and stepped out of the cave, tilting my ear to determine the direction of the wolf howls. The howls echoed back and forth in the open desert sky, making it impossible to pinpoint their source with human ears. However, I could confirm that there was no obvious echo, indicating they were not in this valley. After a moment of thought, I opened a live stream. I had previously told my viewers that I would start streaming if anything happened at night, and I couldn't go back on my word. Of course, the most important thing was to earn some greenery points. The little fox's milk was too expensive, and I was almost too broke to afford it. At midnight, the moon was directly overhead. For the wilderness, midnight was already quite late, but for netizens, the nightlife was just beginning. You are now watching the streamer, Desert Fixer Qiao Shu, live. Countless night owls received notifications from the platform and curiously entered the live stream room. Wasn't Brother Shu sleeping? Why is he streaming again? Brother Shu, I can't sleep. I can't find that song you just sang. What's going on? Streaming in the middle of the night. Damn, I just put my phone down to sleep, and now I'm going to have to stay up late again. Viewers initially discussed in the comments, but when they saw me fully dressed and on high alert, they immediately sensed something was off. At that moment, I had already retracted one revolver, holding one gun in one hand and a tactical dagger in the other. I had not shown the Doran's dagger to the viewers before, so it was better to keep it concealed for now. Everyone listen. I pointed to the night sky. It was the sound of wolves howling not too far away, probably just outside the valley. Besides cat and dog sounds, wolf howls are probably the most familiar animal sounds to ordinary people. Damn, what the hell is that? It sounds like a ghost howling. Is it possible that it's really wolves howling? Holy crap, there are wolves. Little fox, run. Don't worry about Brother Shu. Chapter 43. Why interfere? Don't panic when encountering a wolf pack in the wild. Firelight and noise are what they fear the most, although the viewers lack conscience. As a responsible streamer, I still took the time to educate them on the weaknesses of wolf packs. As early as ancient times, people understood how to use fire to drive away wild beasts. It's in animals' nature to fear fire, and even fierce wolf packs are no exception. Wolf packs mostly come out at night, inevitably encountering unpredictable dangers. Long-term exposure to such environments makes them cautious and they're nerve sensitive. When they hear unusual sounds, they will quickly retreat to seek safety. Sitting by the campfire, I raised a revolver in my hand towards the camera and continued, "So, as long as I stay here by the fire with my gun, I am completely in an invincible position." I casually tossed a dry stick into the fire, making the campfire blaze even brighter. Although I was very interested in this pack of desert wolves, in such pitch-black darkness, only a fool would go out to confront them. The dry wood crackled as it burned in the flames, occasionally making popping sounds. Combined with the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves and the howls of wolves outside the valley, it was enough to send shivers down one's spine. The little fox sat beside me, its large ears perked up. Its little face was tense, as if it hadn't fully recovered from the scare. At this moment, I was completely relaxed. I handed the little fox a dragon fruit as a midnight snack and yawned, saying, "I'll go to sleep once the wolf pack moves away. Don't worry, I won't do anything stupid like getting close to them." However, my gaze fell on the small spherical drone above me. I could control the drone to fly out of the valley to see what was going on. Upon hearing this, the viewers were stunned. "Wait, what? Aren't you just a drone for filming? Sending it out to scout is like sending us out to scout, right? Brother Shu is not human. You're afraid of the wolf pack, and we are too. Look at how cowardly you all are. It's a wolf pack, not Sadako. And it can't crawl out of the screen to bite you. That said, it still feels creepy. Everyone, don't be afraid. If we encounter a desert wolf, I'll just do a slide tackle and then feed it." The audience's attitude naturally can't influence Qiao Shu's decision. He's already excitedly controlling the little round ball to fly out of the valley. The little round ball swiftly flies through the treetops and cliffs, reaching beyond the desert, overlooking the dark desert, accurately transmitting the scene to the screen. The desert in the dark is lifeless, and the endless golden sand dunes are blurred in the night. The little round ball slows down and flies low, trying to find the moving shadows in the darkness. The audience nervously watches the screen, and some timid people quietly pull their feet back into their blankets. A black shadow flashes across the screen, instantly catching Qiao Shu's attention. He silently zooms out, revealing a long-limbed, well-proportioned desert wolf in front of everyone. Its fur is a mix of gray and yellow, its red tongue hanging out, and its large wolf ears seem somewhat out of place on its head. The Arabian wolf is the smallest subspecies of the gray wolf, with larger ears than other subspecies to adapt to the high temperatures of the desert, and some of their ancestors hybridized with wild dogs, making them look somewhat dog-like. But that doesn't diminish its threat. It raises its head, exposing its white fangs, and lets out a chilling howl that sends shivers down the spine. Is this the desert wolf? It looks rather unintelligent. Wait until it bites your neck, then you'll know whether it's smart or not. Why is there only one? Don't wolves usually act in packs? Don't talk, it's about to come out. Please bear with me. It seems I've interrupted. Under the cover of night, one by one, desert wolves emerge from sand dunes and bushes, marching in unison towards the same direction. The wolf pack is still howling, which means the prey is still far from them, and they are organizing a surround. If they were close to the prey and ready to attack, they wouldn't make a sound. Although Qiao Shu knows this, he can't explain it to the audience at this moment. The system's live broadcast function is integrated, all located on the small round ball drone, and the audio device is no exception. At this moment, the small round ball is very far from the valley, making it impossible to convey Qiao Shu's words. Qiao Shu controls the small round ball, flying towards the direction the wolf pack is heading. For some reason, he has a bad premonition in his heart. What exactly is the target of the wolf pack? From their actions, the scale of the prey should not be small, in a desert where life is rare. What kind of prey is worth the wolf pack mobilizing such forces to encircle? The small round ball keeps moving forward, flying about a kilometer, and Qiao Shu keenly notices that the desert here seems a bit different. The sand is not as flat as in other places. It resembles a sea with waves, with small sand dunes rising and falling. He controls the small round ball to descend, continuously zooming in. When he finally sees the scene in front of him clearly, his pupils suddenly widen. What are these small sand dunes? They are clearly camels still sleeping. Isn't this the camel herd encountered during the day? Qiao Shu even sees a cute little camel snuggled up next to its parents, sound asleep, its long eyelashes gently swaying in the night breeze. Qiao Shu suddenly stands up. Little Ali, who was eating dragon fruit for a midnight snack, is startled and looks at Qiao Shu with wide, terrified eyes. What should we do? Oh no! The wolf pack is attacking the camel herd. Brother Shu, think of a way. Aren't wolves most afraid of gunshots? Brother Shu can just go over and shoot a couple of times to scare them away. Don't worry. The camel herd is the anchor's lifesaver. We can't just abandon them. I'll just do a slide tackle. Slide tackle, brother. Is it you again? Didn't you just feed the wolf pack? Looking at the overly optimistic comments on the screen, Qiao Shu's viewpoint is almost contrary to all the audience members. Get involved? For what? To help the camel herd fend off the wolf pack and be a righteous agent of the desert? What a joke. The work of a sand controller is not some romantic fairy tale, and the desert wolf pack is not a villain deserving of death. The wolf pack hunting camels means the camels will die. Stopping the wolf pack from hunting camels means the wolves will starve. Wolves hunting camels is a natural food chain rule. Why should I interfere with the rightful survival laws of nature? Chapter 44. Moderation. Every animal in the food chain has its own position and ecological niche. From the perspective of animal protection, human activities can interfere with their activity rhythms, thus affecting species survival, regardless of whether these interferences are benevolent or malicious. Logically, if Qiao Shu saves the camel herd, the wolf pack could go hungry. It is very likely that the wolf pups in the pack are waiting in their den, hungry for their mother's food. Therefore, one of the principles of sand controllers is not to influence the survival of animals based on personal preferences. Area 001. Sand Control Authority. The gray-haired director leans back in his office chair, savoring the scene on the screen of the wolf pack hunting the camel herd. His secretary, Xiao Tian, is tidying up the documents on the desk, but his eyes occasionally glance at the screen. After a while, Xiao Tian finally can't help but speak up. Director, if Qiao Shu really intervenes to help this group of camels, wouldn't that violate our regulations? The director smiles slightly. He knows Xiao Tian doesn't mean any harm, but is purely curious. What do you think? The director doesn't answer directly, but counters with a question. If you were Qiao Shu, what would you do? We sand controllers have always adhered to the principle and position of being observers in the field of animal protection. Xiao Tian pushes up his glasses and calmly analyzes. I think we shouldn't intervene and let them be hunted. The director still smiles, seemingly in agreement as he speaks. You're not wrong. Humans should not provide relief to animals hunted by predators outside of humanity, as that would disrupt the balance of the food chain. But have you ever thought about one issue? The director's tone shifts. Humans are also a part of the food chain, and indeed the most important part. While we sand controllers are observers, we also play the roles of producers, consumers, and decomposers, and we have the right to act according to our conscience. So you support saving this group of camels? Xiao Tian frowns, seeming to disagree with the director's viewpoint. I didn't say that. The director shakes his head. Actions are not right or wrong. Whether to save or not cannot be measured by correctness. The key is to grasp the scale. Xiao Tian nods, but internally scoffs. Goodness. The director said these two sentences, but it seems like he hasn't completely said anything. Truly worthy of being a leader, not leaking a drop. During the time the director and Xiao Tian were chatting, the wolf pack had already approached the camel herd to about 200 meters. From the God's eye view of the small round ball drone, more than 20 hungry desert wolves have completely surrounded the still sleeping camels. Under the command of the lead wolf, their paws lightly tread on the sand, making no sound, stealthily blocking all escape routes for the camel herd. Meanwhile, the audience is still waiting for Qiao Shu to appear. Suddenly, the wolf pack on the screen begins to move. A robust and well-proportioned male wolf darted out like lightning, followed by 3 desert wolves, heading straight for a sand dune to the east of the camel herd. This sand dune was the only gap in the encirclement. If the camel herd reached the top of this dune, they would be completely trapped in a place of certain death. At that moment, the camel leader, who had met Qiao Shu once under a tree, suddenly opened his eyes. Seeing the swirling shadows of wolves around him, the camel leader let out a terrified cry, trying to alert the other camels. However, it was clearly too late for any warning. The sudden attack by the 4 desert wolves was like the signal flare for a full charge. The members of the wolf pack, who had been waiting for a long time, leapt out from their hiding places, their greedy gazes recklessly sizing up the camel herd. The wolves charged silently, and when the hunt truly began, the audience did not hear a single wolf howl. They moved like a disciplined army, attacking the camel herd from all directions. Camels sleep in a way unlike any other animal. They use a unique kneeling sleep method. By folding their lower limbs and lowering themselves, they avoid the hot sand and can stand up quickly in case of danger. However, the sudden onslaught of wolves surged in like a tide, plunging the recently awakened camels into a state of panic. The entire group was in disarray, colliding with one another as they stood up. Some camels desperately ran outwards. Some remained frozen in place, and others raised their sturdy hooves in an attempt to resist. Where is Brother Shu? Some camels have already been bitten to death. Is it possible that Brother Shu won't come at all? Why? Isn't he a sand control person? Shouldn't he protecting animals be his responsibility? Good point, camels are animals. But aren't desert wolves animals too? The act of sympathizing and lending a hand to the weak is also part of human nature, provided that the person lending a hand is not in danger themselves. In other words, the audience's anxiety and sympathy are based on their absence from the scene. The first casualties were the old, weak, sick, and disabled camels in the herd. The sharp wolf teeth tore into the necks of these weaklings, blood gushing out like a spring, deepening the fear among the others. A camel that witnessed its companion's brutal death was not stirred to bravery. Instead, it was so frightened that it lost its mind, running wildly like a headless fly, only to dash into the encirclement of several other desert wolves. The muffled wails continued, and the entire camel herd was completely consumed by darkness and blood. Even the experienced director could not help but frown at this tragic scene. Logically, as the smallest subspecies of gray wolf, desert wolves should not, and had no right to, consider large animals like camels as prey. Yet this pack not only did so, but also succeeded. The director keenly sensed that this pack of desert wolves seemed too powerful. Or rather, the imposing and robust lead wolf appeared to possess an exceptional level of intelligence and commandability. The scene shifted, showing a small camel stumbling in terror towards a sand dune. Behind it, a fierce desert wolf was relentlessly pursuing. The camel herd was already in a chaotic scene of blood and flesh, and the small camel had long lost its parents. Having been born less than a week ago, it had never seen such a bloody scene. The fact that it hadn't fainted on the spot was already a sign of good mental resilience. Suddenly, a gray shadow descended like the specter of death, its fangs aimed directly at the small camel's neck, and it could even smell the unique stench of a carnivore's mouth. The small camel desperately closed its eyes. Just then, 5 whip-like sounds struck the air near the small camel's ears. Lighting 5 whips. The gust of wind lifted the small camel's long eyelashes, causing it to involuntarily open its eyes. A figure suddenly appeared, blocking its path. Looking back at the desert wolf that had lunged at it, it had already been sent flying like a cannonball. That's enough. Let's stop here. A deep and slightly tense voice rang out. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Immediately after, a soft and sticky voice chimed in. Chapter 45. Confrontation with the wolf pack on the screen. Qiao Shu stood in front of the small camel, wearing a black windbreaker. On his shoulder perched a fox the size of a small cat, staring wide-eyed and puffing up in a show of bravado at the desert wolf that had been knocked away. In his left hand, Qiao Shu held a revolver, while his right hand was empty, pulled back to his side like a whip. The unfortunate desert wolf had never experienced being slapped in the face before, and now it had received 5 hard slaps in one go. Wow, Brother Shu is so mighty. Damn, did Brother Shu just give that wolf 5 slaps? You guys are focusing on the wrong thing. Shouldn't you be wondering how Brother Shu managed to knock that wolf away? I could do that too. I could slide tackle it. Slide tackle, get out of here. Qiao Shu expressionlessly rubbed his wrist, but inside he felt bitter. This is so embarrassing. I actually used a move that even dogs wouldn't use, the lightning 5 whips, in front of over 100,000 viewers. However, there was no time to dwell on the situation. To save the small camel without harming the desert wolf, only the lightning 5 whips could do the trick. The desert wolf stood up from a cloud of dust, its pale yellow eyes coldly locking onto Qiao Shu. As a smaller species of wolf, it knew that the bipedal creature before it was not something it could handle alone. Despite having taken 5 slaps, it did not lose its rationality. It was waiting for its companions to surround and hunt the enemy before it. Logically, I shouldn't be involved in your battle. Qiao Shu fearlessly met the desert wolf's gaze. But isn't this enough? Your pack has 20 wolves, and the number of camels that have already died exceeds 15. Those camels are enough for you to feast on their decaying flesh. Even though he knew the desert wolf could not understand his words, Qiao Shu patiently explained. Qiao Shu, always believe in courtesy before aggression. The cries of camels echoed in his ears, and Qiao Shu could feel the little fox on his shoulder, trembling slightly in fear. He frowned slightly, discreetly scanning his surroundings. The camels continued to suffer losses, while a significant portion of the desert wolves had been drawn towards him, closing in from various directions with ill intent. Among them was the robust lead wolf. Around the lead wolf's neck was a ring of pure white fur, resembling the mane of a lion, making it appear even more majestic. Qiao Shu's gaze shifted to the white-necked lead wolf as he silently raised his left hand towards the top of its head. Then, he pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots rang out, breaking the wolves' predatory state and startling the trembling camels awake. The surviving camels scattered in panic, while the remaining desert wolves did not pursue, instead starting to gather towards the lead wolf at the center of the scene. Qiao Shu lowered his hand that had fired the warning shots and then calmly extended his right index finger to tap his left ear. Damn, what kind of gun is this? The gunshot is way too loud. He temporarily lost hearing in his left ear. Hey, the one with the scarf. Qiao Shu holstered his revolver and pointed at the Wolf King not far away. The Wolf King appeared a bit confused, instinctively looking behind itself. Yes, right, the white scarf. Qiao Shu revealed a row of neat white teeth. It's you. Stop looking behind you. The Wolf King. What the hell is this? Has he always been this brave? Although Qiao Shu is very brave, the little fox on his shoulder is quite timid. It anxiously scratched Qiao's head with its paws, perhaps hoping he wouldn't provoke the Wolf King again, or maybe it just wanted Qiao to hurry up and put it back in the pokeball. Qiao reached out and stroked the little fox's tail, signaling it not to be afraid. The fox looked at the white fangs of the desert wolves nearby, then at the poker-faced Wolf King in the distance, feeling a chill in its heart. The little fox thought, if you bite my master later, you won't be able to bite me, okay? Let's talk instead of always brandishing weapons and being mysterious. Qiao took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it with a lighter with a snap, and said, You're their leader, right? I mentioned before that the 2 things wolves fear the most are sound and fire. The 3 gunshots earlier have already shocked the pack, and now the lighter has sparked a flame. Even if it's weak, it's enough to make them cautious. The closest desert wolves immediately bared their fangs, stepping forward with a hint of threat. Qiao knew very well that these guys were just bluffing. If the wolves really wanted to attack, they wouldn't waste any movements and would just pounce. What's the matter? You've hunted over 10 camels. That should be enough for a while, right? Qiao took a deep puff of his cigarette and blew a smoke ring towards the Wolf King. Let's go. I'm not interested in your prey. We want to interfere with each other. Over 20 sinister and malicious gazes focused on him, and the owners of those gazes were the brutal and wild desert wolves. It was a lie to say he wasn't nervous, especially with the little camel behind him and the little fox on his shoulder both trembling. The evening breeze blowing against his sweaty back made Qiao feel a chill. But when facing animals, it's all about demeanor and emotions. Animals are best at judging a human's psychological state from their body language and tone. Qiao knew he couldn't show any sign of fear. Otherwise, a bloody battle awaited him. Even if he managed to barely win with his gun in the end and wiped out an entire pack, all that awaited him would be expulsion from the Sand Control Organization. Time passed second by second. In those few short seconds, Qiao felt like time was dragging on for years. He chose not to fire again to scare the wolves. This wolf king was very clever, and Qiao even felt it was weighing the pros and cons. In this situation, firing again would only provoke an aggressive response from the pack. Finally, the wolf king let out a low growl towards its pack members, and they began to withdraw in an orderly manner from beside Qiao. Qiao exhaled the last puff of smoke, feeling a huge weight lifted from his heart. The audience, who had witnessed the entire process, felt as if they were there, and upon seeing this, they all sighed in relief. Damn, that scared me to death. I felt like that wolf was about to pounce any second. Shit, watching Brother Shu's live stream feels like watching a horror movie. Wow, those wolves really bite. That camel has its bones exposed. Brother Shu is too ruthless. Aren't you afraid at all? Qiao glanced at the comments and said with a cold and calm expression, "What is there to be afraid of? I don't understand what you guys are scared of. I'm fine. I'll just go home and change into a clean pair of pants." The audience. Chapter 46. The trust of a camel heard before Qiao could say anything else. A strange sound suddenly came from behind him. He turned around to see the little camel shivering, its teeth chattering, and its whole body trembling uncontrollably. Perhaps because it was too scared, even the hump on the little guy's back was shaking. At that moment, the little camel resembled a vibrating wooden toy. What's going on? It must be the system messing with me. Ever since I got the system, strange and inappropriate thoughts keep popping into my head. Qiao walked up to the little guy and patted its hump, saying, "Don't be nervous, are you hurt?" The little camel looked at Qiao with fear, continuing to tremble. Clearly, at this moment, the little camel had completely lost the ability to communicate with the outside world, especially with the wolf pack still nearby. Feasting on the bodies of their companions, this intense shock had plunged it into deep fear, making it unable to feel Qiao's presence. There was nothing he could do. Qiao could only sigh quietly and pretend to rummage through his backpack for a while. Then, he held out a Momotaro rice ball to the little camel's mouth. The Momotaro rice ball has a strong attraction for animals and can greatly increase their affection towards him. Repeated feeding can even completely tame them. However, since the little camel still had its herd, Qiao didn't expect to tame it. He just hoped the little guy would listen to him for a while. The aroma of the rice ball wafted into the little camel's nostrils, and under the temptation of the food, the little guy finally regained some sense. It gulped down the rice ball, and its big, dark eyes finally showed some expression. "Let us go," Qiao said, placing his hand on the little camel. "I'll take you to find your mom and dad." With the little camel, Qiao walked in the direction the camel herd had fled. In the distance, the wolf king on the sand dunes stared at Qiao's back, not taking its eyes off him, pondering something. Under the moonlight, the desert was stained with blood, and the pack of wolves feasted under the moonlight. Unintentionally, Qiao suddenly turned back to look. The gaze between one person and one wolf collided in the air. Qiao smiled at the wolf king and disappeared into the night with the little camel. Xiao Tian watched Qiao on the screen, hesitating to speak. Being well-versed in the various regulations of the Sand Control Organization, he could point out 3 or 4 violations in real time. Recklessly firing a gun, interfering with wildlife hunting, and even blowing smoke rings at wild animals. However, as the chief secretary, he was not so lacking in emotional intelligence as to voice these issues on the spot, especially with the undisguised admiration reflected in the director's gaze beside him. Xiao Tian had to admit that he felt a bit envious of Qiao Shu now. He graduated from a world-renowned university and passed various assessments to earn the position of chief secretary. This guy named Qiao Shu just started a live stream and caught the director's eye. Whenever the director had no work at hand, he would open the live streaming software to watch Qiao's broadcast for entertainment. What's wrong? The director, not turning his head, sensed Xiao Tian's unease. Do you think Qiao Shu's handling was inappropriate? No, it was just a bit against the rules. The director picked up a pack of cigarettes from the table, took one out, and Xiao Tian quickly pulled out a lighter to help him light it. He imitated Xiao's manner to blow a smoke ring, but only produced a puff of white mist. Xiao Tian quickly turned his head away, pretending he hadn't seen anything. The wolf pack had received ample food. The camel herd had not been completely wiped out, and he had also made it out unscathed. The director looked at Qiao Shu on the screen and thought, regardless of whether it was a violation or not, this was already the best outcome. wasn't it? Relying solely on dogma and regulations will certainly prevent mistakes, but it will also prevent great achievements. Xiao Tian looked at Qiao, who had reunited with the camel herd on the screen, and fell into deep thought. Qiao watched two camels approach the little camel with tears in their eyes, letting out a deep sigh. Fortunately, the little camel's parents had not been killed by the wolves, and he wouldn't have to witness the tragic scene of a parent-child separation. Qiao looked around. The camels were scattered everywhere, each one nervously raising their heads at the slightest sound, like startled birds. The once massive herd that feared even sandstorms was now reduced to just over 10 survivors. Fortunately, these camels were somewhat familiar with Qiao. When they saw him approaching with the little camel, they only showed a wary expression and did not immediately flee. The little camel ran with small steps to its parents, its big eyes filled with tears, extending its little head to nuzzle its mother's neck. Tonight was really scary for the kids. They probably won't recover in less than 10 days to half a month. Qiao Shu looked at the miserable camels around him and couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. He took a roll of bandages from his backpack and walked up to one of the camels that had a leg injury and was bleeding profusely. This action was clearly a bit over the top, and all the camels looked at him in fear, with the camel leader coming directly towards him. "I'm applying medicine and helping you. Do you understand?" Qiao Shu explained to the camel leader with exaggerated gestures. The camel leader: "Who are you cursing from over there? We are camels, not little kids. Although we are all animals, there's still a big difference, okay?" In the end, the camel leader did not refuse Qiao Shu's good intentions. The brief interactions today proved that Qiao Shu had no malicious intent towards the camel herd. Coupled with the slight affinity brought by the flora and fauna guide, the camels had already established a preliminary trust in Qiao Shu. Thus, Qiao Shu began to use his basic veterinary skills to help all the injured camels bandage their wounds. Most of the camels that managed to escape had only superficial injuries, which were easy to treat. Some didn't even need Qiao Shu's help and would heal quickly. However, a small number of camels had more severe injuries, and there was nothing Qiao Shu could do except feed them some anti-inflammatory and pain relief medication. These medications were white rewards obtained from 10 consecutive draws, specifically for humans. As for how effective they would be for camels, Qiao Shu had no idea. But having them was better than not. Camels had much stronger resistance than humans. Half an hour later, the entire camel herd was adorned with white bandages. Upon closer inspection, they all had bows. The bewildered little Ali was a bit confused. It turned out the main guide didn't intentionally tie bows for him. He could only tie bows. After finishing bandaging the last camel, Qiao Shu's ears once again heard the system notification sound. Ding. The host rescued a wild herd of dromedaries and received 12,000 greening points. Detected that the host has gained preliminary trust from the dromedary herd. The system rewards. Chapter 47 Friendship Badge. Detected that the host has gained preliminary trust from the dromedary herd. The system rewards a special item. Friendship Badge, Dromedary. Before Qiao Shu could react, a sudden sharp pain shot through his left chest. The pain felt like fire ants biting, a scorching sting on his flesh. Fortunately, Qiao Shu's willpower was strong enough that he didn't let out a sound in front of the audience. What the hell is this? Qiao Shu turned away from the camera and lifted his jacket, revealing a silly dromedary head tattoo on his chest. Long eyelashes, thick lips, and a goofy expression. Qiao Shu reached out to touch it, rubbing it vigorously with a face full of despair. It wouldn't come off at all. The entire pattern had already fused with his flesh. The pain was temporary, but this silly tattoo seemed to be permanent. Qiao Shu could already imagine the bathhouse master back in his hometown in northeast China trying to hold back laughter while scrubbing him down. He could also picture his dad pulling out that loving Seven Wolves brand liquor upon seeing this tattoo. Isn't this supposed to be a friendship badge? Why did I get a tattoo? Besides, what good person get a tattoo of a dromedary? As the pain receded like a tide, the specific information about the friendship badge appeared in Qiao Shu's mind. Friendship badge, quality, no quality special item, unique, cannot be purchased, cannot be obtained through any channel. Type dromedary, description, the embodiment of friendship and trust among wild animals. Only after gaining the trust of all individuals in this group will it be obtained. The deeper the trust and bond, the darker the tattoo color, and the more pronounced the effects. Function significantly increases affinity with dromedaries. This species will not initiate attacks and will consider you one of their own. In times of crisis, you will receive help from this species. Current bond level, friendly bond levels, neutral, friendly, respectful, revered, loyal. Evaluation, our friendship lasts forever. Qiao Shu looked at the tattoo on his chest. Sure enough, the color was quite light now, even slightly greenish, indicating that the camel herd's friendship with him was still in the preliminary stage. Looking at the camels in front of him, their gazes towards him were different now. Previously, when the camel herd looked at him, he could clearly sense their distance and caution. But now they no longer paid attention to him, going about their business as if Qiao Shu had always been a part of the team. In the animal world, being ignored is the greatest trust. A smile crept onto Qiao Shu's face, and the annoyance from being forcibly tattooed vanished. Tame a young dromedary. Tame the entire dromedary herd. Of course, saying tame isn't quite accurate. Now they were all brothers. If only the camels could drink otherwise. Qiao Shu would have loved to share a drink with the camel leader. Qiao Shu walked over to the camel leader and patted its large head. Hey buddy, camel leader. My car broke down. Can you guys take me home tomorrow? Qiao Shu said with a sly grin. The camel leader shook its head, non-committal. The camel herd in the desert is like the subway in human society. They can quickly and safely take you to any corner of the desert. And they don't need fuel, just a bit of water and camel thorn. The appearance of the friendship badge caused a subtle change in Qiao Shu's mindset. Originally, his plan was to promote the 044 governance area through live streaming, allowing the country and businessmen to see the developmental value here, thus attracting capital to transform this desert. If that didn't work, he would use his own small fortune at home to renovate the area. But with the friendship badge, Qiao Shu had a different idea. Perhaps he could take the indigenous people here and personally transform their homeland. The camel herd would serve as transportation, the wolf pack as bodyguards, the fennec foxes as mascots, and the vultures as scouts. As long as he had enough friendship badges, the animals of the entire desert would become his strongest allies. Come on, buddy. Let me ride you. Qiao Shu walked up to the camel leader, sizing up its tall frame with mischievous intent. As soon as Qiao Shu finished speaking, the bewildered camel leader became even more confused. Before it could react, Qiao Shu had already climbed onto its back in no time, holding onto the hump and grinning foolishly. Just riding a bit, we are all brothers. The camel leader was clearly quite angry, its two large nostrils huffing like a fan. What could it do? Having already climbed on, it couldn't just throw this newly acknowledged brother off. The camel leader's mood at that moment was like a saying in human society. Life is like being on a roller coaster. If you can't resist it, you might as well enjoy it. Most people don't have experience riding camels. It's a completely different feeling from riding horses. The moment you get on a camel, you experience a significant drop from the ground, making it easy to lose your balance and fall off. When Qiao Shu climbed onto the camel, he felt its height. It was a sensation of completely leaving the ground and losing his center of gravity. Fortunately, Qiao Shu had good balance and stabilized himself easily. Hee. Qiao Shu hugged the camel leader's neck and continued to grin. Now he was also a camel owner. Qiao Shu rode the camel leader around the herd, like a general inspecting his trusted troops. The passing camels not only showed no fear, but also came over generously, allowing Qiao Shu to pat their heads. The viewers in the live stream were incredulous at this scene. How could the camel herd, which had ignored Brother Shu during the day, suddenly let him ride? Even though Tree Brother just helped them, isn't this transformation a bit too drastic? Are wild animals really this grateful nowadays? The next day, the scorching desert once again rolled up heat waves, and the burning sand made any creature reluctant to place their feet on the ground. In the far distance on the horizon, a herd of camels was slowly approaching. The number of camels was about 20, and after a night, many stragglers who escaped from the wolf pack found their way back to join the herd. Qiao Shu sat atop the lead camel, with a little camel following closely behind. The little camel's parents looked at their child with a face full of resentment. After what happened last night, the little camel became very attached to Qiao Shu, even following him to the bathroom. Qiao Shu looked at the little guy with the same helplessness. Family, who understands the feeling of being in the wild. Just pulling down your pants and squatting, only to suddenly see a silly camel face behind you. Chapter 48. Farewell to the camel herd riding my beloved little camel. It will never get stuck in traffic. Qiao Shu sat on the lead camel, humming a tune, sipping cola, and holding a Zhuanwoman's cigarette in his right hand. Suddenly, the cheerful singing came to an abrupt halt, and Qiao Shu sat up, his eyes sparkling behind his sunglasses. Found it, this is the place. Qiao Shu patted the camel leader's head. Little brother, put me down. The camel leader helplessly shook its head and stopped. The herd behind saw their leader stop and also came to a halt. Qiao Shu jumped off the camel and approached a small sand mound. After dawn, he set off with the camel herd, not rushing back to the headquarters, but first heading to the place where he encountered the sandstorm. Communicating with the camel leader wasn't easy. Although Qiao Shu had perfectly integrated into the group thanks to the friendship badge, camels couldn't understand human speech. Camels may not understand, but clever Qiao Shu thought of a good method. Sitting atop the camel leader, he would pull its left ear to go left and its right ear to go right. The only downside was that it was a bit rough. The hair on the camel leader's ears was now a bit sparse. Arriving at the off-road vehicle buried in sand, Qiao Shu reached out to the vehicle. Collect. Nothing happened. Qiao Shu scratched his head and placed his hand on the off-road vehicle. Collect. Still nothing happened. Ding. Please note, objects trapped by external matter cannot be collected into the space backpack. Qiao Shu? You can't play, right? Qiao Shu sat down in the sand, the hot sand burning his backside. He pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep puff. What to do? This was his only off-road vehicle, not particularly precious. But without a car, many plans couldn't proceed smoothly. Even if he obtained another one from the system, it couldn't be used immediately, as he couldn't explain the source of the vehicle. Exhaling a large puff of smoke, the ethereal mist dispersed and reformed into a shape resembling a camel. Qiao Shu's eyes lit up, and he quietly turned back. Including the camel leader, more than 20 single-humped camels shivered in unison. Little brother, as the saying goes, help others to the end, send the Buddha to the west. Qiao Shu extinguished the cigarette and walked slowly to the camel leader, saying, since we're here. Camel leader, 10 minutes later. Several long ropes were firmly tied to the off-road vehicle, with the other ends connected to several strong camels. Yiden, dva, chi, go. Qiao Shu sat on the roof of the off-road vehicle, controlling the direction of the drag. The camel leader at the front had a look of despair. This kid is treating us like livestock. But actually, we're livestock. The sand brought by yesterday's sandstorm was mostly loose sand. So the vehicle wasn't buried too deeply. Rather, it was more like it had sunk. For Qiao Shu to get the vehicle out was a fantasy. But with the strength of the camels, it was a different story. Rumbling. With the efforts of several powerful male camels, the off-road vehicle was easily dragged out. Qiao Shu jumped off the vehicle and pulled the door open. Whoosh! Sand poured out of the vehicle like water, directly burying Qiao Shu's feet. Sigh. Qiao Shu sighed helplessly. It seemed that getting the off-road vehicle to drive away wouldn't be that easy. This was another big project. Moreover, repairing a vehicle isn't the same as dragging one. While dragging, he could cheat and have the camels help. But he couldn't just hand the camels a wrench and ask them to help repair the vehicle. Could he? No choice. Let us get to work. Qiao Shu spent several thousand greening points to exchange for repair toolbox from the system all. Clink clank. With the system certified, basic repair skill, and a full set of repair tools, Qiao Shu quickly cleaned the sand out of the off-road vehicle. He sat back in the driver's seat and gently pressed the gas pedal. The off-road vehicle's engine roared violently, and from the sound, Qiao Shu judged that the vehicle was likely fine. At least it could drive normally. Sticking his head out of the window, Qiao Shu waved to the camel herd. Let us go. I'll take you home to see. The camel leader gazed deeply at Qiao Shu, but didn't move its feet. Qiao Shu's smile slightly faded. At this moment, he understood it was time to part ways. The headquarters of the governance area was the most desolate place in the entire governance area, devoid of plants and water. Even the camels, known as the ships of the desert, could not survive there. Moreover, the original destination of this herd of camels was the oasis to the east, and Qiao Shu had already delayed them for half a day. It was time to go their separate ways. Qiao Shu silently got out of the off-road vehicle, took out the pockball at his waist, and released little Ali. Overnight, Ali had gotten along well with the little camel, quickly becoming playmates. Now that the camel herd was leaving, it was only right to let the little guy say goodbye to its companion. Woo-woo. The little Ali curled up into a small ball, stretched its body, and looked at Qiao Shu with curiosity. Go say goodbye to the little camel. We're going home. Qiao Shu gently tugged at the little guy's big ears. Ali, whose intelligence was gradually increasing, understood Qiao Shu's meaning and walked gracefully towards the little camel. Qiao Shu also extinguished the cigarette in his hand and approached the camel leader. Your destination is the oasis to the east, right? It may not be safe there. There could be poachers gathering. Qiao Shu spoke to himself, but it's okay. I'll be going there soon as well. The camel leader couldn't understand Qiao Shu's words, but it clearly saw the sincere concern in his eyes. It lowered its head and nudged Qiao Shu's chest with its large head. Qiao Shu patted the camel leader's head and continued. You must also feel that the friendship badge has established a connection between us. If you encounter danger, it will alert me. So, go ahead. I'm right behind you. Under the guidance of the camel leader, the herd continued to migrate towards the oasis to the east. Qiao Shu and little Ali sat in the off-road vehicle, watching the little camel at the end of the camel line, looking back reluctantly with every step. Given the little camel's attachment to him, he could easily keep it by his side, but Qiao Shu chose not to do so. Leaving a newborn camel away from its parents was not something a righteous sand control person should do. Besides, he was clear on which was more cost-effective, taming one camel or taming a herd of camels. Chapter 49. Sand Control Artifact Grass Square. By the time Qiao Shu and little Ali returned to the headquarters, it was already afternoon. The headquarters looked the same as always, surrounded by scorching sand and swirling heat waves, devoid of any signs of life. Sand is fluid, just like the water in a river. In flowing sand, no plants can survive. Indeed, under such conditions, even he and little Ali cannot survive. So how could an entire herd of camels be sustained? Gaining the trust of the camel herd is clearly the hardest step. For someone like Qiao Shu, who has had money-making abilities since childhood, this is the first time he feels helpless due to a lack of resources in his hands. He still needs to quickly farm and develop so he can better protect the animals. Beep beep. Although there is no one at the headquarters, Qiao Shu habitually pressed the horn twice. This is a habit he developed at home. No matter how late Xiao Qingfeng returned from social events, he would honk the horn to inform Qiao Shu and his siblings, allowing them to sleep soundly. Children without a mother always need more care, and Xiao Qingfeng does this very well. Parking the off-road vehicle next to the headquarters cabin, Qiao Shu walked in with little Ali in his arms. The moment he opened the door, a few strands of hair fell to the ground from the crack. Qiao Shu breathed a sigh of relief. These strands of hair were intentionally left behind to see whether poachers would launch a surprise attack in his absence. As long as those poachers live nearby, he must never let his guard down. Qiao Shu still remembers the fate of the predecessors in the 044 management area. All met abnormal deaths. With nearly a 100 mortality rate, a few survivors have also suffered severe mental trauma. They either ended up in a grave or in a mental hospital. The bed in the room was in tatters, and Qiao Shu had long planned to discard it. Coincidentally, he had won a comfortable single bed in a previous lottery, so he decided to drag the old bed outside to use as firewood. Looking at the brand new and comfortable single bed, Qiao Shu felt very pleased. He released little Ali from the pockball and lazily leaned against the headboard without wanting to move. After several days of live streaming, traveling, and battling, he was finally back at headquarters, and the tension in him finally relaxed. He decided not to stream today and prepare to take a proper break. Although it was a break from streaming, Qiao Shu had no intention of lying in bed all day. That would be slacking off, not a vacation. After resting for a while, he began to organize the supplies and equipment he had acquired over the past 2 days. Items that could be reused multiple times or were frequently used were transferred to his spatial backpack, such as 2 revolvers, a 5-shot shotgun, a Momotaro rice ball, a lighter, and a door-in dagger, among others. Meanwhile, one-time use items remained in the system warehouse to save space, such as 10 cubic meters of fresh water, sugar oranges, cola, and crispy noodles. The space in the system warehouse is almost infinite, but the only downside is that you can only take items out, not put them in. If coordinated well, it could even perform a magic trick. Qiao Shu placed his hand over a cup of water, and a stream of clear, fresh water surged out from under his hand, filling the cup. Extracting items can also be done in batches. For instance, this 10 cubic meters of fresh water can be taken out in any capacity until all the fresh water is extracted. For Qiao Shu, who always chose to build a home while playing Don't Starve in his previous life, categorizing items was never a troublesome task. Instead, it was a pleasure. Soon, he sorted these items into categories for quick access when needed. In the remaining time, Qiao Shu planned to read books to improve himself. What are books? Books are the ladder of human progress. The knowledge in books is the only way for ordinary people to achieve social mobility, and it is something humans must pursue throughout their lives. He had previously drawn a pile of books related to desert knowledge, and now was the time to recharge himself. Qiao Shu took out a book about land desertification and sat at the head of the bed to study earnestly. 3 minutes later, zzz, a slight snoring sound came from the room, and little Ali looked up at Qiao Shu in confusion. Why is the main silver sleeping so early today? The little guy walked over to the pokeball beside Qiao Shu, stretched out its little paw, and pressed the button in the middle. Ali lightly bumped the enlarged pokeball with its head and was drawn back inside. The next day, Qiao Shu still did not start the live stream. Instead, he sat in the sandy area at the entrance of headquarters. In front of him were 3 fresh camel carcasses. Yesterday, 3 severely injured camels in the herd did not survive, and to relieve their suffering, Qiao Shu chose to mark and kill them himself, with the bodies stored in the spatial backpack. The hunter skill was triggered, and Qiao Shu also received a reward for increased stamina. Stamina includes tolerance to various damages, including resistance to heat, hunger, and thirst. What pleased Qiao Shu the most was that it indirectly increased his duration. As for these carcasses, camel meat is actually edible. But Qiao Shu did not plan to use these 3 camels as food. The Middle East respiratory syndrome virus is hosted by dromedaries, and eating camel meat carries a risk of infection. This disease is almost untreatable. Moreover, the camel herd now belongs to his companions. Although Qiao Shu loves meat, he would never eat the flesh of his companions. As for these 3 carcasses, Qiao Shu had other significant uses for them. They would be used to stabilize sand and enrich the soil. Planting in completely desertified land is not simple. Or rather, doing things that go against the laws of nature is never easy. China has been engaged in desertification control for decades, investing countless human and financial resources. Yet the results are far below what was put in. Is it because the desert control organizations are not working hard? Or because the common people do not pay attention to environmental protection? Actually, neither. The real reason is simple. Trees cannot survive in the desert. Human-caused desertification is a secondary factor compared to the powers of nature. This land has been barren for thousands of years. It is not as simple as desert control workers carrying shovels and water to plant a few trees to turn it into a lush forest. As for the management plan for the 044 area, especially the sandy area near headquarters, Qiao Shu has almost figured it out. The Chinese nation has always been one that enjoys battling against nature. During the development of desert control efforts over the decades, a miraculous weapon invented by Chinese desert controllers has emerged. This invention is cheap and simple, yet it has remarkable effects on the management of quicksand land and has now been successfully promoted worldwide. That is the desert control artifact, the grass grid. Chapter 50, Can Save Half is Half. The grass grid is a method for windbreak and sand fixation, as well as moisture retention. Referred to as the Chinese Rubik's Cube abroad, the specific method is to lay bundles of discarded wheat straw in a grid pattern on the sandy ground and then compact it into the sand with a shovel. The wheat straw is left standing naturally at the edges, and finally, the sand in the center of the grid is pushed towards the roots of the straw, ensuring that the straw stands firmly in the sand. After treatment with grass grids, the desert will form a microprotective belt, interconnected and ultimately forming a spectacular landscape. The grass grid can increase the roughness of the ground and reduce wind speed. The straw can also retain moisture, enhance the water content of the sand layer, and benefit the growth of other plants. This is precisely what this land urgently needs, without grass grids, even if it rains heavily for 10 days and nights. This land cannot retain water, but will instead become saline and alkaline. The sand fixation issue in the 044 management area is not from 1 to 100, but from 0 to 1. It is clearly impossible to succeed by planting trees right away. The basic principle Qiao Shu established is to fix the sand first, then plant trees. As a result, viewers who discovered that Qiao Shu finally started streaming rushed into the live broadcast room and immediately saw him sitting under the eaves weaving straw mats. Is Brother Shu going into this? Why is he weaving straw mats now? Where's Ali? Where are the little camels? The camel herd? Brother Tree, why has it gotten hay? That's not right. Where would dry hay come from in this desert? King Zhou Tree, quickly hand over little Ali. Qiao Shu was tidying up the pile of hay in his hands without looking up. The 3 camel corpses had long been buried beneath the sand. As long as the sand was stabilized and moisture didn't escape, they would continue to decompose underground. Eventually, they would turn into nutrients to nourish the land, which could be considered a decent resting place for them. As for this hay, it was naturally purchased from the system mall, a big pile for just 10 greening points. Incredibly cheap. The hay, I pulled it from the mountains to the west last night, Qiao Shu said casually, and I even brought out the off-road vehicle. Little Ali is sleeping in the house. It's a nocturnal animal, and the camel herd has long left for the oasis. Right now, I can't support them. After saying that, Qiao Shu put down the hay in his hands and smiled at the camera. All right, enough small talk. Today's live stream is all about farming. Hearing Qiao Shu's words, the viewers in the live stream were confused. Farming? With this hay? This hay is so dry it wouldn't survive in water, let alone in sand. If the streamer can bring the grass to life, I'll eat 10 pounds of oligarchs. Is this guy back to tricking us into eating and drinking again? The trickster and slide brother are truly like the hidden talents of a live stream. Qiao Shu didn't rush to explain, just continued with his work. The viewers were also seeing for the first time how a desert greening person plants trees. The news usually only reports how many acres of protective forest have been planted, glossing over the hardships of tree planting. Being able to see it in person now, they were all captivated. Qiao Shu, wearing gloves, took a handful of hay and patted it against the wind, shaking off the broken or rotten inferior bits, leaving only the high-quality long wheat straw. Then, he neatly stacked the cleaned hay along the square lines drawn on the sandy ground. The camera zoomed out continuously, and the viewers collectively gasped. The sandy area around the headquarters was marked with intersecting straight lines, extending hundreds of meters. Qiao Shu was actually going to plant this hay grid all around with just his own strength. Not to mention whether this method is effective. The sheer amount of work was enough to daunt the viewers. Then, Qiao Shu casually picked up a shovel and pressed the hay down along the square lines. After applying force to the center of the hay, both ends naturally stood upright, forming a natural barrier to prevent wind and stabilize the sand. After pressing, he also needed to push the sand from both sides towards the base of the hay, ensuring it stood firmly in the sand. At this point, a square of grass was considered completed. This is called a grass square. Qiao Shu wiped the sweat from his face and said to the camera, "A grass square measures 1 meter by 1 meter and is 10 to 20 centimeters high." He pointed to the sandy ground in the distance. "My task is to plant hay across this sandy area, which has about 30 to 40,000 squares. This is a truly massive project, but it's also the first step in desert planting. Only after these grass squares are planted can I continue to plant other desert plants." Qiao Shu ran over to the nearby hay pile and pulled out a bundle of hay, shaking it madly in the wind. Suddenly, a fluffy gray object fell out of the hay and landed on the sandy ground with a plop. Qiao Shu looked down in shock, and their eyes met. A rabbit. A bunny? The gray rabbit had long, satin-like fur and large ears about 7 to 8 centimeters tall, with its eyes tightly shut. It was unclear whether it had overheated from hiding in the hay or had fainted from fright. Qiao Shu swallowed the saliva that had secreted in his mouth and unlocked the animal encyclopedia for this little bunny. Species name, desert cottontail rabbit, alias desert cotton rabbit. Audubon cottontail rabbit, kingdom. Animalia, class, Mammalia. Family, Leporidae. Genus, Sylvilagus. Description, active in dry grasslands, shrublands, low-altitude mountains, and desert areas. Usually sleeping at noon and foraging in the morning and evening. Feeds on various grasses, shrub leaves, and cacti. With a large population, it is a contributor to grassland desertification. Food, herbivorous animal. 90% of its diet consists of grasses. It also eats leaves of leguminous shrubs, peas, tree bark, fallen fruits, cactus pads, and fine branches of shrubs. It rarely needs to drink water, primarily obtaining moisture from the plants it eats or dew. Did you see that? The system said this thing is a contributor to grassland desertification. Qiao Shu's eyes lit up. His greedy expression vanished, replaced by a look of justice. As a nationally certified desert greening person, a ruler of the desert, a guardian of the ecosystem, and a protector of the environment and nature, isn't it reasonable for me, Qiao Shu, to eat a contributor to anti-environmentalism? I don't know if it's Qiao Shu's strong presence or that damn survival instinct, but the fainted cotton-eared rabbit slowly woke up, its first sight being a pair of dark brown eyes. What kind of eyes are those? Bright eyes filled with greed, desire, affection, and craving. While the owner of those eyes occasionally reached out to wipe the drool from the corner of their mouth. The little bunny hesitated for a moment and finally succumbed to the burden and fainted again. Qiao Shu, I haven't done anything yet. Why did this guy faint again? Forget it. Qiao Shu picked up the 2 fat rabbit ears and walked towards the headquarters. Half a rabbit is better than none. Chapter 51, Real Emergency Food in the headquarters bedroom. It seems I can't eat it. Qiao Shu sat cross-legged on the ground with a disappointed expression, while little Ali curiously looked at the gray little bunny on the floor. The little guy reached out a paw to poke the rabbit's ears. This was the first time it had seen a living creature with such large ears besides itself. Little Ali was still a child, at an age where it was curious about all living, moving things, provided the other party wasn't too much bigger than itself. However, considering the petite figure of the fennec fox, there were hardly any animals in the entire desert smaller than them. Qiao Shu reached out a hand and flipped the unconscious little bunny over. Pointing to its round belly, he said to the viewers, its belly is so big, and it's a female rabbit. This one is pregnant with little babies. An adult cottontail rabbit can produce 2 to 3 young ones at a time. In other words, to satisfy my appetite, it could very well be 1 body and 4 lives. Eating animals also requires principles. No pets, no very small ones, no pregnant ones. This is just like watching a movie. Even the most lustful person has their principles, such as not directing those underage or filming secretly. Qiao Shu considered himself not a kind person, but to personally kill a pregnant female rabbit, extracting the babies from its belly just to have a bite of delicious rabbit meat, was something he couldn't do. Forget it. Qiao Shu shrugged. Anyway, this one can't eat much, so let us keep it for now. A roasted rabbit, a family of roasted rabbits. Desert farming is also a part of agriculture. Qiao Shu plans to raise this gray rabbit first as real emergency food. As for the idea of keeping it as a pet, he never had that thought. Desert cottontail rabbits have a very short lifespan, with hardly any living past 19 months, and most live less than a year. This is a perfect food source, but definitely not a perfect pet. Qiao Shu looked at the unconscious cotton-eared rabbit and then at the little Ali in his arms. And a strange feeling suddenly arose in his heart. These 2 little guys actually have a special bond. They both played different roles in the same movie, and both were very popular characters. That is the once popular Zootopia, where the image of the female protagonist Judy is a desert cottontail rabbit. The contrast cutie fox Fennec, who pretends to be the male protagonist's son, corresponds to the Fennec fox breed. Forget it. Qiao Shu patted Ali's head. Stop thinking about it. Let's find something to raise it. Whimper. Ali struggled to lift its leg, trying to make Qiao Shu touch it more comfortably. The little guy wasn't actually craving the little bunny's body. It was just interested in this living creature that was about the same size as itself. The temporary residence of the cottontail rabbit was a plastic box, which was originally used to pack sugar oranges. However, the box of sugar oranges had long been consumed by Qiao Shu and little Ali, leaving only an empty box. The box that held the sugar oranges was grid-shaped, allowing rabbit droppings to filter out and providing ventilation, making it quite a comfortable rabbit nest. to make the cottontail rabbit a bit more comfortable. Qiao Shu added some hay to the box and placed some fresh grass inside. Fresh water was completely unnecessary. Rabbits don't need to drink much water and can survive on the moisture in plants. Conversely, feeding rabbits watery vegetables while also giving them water could lead to diarrhea and other symptoms, which in severe cases could even be fatal. Watching the little bunny obediently lying in the nest, Qiao Shu reached out and pressed down its big ears. Soft and quite nice to pet. Come on, little bunny, Qiao Shu said while petting. I'll bring back a male rabbit for you when I have time. Whether you can achieve rabbit meat freedom will depend on you. The unconscious little bunny's body tensed up, probably dreaming of something that scared it. After taking care of the cottontail rabbit, Qiao Shu went outside to continue making the unfinished grass squares. The plan was to complete 30,000 grass squares, and at the speed of making one per minute. It would take 20 days to finish, and that was without eating, drinking, or sleeping. Planting trees was inherently a labor-intensive and time-consuming task, with no shortcuts to take. After making 300 grass squares, Qiao Shu sat down on the ground, feeling a bit tired, and gulped down water from his canteen. All right, 1% completed. The viewers looked at the continuous grass squares in front of them, bewildered. 300 grass squares. That's south just 300 square meters. With such a large area, you're telling me that is only 1% completed? No way. Brother Shu, are you planting a tree or a forest? Oh no, I was careless. The King Zhou Tree ISNT planning to create a wine pool and meat forest for little Ollie. Is it? 300 square meters. Even if I moved bricks my whole life, I couldn't buy a 300 square meter house. Too small, the scale is too small. Qiao Shu smiled. Just 300 square meters. What's that? One day, this governance area will turn into a vast forest of 30,000 square meters. What is this? The director stood by the desk, closely examining the grass squares Qiao Shu had created on the screen, his face full of confusion. The computer on the desk was being used by Xiao Tian, whose fingers flew quickly over the keyboard. As a young person, Xiao Tian clearly used the computer much faster than the director. Director, I browsed the official database of desertification workers and the websites of experienced desertification experts, both domestically and internationally. I couldn't find anything related to the keywords grass squares. In human history, this method has never been used for sand fixation, and its effectiveness has not been verified at all. The director turned around to look at Xiao Tian. Are you saying that Qiao Shu is putting in all this effort for nothing? Xiao Tian was momentarily speechless. He had also watched the live broadcast with the director for quite a while and had some understanding of Qiao Shu's character. This kid is more cunning than a monkey. How would he do something that is thankless? Forget it. Hasn't Qiao kid already started? Let us wait and see. The director looked at the busy Qiao Shu on the screen with bright eyes. Planting trees on completely sandy land is a problem that desertification workers have never been able to solve. The protective forests established by desertification organizations can only slow down the desertification process, but cannot reclaim lands that have already turned into deserts. If Qiao Shu's grass squares are as effective as he claims, it would be like a ray of hope appearing in the night. At this moment, Qiao Shu was still unaware that he had inadvertently accomplished something monumental. In this parallel world, the method of using grass squares for sand fixation had not yet been invented. Chapter 52. The strange situation of the camel thorn tattoo in a previous life in 1987. The grass square sand fixation method received the National Science and Technology Special Prize and was awarded the title of one of the top 500 global environmental protection initiatives by the United Nations Environment Program. This is not just a technique for sand fixation. It's a technology that could shock environmentalists worldwide and change the landscape of desertification control. Qiao Shu never expected that this powerful sand-fixing weapon from his previous life would be his original invention in this world. The first day's grass square project ultimately settled at a quantity of 500. The 500 square meters of hay blocks connected into one piece. The golden hay blending seamlessly with the yellow desert, creating a pleasing sight. 500 square meters may not sound like much, but it took Qiao Shu nearly 10 hours of hard labor. After finishing work, Qiao Shu felt like his back was no longer his own. He needed at least 10 bottles of milk to recover. Forget it. I'll sneak a can of little Ali's milk later. Quickly end the live broadcast, eat, rest, and do it all in one go. That night, lying in bed, Qiao Shu picked up the hypnosis manual again. After flipping through a few pages, his eyes, which had originally held a bit of sleepiness, became increasingly alert. Qiao Shu looked at the cover in confusion. Damn, I grabbed the wrong one. It's Jinping Mei. Forget it. Since it's out, I might as well read it. In little Li's resentful gaze, Qiao Shu crossed his legs, reading Jinping Mei while sipping on fresh milk. Over the next few days, Qiao Shu repeated the work of planting grass squares every day. The number of grass squares skyrocketed from 500 to over 1,000. These days were much quieter. Poachers didn't come to cause trouble. And Qiao Shu was busy planting grass squares, so he and gone live. Planting grass squares was the first step, and the most difficult step from 0 to 1. The rest could only be left to time. The sand was fixed, and the oasis wouldn't be far behind. Unknowingly, 3 days had passed. In the morning, Qiao Shu woke up from his warm bed and saw Ali curled up into a little milk ball on the blanket, smiling with satisfaction. Nothing could be more healing than waking up to see the cutest little animal in the world. Gently moving little Ali aside, Qiao Shu tiptoed over to the rabbit nest, ready to add some hay for little Hui Hui. Little Hui Hui was the name of the cottontail rabbit. After a few days of feeding, Qiao Shu noticed that it didn't seem to have any intention of escaping, proving that this type of rabbit could be completely domesticated and raised, so he decided to keep it. The only problem was that this little guy was a bit too timid. Little Wee Wee, it's time to eat, Qiao Shu softly said by the rabbit nest. Although he tried to lower his voice as much as possible, little Hui Hui was still startled awake, its little eyes wide with fear. Its 4 short legs were in the air, its big ears tightly pressed against its head, and its white belly was facing Qiao Shu. Just like the first time they met, little Hui Hui fainted again. Qiao Shu's hand holding the grass feed paused in midair. Sometimes he really didn't know if little Hui Hui wouldn't run away, or simply had too little courage to escape. If it were a human pregnant woman, fainting several times a day would have caused serious health issues. But cottontail rabbits are much more resilient than humans, even though they faint every time they see Qiao Shu. The little guy is still lively and eats well. Are you a pregnant rabbit, or just a fainting rabbit? Qiao Shu was too lazy to care about it anymore. After putting down the fodder, he walked straight out of the door. The moment he stepped outside, a hot gust of wind blew past, causing Qiao Shu to instinctively squint his eyes. When he opened them again, what greeted him was a vast expanse of golden hay fields. The gentle breeze swept through, causing countless hay stalks to bend over. In a mere 1 meter square of grass, it created a miracle in the desert where not a single blade of grass could grow. Although this miracle was still too small at the moment, Qiao Shu believed it would eventually evolve into a miracle in the history of human desert reclamation. The over 1,000 square meters of grass patches not only solidified the sand, but also increased the greening points. According to the system's calculations, each planted grass patch would reward 100 greening points. Now, Qiao Shu's balance of greening points had once again surpassed 100,000 with 190,000 points quietly resting in his account, providing him with a sense of security. After saving for a few more days, he would be able to draw again twice for a 10-in-1 deal. Qiao Shu put on his sunglasses and hat, picked up a shovel from the side, and was just about to go continue his farming endeavors when suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his chest, quickly fading away. He hurriedly pulled aside his shirt to reveal the silly camel tattoo on his chest. The originally light-colored tattoo now emitted an unsettling red glow. There was no doubt about it. Something had happened to his camel herd. Qiao Shu dropped the shovel in his hand and ran back inside. He had thought that camels, being common in the desert, would not attract the attention of poachers, who would focus on rarer animals, which was why he felt safe letting them roam in the oasis. Unexpectedly, something had still gone wrong. A chill crept into Qiao Shu's eyes. He had originally planned to draw a few more times to enhance his own strength before confronting the poachers, but now they had dared to target his camels. "Ollie, we have to go," he called to the drowsy little fox and quickly stored it in a pockball. The little guy's keen sense of smell and hearing would help him find the camel herd faster. "Little Gray, you stay home and guard the place. We'll be back as soon as possible," Qiao Shu shouted to the cottontail rabbit that had just woken up. As expected, The rabbit rolled its eyes and fainted again. Qiao Shu. The off-road vehicle roared to life, kicking up clouds of dust as it sped eastward. Qiao Shu, expressionless, kept pressing the gas pedal, and the speed skyrocketed. System, start the live broadcast. After 3 days of not streaming, the viewers entering the live chat immediately began to complain. It's been 3 days. Do you know how I've been during these 3 days? The biggest regret I have now is believing that the king of Zhou wouldn't flake on me. You better stop calling him King Zhou. From now on, you are the king of pigeons. Where are we going, Shugo? Qiao Shu glanced at the barrage of comments in the live chat and spoke in a slightly urgent tone. I just received news that a herd of camels in the east seems to be in danger, and I'm heading there now. I suspect this herd is the same one we encountered before. After all, it's unlikely to have 2 herds of the same species in one area. To find them quickly, I need to use a drone for aerial reconnaissance. Before the viewers could react, they noticed the live stream's perspective rapidly ascending. Ugh. One viewer who suffered from severe motion sickness immediately started gagging. Chapter 53. Quicksand. Have you ever experienced the sensation of rapidly spiraling up into the sky in a 360-degree motion? Thanks to Qiao Shu, the viewers in the live stream had their turn. The small spherical flying device was not an ordinary drone. It was almost unaffected by gravity, reaching its maximum speed in an instant. Coupled with Qiao Shu's anxious mood, the entire shot shot up into the sky. The combination of spinning upward and the high-definition camera made several viewers who suffered from severe dizziness throw up on the spot. Shugo, please tone down your magic. Wait, I just called you the king of pigeons. Why are you getting so anxious? Ugh, Shugo, stop. I'm feeling dizzy. Wow, we're going to the sky. Mom, I don't need to be picked up for dinner tonight. Seeing the barrage of frantic comments, Qiao Shu realized he had moved the camera too quickly and felt a bit embarrassed as he patted Ollie on the head. Sorry. I was a bit rushed just now. Ollie, why are you patting my head if you're in a hurry? I still need to drive. It's not good to be distracted by the live stream. Everyone, please help me keep an eye out for the camel herd in the footage, Qiao Shu said, gripping the steering wheel. The desert was golden yellow, and animals living in the desert also had skin tones that leaned towards yellow. Camels, fennec foxes, and various desert lizards and snakes mostly exhibited yellowish colors. The extreme similarity in hues made it difficult to discern their presence from high altitude, especially since Qiao Shu was distracted while driving. As the off-road vehicle approached the oasis, Qiao Shu took out 2 revolvers from his backpack and placed them in the passenger seat. Little Ollie jumped onto Qiao Shu's shoulder, vigilantly looking around. Both man and fox entered a state of readiness for battle. At that moment, there was a change in the live chat. Shugo, look at that cluster in the upper left corner of the screen. Could it be the camel herd? I see it too. It's moving. It should be a living creature. That's definitely the camel herd. King Zhou, hurry and get the drone closer. I'm in the Air Force. I can't be wrong. Hearing this, Qiao Shu also glanced at the upper left corner of the virtual screen and indeed spotted a cluster made up of over 20 small dots, looking very much like a herd of camels. He quickly controlled the small spherical drone to descend towards that direction. As the altitude gradually lowered, the image became clearer. He saw more than 20 camels huddled together, tightly surrounding something, appearing like a donut from the bird's eye view. Qiao Shu quickly counted and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the camel herd had not suffered significant casualties. The off-road vehicle approached the herd, slowing down before coming to a steady stop beside them. The leading camel only showed initial wariness, but upon seeing Qiao Shu in the driver's seat and little Ollie on his shoulder, its cautious gaze turned back to one that was harmless and dazed. What's going on? Let me take a look, Qiao Shu said as he pushed through the camels and walked to the center of the herd. He saw a silly little camel head sticking out from the sand, its entire body completely buried and deeply sunk in the sand. Little camel. Seeing this scene, Qiao Shu's eyelids twitched. This little guy was really unfortunate. It was quicksand. Quicksand is a natural phenomenon that often occurs in unstable desert areas. When a living creature accidentally gets trapped in the sand, it sinks to the bottom like drowning. Qiao Shu didn't have time to think too much and quickly shouted to the little camel, "Don't move, take deep breaths and stay calm. The more you move, the deeper you'll sink." However, the silly little camel couldn't understand Qiao Shu's words, It simply thought Qiao Shu was calling it to come and play, so it started flailing its legs even more. Seeing the little camel's long neck sinking deeper, Qiao Shu's face darkened. Quicksand isn't as terrifying as depicted in movies. It's merely a non-Newtonian fluid. Due to its density being higher than water, it's nearly impossible to completely submerge someone. Most victims who die in quicksand do so because they cannot remain calm and end up suffocating. The more one struggles in quicksand, the faster they cool down. You should eat something. Qiao Shu casually took out 2 rice balls from his backpack and tossed them into the little camel's mouth. Just don't move. The little camel was blissfully chewing on the Momotaro rice balls, momentarily forgetting about struggling, and its descent smoothly came to a halt. Qiao Shu took a deep breath, surveying the quicksand area of about 5 square meters in front of him. For a person with normal intelligence, self-rescue from quicksand would be quite simple. As Qiao Shu removed his backpack, he spoke to the camera. You just need to discard all your burdens, grab onto anything nearby, and lean back to increase your contact area with the quicksand. This way, you can at least slow down the sinking process. Most importantly, you need to rhythmically swing your legs to gradually liquefy the quicksand around them. Then, wait for the right moment to pull your legs out while using your arms to paddle backward. However, while these actions are easy for humans, animals do not possess such high intelligence, and I couldn't get the little guy to follow my instructions. So now, there was only one way left. In the next moment, Qiao Shu extended a foot and decisively stepped into the quicksand. I would personally go down and rescue the little camel. Seeing this scene, the audience was instantly petrified. Just a second ago, they were listening to Qiao Shu explain how to rescue oneself from quicksand, and the next second, they saw him step right in. This unexpected action created a strong sense of dissonance with reality among the audience. Did he just jump in? I told you to save the little camel, not to jump in and die with it. Can't you just pull out with a rope? The surrounding herd of camels rushed over anxiously upon witnessing this. Little Ollie also ran towards the quicksand, but fortunately, the camel leader reacted quickly and blocked the little one's path. Qiao Shu, with both feet stuck in the quicksand, was adapting to the fluid's force and replied, slightly out of breath. The sand, once its density increases, sticks to the lower half of the body of a person who has fallen into quicksand, creating a lot of pressure. It's impossible to pull someone out with a rope. Research has found that dragging a trapped person's foot out at a rate of 1 centimeter per second requires about 100,000 newtons of force, roughly equivalent to lifting a medium-sized car. If you pull hard, the powerful force would have already torn the little guy's body apart before escaping the quicksand. While speaking, Qiao Shu had adapted to the force of the quicksand and began to slowly approach the little camel. The best way was for me to come down and stir the surrounding quicksand, liquefying it so we could easily escape. After saying that, a smile finally appeared on Qiao Shu's face. A large hand gently landed on the little camel's head, and he took the opportunity to give it a big pet. Gotcha. Chapter 54. The lost civilization. Qiao Shu was tied to a rope, the other end of which was connected to the heaviest camel leader in the herd. The purpose of this rope was not to pull him and the little camel up, but to provide leverage and a support point. Most portrayals of quicksand in films and television are incorrect. True quicksand is not dry, does not glide smoothly like chocolate, and does not have the suction force of a whirlpool. Its properties are somewhat similar to sludge, filled with stickiness, and is a mixture of sand and water. The key to escaping quicksand is to find something to support the body and then shake and stir the surrounding quicksand to escape. The rope tied to the camel leader served as a support for Qiao Shu and the little camel. How did you fall in? Qiao Shu laughed as he tapped the little camel's head. All these camels are fine. Why are you the only one in trouble? The little camel affectionately called out in response to Qiao Shu. Oh, sounding like a little sheep. The little camel, trapped in the quicksand, still appeared carefree, even having the mood to stick out its tongue and lick Qiao Shu's face. Although Qiao Shu found it amusing and frustrating, he still tried to communicate with the little guy. Remember when you saw the wolf pack and trembled in fear, just like a shaking wooden doll, like a razor? I need you to get back to that state to escape the quicksand. The little camel looked at Qiao Shu in confusion. It continued to stick out its tongue and lick. Despite having eaten 3 Momotaro rice balls, This silly creature's intelligence still couldn't comprehend Qiao Shu's words. There was no choice. Qiao Shu had to pull out the big guns. System, use the hunter skill to mark the little camel. A familiar sense of terror surged, and the little camel's expression suddenly froze. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The little camel trembled skillfully. Its 2 rows of teeth began to clash, and its body, including its legs, shook uncontrollably. The silly little camel had logged off, and the trembling little camel was logging in. Qiao Shu felt a surge of joy. He could see the quicksand around the little guy visibly thinning. Now's the time, silly thing. Keep your body relaxed. Qiao Shu embraced the little camel and shouted at the camel leader, pull hard. The camel leader's powerful limbs suddenly exerted force, and a strong pulling force transmitted through the rope to Qiao Shu. With a pop, the camel leader pulled a person and a camel up as if pulling out radish. Qiao Shu released the little camel and lay on the sandy ground, panting heavily. Although the rescue process seemed easy, it was actually fraught with danger. The main issue was that the silly creature wouldn't listen. If it didn't move rhythmically and instead struggled mindlessly, it could easily drag Qiao Shu into the quicksand as well. Qiao Shu straightened up and looked at the little camel. Still shaken. You're such a silly thing. Every time I save you, it takes half my life. Luckily, the outcome was good. Not only had he rescued the little camel, but he was also unscathed, and he had brought out a skeleton. Wait a minute, where did this strange thing come from? Where did this skeleton come from? Qiao Shu then noticed that a white, dry skeleton was tightly entangled around the little camel's hind leg, having been dragged out onto the sandy ground. The age of the white skeleton was definitely considerable. Even the clothing on it had decayed, and its limbs were incomplete. Nevertheless, seeing the remains of a kindred spirit could still evoke the deepest fear within humans. What the hell? How did Brother Shu rescue a skeleton? Mom, I'm never watching the live stream again. This is pure horror. I just got sick from the spiral heaven, and now I'm scared to death by a skeleton. What is going on? Call the police. There has been a death. Could it be that previous group of poachers? How cruel. Qiao Shu's expression turned serious as he walked over to the skeleton, reached out to touch it, and knocked on it. He then shook his head. It can't be the poachers. This skeleton is quite old. The desert's dry and arid climate leads to rapid dehydration of corpses once they enter the sand, which allows them to remain preserved for hundreds or even thousands of years. This skeleton had already turned into a skeleton. It couldn't have died recently. It should be an ancient corpse. Qiao Shu extended his hand and gently twisted one of the skeleton's fingers. With a crisp crack, the slender bone finger snapped and bone powder scattered down. Skeleton, I'm really impressed. How bold of you. I've been dead for thousands of years without a problem, and you just come up and snap my finger? Qiao Shu's eyes subtly moved. Ancient corpse, quicksand, oasis. These words, taken individually, carry little meaning, but together they suggest a significant issue. Beneath this oasis, perhaps lies the ruins of a lost ancient civilization, and this burial method is unique to the desert region's sand burial customs. In the 1980s, the Archaeological Research Institute of Huaghua announced the discovery of the ancient corpse of the Lulon girl in the Lopner region of China, which dates back about 800 years. Qiao Shu looked at the skeleton in front of him as if he had discovered a priceless treasure. The female corpse before me is a representative of the sand burial ritual, nearly 4,000 years old, indicating just how ancient this method of burial is. And now, an opportunity lies before me. Qiao Shu looked towards the oasis behind him, a beautiful, mysterious place filled with infinite dangers, likely harboring large burial groups or remnants of civilization. Danger always coexists with opportunity. When Qiao Shu first discovered this oasis, he didn't even dare to reveal that he knew of its existence because he suspected that a group of poachers might be hiding deep within it. However, as the system continued to upgrade and strengthen him, he now had the confidence to face the poachers, though he still lacked confidence against the people behind them. It should be noted that those people had forced 7 desert managers to their deaths and concealed the existence of the oasis in the 044 management area. God knows what powerful figures are behind them. But that is no longer important. To save the little camel, he has already stepped into this oasis today. The group behind the poachers should have already realized that he discovered the oasis. Qiao Shu also knew that they knew he had found the oasis. He just didn't know if they knew that he knew he had discovered the oasis. Cough, cough, cough. Please stop this nested behavior, protagonist. To avoid misunderstandings about word count. Chapter 55. Entering the oasis, he discovered. In the dim room, a man spoke angrily at his computer desk. What audacity! So many desert managers have gone to their deaths in the desert, yet they dare only to hide in the headquarters, trembling and never stepping out even once. He comes in and starts running around, and now he has discovered the existence of an oasis in the management area. Endless killing intent and anger were hidden in the man's eyes, but his attitude was very humble. The chair behind the computer desk spun around, revealing a refined-looking middle-aged man. With his elegant appearance and exquisite gold-rimmed glasses, the middle-aged man exuded an air of gentility. He looked at the live broadcast on the computer with a smile, while his left hand kept spinning a kerosene lighter. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that the middle-aged man's left hand, though long and agile, was missing 2 fingers. How many times have I told you not to let your emotions cloud your judgment? The middle-aged man said. The situation isn't irretrievable. He's just a minor desert manager. Just make him shut up. But you should know that the higher-ups don't know about the situation in that oasis. Once the information leaks about that oasis, the man hesitated. I'll handle matters above, the middle-aged man replied, still appearing calm and unhurried, as if nothing in the world could disrupt his emotions. That kid named Qiao Shu hasn't entered the oasis yet, right? If he goes in, we won't have to worry about him. He'll definitely die. If he leaves, we'll just find someone to take care of him at the headquarters and replace him with another desert manager. Just look at which desert manager can be as dedicated as I am, also having to be your guardian. Qiao Shu was checking the little camel's body while chattering away. The probability of getting injured from falling into quicksand is low, but it is definitely not zero. The ultra-fine particles in quicksand have a tremendous constricting force that can harm the trapped person's body, causing varying degrees of contusions and internal injuries. Fortunately, the silly thing has tough skin and flesh. After a thorough check, no wounds were found, nor were there any signs of internal injuries. Qiao Shu then checked the injuries of other wounded camels in the herd and changed their dressings. The wolf's teeth contain a lot of bacteria. The wounds themselves were not concerning, but the fear was of blood infection. Most of the camel's injuries had improved, and there were no signs of infection in the other camel's wounds. After the ordeal with the wolf pack, the camel herd had regained some vitality. From now on, you all don't need to follow me, Qiao Shu said to the camel leader, looking at the little camels playing not far away. The oasis is very dangerous. I'll go in first to take a look. You all stay around the perimeter of the oasis, and only come in once it's confirmed safe. Oh, what did you say? Oh. Qiao Shu looked at the silly camel with curiosity. The camel leader was leisurely chewing on an unknown plant, with a naive and dazed expression. Just now, Qiao Shu really thought this guy spoke and said, oh. Ha ha ha, that cracked me up. A virtual conversation? Brother Shu's IQ has actually reached the level of having unobstructed communication with camels? This is like chickens talking to ducks. Brother Shu is a chicken, and the camel is a duck? Dear friend, you can't get through. After interacting friendly with the audience for a while, Qiao Shu felt his stamina had mostly recovered and prepared to lead Ali into the oasis ahead. Bringing the camel herd into the oasis was too conspicuous and could easily alert the poachers. As for whether the live broadcast would expose his location, Qiao Shu was confident it wouldn't. In the 044 management area, apart from the system's small sphere being able to receive signals, all other communication devices were completely out of order. His live broadcast would at most let the people behind the poacher group discover it, but they could not possibly relay information into the management area in a short time. Little Ali nimbly jumped onto Qiao Shu's shoulder, while the camel herd gathered together, watching the duo enter the depths of the oasis. The oasis is a vegetated area surrounded by desert terrain, usually formed because there is a constant water supply year-round. Qiao Shu's pupils reflected the transparent bullet screen, allowing him to check the audience's comments at any time. Seeing that the audience was very interested in the oasis, Qiao Shu briefly explained some related knowledge about it. The oasis is extremely important for life in desert regions. It serves as a crucial food and water supply station, with over 60% of the population in desert areas residing in the scattered oasis zones. The same goes for animals in the desert. Those living there are far superior in number compared to other desert animals, whether herbivores, carnivores, or scavengers, all come to the oasis to replenish water. Speaking of water sources, I thought of something very interesting. Qiao Shu reached out to stroke a white elm tree beside him, unlocking its data. There's a saying online that wild beasts do not hunt each other at the water sources in the oasis. There are even photographic evidence showing a male lion and a zebra drinking water side by side in harmony. This is definitely a misconception. In fact, lions prefer to hunt near water sources. The reason they don't attack that zebra is likely because they just had a meal. Beauty often coexists with danger in the oasis. Encountering poachers would undoubtedly lead to a life-and-death struggle. Any encounter with fierce birds or beasts would surely result in a bloody battle. Suddenly, Qiao Shu pinched a brightly striped yellow lizard from the white elm tree beside him and smiled as he placed it under the camera. Let me give you an example. This leopard gecko certainly didn't expect that it would soon become lunch for me and little Ali. The yellow lizard struggled continuously, its dull, lifeless vertical pupils filled with panic. Damn, old 6. Goodness, 1 second you're educating people, and the next second you're treating wild animals as snacks. The lizard, I'm really impressed. This thing can be eaten. Aren't they all kept as pets? Damn, Brother Shu even eats geckos? Although the audience in the live broadcast room had become accustomed to Qiao Shu's outrageous behavior, it didn't stop them from making comments. This is a leopard gecko, a type of lizard commonly found in the desert. Qiao Shu held the leopard gecko in one hand while using the other to hold down little Ali on his shoulder, preventing it from rushing in to bite off the gecko's head. However, the audience member just now was right. The gecko also has another name called wall lizard. In fact, it is a precious traditional Chinese medicine and is edible. Leopard gecko. Mom, I won't be home for dinner tonight. Chapter 56. Desert bread dates. Species name. Leopard gecko. Kingdom. Animalia. Phylum. Chordata. Class. Reptilia. Family. Gecconidae. Genus. Eublepharus. Introduction. The leopard gecko, whose Latin name translates to true eyelid, belongs to the suborder of lizards and has a pair of movable eyelids. Its body features beautiful stripes of purple-brown and bright yellow, which break into small dots as it matures. Centered around a male gecko, it lives a polygamous happy life, inhabiting areas from flatlands to mountains, deserts, or grasslands. Diet carnivorous, mainly feeding on insects such as cockroaches, beetles, crickets, and mealworms. Good boy, you even have a polygamous lifestyle. Truly a toad looking for a frog, playing with flowers. Qiao Shu looked at the information in the guidebook and grinned at the little creature in his hand. The little gecko posed with claws outstretched, but combined with its big eyes and small paws, it looked adorably fierce. To be honest, the leopard gecko is not ugly. It's considered a handsome lizard. Qiao Shu said enviously, no wonder it can find several wives. Looks are justice. The little gecko in his hand had bright colors, and due to lacking eyelids, its double-layered big eyes were very prominent. It also had movable eyelids, but did not have the fierce appearance of other large lizards. Most importantly, this guy was very docile. Even when Qiao Shu held it in his hand, it only wanted to escape and had no intention of biting him back. Because of its cuteness, the leopard gecko is loved by reptile enthusiasts in the country and is a common pet. The bullet comments naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity to tease Qiao Shu. Brother Shu, with that sour tone, are you envious? Come on, you can find someone too. Just see if we report you or not. Ha, a toad looking for a frog? I'm dying of laughter. You upstairs have a really long reflex arc. This little guy has multiple wives? I'm a tall man weighing over 200 pounds. Why haven't I found a partner all these years? Is there a possibility that because you weigh over 200 pounds, you can't find a partner? Qiao Shu placed the leopard gecko back on the tree, watching it panic and escape, eventually disappearing into the treetops. This time I'll let you go. Next time remember not to wear leopard print out, easy to be stalked by perverts. I lost one last time. Watching the little gecko disappear, Qiao Shu continued speaking to the camera. This little guy doesn't have much meat on it and isn't tasty, so I'll let it go for now. After all, I'm not a pervert who eats everything. The audience, do you want to reconsider what you're saying? Even perverts would call you a pervert. Qiao Shu continued walking deeper into the oasis, Various tall trees began to appear around him, and the path became more difficult to traverse. The trees here are dense, and it is precisely because of this that the oasis can shield against the erosion of wind and sand. Qiao Shu casually helped Ollie remove a leaf stuck on its head. These big trees are the guardians of the oasis. Mountains like screens, forests like barriers, firmly keeping this area of life in the desolate desert. Clusters of lush, green shade rustled, and the breeze brushed past like a young girl's tender palm. Looking into the distance, colorful, unknown wildflowers dotted the lush green trees, and various birds could be faintly heard singing brightly among the woods, while unseen small beasts hurried past in the bushes. Everywhere was a scene full of life, contrasting sharply with the dusty desert outside the oasis. The jungle in the oasis was still hot and also needed to replenish water quickly. Qiao Shu took down the water bottle from his waist, took a gentle sip. The warm environment would evaporate the fluids from his body. So, even though it seems there is no shortage of water here, I still need to replenish fluids frequently. Otherwise, I might get dehydrated while walking. But don't worry, I've already seen some treasures that can replenish my water. Qiao Shu pushed aside a patch of 1-meter-high bushes and forcefully made his way through. The view in front suddenly opened up, revealing a cluster of trees resembling coconut palms. To his surprise, the trees had long and slender large leaves, and beneath the leaves hung clusters of mouth-watering fruits. Date palms, referred to as sacred trees in Arabian mythology, look somewhat like coconut trees, but are thicker and shorter. The fruit on them is called dates, known as desert bread, sweet and plentiful. Just a second ago, Qiao Shu was still explaining to the audience, and the next second everyone noticed he had agilely climbed a date palm like a monkey. Fixing himself by wrapping his legs around the trunk, Qiao Shu drew a tactical dagger from his waist and gently sliced at the base of a large cluster of dates. With a rustle, a series of at least 70 or 80 dates fell from the tree like pearls falling onto a jade plate, scattering everywhere. Little Ollie immediately rushed to the dates scattered on the ground, picking one up and eating it with delight. Wild animals inherently possess the ability to distinguish food. Dates are very common in the earless fox's diet, so the little guy naturally wouldn't be shy around Qiao Shu. Qiao Shu cut down 2 more large clusters of dates, feeling that should be enough for himself and Ollie, before he happily jumped down from the tree. Eagerly picking up a date, he wiped it on his clothes a few times and then tossed it into his mouth, just as his teeth crushed the skin of the date. A fragrant and sweet aroma spread throughout Qiao Shu's mouth. Dates are very high in sugar content. Even the sap extracted from date palm trunks can be made into sugar, let alone its fruit. Qiao Shu felt as if he had eaten a fruit candy flavored like dates, with a lot of juice. And that sweet sensation danced on his tongue, making it hard to resist. Brother Shu, don't just eat. Tell us what it tastes like. Isn't it just a big date? Haven't you ever eaten a big date? It tastes like that. Is that an ordinary date? This is the big date from Wang Wei's poem. This is the big date from Brother Shu's live stream. Look at little Ollie. It seems this thing is delicious. Qiao Shu swallowed the remnants and juice of the date in his mouth, then eagerly picked up the second one and tossed it into his mouth, before finally speaking to the audience. The taste? How can I describe it to you? How about this? What is the sweetest fruit you have ever eaten in your life? The bullet comments immediately chimed in. Cantaloupe. Plum. Rationality. Ah, it's lychee. Lemon. Ah, yes, it's lemon. If you haven't eaten it, hurry up and try it. After the bullet comments had their say, Qiao Shu finally swallowed the date in his mouth and cheerfully said, "The date I just ate is just a bit sweeter than the sweetest fruit you've ever eaten." Chapter 57. The lake in the oasis. There are 100 million date palms globally, with Arab countries holding 70 of the world's date palms, where dates can even be consumed as a staple food. However, Qiao Shu now has some doubts about this. If this were really a staple food, wouldn't everyone in the country end up with diabetes? Wild date palm plants are tall. Some can even reach heights of 35 meters, truly towering trees. But the few date palms Qiao Shu encountered weren't that tall, the tallest only about 4 or 5 meters. These trees, which are treasures themselves, hold value equal to that of palm trees. Their fruits are edible, their trunks can be used as building materials, the flowers can be made into sugar, and the leaves can be made into paper. Such a big treasure cannot be missed, and while Qiao Shu was eating dates, he was unlocking the guide for date palms. Species name, date palm. Aliases, Phoenix dactylifera, date tree, Persian date. Desert date, kingdom, Plany class, Magnoliopsida. Family, Ericaceae genus, Phoenix. Introduction. The date palm is characterized by its drought resistance, alkalinity tolerance, heat tolerance, and preference for moisture. It can live for over 100 years. Its fruit yield is high, making it an important export crop for some Middle Eastern countries. The date palm holds significant importance in Arab mythology, with a date palm depicted above the national emblem of Saudi Arabia. The fruit is highly nutritious, often referred to as desert bread, and is called green gold by the people of Iraq. Uses 1. Edible value. Every part of the date palm is valuable, with its fruit containing a high nutritional value and various vitamins and natural sugars beneficial to the human body. 2. Medicinal value. Dates can treat various ailments such as qi deficiency, poor digestion, cough with phlegm, and gastric ulcers. 3. Economic value. The global annual production of dates reaches 4.5 million tons. The branches can be made into chairs, beds, and baskets. The leaf can be woven into mats and brooms, and they can also be used as fuel. The trunk can be used to build houses. The date pits can be used as animal feed. 4. Ornamental value. Often planted in parks and gardens as ornamental trees. Distribution area. As shown in the figure, click to expand. Qiao Shu felt a surge of joy. The date palm truly was a treasure, capable of easily sustaining a small country. Looking up at the grove of date palms, Qiao Shu felt that what he saw was not individual trees, but a golden forest shimmering with light. Unfortunately, the land under his department was too barren. Even if the grass grids could stabilize the sand, it would take 1.5 years to reach the standards for planting. He needed to find a way to speed things up. He couldn't even keep a tree alive while having a burden on him. Qiao Shu and Ali had only eaten a few dates, and he had stuffed a large portion of dates into his backpack, then secretly tossed them into his spatial backpack. He planned to turn off the live stream when he left the oasis and come back to harvest a few thousand dates for later use. After all, they wouldn't spoil in the spatial backpack, and it would be foolish not to take advantage of such free resources. After bidding farewell to the date palms, Qiao Shu, with a full belly thanks to Ali, ventured deeper into the forest, passing through a denser jungle. Qiao Shu keenly sensed that the moisture in the air seemed to be increasing. Not only that, but animal activity also appeared to be becoming more frequent. Unknown little insects danced at the treetops, and a nimble sand antelope darted through the bushes, followed by more antelopes emerging from all directions. Qiao Shu, who initially had no destination, suddenly had a clear goal and quickened his pace to follow the group of sand antelopes, trying to reach the final destination. Unsurprisingly, after crossing a small hill, a lush green lake suddenly appeared. The green water rippled and sparkled under the sun, radiating brilliant golden light, while a white mist hovered above the lake, formed by the evaporation of water vapor due to the desert as high temperatures. In the dappled light, a few sand antelopes gracefully approached the lake, their long necks bending down slightly, tongues flicking up clear splashes of water. Qiao Shu stood frozen, greatly shocked by the scenery before him. Not only Qiao Shu, but the viewers in the live stream also exclaimed, "Wow, there is such a large lake hidden in the deathly desert. It must sustain thousands of animals, right? It's a bit touching. Even the desolate desert has such vibrant scenery." One person pledges crowdfunding for Tree Brother to livestream a bath in the lake. 2 people pledge crowdfunding for Tree Brother to livestream a bath in the lake. 10,086 people pledge. Qiao Shu felt excited, discovering a piece of land akin to a sanctuary amidst the vast desert. Even someone as experienced as Qiao Shu felt a stirring in his heart. Towering, steep red stone walls surrounded him, with a few sand antelopes jumping and running along the cliffs, a terrain they favored. The small round sun rose high, allowing a bird's-eye view of the oasis. The vibrant and fantastical red sandstone formed a magnificent wall, tightly protecting the lake and the forest. The lake was at the center of the oasis, like a bright green mirror. Surrounding the central lake stood hundreds of palm trees, poplar trees, and sand jujube trees, towering like loyal guards encircling the lake. What was most delightful was the animals around the water source. The slender and elegant sand antelopes needed no introduction, and through the lingering mist above the lake, Qiao Shu even spotted a few familiar faces, no familiar wolves. The desert wolf pack that had previously attacked the camel herd was resting and drinking water on the opposite side of the lake. The large wolf with a white collar was particularly striking and hard to ignore, even with plenty of food around the lake. The ferocious wolf pack didn't seem inclined to hunt. Qiao Shu knew this was not because the water source was a neutral zone, but because the wolf pack had just had a feast days ago, and hunting under the scorching sun during the day was not worth the effort for desert wolves. Through the swirling mist, the Wolf King's gaze fell on Qiao Shu from afar. Qiao Shu was not afraid. He smiled broadly, showing 2 rows of white teeth, waving at the Wolf King as a greeting. The Wolf King was momentarily taken aback. "Who are you? Are we familiar?" Just then, a comment caught Qiao Shu's attention. "Zhou, look quickly. To your left. What kind of animal is that?" Qiao Shu focused his gaze and immediately felt a jolt in his pupils. In the mist, a robust white creature appeared vaguely. It had long limbs, a strong, square body, and a long neck as elegant as a swan's, with a ring of pure white fur around its neck. What surprised Qiao Shu the most were the 2 tall humps on its back. This was a Bactrian camel, and it was a pure white wild Bactrian camel, even rarer than giant pandas. Chapter 58. An animal rarer than the giant panda. "This is a Bactrian camel," Qiao Shu said, somewhat excited, but he tried to suppress his voice as it was a wild animal rarer than the giant panda. According to data from sand control workers in 2006, there were only about 500 wild Bactrian camels left in China and fewer than 800 worldwide. Moreover, the population of this large rare wild animal was continuing to decline. Due to their extremely low numbers, sand control workers were unable to find them, making it impossible to implement effective conservation measures, which meant that wild Bactrian camels were on the brink of extinction. At this point, Qiao Shu shifted his tone, showing a look of regret. To this day, wild Bactrian camels are more endangered than the national treasure giant panda, and it has become increasingly difficult to spot wild Bactrian camels in the desert regions of China. Ironically, the giant panda, which has almost escaped the danger of extinction, remains a beloved creature. Even losing one would make headlines. Meanwhile, the truly endangered wild Bactrian camels receive little attention outside of sand control workers and animal protection organizations. Many other protected animals share the same awkward situation. There are numerous critically endangered species rarer than giant pandas, yet they hardly receive the attention they deserve. Qiao Shu took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Conservation of animals cannot rely on preference. Love for cute appearances is not enough to support a lifetime of commitment." Upon hearing this, the viewers in front of the screen fell silent. Who doesn't like the adorably clumsy giant panda? Its charm is akin to that of an international superstar in the animal kingdom. Even foreign people willingly succumb to its allure, becoming loyal panda fans. But do those endangered animals that may not be cute in appearance, or are even somewhat ugly, not deserve our concern? Moreover, the Bactrian camel before him was not unattractive. Its entire body of white fur gave an almost sacred appearance, like a mythical beast. Wild Bactrian camels are rare, but pure white Bactrian camels are even rarer. Qiao Shu collected his thoughts and excitedly whispered, "If I'm not mistaken, this should be a genetic mutation, because even the white variety of camels wouldn't be this pure. The value of this Bactrian camel is immense. If it has an entire family behind it, even the significance of the 044 governance area could be enhanced." The audience gasped in amazement. A single camel could elevate the importance of the governance area. It seems the value of wild Bactrian camels is indeed very high. At that moment, a system notification suddenly rang in Qiao Shu's ear. Ding. Extremely rare species detected. System rewards 10,000 greening points. Genetic mutation white creature detected. System rewards 5,000 greening points. Wild Bactrian camel discovered. Side mission, save the Bactrian camel issued. Save the Bactrian camel, mission level. Rare level. Side mission levels are normal, difficult, rare, epic, legendary. Mission brief. The changes in the natural environment, continuous population growth, and expansion of cultivation areas have led to the shrinking habitat of wild Bactrian camels. As a sand control person, please protect the Bactrian camels within your jurisdiction and help them develop their population. Mission objective. The number of wild Bactrian camels in the governance area exceeds 20, and they must have the ability to reproduce the next generation of Bactrian camels. Mission reward, 1 million greening points, plus a respect bond level, friendship badge, Bactrian camel. Qiao Shu came back to his senses and couldn't help but exclaim how knowledgeable the system was. It was the first time he had seen such a stingy system being so generous. It seemed that protecting wild Bactrian camels was also very important to the system. Just the discovery of that Bactrian camel alone was worth 15,000 greening points, not to mention the million-point bonus for completing the mission. Moreover, the respect level friendship badge was almost the highest level, second only to the ultimate level of unwavering loyalty. Thinking about it, if he could develop a complete Bactrian camel population, he would essentially be a creator god to them, naturally earning their utmost trust. Qiao Shu thought for a moment and took out a useful Momotaro rice ball from his backpack, preparing to approach the beautiful white camel first. Developing the population could wait. The immediate priority was to make friends with the camel in front of him. The power of the Momotaro rice ball had yet to be refused by any animal, especially since he also had the affinity reward from the animal encyclopedia. Just as Qiao Shu took a small step forward, bang, a gunshot shattered the air, and Qiao Shu's leg froze mid-air as he looked in disbelief at the scene before him. A tragic blood flower blossomed on the white camel's body, spreading out on its pure-colored fur without warning. Following that was a series of gunshots, with sand gazelles by the lake and desert wolves on the opposite side, collapsing one after another from gunfire. Qiao Shu trembled as he reached out, wanting to grab something. Gritting his teeth, he chose to lie down and hide in the nearby bushes. By the lake, the beautiful white Bactrian camel had collapsed into a pool of blood, its clear pupils filled with unwillingness and sorrow. The sinful bullets produced crimson blood, staining the entire oasis. Time rewound a few minutes earlier, just as Qiao Shu arrived at the lake. Several poachers had long been lurking on the stone wall beside the lake, armed with various types of firearms, observing the activity in the oasis. "Boss, it's about time, right?" One poacher licked his lips with a cruel smile. "Over 20 desert wolves and more than 10 sand gazelles. That's enough for us to make a fortune. What's the rush?" A man with a scarred face leaned against a rock, a thick cigarette clamped in his mouth. "Every time we shoot in the oasis, it scares away the surrounding animals. And they won't come back until the smell of blood dissipates, so we need to make it count this time." The man exhaled a puff of thick smoke, cruelly smiling. "I heard you bought a house and a wife from an am back home? If you don't make enough money to go back, will the women at home let you back into bed?" The poacher smiled ingratiatingly, of course, so let's wait a bit longer. The scarred man took the cigarette from his mouth, crushed it in his hand, and looked down at the lake with indifferent eyes. Just then, another poacher suddenly exclaimed, "Boss, look over there. Isn't that a camel? It looks like a Bactrian." Hearing this, the scarred man looked over, and the beautiful white Bactrian camel came into view. Even he, who had slaughtered countless wild animals, felt a moment of awe. But soon, that awe was devoured by greed. "Big catch. Tell the brothers to get ready. Don't shoot to kill, try to capture it alive." A wave of greedy, sinister laughter spread around as over 10 dark muzzles pointed at the animals drinking below. The oasis, representing life and hope, had become a slaughter trap for this group of poachers. Chapter 59, Ambush. The gunfire in the oasis continued. Qiao Shu lay flat in the grass, his eyes blood red, the color of blood reflected in his pupils. Little Ali curled up beside Qiao Shu, trembling, its small body shivering, with its 2 furry ears pressed tightly against its head. Having experienced gunshot wounds before, the little guy had developed a significant psychological shadow, and hearing gunfire again triggered many bad memories. The little round drone had entered stealth mode the moment the gunfire erupted, invisible to all but Qiao Shu. Although the drone was now hidden, the live broadcast continued. The viewers in the live stream were filled with righteous indignation. Is there no law anymore? How dare they shoot in broad daylight? This is a no man's land. Apart from Brother Shu, there hasn't been a human living within hundreds of miles. Brother Shu should just shoot them. These guys are a scourge. Are you kidding? There are at least over 10 guns on the other side, plus heavy automatic rifles. If Brother Shu goes up, it's just sending himself to die. Zhou Wang Shu should retreat first. Let the Sand Control Combat Unit reinforce him. Or wait for the army and police to come and catch them. The viewers remained rational, although everyone hated poachers. They were also worried that Qiao Shu would impulsively rush in and confront them. Watching the bloody scene before him, Qiao Shu closed his eyes in anguish, his trembling lips turning somewhat pale. Despite having seen videos about poachers in university classes and learning about the cruel methods of Chinese poachers during sand control training, data was still just data. The visual impact of the brutal reality was 100 times more painful than the data. That beautiful white figure lingered in Qiao Shu's mind, but that pure white had gradually turned into a bloody red. "Ali, you go back first." Qiao Shu lowered his voice, taking out the pokeball to return little Ali. With the gunfire as cover, the live stream remained focused on that bloody lake, and the audience did not see Qiao Shu's actions. Little Ali was still too weak and couldn't help much in a fight against humans. After putting Ali away, Qiao Shu crawled backward, eventually disappearing into the dense woods. On the other side of the lake, chaos ensued as well. Oh, the white-collared wolf king let out a majestic howl, trying to stabilize the panicking wolf pack. However, the discipline of the wolves could not overcome the enemy-like gunfire, especially with their companions collapsing in pools of blood, leaving them to hear the sounds but not see the enemy. The various factors amplified the desert wolf's fear, and they began to flee like headless flies. The wolf king let out a helpless whimper, turned, and picked up a half-grown wolf cub, running into the woods. Since it was not a hunting operation, but just a trip to the oasis for water, the wolf pack almost emptied its den, with pregnant female wolves and pups coming along. Unlike the battle-hardened desert wolves, these females and young ones had very low adaptability. Even the slightest rustle would send them fleeing. Children are always the hope of a pack. The wolf king, carrying a pup in its mouth, glanced back at the poachers on the cliff, his eyes filled with deep hatred. The trees, concealed within the woods, began to move quickly towards the cliff, and the audience could only see a tangle of leaves and hear the sound of bodies brushing against them. 2 revolvers hung at the waist, and a cold gleam from a Dolan dagger was strapped to the thigh. Fully armed, the tree appeared stern, silently approaching the poachers. "Ha ha ha, what a treat!" One poacher boasted to his companion while changing magazines. "I killed 4 desert wolves. This time, I'm going to make a fortune." His companion sneered. "How much are desert wolves worth? Did you see that white camel? Its value is more than the whole wolf pack combined." The white camel had been shot by the poacher leader himself. Although it wasn't a fatal hit, it still fell into a pool of blood. According to the poacher's rules, whoever hits the prey gets the biggest share. If multiple bullets hit the prey, the spoils are divided equally. If the white camel could be sold smoothly, the poacher leader would take at least 30 of the loot, and the remaining 20 might be distributed to others. As for the 50, that would naturally go to the higher-ups in the poacher gang. This was a well-structured poaching organization, with rules for every step of the crime and distribution, far more troublesome than disorganized poachers. Since we can't get much from the white camel, let's kill a few more wolves. One poacher nudged his companion. "What do you say?" The companion turned back in confusion, a fresh bullet hole appearing in the center of his forehead, blood gushing out. "Ambush!" the tree shouted. The poachers, horrified, dropped their hunting rifles without realizing it. The next moment, a chilling roar echoed. "Enemies!" Bang! This time, the poachers heard clearly. The gunfire came from the woods behind them. The next second, a terrifying sense of crisis enveloped him. Hunter marked. However, it was too late to realize what was happening. A bloody bullet hole also appeared on his forehead. The poacher leader caught a glimpse of 2 of his subordinates falling to the ground. When he turned around, he felt his entire body go cold. A strong sense of danger coursed through him, and relying on years of fighting instincts, he rolled to the side. Bang! 2 bullets struck where the poacher leader had just been, sparking a shower of flames. Turning to fire, he yelled, "There's an enemy in the woods behind." More than a dozen poachers immediately turned around, their dark gun muzzles aimed back at the woods. The tree furrowed his brow. He hadn't expected the enemy to have such sharp senses, and the effect of Hunter had instead made him more alert. The previous 2 poachers had been shot in the head the moment they were marked with almost no reaction time. Ding. Human hunting successful. Rewards slight permanent increase in lifespan and luck. The tree's eyelid twitched. Lifespan. Luck. The attribute increase for hunting humans turned out to be lifespan and luck. The system was indeed bold. If it were to change to a host with dark hearts and great ambitions, wouldn't that cultivate a killing machine? Just imagine. A person with nearly infinite lifespan and reverse luck. How overpowered would that be? A sure-to-succeed protagonist from a male-oriented fantasy novel. As he saw more than a dozen guns aimed in his direction, the tree had no choice but to quickly retreat, disappearing into the thicket. Crack, crack, crack. More than a dozen guns fired simultaneously, causing branches to shake violently and clouds of smoke to rise. Chapter 60. Poachers and hunters according to the principle of smoke, but no injury. The tree was naturally not hit by any bullets. The panicked shooting of the poachers ultimately made the big tree bear all the consequences. Several palm trees were riddled with bullet holes of varying sizes, their trunks leaning at awkward angles as if they would break at any moment. Broken branches and fallen leaves littered the ground, as if the forest itself was mocking the incompetence of the poachers. The poacher leader coldly commanded, "Cease fire." The sudden death of their companion left the poachers too panicked to hear their leader's command, continuing to unleash bullets into the woods. Bang, bang, bang. The poacher leader fired a few shots into the sky, raising his voice to angrily shout. I said, "Cease fire." Only then did the poachers stop firing, turning to look at their leader in confusion. The attacker is that sand-fixing man. The poacher leader's eyes were filled with malice. Besides us, he's the only one here. He should only have a hunting rifle. His firepower is insufficient. Stone. A poacher named Stone stood up and calmly said, "Boss, what do you command? You take 5 people and chase after that sand-fixing man. I don't want him alive. Bring me his head." Stone was the most trusted subordinate of the poacher leader. Ruthless and taciturn, loyal to fulfilling any command from the leader. Understood. Stone nodded in agreement, picking up his automatic rifle, selecting 5 skilled shooters from the poachers, and heading into the depths of the jungle. The jungle was the poachers' home ground. They had spent the first half of their lives committing evil hunts and battles here, and the poacher leader did not believe that the tree could escape their pursuit in the jungle. Nonetheless, the cautious poacher leader still ordered the remaining subordinates. "Today's hunt is over. You come with me to collect the spoils." Although the subordinates were reluctant, no one dared to voice their objections. Thus, the tree's plan was half successful. The reason for exposing his presence was to allow the wild animals that had not been shot to escape, minimizing today's losses. As for the remaining half of the plan, it was to eliminate all the poachers in the oasis. Perhaps the jungle was the poachers' home ground, but the tree excelled at eliminating enemies in their own territory. This was a battle between poachers and hunters. The 6-man team delved deep into the jungle, pursuing in a combat formation in the direction the tree had left. Stone was at the front of the team. He had a remarkable skill of being able to determine the direction prey fled based on the broken leaves. A qualified hunter must be familiar with various habits of animals and be skilled at recognizing different traces left by them to find hidden animals. Stone was clearly a qualified hunter. Suddenly, Stone halted. He stood beside a bush, carefully observing the broken branches above, looking around in confusion. The tree's trail continued to this point but had vanished into thin air. Stone frowned, realizing that things were not simple. As a poacher who had followed the leader for many years, he had also hunted humans before. Wildlife protection rangers, forest wardens in remote mountains, and even forest police had all fallen victim to their hands. In Stone's view, humans were not much smarter than animals. In the wild, most humans' anti-tracking abilities were often far weaker than those of cunning animals. But this time, the sand-fixing man seemed more cunning than the usual prey. He asked nearby, "Split into pairs and find him." Stone gruffly instructed, "Be careful. This guy's tough." The 6 poachers split into pairs and began searching for the tree's traces nearby. If Stone had been a bit more careful and had looked up, he would have noticed the cold-eyed poplar hidden among the treetops. Stone and another group of poachers gradually walked away, leaving only one group of poachers lingering in place. "What the hell? Where did that guy run off to?" One poacher wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Shoo!" His companion made a hushing gesture, indicating that this guy was no simple character. He dared to take us on with more than 10 guns alone. He's tough. The poacher fell silent, impatiently flipping through a bush while holding his shotgun. Suddenly, a strong palpitation erupted within him. The poacher instinctively looked up, his pupils instantly dilating. A shadow leaped down from a 3-meter-high poplar tree, and a glinting dagger plunged straight into his throat. A small crimson spot, visible only to the poplar, burst forth from the poacher's throat, which was then entirely absorbed by the poplar. The wounds he had sustained from various branches while running through the jungle began to heal at an eerie speed. The poacher instinctively covered his mouth and throat with both hands, but he couldn't stop the blood from gushing out like a fountain. Another poacher, hearing his companion's groans, immediately adjusted his gun's aim. Whoosh! A flash of silver, and a tactical dagger was thrown by the poplar like a flying knife, accurately stabbing into the poacher's left chest. Unfortunately, the accuracy and force of the dagger were a bit lacking. Although it penetrated flesh, it did not hit the heart. The shotgun still fired, and a large amount of iron pellets shot toward the poplar's face. The poplar, unfazed, lifted the already throat-slit poacher and used him as a shield. All the iron pellets struck the poacher's chest, instantly turning the already dying poacher's chest into a bloody mess, and he went straight to report to the King of Hell. The poplar calmly drew out the 1895 revolver from his waist, which had a black silencer attached to the muzzle. Due to the large gap between the barrel and the chamber, no practical silencer could be used on a revolver. However, the 1895 revolver was different. It had a special sealed gunpowder gas system, making it the only revolver in the world that could be equipped with a silencer. The 1895 had a capacity of 7 rounds, and the chamber rotated 5,142 degrees, producing a very quiet explosion. At the same time, a grotesque blood hole appeared in the forehead of the poacher across from him. The poplar disdainfully pushed the now bloody poacher aside, as the sound of hurried footsteps approached from behind. The silencer's purpose was to reduce noise, not eliminate it. Although the poplar had tried to minimize the sounds of the fight, it was still unavoidable that the poacher's companions would arrive. The poplar coldly glanced toward the source of the footsteps and then ran toward the other end of the jungle, casually pulling out the tactical dagger from the chest of another poacher. By the time Stone and the others arrived at the battlefield, the poplar's figure had long vanished, leaving only 2 cold corpses of their companions. Chapter 61. Close Combat, damn it. Stone crouched down to examine his companions' bodies, finding that both had been killed with a single blow. One had his throat cut and his chest turned into a bloody mess from the iron pellets, both wounds being fatal. The other was like the first 2 who had been ambushed, with a bullet in the forehead, his brain matter instantly destroyed. The enemy was highly skilled in marksmanship and adept at using knives. Stone closed his eyes, simulating the scene of the poplar killing, somewhat resembling the methods of the special forces in Huagua. It was no wonder Stone had this misunderstanding. Soldiers from special forces are skilled in shooting, close combat with cold weapons, and counter-tracking, traits that were indeed similar to the poplar. A sense of foreboding filled Stone's heart. At this moment, the roles of hunter and prey seemed to have swapped. Meanwhile, the fleeing poplar leaned against a large tree, breathing heavily. Sweat trickled down his forehead, and the gruesome deaths of the 2 poachers echoed in his mind, creating a strong sense of discomfort within him. Before becoming a sand control worker, the poplar had been an ordinary university student, just stepping into society from that naive and foolish period. Oh no, he had stepped into the desert. Killing 2 humans with his own hands had placed immense psychological pressure on him. His stomach churned, and he felt a sensation in his throat that was hard to swallow or vomit. If it weren't for his strong resolve, he would have already thrown up. The poplar had not seen death for the first time. In his childhood, the security in his hometown was not very good, and since Qiao Qingfeng was the local tycoon, various criminals often came knocking. Qiao Qingfeng had personally killed criminals, and his bodyguards had killed even more. The young poplar had witnessed more than one death scene. However, seeing others kill was far less unsettling than killing with his own hands. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was somewhat tense. Although the system had automatically blurred the scene when the poplar killed, the gunfire and the blurred outlines made everyone aware of what had happened. Seeing the pale-faced poplar, some viewers couldn't help but send encouraging messages. Tree brother, Don't panic. You are a just sand controller. They're evil poachers. Killing them is in accordance with heaven's law and the people's hearts. Exactly. They can't even be considered human, just beasts in human skin. You are like King Zhou. If you don't kill them, they will kill you. Don't go soft. That's right. If the police come, don't be afraid. With 20,000 people in the live room, we can all testify for you. After taking a few deep breaths, the psychologically resilient Poplar quickly emerged from the shadow of killing. Looking at the messages floating across the screen, the Poplar felt warmth in his heart and smiled at the camera. Speaking was impossible. They were too close to the poachers, and talking would expose his position. But he sensed the viewer's genuine concern. Regaining his composure, the Poplar filled the empty chamber with bullets, and his trembling fingers steadied. With a determined expression, he glanced in the direction of the poachers before diving into the nearby bushes. There are 4 left. No more splitting up. Stone looked grimly at the 2 fallen companions. The enemy's combat skills and psychological resilience were strong, adept at picking them off one by one. The remaining 3 poachers swallowed hard, feeling anxious. Although they were ruthless criminals, it was different when it came to killing, having witnessed the gruesome deaths of 2 companions. If it weren't for Stone's relentless gaze, they would have long wanted to scatter in all directions. They gathered together, each watching a different direction. Upon hearing gunfire, they wouldn't care where it came from, but would directly fire in front of them. Under Stone's command, the 4 poachers huddled back to back, each guarding a 90-degree sector. One could say Stone had some skills, but not much. If the poachers were experienced soldiers, this tactical formation might be effective. However, they were just a bunch of cowardly rabble, and their firepower was insufficient to cover a 90-degree sector, which gave the Poplar an opportunity. In the nearby bushes, 2 dart gun muzzles quietly emerged, aiming at 2 of the poachers armed with double-barreled shotguns. The rate of fire for such shotguns is very slow. Even if they instinctively fired, the chance of hitting each other was very low. Meanwhile, Stone and another poacher wielded automatic weapons. If they hit them, they could very likely be caught in the crossfire during their panic. Bang! Bang! The sound of 2 gunshots shattered the silence, and the 2 already panicking poachers fell to the ground. Stone's reaction was swift. The moment the gunfire rang out, he immediately grabbed his dazed companion and used him as a shield, aiming his automatic rifle at the bushes where the Poplar was hiding and opened fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. The rifle spat out smoke as a burst of bullets flew in. Despite Qiao Shu moving immediately after firing 2 shots, he still felt an unfortunate chill in his calf under the dense barrage of bullets. Qiao Shu rolled awkwardly to avoid, taking the opportunity to glance back. Damn, he was hit. Fortunately, the bullet merely grazed his calf, taking a chunk of flesh, but at least it wasn't a fatal wound. He fired his 2 revolvers again. The poacher, used as a human shield by Shi 2, spat out blood in shock as 7 or 8 holes appeared in his chest. Almost simultaneously, Shi 2's automatic rifle and Qiao Shu's 2 revolvers ran out of bullets. Shi 2 discarded his fallen companion and drew a 30-centimeter military dagger from his waist to attach to his rifle. Qiao Shu, with a cold expression, drew the tactical dagger and Doran's dagger from his leg and charged at the tall Shi 2, the blades in his hands glinting. In close combat, it was all about who was more reckless. Qiao Shu held the 2 daggers with both hands, completely ignoring Shi 2's glaring military dagger. Stepped forward with his left foot to turn right and thrust his right hand sharply to the side. Shi 2's eyelids twitched. If he just thrust his rifle out, he could pierce this little sand control guy right through. But the price would be that a dagger would also pierce his own head. This was a life-for-a-life tactic. And this little sand control guy looked young, yet he turned out to be a reckless fool. Who's the desperate one here, me? Or you? With no choice. Shi 2 didn't want to risk a trade with Qiao Shu, so he could only deflect the attack with an upward thrust. The dagger and the military dagger clashed, producing a harsh metallic sound. Shi 2 felt a force coming from his arm, making his hands numb. He didn't expect this seemingly weak little sand control guy to have such immense strength. Are you Li Yuanba, or something? Shi 2 gritted his teeth and glared at Qiao Shu's calm eyes. Who the hell are you? Sand control guy, Qiao Shu. Qiao Shu's mouth began to curve slightly. Mark. Doran's dagger slashed into Shi 2's left rib. Red beads of light floated out along the dagger, gathering at the wound on Qiao Shu's calf. The wound began to slowly heal, the missing flesh rapidly regenerating. Although Shu couldn't see this vampiric effect, he could feel his vitality draining away, while the little sand control guy opposite him grew stronger. Shu's hands softened, and his rifle nearly slipped from his grasp. Seizing the moment, Qiao Shu discarded his dagger, his hands darting in like lightning to yank the rifle away. Crack, 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 crack. His right hand whipped out like a whip. The familiar sound of 5 consecutive strikes echoed. Caught off guard, Shu was hit 5 times in quick succession, his face becoming red and swollen. Qiao Shu, taking advantage of his momentum, threw the rifle away, tightly locked Shu's neck with both hands, and suddenly slammed him down to the ground. Body slam. Shu's heavy body lifted off the ground and then came crashing down, plunging him into darkness. The danger of a body slam is enormous. If used in a street fight, regardless of the injuries, it could definitely result in a charge of intentional harm. If it were a fat guy with poor physical condition, enduring Qiao Shu's body slam might even fracture his cervical vertebrae. Fortunately, Shu had spent years in the wild, so his physical condition was decent. But he completely lost his fighting ability. Lying on the ground, he groaned in pain, and when he looked into the eyes of the sand control guy, he couldn't help but feel a chill run through him. That gaze was familiar to Shu, reminiscent of the wolf cubs he hunted in the wild, ferocious, cunning, and never willing to back down. Qiao Shu sat down on Shu's stomach, breathing slightly heavily. Speak, what's your situation? Shu held his neck high, remaining silent. How many of you are there? How long have you been in the 044 governance area? And how did you get in? Qiao Shu continued speaking to himself, his right hand slowly reaching for Shu's left rib wound. Who's behind you? He suddenly exerted force with his right hand, and Shu's expression twisted in an instant as the excruciating pain from the wound made it hard for him to breathe. Qiao Shu's expression remained unchanged, but the pressure from his hand did not lessen. For desperate outlaws like this, only by being more ruthless than him could he overcome him. As for illegal interrogation, I'm Qiao Shu, facing away from the screen. Who saw me make a move? Is there any evidence? Without evidence, I can sue you for defamation. There are a total of 13 people you killed 4, including me, leaving 9. Pain numbed Shu's will, and he couldn't help but shout out. What else? Qiao Shu withdrew his right hand. Who is your superior? What are you doing in the 044 governance area? Shu looked at Qiao Shu with a cold smile, gasping for breath as he said, I dare say, do you dare to listen? Qiao Shu furrowed his brows, glancing at the drone that others couldn't see due to its invisibility. What is there that I wouldn't dare to hear? Even if the poacher gang's higher-ups were the Jade Emperor, he would dare to listen. But making all this public through his live stream was a completely different matter. That would drag him and his family into trouble, especially considering his father's sensitive identity. Thinking of this, Qiao Shu's gaze towards Shu gradually grew colder. Since he couldn't extract any more information from him, what use was there in keeping him alive? He picked up the 2 daggers that had fallen to the ground and slowly walked towards the terrified Shu. What are you going to do? Killing is against the law. A bad premonition rose in Shu's heart. If he had fallen into the hands of other sand control people, even those specifically responsible for dealing with poachers, he wouldn't have panicked so much. After all, sand control people were fundamentally a protective organization. They had no power to execute criminals and could only hand them over to the police. This little sand control guy in front of him was different. This kid was a Real tiger. Killing his companions was like slaughtering chicks, and Shu could not be sure if this tiger would directly kill him. Qiao Shu squatted down, coldly raising Doran's dagger in his hand. The back of the dagger slammed heavily against Shu's neck, knocking him unconscious. I'm a tiger, but I'm not stupid. Executing a defenseless poacher in front of 200,000 viewers would bring his career as a sand control person to an end, and he would have to spend years in prison sewing, dragging the unconscious Shu to a big tree. Qiao Shu took out a bundle of sturdy rope from his backpack and bound him tightly to the tree. With a heart full of youthful exuberance, Qiao Shu even tied a bough for him, hoping that this cute little bough could cleanse his wicked soul. Qiao the tyrant, the soft-hearted killer. After finishing all this, Qiao Shu looked towards the distant lake, his eyes gradually narrowing. 8 left, near the oasis lake. The remaining 8 poachers dispersed to collect the prey that had been hit by bullets. A desert wolf, still alive, stared intently at the human in front of it, its white fangs exposed, emitting a suppressed growl. The poacher sneered, pulled out a dagger, and approached, bending down to slice the desert wolf's throat. No matter how fierce the beast, it would die when its throat was cut. Ha ha ha. The poacher stared in disbelief as he touched his neck, then opened his palm to find it stained with blood. A figure emerged from behind him, coldly watching as he slumped to the ground, gradually losing his breath. Ah, yes. Yes, you're right, it really will die. On the other side of the lake, a sand antelope lay with wide eyes, clearly having lost its breath. The poacher processing the sand antelope's corpse smiled as he skillfully peeled off the entire skin, more adeptly than Qiao Shu, who had basic skinning. Sheep kidneys are great stuff. Eating them is very nourishing. The poacher greedily cut the saiga antelope apart, thinking that once I eat this thing, that woman will dare to call me a quick shooter again. Hoochie, that was the sound of the dagger piercing flesh. The poacher froze in place, trembling uncontrollably, but couldn't he make a sound? The Dolan dagger stabbed diagonally into the poacher's lower back, piercing through its kidney. The kidney is the source of life, the root of a person. Once struck by the knife, one would immediately lose combat ability. The terrifying pain would render them unable to scream. So, you're a kidney snatcher, huh? Qiao Shu looked disdainfully at the poacher lying on the ground, thinking, those who take lives will inevitably lose theirs. In just 20 minutes, the scattered poachers around the lake were taken down one by Qiao Shu with his dagger, without making a sound. A qualified hunter must remain as still as a mountain, gathering strength, swift as the wind. The entire oasis was Qiao Shu's hunting ground, while those poachers who made a living by hunting animals had become his prey instead. Chapter 63. Quick shooter wow. Another one taken care of. Brother Shu's skills are incredible. Damn mosaic, can't see anything. It's good enough that it can be broadcast. Didn't Brother Shu mention something about kidney snatchers? With their kidneys gone, you wouldn't dare to look without the mosaic. Brother Shu, you're amazing. Although the audience was initially uncomfortable watching Qiao Shu deal with the poachers, as one poacher after another fell, their discomfort slowly faded. Moreover, the system always managed to apply the mosaic at the most critical moments, allowing the audience to see the poachers being taken down without any bloody scenes. The viewer's experience was akin to watching police raid an entertainment venue and randomly arrest fans, both exciting and thrilling. There's still 2 left. Qiao Shu looked at the kidney snatcher who had stopped breathing in front of him, then shifted his gaze to other locations around the lake. In the previous battle, the stealth feature of the small spherical drone had been incredibly helpful. Qiao Shu was able to spot the poachers' figures through the haze in the jungle and on the surface of the lake, while the poachers remained completely unaware of his presence. Qiao Shu glanced at the sheep kidneys that the poacher had unearthed, his expression shifting. After quietly checking the position of the small sphere to ensure the audience couldn't see him, Qiao Shu suddenly squatted down and stashed the 2 sheep kidneys into his spatial backpack. The kidney snatcher was indeed detestable, but he had a good eye. Sheep kidneys are quite delicious and nutritious, so they shouldn't go to waste. He dragged the kidney snatcher's body into the bushes to hide it, to avoid alarming his companions and causing unnecessary panic. If Stone hadn't tricked him, the poacher team should only have their leader and a bodyguard left. According to the information he had intentionally left from a captive, both of these men were tough nuts to crack. One was a poacher leader who had been at large for decades, and the other bodyguard was said to be a foreigner who had worked as a mercenary in Africa. Dealing with these 2 tough characters would be too risky for close assassination, and the revolver's range was too short and easily detectable. Furthermore, shooting from a longer distance could lead to a miss. The combat experience accumulated today made Qiao Shu realize that he lacked a long-range, silent combat method capable of eliminating enemies unnoticed from the shadows. This was the essence of being a hunter. Qiao Shu picked up an automatic rifle that he had confiscated from the poachers and examined it carefully. It was a classic series automatic rifle, favored by foreign warlords, criminals, and poachers. Its accuracy was average, but it had incredible environmental adaptability and firepower, making it capable of fighting in any extreme environment. Qiao Shu skillfully pulled back the bolt and checked the magazine. Seeing that the magazine was filled with bright yellow bullets, Qiao Shu nodded in satisfaction. Although he had never used this type of rifle, his intermediate shooting skill was sufficient for him to master various ranged weapons without a teacher. Especially with such simple and easy-to-handle weapons, it posed no difficulty for him. He slung the rifle over his shoulder and agilely climbed up a tree about 5 meters high. This tree was a poplar, a type of tall deciduous tree with a diameter of up to 15 meters, and its lush leaves could easily conceal Qiao Shu's figure. Qiao Shu took out the revolver from his waist, covered his ears, and fired 3 shots into the sky. Bang! 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 Without the trees to muffle the sound, the echoes rang out across the oasis lake. As long as the poacher leader wasn't deaf, he would definitely hear the gunshots and come to investigate. Qiao Shu remained crouched quietly on the tree trunk, motionless, waiting for his prey to fall into his trap. At the same time, the 2 men on the other side of the lakeshore suddenly turned their heads. As the gunfire faded, the 2 exchanged serious glances. It sounds like a revolver. It seems no one around here is using one, right? The poacher leader murmured. For poachers, the power of a revolver was insufficient to deal with large beasts, and its accuracy was far inferior to that of a shotgun, so almost no one chose it as a weapon. I'll go take a look. You wait here, the burly white man said in somewhat halting Chinese, but he managed to convey his meaning. The poacher leader nodded, and the big man turned to leave. A moment later, the poacher leader followed. The big man turned back in confusion. Let us go together. The poacher leader unstrapped a rifle from his back, thinking, what, this is a trap? With no news from Stone for such a long time, and none of the other subordinates returning, the poacher leader had a bad premonition. The 2 men cautiously approached Qiao Shu's direction, guns in hand. Soon, they entered Qiao Shu's shooting range. Qiao Shu in the tree remained very calm. He carefully observed the 2 remaining enemies and ultimately decided to shoot the foreign strongman first, leaving the poacher leader alive. That strongman was over 2 meters tall and weighed at least 150 kilograms. Qiao Shu wasn't sure he could win in hand-to-hand combat. The poacher leader likely knew a lot, and Qiao Shu was confident he could capture him alive. The recoil of the 7.62 millimeters was strong and less controllable, so Qiao Shu chose to fire in bursts. 3 bullets flew out in a spiral, and 3 beautiful blood blossoms immediately bloomed on the strongman's chest. The strongman fell to the ground, quickly losing his life. At such close range, you could say that even a polar bear would die. The poacher leader watched helplessly as his bodyguard collapsed in a pool of blood. He immediately reflexively rolled on the ground and hid behind a large rock. In his panic, the poacher leader was so flustered that half of his body was still exposed outside the rock. Qiao Shu, unhurried, aimed again and fired another burst. This time, the target was the rifle in the poacher leader's hands, which was instantly blown in half by the powerful 7.62 millimeters bullets. The poacher leader was thrown into a panic, having to drop the half of the rifle he was holding and hide behind the rock. Since he had already marked the poacher leader, as long as he didn't escape the 10-kilometer skill range, his location would continue to appear in Qiao Shu's mind. Therefore, Qiao Shu wasn't in a hurry. He slung the rifle over his back and slid down the tree trunk. Hearing Qiao Shu's approaching footsteps, the poacher leader felt a chill and drew a pistol from his waist. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. Qiao Shu was less than 3 meters from the large rock when the poacher leader suddenly jumped out, pointing his gun directly at Qiao Shu. Bang! The gunshot rang out, but it was the poacher leader who collapsed to the ground, clutching his bloody wrist. Qiao Shu blew away the smoke from the muzzle of his revolver and sneered. Who are you looking down on? Who isn't a quick shooter? Chapter 64. Almost flipped the car for poachers. Under the cold muzzle of the gun, there's only profit. The revolver spun stylishly around the index finger before Qiao Shu casually returned it to his waist. In the desert, a hyena lurked while a mouse hid in a drainage ditch. A pair of black tactical boots stopped in the line of sight of the poacher leader, who slowly lifted his head to look up. The man before him was much younger than he had imagined, dressed in a black jacket, with 2 daggers strapped to his legs and 2 revolvers hanging from either side of his waist. Qiao Shu took off his sun hat. revealing a head of neat black hair and a sharply defined face. What impressed the poacher leader the most were those sharp and clear eyes, which seemed to have a magical power that made one hesitant to look directly at them, yet irresistibly drawn in. What's wrong? Haven't he seen such a handsome sand control guy before? Qiao Shu opened with a provocative remark. You don't like men, do you? The poacher leader. All your subordinates have been taken out by me. How do you feel about that? Qiao Shu squatted in front of the poacher leader with a smile. Did you ever think that one day you would be slaughtered in the same way when you were killing those animals? He patted the poacher leader's face and provocatively said, What goes around comes around. You chose this, idol. The poacher leader's gaze became sinister as his fingers slowly reached for his waist. Qiao Shu observed his every move, remaining silent on the surface. In the next second, the poacher leader suddenly threw a black stick-like object. Qiao Shu reacted quickly and grabbed the stick, intending to pull it away with force, but his pupils suddenly constricted. Damn it! A stun baton. The white electric current leaped at the tip of the baton, and a piercing pain shot from his palm through his limbs, as if a steel needle had pierced his body, accompanied by the burning sensation of high temperature and the unique tingling of electric shock. Even Qiao Shu, with his strong physique, was rendered numb by the shock, twitching as he fell to the ground. A jolt ran through his heart. Damn, no dodge. I messed up. He had thought the opponent was pulling out a baton or something, not expecting it to be a stun baton. The high-voltage electricity formed a circuit through Qiao Shu's body, passing through and coming out from the other end of the baton, the pain level reaching above 8. Even the toughest of men would instantly lose their ability to resist and suffer greatly. Hey. The poacher leader pressed the stun baton hard against Qiao Shu, showing no sign of stopping. Young man, you are still too naive. Don't you understand the principle of a cornered beast fighting back? Crack. The poacher leader withdrew the stun baton. Qiao Shu had already been shocked into unconsciousness, completely unable to resist. When the current stopped, he immediately fell to the ground, and the pock ball at his waist rolled away into the nearby grass. The poacher leader drew the dagger from Qiao Shu's leg and examined it carefully in his hand. Good knife. You've taken out so many of my subordinates. You are quite capable. Let this good knife take your life. Excitement and cruelty gleamed in the poacher leader's eyes. Personally killing the sand control genius thrilled his already warped mind. Danger! 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 The livestream audience saw Qiao Shu suffer such a significant loss for the first time, and they all began to worry and comment. Brother Shu, get up and fight back. Damn, let go of my brother Shu. We'll duel one-on-one at 356 Haichuan Street, Sunset District, Spring City, Jilin Province. I'll break your leg. Zhou Wang, run. This guy really dares to kill. In front of so many viewers, you can't escape after killing a sand control person. The drone remained invisible, and the poacher leader, of course, had no idea that all his actions were being witnessed by 200,000 viewers. He glared fiercely, and the dagger in his hand plunged downward. Suddenly, a bright light flashed from the grass that no one saw. Ali, like a Psyduck from an anime, had freed itself from the pockball. Squeak! An unprecedented angry cry erupted, and a white light shot out from the grass, directly aiming for the poacher leader's face. The angry roar was short and loud. The poacher leader thought he had encountered some fierce beast and trembled in fear. Then he saw a cute little fox leap onto his face and bite into his throat. After being nourished by both Moo fresh milk and the pockball, Ali was much stronger than an average fennec fox, with sharper teeth. The 2-centimeter-long teeth broke through the poacher leader's skin, instantly staining his clothes with blood. What the hell is this thing? The poacher leader panicked, trying to pull the little Ali off his neck. But Ali was incredibly agile, dodging his attempts with a slight twist of its waist, moving to another spot to continue biting. Instantly, a new row of small blood holes appeared on his neck. By the time Qiao Shu struggled to stand up, the poacher leader had already been bitten into a bloody mess, unbearable to look at. Watching the crazed little Ali, Qiao Shu quickly reached out to pull it off the poacher leader's neck, running his fingers through its soft, bloody fur a few times to calm it down. All right. Let's not be angry anymore. Qiao Shu, still shaken, kicked the poacher leader over while softly comforting Ali. The little fox continued to struggle in Qiao Shu's arms, resembling an angry youth who still refused to back down after being pulled apart. Squeak. Although Qiao Shu didn't understand animal language, he knew the little one was definitely cursing. After finally calming Ollie down, Qiao Shu looked at the poacher leader, who was collapsed on the ground, twitching continuously. That was really dangerous. The power of the stun baton could instantly knock out an adult. The probability of dying directly from the stun baton or indirectly from other acute illnesses was not small either. If it weren't for the loyal little Ali protecting him, Qiao Shu would have almost certainly died here today. Qiao Shu picked up the stun baton that had fallen aside and stepped forward. The poacher leader, in terror, covered his neck and moved his body back continuously. Although Ali's teeth were sharp, they were still too small to achieve a throat-cutting effect. Cutting a throat isn't as simple as it looks on TV. A deep cut is needed to reach the carotid artery. The poacher leader had lost too much blood, but was not yet at the brink of death. Qiao Shu squatted next to the poacher leader, his face twisted in rage. Damn, you're pretty ruthless. Zzz. The electrified baton fell onto him, and the poacher leader let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. Thunder King, huh? Ah. Yang Yongxin, huh? Ah. Like to give people electric therapy, huh? Ah. Today, I'll give you a good therapy session. The electric light flickered, and the once peaceful oasis echoed with the sounds of his tragic screams. Chapter 65, Pregnancy. 3 minutes later, Qiao Shu stopped his electric therapy on the poacher leader. It wasn't that he had calmed down, but if he continued, this old guy would really be heading for the grave. His face was covered in mud and dirt, looking like a piece of charcoal, with white foam at the corners of his mouth, making him look utterly miserable. He was beaten so badly that even his mother wouldn't recognize him. Electric torture is definitely one of the most painful punishments, but Qiao Shu felt that the pain he endured was far less than that of the animals he had harmed and the animal protectors. This time, Qiao Shu learned a lesson and carefully searched the poacher leader's entire body, ensuring he had no other tricks up his sleeve before bandaging his wounds. This guy deserves to die, but not here. He has to confess all his crimes clearly before dying under the judgment of the people's court. Tying the poacher leader securely to a big tree, Qiao Shu even tied a youthful bow around him. A family should be neat and tidy. Done. Qiao Shu clapped his hands and looked at the camera, waiting for the people above to arrive. By the way, you should have called the police for me, right? The bullet comments did not disappoint Qiao Shu. I reported it as soon as the poachers opened fire. But the operator told me that reporting false alarms is against the law. At first, no one believed me. But later, as more people reported it, they started to believe. It's also possible that the police saw Brother Shu's live stream. After all, it sounds quite absurd for one person to take on a dozen poachers in a deserted area and win. After receiving a positive response, Qiao Shu finally breathed a sigh of relief. The livestream room was his only way to communicate with the outside world. Otherwise, he would have to wait for the transport team to come next month to take away the surviving poachers. However, even if the police rushed over now, they would probably only arrive the next day. After all, the 044 management area is a true no-man's land, and the nearest human settlement is quite far away. Little Ollie, come here. Qiao Shu waved to Ollie, and the little guy immediately trotted over gracefully. He scooped little Ollie into his arms and took out a pack of tissues from his jacket pocket to help the little one clean off the bloodstains. Don't be so impulsive next time. Qiao Shu, who had a mild obsession with cleanliness, frowned. Look at you. You've turned into a little dirty fox. Little Ollie shook his head foolishly. What kind of fox is a Tibetan fox? In a parallel universe, a certain unnamed teacher, Xiao Liang, sneezed. The break didn't last long. Qiao Shu had other things to do. The poacher team had been cleaned up by him, but the animals they injured or killed were still lying in the oasis. Qiao Shu planned to gather the dead animals to prevent contamination of the water source. The animals that were still alive needed to be checked as well to see if there was any hope of saving them. The white camel lay not far away, and as Qiao Shu and little Ollie approached it, its body was still trembling slightly. It seemed that the poachers hadn't shot its vital points. They knew that a living white dromedary was worth far more than a corpse. Qiao Shu quickly examined the white camel's body, and when his gaze fell on its abdomen, he couldn't look away. A highly swollen abdomen is rarely seen in herbivores. It could either be due to some disease or because it was pregnant. The gestation period for camels is about 13 months, and they generally give birth every 2 years. Such a low reproductive rate is one of the reasons why wild camels are scarce. The white camel's belly was already quite large, clearly on the verge of giving birth. Qiao Shu felt a pang of sympathy. The white camel was seriously injured, and if it weren't pregnant, he could have tried to save it. But being pregnant consumes a lot of energy, and it couldn't possibly hold on in this condition. It's pregnant, one corpse. 2 lives, Qiao Shu said helplessly. There's no way to save it. Those damn poachers slaughtered 2 rare dromedaries. Hearing Qiao Shu's words, the bullet comments fell silent. Everyone knew how precious dromedaries were. They were rarer than giant pandas, and each one was a national treasure. I should have thought of this earlier. The peak breeding season for herbivores is between March and May. Qiao Shu felt a bit frustrated. His little gray one was like this, and so was this camel. The viewers were also dumbfounded. Who would have thought that this guy, Qiao Shu, had such a knack for female animals? First, he rescued a little female fox, then caught a pregnant female rabbit, and now this rare white camel is also female and pregnant. You're the king of females. Pregnant? So suddenly? This means facing that incredibly clutch question, to save the mother or the baby. First, saving the mother and baby is just a plot in dramas. In reality, hospitals prioritize saving the mother's life without needing family consent. Second, didn't King Qiao Shu just say that the mother camel couldn't be saved? But perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope for the baby? Shu, can you perform a cesarean section on the mother camel? After all, this is also a little life. If one can survive, it's worth it. Qiao Shu's eyes brightened as he looked at the bullet comments floating by. Right? I can't save the big camel, but there is still hope for the little camel. The risks of animal births are not high, or rather, the most difficult animal to give birth is humans. For instance, a little camel can run as soon as it's born, and a mother camel can walk right after giving birth. The process is almost risk-free. As long as the baby camel in the mother's belly develops fully, a cesarean section could very well save it. Qiao Shu looked at the mother camel, who was in pain, and his expression gradually became grim. The mother camel isn't human. It might not cooperate with me. It's a bit difficult, Qiao Shu slowly said. The mother camel has just been attacked by humans, and now I'm going to cut open her belly. She will definitely resist fiercely. Performing a cesarean section on an animal isn't complicated. But if the animal resists strongly, it could harm the baby in the belly. Upon hearing Qiao Shu's analysis, the viewers felt that the hard-won hope had once again been extinguished. Yeah, the poachers just attacked this mother camel with guns. Now we expect her to trust you to perform a cesarean section? Dream on. Qiao Shu reached out to smooth the mother camel's fur, trying to ease her pain and calm her down. That was all he could do. Just then, a soft, ethereal voice suddenly rang in Qiao Shu's ear. Save it. Who? Qiao Shu suddenly turned around, pulling out the revolver at his waist and looking around. The area around the lake was empty. The poacher's gunfire had scared all the nearby animals away. Did you hear any sound? Qiao Shu looked at the camera, puzzled. The viewers all indicated that they hadn't heard anything. Only then did Qiao Shu lower his revolver, deep in thought. If 200,000 viewers didn't hear that voice, could it be that he was hallucinating? Save my child. The voice rang out again, and this time Qiao Shu clearly understood what it said. He widened his eyes in disbelief, looking at the mother camel in front of him. Was it her who was speaking? Chapter 66, Camel Caesarean Section. System, could it be you're behind this? Qiao Shu silently asked in his heart. The system did not respond. It was just a tool system without the ability to answer questions. If it wasn't the system, could it be that I have superpowers? No way. Before I crossed over, I was just an ordinary person without the ability to communicate with animals. Were you just speaking? Although he found it hard to believe, Qiao Shu tentatively asked the mother camel in front of him. Coincidentally, the mother camel's eyes were looking at him, filled with pain and gentleness. But there was no trace of hatred. Cut open my belly, save it. The voice echoed in his mind again. And this time Qiao Shu was absolutely convinced it was not a hallucination. Although he didn't know how it was possible, the mother camel was truly communicating with him. You mean Qiao Shu looked very seriously at the mother camel, You agree to let me perform a cesarean section on you to save the baby in your belly? The viewers were completely in the dark, having no idea who Qiao Shu was talking to. On the contrary, Qiao Shu gradually felt a glimmer of hope in his heart. He wasn't sure if it was an illusion, but this time, although the mother camel's words didn't appear in his mind, he saw a hint of pleading in her eyes. If the mother camel knew that he was saving her child, perhaps the cesarean section could really work. Suddenly, Qiao Shu thought of something and started frantically flipping through the system prompt records in his mind. He remembered that when he ambushed those poacher animals, he had discovered several unnamed insects on a tree trunk and had curiously unlocked their encyclopedia information. It seemed that because he had unlocked the information for 10 animals, he had received a related reward, but he hadn't had time to check the specific details of the reward due to being in battle at the time. Sure enough, Qiao Shu quickly found this record in the information logs. Ding! The leaf mite guide has been unlocked, and the host affinity for this species has slightly increased. You have unlocked a total of 10 animal guides and gained a growth-type special skill, Voice of All Things. Voice of All Things, growth-type special skill. Level, beginner, can be upgraded by unlocking animal guides. Effect, listen to the voice of all things. When nearby creatures have a strong desire and intend to communicate with you, you can briefly communicate with their inner world and listen to their wishes. Evaluation, possessing the qualities of a king. Listening to the voice of all things has solved the case. The mother camel cannot speak, nor is she experiencing auditory hallucinations. The ethereal voice heard is due to the skill effect of Voice of All Things, hearing the mother camel's innermost thoughts. This mother camel is surprisingly understanding. Looking at the pleading eyes of the mother camel, Qiao Shu pondered for a moment and ultimately nodded firmly. No matter what happens, he must give a try. If he does nothing, this pair of white camels will die before him. But if she can cooperate with him in the surgery, the unborn calf still has a glimmer of hope. I need to prepare for the operation. Qiao Shu took out a tactical dagger from his waist and said firmly, "You are right. The little camel still has a chance of survival. I cannot stand by and do nothing." After saying this, Qiao Shu looked at the mother camel. "You need to endure. I don't have any anesthetics. It will hurt a lot." He had no anesthetics, no disinfection equipment, and no sterile environment. Even if the calf was delivered, the mother camel would die from severe pain and bacterial infection. Of course, now is not the time to worry about that. The mother camel's condition cannot withstand a bacterial infection and could collapse at any moment. Let's go. The mother camel's heart voice echoed in his mind again. Under the influence of maternal love, Qiao Shu's gaze became more resolute. He wiped the tactical dagger clean with a tissue and then poured some medical alcohol on it. Although the Dolan dagger is sharper due to its blood-sucking effect, it is definitely unsuitable for the surgery on the mother camel. Disinfecting the dagger was not to protect the mother camel, but to prevent accidentally cutting the calf, as bacteria on the dagger could infect it. Qiao Shu laid the mother camel on her left side, tied her front and hind legs with rope, and held her head down. This was to prevent her from instinctively struggling and affecting the surgery's progress. Fortunately, the mother camel was very understanding and cooperatively allowed Qiao Shu to operate. Qiao Shu planned to use a right flank incision method, making a surgical incision from the right side. He pressed his hand on the camel's belly, using the touch of his palm to locate the fetus. Then, along the line connecting the hip tubercle and the navel, he cleanly made a cut about 50 centimeters long. Although Qiao Shu's movements were quick, the mother camel inevitably let out wails of agony. The new viewers in the live stream were stunned, thinking Qiao Shu was abusing animals live. And yet another round of calls went to the police station. Cutting the skin alone does not complete the cesarean section. Qiao Shu still needed to cut through the external oblique muscle, internal oblique muscle, and fascia in the direction of the muscle fibers. A bloody and foul smell spread out, and little Ali, frightened, quickly ran back to the pockball and tucked himself inside. The whole process was bloody and painful. Qiao Shu couldn't help but frown, let alone the viewers. The system promptly added a mosaic to the live stream, and the viewers were presented with 3 options, due to the presence of bloody scenes. Please choose your viewing method according to your situation. 1. Ignore the warning and continue watching. 2. Blurred processing and continue watching. 3. Exit the live stream. Most people chose the blurred processing option, while a small number of brave souls resolutely ignored the warning, and the most timid ones rolled and crawled out of the live stream. At this moment, Qiao Shu had cut through layer after layer, snipping through the peritoneum and uterine membrane. A weak little camel with matted fur lay in the uterus, its body soaked in blood, making it impossible to discern its original color. Qiao Shu held his breath against the foul smell, reaching deep into the mother camel's pelvic cavity to find the umbilical cord connecting the little camel to the mother. All mammals have umbilical cords. The difference is that animals can bite through them with their teeth, while humans need external tools to cut them. Given the little camel's current situation, Qiao Shu could only help it separate the umbilical cord. After doing all this, Qiao Shu took a deep breath, cradled the little camel in his hands, and pulled it out. This was the most risky step. If the little camel could survive after leaving the mother, this cesarean section could be deemed a success. The little camel was quite large, which was one of the main reasons for the camel's difficult labor. Qiao Shu exerted all his strength, barely managing to separate the little camel from its mother. The newly born little camel lay lifeless in Qiao Shu's arms, not even opening its eyes, let alone standing up. Qiao Shu looked nervously at the dirty little camel in his arms. This was a chance for life that your mother had bought with her own life. Come on, little one. Chapter 67. The little camel's new life. Why isn't it moving? Is the little camel still alive? Open your eyes, little one. Your mother is waiting over there for you. Get it together. Don't let your mother die for nothing. Come on, little camel. Shang sent a super rocket and commented, Little camel, be strong, come on. Bunan Zero sent a Tiger Mite 10 and commented, Little camel, you must survive. Encouraged by the viewers from afar, the little camel's eyelids opened a tiny crack. Qiao Shu's spirits lifted, although it was just a small crack. As long as the little one hadn't given up, there was hope. The will to survive is a powerful thing. It can surpass all special medicines in the world. Slowly, the little camel opened its eyes. The newborn little camel seemed to have a thin membrane over its eyes, looking watery and incredibly clear. However, the little camel saw the world through this eye as somewhat blurry, only able to see a black outline holding it. In his embrace, there was a sense of security that eased the unease of seeing the world for the first time. Then, the little camel began to struggle. Not to escape Qiao Shu's embrace, but to try to stand up. This is the instinct of herbivores. Once born, they must learn to run. And only by keeping up with the herd can they avoid being eliminated by the harshness of nature. Qiao Shu quickly placed the little one on the grass, trying not to interfere as it attempted to stand. Oh my! The little camel called out in a soft voice, sounding very lively, its tiny body gradually stabilizing. Amid the cheers from the bullet comments, the four little legs stood firmly on the grass, and the little one shakily stood up. Qiao Shu let out a sigh of relief, sitting down beside the little one. It's alive. It finally survived. The miracle of life does not come often, but that doesn't mean it won't happen. The little camel stood on the grass, its calls becoming louder and clearer, its gaze growing brighter, as if announcing its arrival to the world. The birth of one life accompanied the passing of another. Meanwhile, the mother camel had reached the end of her life. Qiao Shu slowly stood up, cradled the little camel in his arms, and placed it in front of the mother camel. This is your mother, Qiao Shu said solemnly. You must always remember that your mother exchanged her life for your precious life. The little camel seemed to realize something, its watery eyes glistening with a layer of mist. No need for Qiao Shu to say more. The little one snuggled up to its mother's body, its eyes filled with an indescribable affection. The mother camel's gaze closely followed the little camel, containing emotions of reluctance, love, and sorrow. Two pure and sincere gazes intersected, and this bloody yet warm scene deeply pierced the soft spots in the hearts of the audience. Has the mother camel, who has persevered for so long, finally reached her limit? She has been so great, suffering such severe gunshot wounds and going through a cesarean section. She has been so strong. Damn, it made me tear up. Those poachers deserve to die. I hope the broadcaster can take good care of this little camel. The mother camel is too pitiful. The albino Bactrian camel, one of the rarest wild animals in Huagua, has been so mistreated. This is the first and last meeting between the mother and her calf. Life and death, First encounter and eternal farewell. The warm body began to grow cold, and the limbs started to stiffen, indicating that the mother camel's life was coming to an end. Thank you for saving my child. The voice of the mother camel echoed in Qiao Shu's mind. No, Qiao Shu said softly. I should be the one to apologize to you. I am very sorry. Human actions are too atrocious, and the troubles we have brought to you will be repaid 100-fold. Although Qiao Shu did nothing wrong, he apologized for the sins of his kind, for the greed of humanity. Humanity is a community. The evil committed by a group often requires more people to repay. The mother camel said nothing more, her large eyes holding love and reluctance, gradually losing their vitality. You can rest easy. I'll take care of the little one. Qiao Shu extended his hand and, according to human customs, closed the mother camel's eyes. He then picked up the confused little camel, snuggling beside its mother's body, remaining silent for a long time. Ding! The host rescued a wild Bactrian camel and received 3,000 greening points. Ding! The wild Bactrian camel's last wish has been detected, requesting you to adopt the calf. Do you accept? Accept. Qiao Shu silently responded in his heart. After Xiao Ali, this poor little camel, who lost its mother right after birth, became the second wild animal officially adopted by Qiao Shu. There were no rewards for accepting the adoption request. Perhaps the system considers adopting animals itself to be a reward. Looking at the pitiful little camel beside him, Qiao Shu was filled with worry. Successfully delivering the little one was just the first step. Ensuring it lives healthily would require overcoming many difficulties. The most important issue was the little one's food. The newborn camel must drink colostrum to survive, which is determined by the camel's placenta. The antibodies in the mother's body cannot be passed to the calf through the placenta and can only be transmitted through colostrum. Therefore, the active substances in colostrum are vital for the little camel's survival. However, this life-saving colostrum disappeared with the mother camel's departure. Perhaps moo milk can replace colostrum? Or maybe there is a mother camel in the herd outside the oasis that just gave birth and can act as a temporary wet nurse. Qiao Shu sighed helplessly. The mother camel's body cannot be buried. Even in death, the rare wild Bactrian camel has significant research value. Not only the mother camel, but the bodies of those desert wolves and sand antelopes also cannot be buried. They still hold the bullets from poachers inside them, which are important evidence and clues. However, if there is a sand antelope that wasn't shot dead, but accidentally fell to its death out of fright from the bullet, it could be utilized to improve the meal. At this moment, Qiao Shu didn't have the energy to deal with these bodies. He planned to first go to the lake for a thorough wash. Unlike the small pools in the canyon, the lake in the oasis is connected to an underground river and is a moving water source. As long as animal bodies are not thrown in, even jumping in to take a bath wouldn't worry about water quality being polluted. Qiao Shu brought the little camel and Xiao Ali to the lake and looked at his reflection on the water surface. What a mess. The mud from fighting the poachers, the leaves stuck to him while moving through the forest. The blood splatter during the mother camel's surgery. His usually handsome face that could charm thousands of beautiful girls was now so dirty it was unrecognizable. Qiao Shu's face darkened. This wouldn't do. I can endure not having food. I can tolerate not having cigarettes. But having my unparalleled good looks tarnished is worse than killing me. Chapter 68, Support, arrives looking at his disheveled reflection in the water. Qiao Shu decisively took off his shirt and jumped into the lake. Splash! Water splashed everywhere as Qiao Shu surfaced, deeply exhaling a breath of murky air. He cupped a handful of clear water and poured it over his head. The icy and comfortable lake water streamed down his hair, washing away the fatigue and dirt from the battle. So refreshing. If it weren't for the live broadcast and needing to be mindful of appearances, Qiao Shu would even consider buying a bath towel from the system shop to scrub himself thoroughly. The little Ali beside him was also a cleanly little guy. Without needing Qiao Shu to urge him, he squatted by the lake and began washing his little paws. The little camel, on the other hand, timidly watched Qiao Shu, seemingly instinctively afraid of the deep lake water, standing confused on the shallow bank. As soon as the water reached its four little hooves, the little one jumped back in fright as if electrocuted. In contrast, little Ali had already started scooping clear water onto his face, rubbing and cleaning the bloodstains from biting the poacher leader. Qiao Shu, still in the water, chuckled helplessly as he gently grasped the little camel from the shore. Camel calves are quite sturdy and not afraid of water. Bathing them right after birth is no issue. Qiao Shu wet the little one's fur with his hand and gently rubbed it. With Qiao Shu by its side, the little one quickly adapted, comfortably squinting its big eyes with long eyelashes. A patch of bright red blood spread out on the lake's surface as the blood and dirt on the little camel were washed away, revealing its original appearance. Qiao Shu's eyes brightened slightly. What a handsome little camel. It's almost 1/10 as good-looking as me, Qiao Shu. After washing, the soft, slightly curly fur was pure white, clearly inheriting its mother's genes without a single stray hair. Those round eyes were ridiculously large, with long, shiny eyelashes, looking like a cute creature that walked out a comic book. Its limbs and body had perfectly proportioned lines. Although it was a premature baby, the little camel was very healthy. No wonder it's my camel. It's just so good-looking. Qiao Shu smiled and patted the little camel's head. With this kind of looks, you 1T have trouble attracting wild mother camels. Qiao Shu hadn't forgotten that he had a task to develop the wild Bactrian camel population. The task reward is a whopping 1 million greening points. Whether the master can achieve greening point freedom in the future will depend on you selling your looks. Although the little camel didn't understand what Qiao Shu was saying, it didn't stop it from proudly lifting its little head. Oh my. Wow, indeed, this little one is so good-looking. A little handsome camel. It's estimated that when it grows up, it will definitely be a stud. As the saying goes, 1 white covers 100 ugly. Pure white animals are hard to look ugly. Wow, is this saying applicable here? The eyes of the crowd are sharp. Clearly, the looks of this white little camel have received widespread recognition from the audience. 10 minutes later, a bonfire rose beside the lake, and the drenched Qiao Shu squatted by the fire with the 2 little ones to dry off. As night fell, the temperature began to drop sharply. Qiao Shu planned to stay here for the night, to rest well and finish up some work. The poachers' bodies needed to be gathered together, and the animal bodies also needed to be concentrated. Qiao Shu was lucky. While collecting animal bodies, he actually found a sand antelope that had fallen to its death. Soon, the smell of roasted lamb leg wafted through the oasis. Qiao Shu ate a lamb leg himself and prepared moo milk for the 2 little ones. As for the few poachers who didn't die, let them starve. If they die of hunger, it saves the country a bullet. The next day, a convoy drove into the 044 governance area, heading directly towards the oasis. Xiao Tian held a large box, looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar scenery outside the window. Although he had seen it many times in the live broadcast, upon actually arriving at the 044 governance area, he couldn't help but sigh at its desolation. Yesterday's live broadcast by Qiao Shu had caused a huge stir online, and the authorities of the sand control personnel took it very seriously, sending Xiao Tian, the chief secretary under the director, to the site. This was to prevent any accomplices of the poachers from infiltrating the supporting sand control personnel, as desperate situations can lead to desperate measures against Qiao Shu. Xiao Yan's role was akin to an imperial envoy in ancient times, monitoring every move of the support team. A man's voice came through the vehicle intercom. Secretary Tian, the oasis is just ahead. The off-road vehicle can't go in. We can only walk in. Xiao Tian came back to his senses and looked at the lush oasis in front of him. He only learned of the existence of this oasis yesterday. It had never been mentioned in previous reports about the 044 governance area. This shows how serious the problems in the 044 governance area are, with even such an important resource like an oasis being concealed. Moreover, according to Qiao Shu's thoughts yesterday, there might be a lost civilization relic within this oasis. All right, Captain Liu, let's get off here, Xiao Tian replied gently. Liu Yuan, who belonged to the Sand Control Combat Team, was the squad leader of the 043 governance area. The Sand Control Combat Team was a very special entity, independent of the Sand Control Organization, with its upper management not holding positions within the Sand Control Organization. At the same time, it was under the jurisdiction of both the Sand Control personnel and the Armed Department, requiring permissions from both sides for every action. This situation is largely due to China's unique population distribution. Since ancient times, southeastern China has been densely populated, while the northwest has been sparsely populated. drawing a straight line at a 45-degree angle from Heilongjiang Aihui to Yunnan Tengchong, divides the map of China in two, known as the famous Hu-Huanyong Line. Within the 36 of the land southeast of the Hu-Huanyong Line, 96 of the population resides. The remaining 64 of the land only has 4 of the population, and most of the governance areas managed by the sand control personnel are located within this sparsely populated range. Given the vastness of the land, the sand control combat team naturally needs to exercise more restraint. The long convoy slowly came to a stop, and Qiao Tian got out with the box. Immediately noticing a group of wild Bactrian camels beside the convoy. What puzzled the sand control personnel was that these wild camels seemed completely unafraid of humans. A cute little camel even approached the convoy. The little camel looked at Qiao Tian with big, curious eyes. Wow! The captain of the combat team, Lu Yuan, quickly walked over to Qiao Tian. This little guy is really bold. Normal wild camels would have run far away upon seeing us, yet it dares to come closer. Qiao Tian smiled slightly and reached out to pat the little camel's fluffy head. While others might not know this little guy, he certainly did. This was the silly creature that often stayed by Qiao Shu's side, having been saved by him multiple times, so it was naturally unafraid of humans. Chapter 69. Xianzi Xiaoyan's feelings towards Qiao Shu were quite mixed, or rather polarized. On one hand, he felt a bit jealous that Qiao Shu could gain the director's favor so quickly. On the other hand, he admired Qiao Shu's courage to venture into the 044 governance area alone and actually achieve some real accomplishments. Especially when he saw Qiao Shu fighting against poachers alone during the live broadcast. Qiao Tian wished he could jump into the screen and become a partner fighting alongside Qiao Shu. Looking at the overly familiar little camel in front of him, Xiao Yan's internal scale began to tilt towards admiration for Qiao Shu. Humans and animals coexisting harmoniously without barriers. Was this the kind of thing he wanted to achieve? If every wild animal could be as close to humans as this group of camels, that would be the pinnacle of animal protection, wouldn't it? As Qiao Tian pondered, he suddenly felt something soft drop onto his foot. Looking down, Qiao Tian was instantly furious. The little camel shook its fluffy rear, and a fresh pile of camel dung continuously fell onto his foot. Sensing the murderous glare, the silly creature looked up at Qiao Tian with an expression as innocent as possible. That little gaze made Qiao Tian doubt whether he had just stepped in its dung. I take back what I just thought. This silly creature, like its owner, is just as shameless. Seeing Xiao Yan's mouth twitch, the little camel sensed something was off and wobbled away from the scene of the crime. Lu Yuan, stifling a laugh, took out a pack of tissues from his backpack and handed it to Qiao Tian. Secretary Tian, hurry and wipe it off. Qiao Tian took the tissue, but didn't use it to wipe. Instead, he forcefully flicked his right foot to send the pile of camel dung flying. Being the chief secretary of the General Directorate, Qiao Tian was certainly not a pampered rich kid. It was just camel dung. If Qiao Shu could eat it, so could Tian Guanyu. Captain Lu, let's go in, Qiao Tian said, looking at Lu Yuan beside him. Keep everyone alert. I'll leave the command of the team to you. Lu Yuan nodded, his perception of Qiao Tian improving quite a bit. After all, he was an imperial envoy sent down from the General Directorate of Sand Control, and Lu Yuan was genuinely worried that he might not understand anything and insist on giving orders foolishly. Everyone, pay attention. Form into groups of 5 and enter the target area in combat formation. The sand control personnel in the convoy were well-trained combatants. The moment they heard the order, everyone immediately organized into groups according to Lu Yuan's instructions, stepping towards the depths of the oasis. The team structure and equipment of the sand control combat team were different from those of any soldier. Each group of 5 consisted of 1 axeman, 1 crossbowman, and 3 ordinary soldiers. The axeman's weapons were a machete and a sharp axe, generally held by the person with the strongest close combat ability in the group, and could also serve as a pathfinder in forest environments. The crossbowman's weapon was a modern compound crossbow, which fired silently without light or high heat, allowing for concealed kills while avoiding igniting nearby flammable and explosive materials. These characteristics made the crossbowman irreplaceable in battles against poachers and wild beasts. The 3 ordinary soldiers carried either Silence Type 95 assault rifles or Type 05 submachine guns, capable of providing considerable firepower. 1 soldier led the way, followed by the axeman, then the crossbowmen, with the remaining 2 soldiers bringing up the rear. The convoy was divided into 8 combat groups to enter the oasis. Except for one group assigned to protect Tianguanyu and Lu Yuan, the other groups chose different directions to enter. Everyone pay attention. There is one of our comrades in the oasis named Qiao Shu. Lu Yuan solemnly instructed his subordinates before departure. Keep your eyes sharp, and make sure not to accidentally injure him. In the oasis, the lazy King Zhou had just gotten out of bed and was having breakfast. Of course, breakfast was still roasted leg of lamb, accompanied by a glass of fragrant and sweet date juice. Last night, they had roasted 2 whole legs of lamb, and Qiao Shu and little Ollie had eaten their fill, but they still couldn't finish both legs. As for the little camel, how did you come up with the idea of having a camel eat lamb? The leftover leg of lamb from yesterday could be reheated over the fire and would be even crispier on the outside, making Qiao Shu and the fox eat with grease all over their mouths. Today, Qiao Shu did not start the live broadcast. The intense combat from the whole day yesterday had maximized the broadcast effect, and the balance of greening points had skyrocketed. By the time the broadcast ended, there were a full 200,000 greening points, enough for 210 consecutive draws. Considering that the greening points were temporarily sufficient, and some of the work today might not be suitable for broadcasting, Qiao Shu decided not to go live. Having devoured an entire leg of lamb, Qiao Shu finally turned his attention to the little camel nearby, who was obediently drinking fresh milk. Qiao Shu pondered what to call the little camel. How about alpaca? Oh man. The little camel let out a sound that was a mix of a camel and a sheep, sounding rather silly, as if it could cry for a long time after a single punch. Alpaca, huh? Oh man. The little camel seemed a bit displeased. It was indeed a bit awkward to call a camel an alpaca. Qiao Shu lifted one of the little camel's hind legs and looked at its private parts, thinking, if it's a boy, I'll call you Xiangzi. Oh man. Although the little camel was still somewhat reluctant, its resistance was not as fierce anymore. Xiangzi, Xiangzi. Qiao Shu reached out to pat the little camel's head, saying, grow up quickly, and I'll find you a tigress. And then you can have a bunch of little camel babies. Just as Qiao Shu retracted his hand, a strange voice suddenly rang in his ears. Master, master. Someone is coming. Damn, a lowly voice. Qiao Shu widened his eyes and looked at the little Ollie beside him, who had already put down the lamb meat and was watching the depths of the jungle with a vigilant expression. Voice of all things triggered again? Did I just hear little Ollie's thoughts? Last night, Qiao Shu and little Ollie studied for a long time, but couldn't he fully master the voice of all things skill. It seemed to be a completely uncontrollable passive skill, and Qiao Shu could only hear the voice when Ollie was especially emotional, like now. However, having a cute, lowly voice calling a master was a bit overwhelming. Qiao Shu quickly realized that this was not the time to be entangled with the lowly voice. Could it be the poachers' accomplices coming? Qiao Shu took out a rifle from his spatial backpack, picked up the still milk-drinking little camel, and ran towards the woods. Ollie didn't need Qiao Shu to worry. The moment he stood up, she had already jumped onto Qiao Shu's shoulder. The little camel lay on the other shoulder, still with milk stains on its mouth, its little head bobbing, and its small eyes filled with big confusion. Soon, Qiao Shu led the 2 little ones into the woods and vanished from sight. Chapter 70, urgent, 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 urgent. In the woods, a combat team slowly advanced into the depths of the jungle. The leading axeman wielded a battle axe, cutting down all the thorns and bushes blocking the way. After all, not everyone was as skilled at parkour as Qiao Shu. Ordinary soldiers needed to expend a lot of energy to move quickly through the jungle, which is why the axeman was needed to clear the path. It seemed quite quiet around here. A crossbowman in the team suddenly spoke up. There shouldn't be any enemies left. Let us quickly find our guy. Shu. The squad leader sternly interrupted. Quiet. What do I usually tell you? Never let your guard down during a mission. The crossbowman shrank his neck at the reprimand and fell silent. Although he was part of a special force and the core of the team, the squad leader was an experienced desert fighter with high prestige. Suddenly, the crossbowman with the best eyesight in the team saw a shadow flash by from the nearby bushes. Who is there? The crossbowman pulled down the string of his composite crossbow, and the bow wheels on both sides spun rapidly, quickly completing the loading. With the continuous development of technology, modern crossbows were no longer so labor-intensive to load. A skilled user could instantly complete the steps of nocking an arrow, aiming, and shooting. "Captain, there are people around." The crossbowman maintained his shooting position and reported to the squad leader behind him. "Everyone, prepare for battle." The squad leader was naturally cautious, disengaging the safety on his 05 submachine gun and aiming around. Whoosh! Another shadow flashed by, instantly attracting everyone's attention, and the gun muzzles quickly turned. "Quick! It's too fast." The team members couldn't believe this was a human. They were more willing to believe it was some kind of beast. The feeling of not being able to see the enemy was very uncomfortable, and soon, a thin layer of sweat formed on several people's foreheads. At this moment, the axeman at the front spoke up to reassure everyone, "Don't panic, don't panic, don't panic." Suddenly, a series of oddly pitched notes came out of the axeman's mouth. "What the hell, Deshaun? Stop messing around. What song are you singing at a time like this?" The crossbowman shouted in anger. "No, wait." The experienced squad leader sensed something unusual. "Deshaun has been electrocuted. The other party has electric weapons. It's humans." "Is that Qiao Shu over there?" "We are not enemies. We are a support team from the Desert Fighters." The urgent, panicked voice abruptly stopped. Just as Deshaun was about to collapse to the ground, a large hand steadied him. Everyone quickly adjusted their gun muzzles to look at the newcomer. The owner of the large hand was an overly young man, holding a black electric baton in one hand, with a cute little fennec fox perched on his shoulder. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Qiao Shu said innocently. "Why didn't you say it sooner?" That innocent expression was very much like that of the little camel that had just pooped on the shoe of a little field. The squad leader gestured for his men to lower their guns, helplessly saying, "You didn't ask either. You came up and shocked my brother." Qiao Shu, feeling a bit embarrassed, retracted the electric baton and scratched little Ali's head. "Little Ali? Desert Fighter soldiers?" Feeling embarrassed. "Shouldn't you be scratching your own head? Why are you scratching that little fox's head?" "Cough, cough. You've worked hard all the way here." "I am Qiao Shu, the district head of Area 044. Qiao Shu supported Deshaun and extended his right hand to the squad leader. "You haven't eaten yet. Let me treat you to roasted whole lamb." The squad leader politely shook hands with Qiao Shu, signaling the crossbowman behind him to take over the unconscious Deshaun. The crossbowman slung the composite crossbow onto his back, and as he assisted Deshaun past Qiao Shu's gaze thoughtfully fell on the composite crossbow. "A composite crossbow? Huh. This seems like a pretty good weapon and also quite cool. We appreciate your kindness, District Head Qiao." The squad leader's voice interrupted Qiao Shu's thoughts. "But there are orders above. We must report immediately after finding you." "You see, that is fine. Qiao Shu understood this process very well. After all, he had killed several poachers, causing such a big incident. There still needed to be a proper review. "Captain, we found Qiao Shu." The squad leader looked at Deshaun, leaning on the crossbowman's shoulder, and his eyelids twitched. "Another comrade is lightly injured. Location is," although Lu Yuan didn't understand how an injured person appeared when he met Qiao Shu, he still replied, "Okay, we'll be there right away. We must protect Comrade Qiao." The combat team of 5 had their corners twitching. "Protect him? You're overestimating us. It will be good if he doesn't shock us one by one." "Yes, we guarantee to complete the mission." After hanging up the intercom, everyone's gaze fell back on Qiao Shu. The military admires the strong. It must be said that this desert fighter named Qiao Shu had excellent skills. Not only could he move freely in the woods, but he could also take down one person right under the eyes of 5 people. The movements were smooth, elegant, and cool. It would have been even more perfect if he hadn't hit his own people. 2 minutes later, a rustling sound came from the woods. Lu Yuan and Xiao Tian arrived at the scene with a group of desert fighters. The two didn't have time to chat with Qiao Shu and rushed over to check on the unconscious Deshaun. "What happened?" After confirming that Deshaun was just unconscious and not seriously injured, Lu Yuan asked, "How did he get hurt?" Everyone turned to look at Qiao Shu. Qiao Shu grinned apologetically. "I didn't mean to. I didn't expect you to come so quickly. I thought it was the poachers' accomplices." "You are Qiao Shu, right?" Lu Yuan said amiably. "I am Lu Yuan, the person in charge of this operation." Hello. Qiao Shu hurriedly shook hands with Lu Yuan. "Shall we go inside to talk?" "Not for any other reason. mainly because I hid that little camel in there, and after a long time, I was afraid it would be scared. Damn, Xiao Tian, who was secretly observing Qiao Shu, was shocked and exclaimed, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and leave." Qiao Shu looked up at the bespectacled, refined young man. There was a threat. This pretty boy was at least 1% more handsome than me. Who are you? Qiao Shu clearly underestimated the importance of Xiangzi in the eyes of these people. Once they learned that the little camel was hidden by him, they hurriedly rushed to the hiding place. It wasn't until Qiao Shu pulled out a lively little camel from a pile of broken leaves that everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Tian quickly squatted down to carefully check the little camel's condition. It was indeed a wild Bactrian camel. Xiao Tian's tone was somewhat excited, and it was a rare albino variety. Qiao Shu, you really have some luck. Holding little Ollie, Qiao Shu frowned and finally asked the question that had been buried in his heart for a long time. Before you pull my little camel, who are you? Chapter 71. You want to steal my camel? I forgot to introduce myself, Xiao Tian said calmly, pushing up his glasses. I am the first secretary of the Desertification Control Bureau Director. My name is Tian Guanyu. Secretary? Qiao Shu looked at the young man suspiciously. Is he really the director's secretary? He doesn't look like a fake, does he? The secretary of the dignified director is just this young kid? Why are all the secretaries of my dad beautiful women with long legs, wearing black and white stockings and high heels? Hello. Qiao Shu perfunctorily shook hands with Xiao Tian and then snatched the little camel back. You don't even wear stockings. What good secretary can you be? Don't let my Xiangzi go bad. Walking around Xiao Tian, Qiao Shu put an arm around the shoulder of the crossbowman and enthusiastically called out, "Everyone, stop dawdling. Follow me. I'll treat you to roasted whole lamb." As he spoke, Qiao Shu was also eyeing the compound crossbow behind the crossbowman with a sneaky glance. Lu Yuan and Xiao Tian's eyelids twitched. Roasted whole lamb? It can't be roasted sand antelope, right? This kid is too much. A whole sand antelope was being roasted over a huge bonfire, and fat was constantly oozing from the skin, dripping into the flames with a sizzling sound. As Qiao Shu turned the sand antelope, he talked nonstop. Just like that, after I dealt with all the poachers, I took out their boss. And now he's still tied to that tree over there. Lu Yuan nodded and instructed his subordinates behind him. Go check the location he mentioned and capture the poacher leader. Yes, the subordinate nodded and walked back. Qiao Shu kindly reminded him, the other party is easy to recognize. I tied a bow tie on him. So don't catch the wrong person. The subordinate stumbled and almost fell to the ground. You a guy who took on more than 10 poachers, tied a bow tie on someone? Is that a contrast cuteness? So, Director Qiao, you think this group of poachers has been entrenched in the 044 management area for a long time? Lu Yuan asked calmly. Don't call me Director Qiao. It sounds too formal. Just call me Qiao Shu. Qiao Shu nodded. This group of poachers is definitely not just passing through. I encountered them when I first took office here. It was definitely a premeditated intimidation. Qiao Shu recalled the poacher who sat on the back of a motorcycle and gestured to cut his throat. That was the burly man named Shurtu. Poachers stationed in the oasis could reach the headquarters so quickly to intimidate him. Who would believe it was not premeditated? Tearing off a leg of lamb. Qiao Shu handed it to Lu Yuan next to him. Lu Yuan hesitated to take it and cautiously asked, "This wasn't killed by poachers, right? We can't eat that. It's evidence." "How could that be?" Qiao Shu said with certainty. "I know the rules best. This sand antelope fell off a cliff and died after being startled by gunshots." Lu Yuan had a dubious look on his face. Is it really that coincidental? Although he was very skeptical, his body honestly swallowed hard. A whole roasted lamb of that size. How could he not be tempted? Confirming that the unfortunate sand antelope had indeed died from falling, he had no more worries. Just as he was about to take a bite, he heard a scream from the side. Xiao Tian was also holding a small leg of lamb, looking at Qiao Shu in disbelief, blood streaming from the corner of his mouth. Then he angrily flipped his mouth and spat out a bullet. "Qiao Shu, damn. Who put a bullet in my sand antelope's leg?" Qiao Shu looked panicked. "Now you admit this is your sand antelope." Xiao Tian covered his mouth and yelled angrily. "I think I lost a tooth." Lu Yuan quickly put down the leg of lamb in his hand and hurriedly called a medic from the team to check Xiao Tian. Fortunately, the injury was not severe. He hadn't lost all his teeth, just a bit loose, and he had even lost a chip. Xiao Tian, with a furious expression, glared at Qiao Shu. Did you not say this sand antelope fell to its death? How come there's a bullet in the meat? Qiao Shu, realizing he was in the wrong, shrank his neck. No way. I remember I took out all the bullet heads, eliminating the evidence. Forget it, forget it. It's not a big deal. Lu Yuan quickly intervened. This evidence isn't worth much anyway. It's just that Secretary Tian has been wronged. We'll find a dentist for him to check properly. Others nodded in agreement. It wasn't that they lacked sympathy. It was just that Qiao Shu's roasted sand antelope smelled too good. Xiao Tian, with a belly full of anger and nowhere to vent, could only bite down hard on the lamb leg, try to eat back some of the money for diddle work. Soon, the soldiers who had left earlier returned with 3 captives. Report, Captain, we have brought the suspect leader. Lu Yuan stood up, wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth, and smiled as he asked Qiao Shu, Brother Qiao, take a look, is it them? Qiao Shu glanced at the 3 dejected poachers and replied, yes, this one is their boss. The one called Shurtu should be the deputy. And the last one is a little Kalami. Lu Yuan nodded and looked at the poacher leader. How long have you been in the 044 management area? The poacher leader didn't even look at him, bowing his head and remaining silent. Lu Yuan continued to ask, who supports you in poaching here? The poacher leader remained silent. How many animals have you poached? And who is your buyer? Seeing the poacher leader silent like a mute, Qiao Shu felt a surge of anger rising. Old Lu, step aside. Talking nicely to him won't work. Qiao Shu pulled out the electric baton from his waist with a snap. This kid needs to be shocked. Turn it up to 220 volts, and he'll be honest. The poacher leader looked at Qiao Shu in terror and kept retreating. This kid is really fierce. He dares to use electrotherapy in front of so many people. The sand control personnel saw the situation was not good and rushed up to grab Qiao Shu, repeatedly advising him, Brother Qiao, calm down. Don't stoop to the level of a filthy poacher. Brother Qiao, please restrain your power. Don't. Torture is illegal. Just leave it to us. You continue eating lamb. After a bout of intimidation from Qiao Shu, the 3 poachers trembled in fear, but still no one dared to confess. Perhaps they thought that as long as they remained tight-lipped, the higher-ups would come to rescue them. Forget it. Qiao Shu signaled for everyone to let him go and picked up the little camel lying on the ground watching the show. You all continue handling it. I have nothing to do here. I'm going back to the headquarters. Lu Yuan's expression changed, and he stretched out his hand to stop Qiao Shu. Sorry, Director Qiao. Lu Yuan pointed at the little camel in Qiao Shu's arms. You can leave any time, but this Bactrian camel cub must be handed over to us. This is an extremely endangered species, and the 044 management area probably doesn't have the ability to care for it. Upon hearing this, Qiao Shu's eyes became sharp. You want to steal my camel? Chapter 72. Qiao Shu and a tight embrace absolutely impossible. Qiao Shu's tone left no room for negotiation. If you don't trust me, I don't trust you either. He glanced around at the sand control personnel, his expression stern as he spoke. We haven't determined who let the poachers in. How do I know that if I hand the little camel over to you today, it won't appear on the black market for trafficking wild animals tomorrow? Although Qiao Shu's attitude had been good since this group of people appeared, it did not mean he had let his guard down. Lu Yuan could see clearly that Qiao Shu's hand had always been resting on the revolver at his waist and had never let go. The young man seemed familiar and unserious, but in reality, he was a bold and meticulous guy. Let us not talk about whether you are reliable, Qiao Shu continued. I came to the 044 governance area alone, and the sand control people didn't provide me with any help, just an old, run-down house. Now they want to take away the little camel I found directly. That is a bit unreasonable, right? There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Lu Yuan hurriedly said, Director Qiao, you misunderstood. You rescued a wild Bactrian camel, and the headquarters of the sand control team will certainly reward you for that. After Qiao Shu fell out with them, Lu Yuan changed his address to Director Qiao, adopting a formal tone. I don't want a reward. Qiao Shu decisively refused. Are you kidding? Qiao Xiao has grown up in luxury. What good things hasn't he seen? The reward from the sand control team is not as good as what I would reward myself. Do you understand the power of advanced craftsmanship? I'm not disobeying orders. I'll do whatever the headquarters asks, but I just can't trust you guys to take the little camel. Or why don't one of you try to see if you can get the little guy to willingly come with you? Everyone looked at the main character of this dispute, the little camel, and instantly felt deflated. The little one seemed to be glued to Qiao Shu's leg, its two front legs tightly hugging Qiao Shu's thigh, watching the others with a vigilant expression. This little appearance made it clear that if anyone tried to pull the little camel away, it would immediately start crying. "All right, Captain Liu," a garbled voice rang out. "Let Qiao take the little guy away." Liu Yuan looked incredulously at the speaker. "Secretary Tian?" "This is also the director's intention," Xiao Tian said, taking out a document from his pocket. "The director personally authorized Qiao Shu to take care of the Bactrian camel cub. You can check it out. Moreover, as the head of the 044 governance area, all matters regarding wildlife in the governance area must consider his opinion." "But the order I received." Liu Yuan still felt a bit troubled. "The order you received was to deal with the poaching incident, right?" Xiao Tian interrupted. "It seems that the upper management didn't mention anything about the Bactrian camel. Also, look at the little camel. Which hair on its body looks like it wants to go with you?" Liu Yuan looked at the little camel, which was clearly showing resistance. "The little camel, dame." "I get it," Liu Yuan said, raising his head in resignation. "I want to take the little guy away, Brother Qiao. You don't need to be so hostile towards us. Am I?" Qiao Shu loosened his left hand from the revolver at his waist and his right hand from the electric baton. "Liu Yuan and Xiao Tian. That electric baton was almost poking into our mouths, and yet you're still being stubborn. Is there anything else you need me to cooperate with?" Qiao Shu asked, picking up the little camel from the ground, looking at Xiao Tian. "If there is nothing else, I'll be leaving. I have rabbits at home to feed." Qiao Shu wasn't making excuses. He had been out for a day and night, and the little gray rabbit-s feed was probably already finished. This little one still had several backup rations from the 044 governance area in its belly. He couldn't be careless. "Everything is fine. You can leave any time." Xiao Tian pushed his glasses up. "But I have to escort you out." "Why?" Xiao Shu was most uneasy about this pretty boy. "The director has some things for me to pass on to you." Xiao Tian shrugged. 10 minutes later, Qiao Shu, having packed up his gear, and Xiao Tian walked out of the oasis one after the other. The mess in the oasis would naturally be handled by Liu Yuan and the others. Qiao Shu's trip was not without gains. His space backpack contained 2 nearly new rifles and a whole sand gazelle that he accidentally killed. Of course, the biggest gain was the pure white little camel that was closely following him. Will Captain Liu and the others be investigating in the oasis for a long time? Qiao Shu suddenly asked the silent Xiao Tian behind him. Xiao Tian was taken aback. "Why do you ask that? After all, it's my governance area." Qiao Shu replied honestly. "I should at least show some hospitality. Moreover, with so many soldiers armed with advanced weapons and well-trained living at my doorstep, I might have trouble sleeping at night." Xiao Tian chuckled softly. "The latter part of the sentence was probably your true intention. Don't worry. They won't stay too long. They'll probably leave tonight." "Oh." Qiao Shu was somewhat surprised. The poachers' hideout in the oasis hadn't been discovered yet, and there might also be hidden civilized relics. The sand control team wasn't interested in these? "They are very interested, but they will only deal with those poachers. Other matters will rely on you to take care of yourself. The situation in the 044 governance area is very troublesome. The director doesn't trust anyone, and things here can only rely on you." Xiao Tian said meaningfully. "Qiao Shu, you don't need to be so wary of me. We are on the same side." Upon hearing this, Qiao Shu paused. Since he discovered that there were poachers in the governance area, and that there was an oasis that even the headquarters of the sand control team didn't know about, he had become suspicious. There was no other way. Life is precious, and who knows if the ones supporting him are teammates or traitors. However, that director was quite nice to him, not only granting him the permission to adopt the little camel, but also, given his identity, he was unlikely to be a traitor. While talking, Qiao Shu and Xiao Tian had already walked out of the oasis. It was still the same spot where Qiao Shu entered. The herd of camels was waiting not far away, and his beloved off-road vehicle was parked alongside the convoy. Silly thing. Qiao Shu waved at the single-humped camel in the herd. The little one immediately took off, running towards Qiao Shu, until it saw the timid white little camel behind Qiao Shu. Its steps faltered, and a sense of crisis arose. "Oh no, this fellow is much prettier than me. I seem to be losing my charm." The silly one dove into Qiao Shu's arms, then shot a proud look at the little camel. Qiao Shu nonchalantly gathered both little camels into his arms, petting them left and right, fully displaying the demeanor of a king. Xiao Tian watched Qiao Shu embrace the two little camels, a hint of envy flashing in his eyes. But he quickly reined it in, walking to a jeep and pulling out a large silver box. "Come take a look. This is what the director asked me to give you." Chapter 73. A call with the director. Xiao Tian entered the password to open the box, and a cloud of white gas surged out, instantly raising the level of prestige. "This is the vaccine that the biological department developed overnight specifically for the Bactrian camel cub," Xiao Tian said, taking out a syringe that emitted a strange white light in the sunlight. "It can replace camel colostrum and provide antibodies for the little one. It can also enhance the little camel's physique, making it less prone to illness." Qiao Shu's eyes immediately lit up at this. This director he had never met was really thoughtful. The lack of maternal antibodies had always been a concern for him. A camel that didn't receive maternal antibodies wouldn't live long, and even if it survived, it would be frail and sickly. This vaccine was specifically developed for the Corsac fox. It can prevent more than a dozen diseases that can affect canine animals. And it's a gift from the director to you. Xiao Tian took out another syringe of a different color, demonstrating it in front of Qiao Shu before carefully putting it back. Both vaccines needed to be refrigerated and were effective within 24 hours. He should use them as soon as he got back. Qiao Shu nodded, looking at Xiao Tian with a much friendlier gaze. "Well, this kid is much more pleasing to the eye now. I might as well begrudgingly award him the title of the second most handsome sand controller." Xiao Tian lifted the box and pulled out a card the size of an ID card from underneath. "This is your new credential, first-level sand controller." Xiao Tian stood at attention, his expression becoming more serious. "Congratulations, Comrade Qiao Shu. You have completed the assessment for your internship. There are also levels among sand control workers, which encourages everyone's achievements. Level 1 to 3 is the grassroots level for sand control workers. Generally, the district heads and governance areas are above level 3, and Qiao Shu is considered an exceptional case. However, both Qiao Shu and the previous acting district heads of the 044 governance area are not easily appointed as district heads. Qiao Shu carefully put away his credentials, feeling a bit surprised. He has finally been officially recognized, and when he says he is a sand control worker in the future, he will have more confidence. Finally, Xiao Tian magically took out a black object from the car, which was a satellite phone that allows you to contact the outside world from the 044 governance area. However, the phone is a dedicated line and can only connect to the director's office. This means that with this phone, you can speak directly with the chief director. At this moment, Xiao Tian's expression was somewhat strange. After all, satellite phones are not easy to come by, and the 044 governance area has no signal at all. Therefore, the director has always been curious about how Qiao Shu managed to broadcast live from the 044 governance area. However, when coming here, the director specifically instructed him not to ask too many questions, as Qiao Shu's father is Qiao Qingfeng, a businessman worth tens of billions. And it's normal for him to have some high-tech gadgets. Remember, don't contact us unless it's an emergency. By the way, what are you doing? Xiao Tian widened his eyes as he saw Qiao Shu had picked up the satellite phone and had already dialed. "I'm making a call." Qiao Shu replied with a confused expression. "ISNT the phone for calling?" Before Xiao Tian could say anything, a strong voice came from the other end of the line. "Hello? Hello, I'm Qiao Shu. Is this the director?" Qiao Shu's face showed a sycophantic smile, similar to when he called the brigade commander Li Yunlong. "Director, I received the things you sent me. Thank you. On behalf of my little fox, little rabbit, over 20 camels, and the desert wolf pack, thank you. Wolf King, you better not get involved." The director, thousands of miles away, put down the phone in confusion, staring at it for a long time. Did I hear that right? What did this kid say he was thanking me for? Having been a high-ranking sand control worker for over 10 years, the director had never met such a cheeky newcomer as Qiao Shu. "Stop it. Don't come at me with that." The director laughed and scolded. "Just do a good job protecting the 044 governance area for the country. That's more important than anything." Qiao Shu smiled and said, "Of course, you can rest assured with me. Director, there's one more thing. Secretary Xiao Tian brought me 2 animal vaccines, saying it was by your order. Is that true?" Xiao Tian's eyelids twitched, so angry that he didn't even feel the pain from chipped tooth. "Good heavens, so you were waiting for this? You didn't believe me at all?" and had a call to verify, right? At this moment, Xiao Tian felt that the young man on the phone didn't seem human, but rather like a fox in human skin. This is too cunning. However, after thinking it over, Xiao Tian felt relieved. In the deadly desert of the 044 governance area, lone wolves and tigers cannot survive. Only cunning and bold foxes can thrive. Yes, it was my order. Those 2 vaccines were custom-made overnight by me from the biological department, so you better cherish them. Only then did Qiao Shu let out a deep breath and change to a smiling face. Oh, you're too polite. Thank you, I'll bow to you. Saying this, he pressed the silly little camel's head down and knocked his head a few times on the sand. This move is called the main debt camel repayment. Silly thing. Scumbag Shu, after getting that pretty boy camel, am I just your tool camel now? All right. Even the director, who had experienced many storms, found it hard to deal with Qiao Shu's antics. I have no other demands of you, just live well. The situation in the 044 governance area is complicated, and I can't send you help because they may not be reliable. You can only rely on yourself. If you really can't hold on, just call me, and I'll arrange for you to be moved to the safest governance area. Although the director said this, Qiao Shu knew very well that once he showed any signs of wanting to retreat, the hard-won connection with the director would be cut off. The 044 governance area is dangerous, but it is also an opportunity. It is precisely because of his outstanding performance here that he has caught the attention of such a high-ranking figure as the director. All right, that's it. The director waved his hand on the other end of the phone. I have other matters to attend to. If you have any questions, ask Xiao Tian. The signal from the satellite phone was cut off, and this unseen director acted decisively. Qiao Shu put down the phone and smiled at Xiao Tian. Huh? The director is quite nice. Xiao Tian pushed his glasses and sneered. Now you believe me? I believe. Qiao Shu wrapped his arm around Xiao Tian's shoulder with a hand that had just touched the silly camel's rear. We're buddies. Come eat at my place before you leave. Sure, let us go. Xiao Tian also responded with a smile. You figure it out. To get along with this guy, Qiao Shu, one has to be even more shameless. Forget it. I didn't tidy up at home. Let us go another day. I'll have Ali cook some dishes for you then. Xiao Tian. This guy is starting to ramble again. Chapter 74. Getting a shot. Qiao Shu drove away in an off-road vehicle, followed by a whole herd of camels. Xiao Tian watched the car and camel herd disappear from sight, feeling unsettled for a long time. Dealing with this guy is too frustrating. Next time he comes, he needs to prepare some anti-hypertensive medication and quick-acting heart-saving pills. However, having seen the desolation of the 044 governance area and the ruthless poachers today, Xiao Tian still had some admiration for Qiao Shu. He believed that if their positions were reversed, he definitely couldn't do better than Qiao Shu. Just those burly poachers alone, he couldn't take them on, let alone confront a pack of wolves. Xiao Tian took a deep breath, preparing to return and regroup with Lu Yuan and the others. Just as he lifted his foot, he felt something unusual on his shoe and quickly looked down. A fresh pile of camel dung was firmly placed on the clean surface of his shoe, clearly just dropped. And it might even be steaming if it were a colder night. No doubt about it, it was definitely the work of that silly thing. Qiao Shu, can you control your camel? Xiao Tian gritted his teeth in anger. The culprit, the silly thing, was currently squatting in the back seat of the off-road vehicle, exchanging wide-eyed looks with a nearby Shanzi. The 2 little camels were of similar age and size, and if it weren't for their completely different colors, others would definitely mistake them for a pair of twin brothers. The silly thing had jumped into the car, rolling and playing, and Qiao Shu had no choice but to let it enjoy the ride for a while. Qiao Shu believed he currently didn't have the capability to support the entire herd of camels, and even if he did, there was no need to have the camels follow him every day. Camels should be free to roam as the ships of the desert. As long as they don't leave the 044 governance area, they should be allowed to wander anywhere. As for the silly little camel, Qiao Shu had no intention of claiming it as his own. He had principles. Animals with parents would not be on his kidnapping list. To satisfy his own selfish desires by separating a little camel from its family would be no different from poachers. Thinking of this, Qiao Shu couldn't help but feel a bit smug. Although I'm an animal kidnapper, I'm also a principled animal kidnapper. This is called having a way to kidnap. The off-road vehicle slowly moved forward for a while, and the camel herd stood still behind, not moving at all. Qiao Shu stepped on the brakes, knowing that the camel herd would not be following him any further. The gunfire in the oasis should have been heard by them. They probably thought the oasis wasn't a good habitat, so they planned to return to the valley in the west. Qiao Shu also agreed with the camel leader's decision. The oasis was indeed too dangerous, and he hadn't figured out the secrets inside yet, so staying away was a wise choice. Anyway, with the friendship badge in hand, he wasn't worried about them encountering danger. He opened the car door to let the silly one out. The little guy's parents had been waiting outside the door for a long time. The silly one glared at Xiangzi angrily, but ultimately got out of the car with an unwilling expression. Although this little white-faced camel was tempting Qiao Shu, the silly one couldn't bear to leave its parents and tribe, and had to leave with pain. Xiangzi looked at the silly one who slammed the door with an innocent face and raised his head to look at Qiao Shu, trying to seek some comfort. Qiao Shu looked at the two little ones' cute appearances and couldn't help but smile. They were just two little camels. Why was it turning into a melodramatic idle drama? After bidding farewell to the camel herd, Qiao Shu stepped on the gas and sped towards the headquarters. After yesterday's battle, the biggest hidden danger in the management area had been dealt with, and Qiao Shu could finally sleep soundly at night without worrying about someone raiding his home in the middle of the night. He planned to reward himself with a lottery draw first, get a good night's sleep, and then continue his farming endeavors. As for whether the poacher gang would send someone to come back, Qiao Shu wasn't particularly worried. When soldiers come, there are generals to block them. When water comes, there is soil to cover it. Did they think his family's wealth was just for show? With a few hundred lottery draws to strengthen his combat power, if they dared to come again, he would scatter their ashes. The car gradually came to a stop, and the headquarters still looked peaceful and tranquil. The neatly arranged, charming grass squares swayed in the wind, forming a unique landscape. Qiao Shu tucked the pokeball containing little Ollie into his pocket and pushed the door open, holding the little camel. "Little Gray, we're back." Before Qiao Shu could take a step forward, he saw a gray figure lying flat in the rabbit cage. "Qiao Shu, is this little dizzy rabbit being a bit too exaggerated? It really makes one suspect if it's just acting." Ignoring the fainted little gray, Qiao Shu prepared to make a sleeping spot for the little camel in the bedroom. Animals have a sense of territory, and this needs to be cultivated from a young age. Sleeping in their territory greatly increases their sense of security. For example, dogs feel secure living in dog kennels rather than feeling uncomfortable. Ollie's territory is that pokeball. When it's not in the pokeball, it usually sleeps with Qiao Shu. There wasn't much else in the headquarters, but there were plenty of bundles of hay. Wild little camels aren't that delicate. A nest made of hay would be comfortable enough for them to sleep. After making a camel nest in the corner of the room with hay, Qiao Shu took out the large silver box. Since he had confirmed that the vaccine was fine, he should use it on the two little ones as soon as possible. He could protect them from beast attacks, but he couldn't prevent them from being invaded by diseases. The primary veterinary skills also focused on surgical directions. Internal medicine is a challenge in the veterinary field. He released little Ollie from the pokeball and held the needle, showing a friendly smile to the little creature. Little Ollie couldn't help but feel wary. Every time the master showed this expression, it meant trouble for him. Qiao Shu pulled a piece of hay from Xiangzi's nest and tied it around Ollie's little paw. Then he reached out, seriously patting Ollie's little paw. "Huh?" Qiao Shu looked troubled. "Why can't I see your blood vessels? Are you too fat?" Ollie shyly allowed Qiao Shu to manipulate its little paw, still unaware of what was about to happen. Qiao Shu didn't continue to play with the little guy. He took out the specially formulated vaccine for Ollie from the box and revealed the sharp, tiny needle. Outside the room, little Gray, who had just woken up, lay lazily in the nest, its big ears flopping. Ee. Suddenly, a mournful cry from Ollie echoed in the room, scaring little Gray's ears to droop instantly. Gah! With a roll of its eyes, the rabbit fell back into a deep sleep, prioritizing its sleep quality. 10 minutes later, Qiao Shu lay tiredly on the bed. Beside the bed was an Ollie still sulking, and at the foot of the bed was Xiangzi, looking aggrieved but not daring to get angry. Who understand the family? Giving two little animals injections is too difficult. In just 10 minutes, he had endured at least 7 claw scratches, 3 hoof kicks, and a tail slap from Fox. Although all of this came from the two little ones' unconscious struggles, the pain was real. Now that the injections were done, the two little ones had no energy to settle scores with Qiao Shu and looked a bit listless. According to the instructions in the box, this was normal. Various reactions would occur after the vaccine was administered, and as long as the reactions weren't severe, it was fine. Qiao Shu simply stopped paying attention to them and opened the system interface. Current greening point balance, 409,310 points. The grass square earned a reward of 190,000 greening points, plus over 200,000 points earned from yesterday's live broadcast, making Qiao Shu's greening point balance break historical records again. With surplus grain at home, it was natural to use it for lottery draws. In front of him, the roulette wheel spun automatically, and Qiao Shu rubbed his hands together eagerly, full of anticipation. Congratulations. Host, you have obtained white materials, a box of stones for skipping water. Congratulations, host, you have obtained blue skill, intermediate throwing. Congratulations, host, you have obtained white materials, a box of limited edition ice cream from the treasure donkey. Congratulations, host, you have obtained blue item, pet saddle. Congratulations, host, you have obtained white materials, a box of high concentration pesticide. Congratulations, host, you have obtained green item, Zhu Chongba's scratching stick. Congratulations, host, you have obtained green weapon, precision steel flying knife X10. Congratulations, host, you have obtained white item, super cool camouflage towel. Congratulations, host, you have obtained blue materials, a piece of fertile land X100. Congratulations, host, you have obtained purple weapon, Doran's ring. Congratulations, host, you have obtained white materials, a box of delicious tea. 1 purple, 3 blue, and 2 green. It was considered standard. Both green items were of little interest to the wealthy Qiao Shu, who had already lost interest in these trivial rewards. Precision steel flying knife is 3 inches long and forged from Western region cold iron. It doesn't frost in winter, doesn't mist in summer, and it doesn't stain with blood. A good item. Desert knife masters all use flying knives. Zhu Chongba's scratching stick was used by the great Emperor Hongwu of the Ming Dynasty, made of precious jade. Due to the residual dragon energy, the part scratched with this stick won't itch again within 24 hours. Qiao Shu, what do I want Zhu Chongba's scratching stick for? Should I use it to scratch that white-collared wolf king? And Zhu Chongba, why don't you do something proper? Why did you put dragon energy in the scratching stick? The flying knife was stored in the space backpack, while the jade scratching stick was played with in Qiao Shu's hand. It must be said that although this item was of little use, it looked quite beautiful. While scratching his back with the scratching stick, Qiao Shu looked at the 3 blue rewards. Blue-level rewards were very practical. Intermediate throwing seemed to be a skill compatible with the precision steel flying knife, increasing proficiency for any weapon thrown by hand. This included, but was not limited to flying knives, javelins, grenades, smelly socks, and crumpled tissues scattered under the bed. The pet saddle was similar to the pet collar, both being items prepared for the little ones. Pet saddle, quality, blue excellent, price, 15 green points, function, significantly increases pet endurance, enhances stability when ridden, achieving a state of unity between human and pet, as if walking on flat ground. Review, come on, ride me. A pretty good item. Hope Xiangzi will like it when he grows up. The last blue reward, a piece of fertile land, is what Qiao Shu is most looking forward to. From a name, it seems to be a resource for improving land. A piece of fertile land. Quality, blue excellent. Price, 1,000 green points. Unit conversion. 1 piece is 1 square meter. Function, can replace any piece of land, transforming it into the best soils suitable for the current environment. Plants grown in fertile soil have a significantly higher growth rate. Review. Spring sows a single grain. Autumn harvests thousands of seeds. Qiao Shu's expression changed drastically. He coming. He bringing the farming artifact. A piece of fertile land is exactly what he has been searching for, an item that can quickly solidify sand and nourish the soil. No, it's not just nourishing the soil. It directly replaces sand with the most perfect soil. Moreover, at only 1,000 green points per square meter, it's much cheaper than housing prices and is simply a great value. The blue reward directly granted 100 square meters. Although it's not enough to plant a large-scale protective forest, it's still excellent for growing some date palms, dragon fruit, cacti, aloe vera, and other edible plants. Qiao Shu feels that getting these rewards from 10 consecutive draws is already worth it. Not to mention there's also a purple level Doran's Ring. Doran's Ring, quality, purple, epic weapon. Introduction, from the world of League of Legends, crafted by the legendary blacksmith Doran from the village of Wujiu in Ionia. The ring hides powerful energy within. Attributes. When holding this ring, energy recovery is accelerated. The holder's memory and IQ are significantly enhanced, allowing for calm analysis of situations and making the best choices during battles. Skill 1, Focus. Highly concentrate one's energy, making it easy to focus. In this state, learning efficiency, work performance, and combat intelligence are significantly improved. Skill 2, Rookie. The holder of this ring will permanently learn the martial skill, Clarity. Review. Doran's products must be exquisite. Qiao Shu examined the blue ring that resembled a nut in his hand and gently slipped it onto his right ring finger. Whoosh! A cool energy gathered in his brain, feeling as if he had just finished 3 bottles of milk, 2 bottles of coffee, and 3 cups of strong tea, and had entered sage mode. He felt extremely awake, as if his body had lost weight. Qiao Shu activated the Focus active skill, and suddenly the entire world felt different. That highly concentrated attention and the continuous flashes of ideas colliding in his mind made him feel as if he had installed Einstein's brain. Qiao Shu had no doubt that if he had obtained this ring in high school, getting into Tsinghua or Peking University would have been no problem. However, his alma mater, Jilin University, isn't bad either. Has he heard that the beautiful Spring City is located within the Jilin University campus? With a sigh in his heart, Qiao Shu took off the Doran's ring and solemnly stored it in his space backpack. Focus is a nice skill, but if one could slack off, who would want to strive? Moreover, after putting on this ring, his energy level was almost at that of a husky. He couldn't even sleep. If he kept wearing it, he would probably go crazy in a few days. However, this ring is quite good for writing novels and making money. Hiss! Qiao Shu shivered and took a deep breath. Why does it feel like there's some kind of presence that seems to have targeted my ring? Chapter 76, the first touch of green, clarity attached to the Doran's ring, is like dagger technique attached to the Doran's dagger. It doesn't need to be worn continuously. Just wearing it once allows for permanent learning. It seems that Doran's weapons are part of a series. Each Doran weapon has a rookie passive that allows learning one martial skill. Qiao Shu checked the skill description of Clarity. Clarity enters a meditation state without any pose, continuously recovering injuries, energy, and stamina. Literally, this is a sustained endurance skill. So the question arises, if he uses advanced crafting while simultaneously using Clarity, wouldn't that be a new type of perpetual motion machine? His skill combinations seem to be heading in a strange direction. The little teddy next door is already drooling. After finishing the 10 consecutive draws, he stopped and saved the remaining green points for critical moments. Qiao Shu opened his skill panel. His current configuration is nothing short of luxurious. Host, Qiao Shu, life skills, basic cooking, basic repair, basic housework, advanced crafting, basic driving, basic skinning, survival skills, intermediate wilderness survival, basic swimming, intermediate parkour, basic climbing, basic veterinary, intermediate hunting, intermediate first aid combat skills, intermediate shooting, basic fighting, intermediate throwing, cultural skills, basic Chinese, basic mathematics, basic English, intermediate geography, intermediate biology, basic music, click to expand, martial skills, lightning 5 whip, dagger technique, clarity, special skills, hunter, heartless weeping willow, voice of all things. As for weapons, there are 2 revolvers, 1 shotgun, 2 rifles obtained from poachers, 1 tactical dagger, 10 throwing knives, and 2 purple weapons from the Doran series. He could be slightly invincible for a while. The other white rewards were categorized and stored. Qiao Shu picked up a box of precious donkey ice cream and leaned against the bed to eat. Halfway through, Qiao Shu frowned slightly. This stuff isn't that great. Why is it limited to foreigners? He couldn't understand the strange operation of the donkey ice cream company. Qiao Shu planned to share this precious ice cream with little Ali, only to find that the little guy who had been sulking earlier was now silent. Looking towards Ali, he saw that the little fox had curled up into a circle, its tail connected to its large ears, lying on the bed sound asleep. It looked like a creamy donut. It seems that the vaccine had a side effect of drowsiness on the little guy. Qiao Shu casually picked up a nearby pokeball and caught the little fox inside. The effect of the pokeball in improving physical condition is no joke. In just a few days, little Ali has gained the ability to fight against humans. Although it was a sneak attack, the small holes left on the poacher leader's neck were no joke. Throwing the remaining ice cream into the trash can, Qiao Shu stood up and walked to the little camel. The little camel is too small. Its stomach can't handle ice cream. Not to mention that donkey ice cream isn't something good. The little camel raised its head, a hint of confusion in its eyes. Its tearful big eyes staring at Qiao Shu, and one could even vaguely see a trace of pity in those round eyes. For Xiangzi, who lost his mother at birth, coming to a completely unfamiliar environment would be a bit confusing. Qiao Shu might be the only person the little guy can rely on in this world. Under the gaze of such a powerful look, Qiao Shu's heart softened involuntarily, and he stepped forward to pat the little camel's head. Don't be sad. I will treat you like my own camel. The little camel affectionately nudged its head forward, completely unaware that Qiao Shu's words were a bit off. After preparing a plate of fresh moo milk for the little camel and filling the unconscious little bunny with hay, Qiao Shu finally walked out of the office. He arrived at an open area beside the grassy square and began to silently communicate with the system. System, I want to use a piece of fertile land. Ding. Please select the usage range, host. In the sandy land before me, I created a 10-meter by 10-meter square plot, under the watchful eyes of the poplar trees. The sand miraculously began to roll. The grains of sand gradually settled, and gray-brown soil started to emerge. Amidst the yellow sand, a patch of brown, fertile soil appeared abruptly, like a patch on this barren, sandy land, giving off a sense of being out of place. I crouched down, picked up a handful of soil, and gently crushed it between my fingers. Indeed, this was sand-fixing soil. This type of soil is derived from coastal sandy soil and has developed through long-term sand fixation and the establishment of windbreak forests, resulting in deep soil with good light and heat conditions. However, it also has certain drawbacks. Sand-fixing soil has a high sand content, is loose, leaks water and nutrients, and is poor in fertility. Nevertheless, the sand-fixing soil provided by the system appeared to be quite fertile, though its specific composition would need to be determined through testing. Although sand-fixing soil has certain flaws, it is already the most suitable soil for desert environments. At the very least, it is suitable for planting any desert plants. And sand-fixing soil is particularly well suited for growing citrus fruits. I began to browse my system warehouse, contemplating what to plant in this precious 100 square meters of fertile soil. Basic plants like camel thorn, saxaul, and hushy chrysanthemum were too low grade for someone of my stature as a traveler, a cheat, and the tree of King Zhou. Moreover, these easy-to-cultivate plants were meant for that grassy plot, so there was no need to waste this fertile soil. Ultimately, I chose 3 types of plants: cactus, dragon fruit, and sand jujube. As for why I chose only edible plants, don't ask. The answer is simply that I was craving them. The system provided seeds for the cactus and dragon fruit, while the sand jujube came as seedlings. I buried these seeds and seedlings in the soil at the scientifically optimal depth, then extended my palm, and fresh water appeared from thin air, pouring onto the land. Ding! The skill unintentional planting has been triggered, increasing the survival rate of this planting, ignoring all side effects, and enhancing output. This is my confidence. You see, farming in the desert is not just about planting seeds and watering them. Temperature, humidity, light, layering for seedling propagation, pest and disease control. These are all elements that need to be considered. If others planted like I did, they would only end up with a patch of withered branches and rotten leaves. A dozen small seedlings swayed in the wind, and behind them was a mound of seed packets. I looked at my labor with satisfaction. In a few months, the first touch of green from the 044 General Office would appear here. Time to wrap up and go take a nap. I took out the Doran's ring and put it on my finger, lying on the bed and activating the skill, full concentration. Soon, the room was filled with the sound of even snoring. If the Doran master from the Valoran continent saw me sleeping soundly with the artifact he toiled to create, he would probably faint on the spot. Chapter 77. Little Flying Dad is here while I was deep in slumber in the desert. Xiao Ning knocked on the door of Qiao Qingfeng's study. "What is up, daughter?" Seeing his daughter walk in, Qiao Qingfeng hurriedly closed the video of long legs and black stockings on his computer. "Dad, the supplies and helicopter fleet are ready, parked at the airport in Lan City, and can depart at any time." The helicopter fleet couldn't start from the northeast to the northwest, crossing half of Huagua, so Lan City, an important city in the northwest, was chosen as a midpoint to solve most transportation issues. "Oh, no wonder you're so accustomed to big scenes." Qiao Qingfeng's expression shifted from lewd to serious in an instant. Realizing that the efficiency of the people below needed improvement, Xiao Ning always saw through her father's behavior, but chose not to comment. After all, her mother had passed away many years ago, and Qiao Qingfeng had never intended to remarry. What more could you ask of a father who cared so much for his children? "Since these supplies are for Qiao Shu, should I go along with the helicopter fleet to ensure it's stable?" Qiao Qingfeng, with a nonchalant expression, said, "Just sending some supplies to that ungrateful child. No need for you to run a trip personally." Before Xiao Ning could say anything further, Qiao Qingfeng suddenly stood up. "I'll go run a trip?" "Xiao Ning, you must be missing your son." "Huh?" Qiao Qingfeng awkwardly chuckled. "Well, the company needs you. I guess I'll make the effort to go." "You really want to see your son?" "Huh?" Xiao Ning said expressionlessly. "Clearly, your daughter is right here, but you insist on flying thousands of miles to find your son. How could that be?" Qiao Qingfeng flustered and explained, "Sons are nowhere near as good as daughters. Sons only know how to play in the sand, while daughters can help me share worries." After receiving a perfect answer, Xiao Ning finally smiled, glancing at her phone and continuing. "Then I'll report to the Air Traffic Control Bureau. Can we take off at 6 tonight?" Someone like Qiao Qingfeng would definitely not take a commercial flight. It had to be a private jet. Every private jet in Huagua must report departure times and destinations to the Air Traffic Control Bureau, including the helicopter fleet waiting in Lan City. "Sure, you handle it. I'll go get ready." Qiao Qingfeng hurriedly left, leaving only his back to Xiao Ning. She shook her head helplessly. Silly old dad, still so straightforward. On the second floor of the villa, Qiao Qingfeng rushed into his private collection room, excitedly starting to pack his luggage. What man doesn't have a wilderness survival dream? Yet, very few turn that dream into reality. Most just read or write novels about it. However, the wealthy Qiao Qingfeng transformed that dream into a room full of gear. Opening the door to the collection room, various wilderness survival equipment was displayed before me. Survival packs, tents, mountaineering gear, space blankets, first aid kits, survival knives, anything you could think of Qiao Qingfeng had bought. This American military ration is for that brat to try. This entrenching tool is nice. He can use it while playing in the sand. Take this climbing rope too. It can be used to lead that little fox. Qiao Qingfeng murmured to himself while packing various equipment. Brat, Dad is coming." Qiao Shu, Little Flying Dad is here. In the far northwest, while lying in bed napping, I suddenly sneezed in my sleep. The quality of sleep under the state of full concentration is no joke. I casually touched my mouth and fell back into a deep sleep. This sneeze didn't wake me up, but instead disturbed the curled-up little fox, Ollie, beside me. Ollie opened its sharp mouth, yawned widely, and then looked up at me with big eyes. I was worried that the little fellow might catch a chill, so I had draped a thin towel over it. Upon seeing the towel on its body, Ollie's eyes softened. My master is so good to me. Little Ollie had already become a grateful little fox. It immediately picked up the towel and trotted over to me. The next second, it directly covered my face with the towel. You shouldn't catch a chill either. The effect was immediate. My previously even breathing turned hurried. Half an hour later, I woke up feeling suffocated. It wasn't from needing to pee, but rather from my breathing. I took off the towel from my face, looking somewhat melancholic at the ceiling. Just a moment ago in my dream, my face had clearly sunk into something soft. So why did I wake up to a towel covered in fox fur? Ollie, waiting beside me, happily wagged its tail as it approached me. I looked at the lively little fox and couldn't help but laugh, reaching out to pet its round head. Was it you who covered me with a blanket? Ing-ing-ing. Little Ollie responded with a series of soft, cute sounds. Thank you, you're so considerate. Ing. Ollie proudly lifted its head, not shy at all, skillfully lifting little Ollie high and spinning around until the little princess giggles. Qiao Shu then set it down. Next time, remember not to cover my face with the blanket. Qiao Shu wiped Ali's nose with his finger and said, let's go find your brother. Last night, Ali had been resting in the pokeball, so it hadn't spent much time with Xiangzi yet. Unsurprisingly, the two little ones would become companions in the future, and Qiao Shu naturally wanted them to get acquainted. When Qiao Shu looked towards the cozy nest he had just prepared for the little camel before bed, he was almost startled enough to drop Ali. Where's my camel? The straw nest was now completely empty, and the bedroom door was half ajar, clearly indicating that the little camel had run out on its own. Qiao Shu's sleepiness vanished in an instant. The little camel was not like Ali. Even the smallest and cutest fennec fox was still a predator. The little camel was much larger than Ali, but in this desert, it couldn't compete with anyone. Even a snake could easily overpower it. Placing little Ali on his shoulder, Qiao Shu hurriedly walked outside. As he entered the kitchen, he spotted a familiar white figure lying beside the rabbit nest. Qiao Shu sighed in relief. Xiangzi. The little camel opened its sleepy eyes, looking pitifully at Qiao Shu. Why are you running around? Don't you know I would worry? The little camel struggled to stand up, bouncing over to Qiao Shu's feet and rubbing its furry neck against his pants. Suddenly, a soft voice echoed in his ear, looking at the little camel's pitiful appearance. Qiao Shu seemed to understand why it had run to the rabbit nest. Chapter 78. Neighbors. A camel calf that left its mother at birth felt an utter lack of security. Other calves at this age would never stray even a step from their mothers, which was why the little one had fearfully sought out the only living creature in the house, Little Gray, after Qiao Shu and Ali fell asleep. Unfortunately, Little Gray was a much smaller and dazed rabbit, which couldn't provide much comfort. Most importantly, this rabbit probably felt even less secure than the newly born camel calf. The unfortunate little rabbit, upon seeing the calf several times its size, could only wonder how long it had been unconscious. You slacker, sleeping all day without doing any work, and now you finished today's lunch. Qiao Shu sighed and picked up the little camel, saying, all right, you can sleep with me for the next few days. But just so you know, I snore, grind my teeth, and kick in my sleep, so don't be mad if I kick you off the bed. Oh, man. The little camel had a gentle temperament. It neither cried nor fussed, just a little clingy. After comforting the little camel, Qiao Shu stretched and began to think about his work for the afternoon. He habitually opened the live streaming system interface to check the donation records in the back end. He was shocked to see the total donations from the past few days had reached a staggering 380,000 Huagua coins. The audience was really wealthy. This was almost 1% of his savings. He recalled in his previous life, a certain Wong family big shot who was somewhat familiar with his circle had also live-streamed. At the time, little Wong jokingly mentioned that he almost blurted out, thanks to this poor guy for the cloud-piercing arrow. However, the nature of these two situations was completely different. The audience donated to little Wong purely for the chance to throw money at Principal Wong. In contrast, the audience donated to him out of a genuine desire to contribute to the national desertification control efforts, which was commendable. That's how I Qiao have double standards. Qiao Shu secretly noted the viewers who had donated. Regardless of the amount, the future protective forest in the 044 control area would surely bear their names. After closing the donation records, Qiao Shu began to contemplate his farming endeavors. Farming could be summed up in 3 phrases: build high walls, store grain, and take your time to become king. He currently lacked neither food nor water, but the infrastructure of the general administration was too dilapidated to be comfortable. It was time to build a new house. Qiao Shu took out a design blueprint from his spatial backpack and examined it closely. This was the green item, small warehouse design blueprint. He had won in a previous lottery, which he had almost forgotten about. Now that he had accumulated enough raw materials like logs and stones, it was time to construct this warehouse. Small warehouse design blueprint. Quality green, excellent building material requirements, 20 logs, 10 stones, 2 iron ingots, area, 120 square meters. Description: a basic building facility primarily made of wood with a stone foundation. It can meet your basic storage needs, but has low defensive capabilities. Physical preview. Click to expand, evaluation, an unremarkable wooden house from the description. There is nothing particularly special about this warehouse, but the physical image showed it to be quite beautiful and sturdy, resembling a large wooden house newly built in the countryside. The method of building houses in the desert is unique. Houses here do not need to be waterproof, just resistant to sandstorms. Moreover, the foundation construction differs entirely from that in cities. Most of the land in desert areas is characterized by fine particles, large pores, and high compression, which are not conducive to construction. The sandy soil requires a special layered compaction method for the foundation. Compaction means using a large track compactor to drop an 830-ton weight from a height of 630 meters to compact the soil forcefully. Such a grand undertaking is naturally beyond Qiao Shu's capabilities, but it doesn't matter. His little assistant will take care of it. According to the blueprint's instructions, Qiao Shu only needed to gather enough building materials and excavate a foundation space. The system would automatically decompose and reassemble the building materials. All Qiao Shu had to do was piece them together like building blocks. The same goes for the foundation. He just needed to stack the various materials underground, and the system would compact them automatically. Very convenient indeed. There were enough logs and stones, but he needed to purchase iron ingots with green points. He opened the system mall, found iron ingots, and quickly placed an order, at a price of 1,000 green points per unit. It was a trivial amount for Qiao Shu. He didn't mind at all. With the building materials ready, Qiao Shu took Li and Xiangzi outside the general administration. After choosing a piece of empty land to the right of the general administration, a shovel appeared in Qiao Shu's hand out of nowhere. Wiping the sweat from Li on his shoulder, Qiao Shu enthusiastically shouted, "All right, let's get to work." Little Ali felt stiff all over and didn't want to deal with the sweat-soaked patch on its fur. Squeak, squeak, squeak. All right, only the clean freak little fox. Qiao Shu comforted the little one, saying, "Next time you sweat, I'll let you wipe it back." Ali, digging a foundation in the desert was definitely a tough job. The soft sand could easily collapse, causing previous efforts to go to waste. So Qiao Shu chose to accept his little assistant's help again. By first excavating the four edges of the foundation, it was as if that portion of sand had been liberated, allowing him to use the spatial backpack to collect all the sand. Storing sand in the spatial backpack had its advantages. Next time he encountered an enemy, he could throw sand in their face. If it weren't for the smell, Qiao Shu even thought about storing camel dung in a spatial backpack. Just imagine tossing a rain of dung during a fight. The scene was thrilling to think about. The shovel sank deep into the warm sand, and the heated sand was thrown high into the air. Qiao Shu quickly dug a trench, but just as he was about to continue expanding its length, the shovel in his hand suddenly stopped mid-air. Qiao Shu squatted down in confusion, looking at the cave that had appeared out of nowhere. After living here for so many days, he had no idea that there was a nest of neighbors right next to his home. Judging by the diameter of the cave, it didn't seem like it belonged to rabbits or wildcats, but rather resembled a nest of small rodents. After thinking for a moment, Qiao Shu swung the shovel in his hand swiftly. No matter what kind of animal it was, he would dig it out first. As the sand and soil flew up, the animals hidden in the cave gradually revealed their shapes. Hiss! Qiao Shu looked at the creatures in front of him and couldn't help but feel a chill run down his back. Chapter 79. To catch them all. Snakes. And they were familiar ones, the same striped snakes that Qiao Shu had grilled before. Several striped snakes of varying sizes, tightly intertwined with each other, looked quite bizarre. The sight was dominated by dense scales, with crimson tongues flicking out, making a hissing sound that was quite discomforting. Most importantly, their actions. Qiao Shu quickly stretched out his hand to block Xiao Ali's view. "Don't look, it's not suitable for children," he said softly. "Xiangzi, you can't peek either." The little camel above the trench shrank its neck when it heard this and lay down obediently. Without a shred of moral hesitation, Qiao Shu immediately started a live stream, broadcasting this unsightly scene. "Brothers, let me show you something exciting." Qiao Shu had a mischievous grin on his face. The viewers who had just entered the live stream looked bewildered, and then they saw the tangled mass of snakes. "Hiss! What is this? I want to throw up. My fear of dense things is acting up. This is just too much." They entered the live stream expecting to see cute little Xiao, Ollie, and Xiangzi, but instead, you show me this, Qiao Shu? Why do snakes even exist in this world? Is no one curious? Why are they tangled together? Qiao Shu, who was familiar with the habits of desert creatures, naturally knew what they were doing and spoke with a pure expression. They are mating. They are intertwined, seemingly dancing. But in fact, they are competing for the right to mate. However, the appearance of these creatures that lived in cold, damp environments was too ugly, and their dense scales made them quite uncomfortable to look at. A flurry of question marks flooded the screen. The viewers could never have guessed that these disgusting creatures were doing such a thing. If it were ordinary people, they would probably be screaming and running out of the trench by now. Qiao Shu was clearly not an ordinary person. He looked at the nest of snakes in front of him, glanced at the delicious pot in his space backpack and the hunter skill in his skill bar, and a benevolent smile gradually appeared on his face. Aren't you just delivering yourselves to me? Snakes do not dig holes. The reason these snakes lived in the cave was that it was dug by mice. Qiao Shu continued, and snakes are the natural enemies of mice. After eating the mice, it has moved into the holes, purely killing mice and punishing the heart. As the saying goes, heaven has its cycles. Who can escape the wrath of heaven? Qiao Shu silently took out a few gleaming flying knives from his waist. Mice are so cute. How can you bear to kill them? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The cold light flickered as 3 flying knives were thrown from Qiao Shu's hand. They accurately struck the intertwined group of snakes, severing 3 snake heads that were flicking their tongues. The remaining striped snakes, frightened, didn't even have time to pull up their pants and scattered in all directions. A small black shadow flashed onto Qiao Shu's shoulder. Xiao Ollie, with a cute fox leap, directly pinned one of the largest striped snakes to the ground. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The little guy shouted as if to take credit. Catching snakes is what this fox specializes in. Qiao Shu was not to be outdone. He threw a few more flying knives, pinning all the remaining striped snakes to the ground. Gathering together, I sentence you to death, depriving you of your right to mate for life. Qiao Shu stepped forward, grabbed the striped snake under Xiao Ali's mouth, and declared, "The corpse will be confiscated. I will use it for my great culinary experiments." The audience was dumbfounded. All they heard were a few whooshes, and the nest of snakes in front of them had already met their end. 666. This round is called Xiao Qiao's Flying Knives. Are these disgusting snakes really delicious? You're new here, right? Haven't you seen Brother Shu's previous live streams? That stone slab grilled snake meat looked so good. Xiao Ali is so amazing. She subdued a snake right away. Qiao Shu is so cruel. He went ahead and killed several lives. Wow, you're even better than Brother Shu. You've really mastered the double standards. Qiao Shu pulled a flying knife from the ground, decapitating the struggling striped snake in his hand. Then, using the same method, he cut off the heads of the other dead snakes and buried them in the ground. Ding! Successfully hunted striped snakes. Reward: permanent slight increase in skin toughness. This reward is quite standard. At least it's not something unpleasant. After finishing this, he finally spoke. It's not that I'm indiscriminately killing. It's just that these snakes are too close to the headquarters, posing an unknown safety hazard. Although striped snakes are not highly venomous, a bite might just result in swelling for a few days. But what if they bite Xiao Ali? What if they bite Xiao Hui Hui or Xiangzi? Qiao Shu pointed to the little camel that looked foolish and completely clueless. They might not be able to withstand the venom of the striped snakes. Protecting animals should also be based on the actual situation. If they pose a threat to humans, then it is necessary to eliminate the danger without hesitation. Moreover, Qiao Shu paused, swallowed, and thought, snake meat really is delicious. Another wave of question marks floated by. Although the audience had anticipated Qiao Shu's cunning behavior, they didn't expect him to be so thorough. Originally, he had planned to dig a foundation to build a warehouse today, but unexpectedly encountered this situation. Qiao Shu frowned and said, "It seems I need to carefully check the surroundings of the headquarters. Fortunately, it's just a nest of striped snakes. If it had been a nest of black mambas or cobras, you guys could have prepared for a feast." When he unlocked the biological encyclopedia earlier, Qiao Shu had discovered that the headquarters was also one of the distribution areas for striped snakes. He thought they might just be passing through, but didn't he expect them to settle here? Since he was already live streaming, Qiao Shu, who always spoiled his fans, naturally couldn't let them continue watching him dig a hole. ignoring the ridiculous comments about wanting to sit at the children's table. Qiao Shu climbed to the surface with several brown, spicy strips and skillfully started a bonfire at the entrance of the headquarters. Unfortunately, starting a fire wasn't a skill. Otherwise, Qiao Shu would surely be a master by now. To the friend who doubted whether snake meat is delicious, you better watch closely. Today you will witness the charm of grilled snake meat. After a while, the snake skewered on a stick was sizzling and oozing oil, and Xiao Ollie wagged her tail and approached. Qiao Shu skillfully and elegantly sprinkled cumin, salt, and chili powder, bringing the snake's skewers to the camera. Look at this compact meat, this springy texture, this rich flavor. Qiao Shu took a bite of the snake meat and gave a thumbs up to the camera. The meat was incredibly soft, fragrant, and extremely tender. With one bite, you would find that its texture was neither like beef nor like lamb. What was it like? It was like snake meat. The audience. I was wondering why it stopped raining. It turns out you've left me speechless. Chapter 80, Dad is Coming. While his son was happily feasting on snake meat over here, his father was rushing on the road. The private plane landed in Lawn City in the afternoon, but the helicopter team still needed to continue heading northwest. The location of the 044 governance area was quite remote, geographically very close to the country's border. Xiao Qingfeng needed to pass by Qinghai Lake, cross Dunhuang, and fly through the sparsely populated desert for an entire day to reach the 044 governance area, known as the Death Desert. Since arriving in Lawn City, Xiao Qingfeng had appeared very excited. Perhaps it was because he was about to see his son, or perhaps it was the first time entering the vast desert, or maybe it was the anticipation for the upcoming journey. Aside from napping for a few hours on the plane, Xiao Qingfeng hardly slept at all, yet he felt as if he had endless energy. Xiao Qingfeng was very satisfied. He believed it was fate, as this desert was welcoming him, cheering for his arrival. Perhaps he was the chosen one, though I, Xiao Qingfeng, am over 40. I'm still in my prime. Don't underestimate me. Becoming a sand control worker now would definitely be better than that brat Qiao Shu. Xiao Qingfeng smiled and said to the accompanying doctor, checking his health. The doctor and the helicopter team told him that he was not the chosen one, but rather experiencing altitude sickness and oxygen intoxication. The air at high altitudes is thin, and the cabin was releasing oxygen, leading to too much oxygen intake and causing intoxication. Just a second ago, Xiao Qingfeng was still the chosen one, but the next moment he slumped in the helicopter's rear seat, holding a bag of vitamin solution. This expedition is off to a bad start. Xiao Qingfeng sighed with some resentment. Xiao Zong, should we find a place to rest for a bit? The accompanying doctor asked with concern. Is my condition that serious? Xiao Qingfeng felt a bit scared. The Qiao family had a hereditary character, both reckless and cautious about life. Although he was eager to see his son, if there was a risk to his own life, he suddenly wasn't that anxious anymore. There is fatherly love, but not much. It's not very serious. It's normal for someone to experience this when suddenly arriving at high altitudes, especially if they are excited. The doctor spoke honestly. Most people adapt quickly and improve. Then let us not rest. Xiao Qingfeng weakly swallowed a mouthful of vitamin water. It's just altitude sickness. Xiao Qingfeng, am not that weak. The doctor looked helplessly at Xiao Qingfeng, who was lying in the back seat, looking half dead. He wasn't sure whether to tell Qiao Zong that his current physical state was no different from when he was the chosen one. Just hearing the term oxygen intoxication made him weak to this extent. It was unprecedented for someone so cautious about life. Xiao Zhong, when can we get to the 044 control area? Xiao Qingfeng shakily leaned forward to ask the navigator in the front row. The navigator respectfully replied, Xiao Zong, if all goes well, we should arrive by noon tomorrow. However, we still need to meet up with the convoy waiting there and report to the sand control workers. Calculating the time, they would definitely arrive before sunset. Good. Xiao Qingfeng sat up, slightly excited. Then it settled. Full speed ahead. We must reach my son by tomorrow afternoon. Understood, Xiao Zong. Thinking of his son's surprised expression, Xiao Qingfeng felt a bit smug. Sensing the doctor's resentful gaze beside him, Xiao Qingfeng immediately changed his expression and lay back down in the rear seat, groaning continuously. The next day, Qiao Shu was feeling a bit restless and didn't prepare to start his broadcast until the afternoon. Since he woke up in the morning, He felt his left and right eyelids twitching together, and no matter what he did, it wouldn't stop. According to the old saying, the left eye twitches for fortune, and the right eye for disaster. What does it mean when both eyelids twitch at the same time? Fortune and disaster coming together? Qiao Shu shook his head disdainfully. What a ridiculous superstition. This stuff can't be trusted. It makes no logical sense. What disaster could there be? Poachers? Or betraying sand control workers? I'm not some naive fool. Shadows don't appear in my life. I, Qiao Shu, am all about being bold. Even if the king of heaven came today, I'd still pluck a few hairs from him. Qiao Shu's task for today was still digging pits. He planned to gradually build up the warehouse in front of the audience. Otherwise, if the higher-ups of the sand control workers discovered a warehouse appearing out of nowhere, they might directly take him away for questioning. As he opened the door of the headquarters, a small camel wearing a pet saddle ran out joyfully. The pet saddle, like a collar, could be adjusted according to the pet size. Although Qiao Shu didn't plan to ride the camel now, it was still necessary for it to get familiar with the equipment early on. On the small camel, a creamy-colored little fox also excitedly raised its paw. Qiao Shu. Good grief. The little camel I painstakingly raised is now the mount of your little fox. Huh? Forget it. Let us start the broadcast. I need to earn some milk money for these two little guys. I can't just raise them without any benefits. Wow, Brother Shu is streaming quite often lately. What is that? A little fox and camel night? Ali fusion. I'll form the head. Zhou Shu, what are you doing today? Still playing Snake? Su Xian. 6. Qiao Shu, holding the shovel, replied listlessly, what else can I do? Of course, it's to continue digging the foundation. The farming endeavor hasn't succeeded yet. We must keep working hard. Digging in the scorching desert sun really felt uncomfortable. But as always, Qiao Shu wasn't here to enjoy the desert. Expanding the headquarters was necessary. The viewers in the live stream enjoyed watching Qiao Shu in this struggling state and couldn't help but tease him. Brother Shu, please, let me come help you. Pick me. I'm the chosen worker, moving bricks like a pro. Call me Big Brother, and I can summon an army of 200,000 fans. Looking at the barrage of comments floating by, Qiao Shu sneered, don't even talk about calling me Big Brother. If you could come help me dig, I'd directly shout Dad. As soon as Dad was mentioned, an unusual sound suddenly echoed across the once peaceful desert. Buzz, buzz, buzz. This was the sound of helicopter blades. Vroom, vroom, vroom. This was the sound of off-road vehicle engines. Clang. This was the sound of the shovel in Qiao Shu's hands dropping to the ground. In a live stream, a formation of dozens of helicopters appeared, flying in a line toward him. As the helicopter group approached, a winding convoy came into view. Without a doubt, their destination was the headquarters of the 044 control area. He is coming. Dad, he really is coming. Chapter 81, Battle Royale Surely. A small first-level sand control worker like me wouldn't warrant sending so many people to deal with me? Looking at the massive spectacle in front of him, Qiao Shu doubted his life. Did I provoke the Dragon King or something? The Dragon King returns, only to find his wife and child killed by me. And now he sends 100,000 soldiers to the 044 control area? Is this really necessary? His father, Qiao Qingfeng, wanted to give his son a surprise and never considered that this surprise could evolve into a scare. Qiao Shu was stunned for a full 3 seconds before decisively throwing away the shovel in his hand, picking up the little fox on his back, and running away. Are you kidding? This scale of convoy and helicopters has at least 100 people. Even if I were Schwarzenegger, I couldn't take them. In the distant convoy, Qiao Qingfeng, fully revived, was enthusiastically shaking hands with a middle-aged man. My son has always been bold. When he was young, he would set off firecrackers, and I would let him hold them. The middle-aged man nodded in agreement. Yes, Qiao Shu is now a typical example of our sand control workers, bravely fighting against poacher gangs. The director has publicly praised him. This middle-aged man was the person sent by the sand control workers to meet Qiao Qingfeng. With such a big commotion, the sand control workers Wu Ti let him swagger into the 044 control area without supervision. Xiao Zong has a good son, the middle-aged man said enviously. Your young master has a bright future. Qiao Qingfeng displayed a proud expression, clearly pleased by the praise. As a business mogul, Qiao Qingfeng had long learned to keep his emotions in check, but he would lose his composure only when his children were praised. After all, Qiao Shu and Xiao Ning were his only weaknesses in this world. Without further ado, this kid has some guts, he can endure hardship, and he definitely won't be a deserter. My old friend said that when they heard Qiao Shu went to be a sand control worker, they all said he wouldn't last a few days of hardship before running home. Nonsense. Qiao Qingfeng straightened his neck and proudly said, "As a result, my son not only didn't desert, but also personally killed more than 10 poachers. Now he is a hero." The middle-aged man nodded repeatedly in agreement. His gaze unintentionally glancing out the car window. Suddenly his expression changed. "I told you, a hero's son is a good man. How could my Qiao Qingfeng's son be a deserter?" Xiao Zong. The middle-aged man tried to interrupt Qiao Qingfeng. Just take a look at their sons. A bunch of idle second-generation kids, especially that Wang Kids Esport Company. What happened? Did they run away? Xiao Zong. The middle-aged man raised his voice as he saw Qiao Qingfeng talking endlessly without any intention of stopping. Qiao Qingfeng, interrupted while bragging about his son, looked at the other party with some displeasure. "Your son," the middle-aged man pointed out the car window, "seems to be running away." Qiao Qingfeng quickly looked outside. He saw not far from the broken-down headquarters, a dilapidated off-road vehicle suddenly start and flee westward. The speed was so fast that even the world's top racing drivers would have to concede defeat. God knows how Qiao Shu managed to drive that seemingly about to fall apart off-road vehicle at racing speed. Qiao Qingfeng. "Stinky kid, what the hell are you running for?" Qiao Qingfeng exploded in anger, reaching out to tap the driver's shoulder. Accelerate, stop him for me." The driver, somewhat frustrated, stepped on the gas. "Your son runs like a cheetah. Who can catch up with him?" The convoy sped forward, and the helicopters above could only accelerate to keep up. The usually calm 044 governance area suddenly became lively. It was like shooting a blockbuster, with an off-road vehicle speeding in the front, followed by an entire convoy, and helicopters blocking from above. Desert Live. A grand escape at the start. Qiao Shu slammed the gas pedal. While Ali and Xiangzi in the passenger seat were blown by the wind, their faces contorted, revealing their pink gums. A strong pushback sensation hit them, and the two little guys instantly rolled onto the driver's seat. The small spherical drone leisurely followed behind the off-road vehicle, faithfully recording Qiao Shu's embarrassing scene. Not daring to ease off the gas, the off-road vehicle was driven fast and steady by him. What the hell? Using so many helicopters on Huagua territory. Qiao Shu cursed in a panic. These stupid poachers are out of their minds. Could it be that the young master thinks we're poachers? The middle-aged man looked at the off-road vehicle that was madly fleeing ahead, his mouth twitching slightly. This father and son seem a bit not too smart. Tycoons of the 3 northeastern provinces? The most promising newcomer among sand control workers? Is that it, right? Qiao Qingfeng slapped his thigh. This kid thinks of his father as the bad guy. What to do then? Do you sand control workers have vehicle-mounted rocket launchers or something to blow up his off-road vehicle? The middle-aged man was shocked. Not to that extent. As far as I know, our director left a satellite phone for Qiao Shu. You just need to call the director and let him clarify the situation. Secretary Xiao Tian handed the satellite phone to Qiao Shu and had been carrying it with him ever since. Hearing the satellite phone ring, Qiao Shu's eyes lit up. He held the steering wheel with one hand and answered the phone with the other. "Director, help." Without beating around the bush, Qiao Shu immediately asked for help. "No yoking. Face is not as important as life. It's me, Tian Guanyu." The voice of Xiao Tian, the secretary, came from the other end, filled with schadenfreude. The overly pretentious Secretary Tian. Qiao Shu was very straightforward, quickly asking for the combat troops to come over. This group of poachers doesn't know what madness they're on. Sending dozens of helicopters to chase me, at least 1,000 people. Xiao Tian. Goodness, dozens of helicopters, 1,000 people? Why don't you say there's an army on the other side? If it weren't for your dad just making a call, I would have believed you. Stop running. That's our sand control workers transport team, coming to deliver supplies. Xiao Tian explained with a sly smile. Transport team? Qiao Shu glanced at the rearview mirror. Such a big formation. The transport team that sent me when I came had only 4 or 5 vehicles. This transport team is a bit special. In short, you don't need to run. If you don't believe it, take a look at those vehicles chasing you. They even have the sand control workers emblem on them. Hearing this, Qiao Shu stuck his head out to look at the convoy behind. Sure enough, the sides of these vehicles were marked with the words Land Desertification Prevention and Control Management Bureau. Scare me to death. Qiao Shu slowly stopped the car, cursing. Which idiot's convoy is this? I must chop him up alive. Chapter 82. Father and son. The jeep slowly came to a stop, and Qiao Shu angrily picked up the shotgun from the back seat, preparing to have a good talk with the person in charge of the opposite convoy. Don't get me wrong, even though Qiao Shu is fierce, he wouldn't use a gun on a colleague. But getting hit by the butt of the shotgun still hurts a lot. The convoy also came to a stop, and Xiao Qingfeng jumped out of the car with the same angry expression, also preparing to have a good talk with Qiao Shu. The father and son walked towards each other, and upon seeing each other's faces, they couldn't help but stop. After months of training and the past 10 days of desert life, Qiao Shu's temperament had changed dramatically. The Qiao Shu who just came out of school had a scholarly air, combined with a handsome face, looking like a refined rich kid. But now, Qiao Shu was dressed in a half-dirty windbreaker, his muscles tensed all over, carrying a shotgun with a fierce expression, showing no trace of the scholarly vibe. Just looking at his appearance, he was purely a desert bandit. Qiao Qingfeng looked at his transformed son, feeling a pang of heartache. Although he knew Qiao Shu had become better, how could growth not come with pain? He worked hard in the first half of his life to prevent his children from suffering this hardship. On the other hand, Qiao Shu's thoughts were not as complicated as Qiao Qingfeng's. He only had one thought in his mind now. How does this uncle walking towards me look a bit like my dad? Qiao Shu rubbed his eyes in disbelief and looked again. Damn, it really is my dad. Across the swirling yellow sand, the father and son gazed at each other affectionately. The others in the convoy also tactfully stopped to avoid disturbing the reunion of the father and son. Even little Ali stretched out a paw to pull the ear of the little camel beneath him, preventing it from going up to create chaos for its master. Time seemed to pause at that moment. The middle-aged man watched as the father and son drew closer, feeling a sense of emotion. Getting older, he can't stand such touching scenes. The next second, the middle-aged man's wistful expression froze. Just then, the old father, who had been gazing affectionately at his son, skillfully pulled down his belt, while the equally affectionate son took off running. Stinky kid, you stop right there. Qiao Qingfeng, still as swift as ever, quickly chased after him. You dare to sneak into the desert without telling me, and you don't want to get a beating, right? Confucius said, for minor offenses, a small punishment. For major offenses, a big punishment. Qiao Shu, without looking back, replied, if you put down those 7 wolves, I will stop. The middle-aged man watched the father and son chasing each other in the hot desert, enjoying themselves, and couldn't help but feel a headache. One can only say, they are indeed father and son, no doubt about it. Geez, my dad. Qiao Shu, with a bruised face, pointed at the side of Qiao Qingfeng and said to the camera. Qiao Qingfeng kindly smiled at the camera and said softly, I am Qiao Shu's father. My son has been taken care of by everyone these past few days. The viewers in the live broadcast room witnessed the recent commotion and, seeing the extraordinary Qiao Qingfeng at this moment, commented, Ah, this handsome old guy is the father of Zhao Wangshu? Totally doesn't look like him. They do look similar, just not in temperament. I'm dying, uncle is so gentle. And then look at Zhao Wang. Why does it feel like Tree Brother's father looks somewhat familiar? He must be a big shot too. Otherwise, how could he bring so many people into the desert? Qiao Shu shook his head, non-committal to the audience's remarks. His dad just pretends to be high class outside. At home, he is just a big guy who picks his feet. After introducing Qiao Qingfeng, Qiao Shu waved to Ali and Xiangzi, who were observing him from a distance. Xiangzi immediately ran over without a care in the world. Ali was very smart. Although Qiao Qingfeng had just physically reprimanded its master, it didn't sense any malice and even felt a great deal of affection. After all, those were affectionate punches. So Ali didn't attack Qiao Qingfeng and just looked at him worriedly from a distance. Watching the little camel carrying the small fox coming over, Qiao Qingfeng's eyes lit up, and he immediately forgot about Qiao Shu and the little spherical drone. He reached out to pat the little camel's head, and the little guy looked at him blankly, not avoiding him. When he reached out to touch Ali's head, Ali dodged nimbly. watching him with a wary gaze. Ollie didn't like anyone other than Qiao Shu touching it. It still harbored suspicions towards humans. "Dad, what are you doing here?" Qiao Shu glanced at the convoy behind him and asked quietly. "Your sister asked me to bring you some supplies." Xiao Qingfeng was enjoying himself while petting the little camel. The little camel trembled, looking like it didn't dare to resist. Qiao Shu twitched the corner of his mouth and quickly took the little guy away from his father's clutches. All right, if you keep petting it, it'll go bald." Xiao Qingfeng didn't mind, pointing at the convoy behind him. "Your sister sees you struggling here, so she bought some supplies for you. She didn't trust anyone else to deliver them, insisting that I make the trip myself." His tone was incredibly calm, as if he were casually bringing some vegetables and fruits while visiting relatives. Qiao Shu tilted his head to look at the convoy behind him and the helicopters that hadn't all landed yet, lost in thought. "Just a little? It's probably a lot more than that. What are you thinking?" Qiao Qingfeng gave Qiao Shu a light tap on the head. "All these supplies are for you, but you won't even use that much. Most of the supplies are donated by your father to the sand control workers. It's a contribution to environmental protection." "Isn't it?" Qiao Shu looked at his father with a strange expression. "You contributing to environmental protection? That's as absurd as a weasel paying a New Year's visit to a chicken. The trees you've cut down in your lifetime could wrap around the earth 2.5 times. Where did this thing come from? It looks pretty advanced." Qiao Qingfeng pointed at the little spherical drone in the air. Qiao Shu had long anticipated this question from his father and had naturally prepared an answer. "I got it from Uncle Fan. It's unique in the world." Uncle Fan was a friend of Qiao Qingfeng and, like him, a big shot in the same league. However, Uncle Fan didn't deal in physical goods or the internet. He was in the same business as Edison, a patent entrepreneur. Uncle Fan had thousands of strange patents: land swimming devices, bald head shampoo, tomato peelers. Qiao Shu had often been in and out of Uncle Fan's house since he was a child. The collection room was always open to him, and he could freely take various patented products. With Uncle Fan's memory, he probably didn't even remember many of the patents himself, which just happened to serve as a shield for the little spherical flying device. "Oh, let me tell your Uncle Fan later, so that old guy doesn't try to extort me for drinks again." Qiao Qingfeng didn't say much more, standing on his tiptoes to casually pat the little spherical drone hovering in the air. The little spherical drone? Goodness, no wonder it's Qiao Shu's dad. Qiao Shu hasn't petted me for so long, and you just raised your hand and took my first pet? Chapter 83. Qiao Qingfeng, the unfeeling tycoon at that moment. Qiao Qingfeng was like a curious baby, filled with a strong curiosity about everything in the desert. In his eyes, this was all territory conquered by his son. That sense of pride was even stronger than when he personally founded a company worth billions. After the helicopter group finally finished landing after half an hour, Qiao Qingfeng took Qiao Shu to see this batch of supplies. A middle-aged man who had been observing for a long time quickly approached, smiling as he shook hands with Qiao Shu. "Director Qiao, I've heard a lot about you, but I've been too busy to visit." Qiao Shu also politely shook his hand. Both Qiao Shu and Qiao Qingfeng had a characteristic. They could pretend to be normal and cultured people in front of strangers. Hello, may I ask who you are?" "I'm Huang Hua. We're neighbors, and I'm the director of the 043 Sand Control Area." "Ah, hello. Qiao Shu suddenly realized that the 043 Sand Control Area borders his 044 Sand Control Area, which was said to be a very large area with hundreds of permanent sand control workers. He guessed that most of the vehicles in the convoy in front of him came from the 043 Sand Control Area. In contrast, the 044 Sand Control Area was so poor that it only had sand left. They didn't visit because they were too busy, but rather because there was no need to visit. After all, visiting wouldn't make much sense. When a director in the 044 Sand Control Area dies, it's as common as a flowered snake dying in the desert. Qiao Shu silently sized up the smiling neighbor in front of him, who seemed very easy to get along with. It was probably because his achievements in killing poachers a few days ago had spread, earning him recognition from the 043 Sand Control Area, that they came to greet him. Qiao Shu glanced again at his dad, who was petting the little camel. Well, it's more likely because of Dad's amazing money-making ability. "Well, Brother Qiao, you go ahead and be busy. I'll wait for you over there." Huang Hua winked at Qiao Shu, wanting to discuss some work-related matters with him. Qiao Shu politely nodded and sent Huang Hua off, as it was essential to maintain good relations with neighbors in the desert. Qiao Qingfeng took Qiao Shu to the first helicopter cargo hold, which was filled with boxes of mineral water, completely packed. 1,000 boxes of mineral water. You probably won't use that much. Take what you need. The rest, I'll send in your name to other sand control areas. Qiao Qingfeng understood social etiquette. Qiao Shu didn't bother being polite with his father, walking closer to look at the brand of mineral water. Goodness, it's Shadante. To say this water is exceptionally good wouldn't be accurate. Its value lies in its scarcity and high shipping costs. As the royal water supply exclusively for the Palace of Versailles, Shadante's annual extraction cannot exceed 1 million liters. In Europe, only Michelin 2-star restaurants and top supermarkets in Britain can purchase it, and once it reaches Huagua, the price skyrockets to 1,000 yuan for 1,000 milliliters. This cargo hold of mineral water is worth about 1 million Huagua yuan. How extravagant. Leave me 50 boxes. Qiao Shu deliberated and said to Qiao Qingfeng. In fact, the sand control area didn't lack water. There were water sources in the valleys to the west and the oases to the east. Sure, Qiao Qingfeng didn't even blink, sending out a gift worth nearly 1 million without a hint of emotional fluctuation. This hold is filled with your favorite snacks: imported golden truffle chocolate, Mongolian grassland yak beef jerky, Jiaqing fried chicken from Jishur. Qiao Qingfeng listed them off, being very diligent as a father despite his busy work. He knew exactly what Qiao Shu and Qiao Ning liked to eat. Chocolate and fried chicken are hard to preserve, so I'll keep a few portions. The rest can go to the comrades in the 043 sand control area. Qiao Shu looked towards Huang Hua in the distance, who noticed his gaze and smiled back at him. I'll keep the jerky, biscuits, and other easy-to-store snacks. After all, I can't always be a lone commander. I can leave them for future companions. Following that, Qiao Shu accompanied Qiao Qingfeng through all the cargo holds. Even though he had seen a lot since childhood, he couldn't help but be amazed. His father was too extravagant. This batch of supplies was not only diverse, but also consisted entirely of top-end products on the market. Considering their prices and shipping costs, it's not an exaggeration to describe them as luxury goods. The value of this batch of supplies alone could easily reach tens of millions. Even Qiao Shu was somewhat surprised, and the audience in the live stream was naturally even more shocked. At this moment, a comment in the bullet chat sparked heated discussions among the viewers. I just remembered who Qiao Shu's father is: Qiao Qingfeng, a business tycoon from northeast China, and a well-known philanthropist. Is that true? Sounds like a gimmick. I believe he's a business tycoon, but isn't being a philanthropist just for fame? Indeed, most businessmen do charity to avoid taxes and haven't really done anything truly meaningful. Oh right, have you seen him do charity with your own eyes? Seeing the audience's doubts, the owner of that comment became somewhat annoyed and replied, "How can I not see? I am an orphan, and the orphanage I grew up in is called Qingfeng Orphanage." With someone who knew the facts saying this, the skeptical comments instantly disappeared. They grew up in the orphanage funded by Qiao Qingfeng, so what they said was naturally more convincing. Wow, so it turns out that Zhaowang Shu is actually a top second-generation rich kid? I checked on Baidu, and he's about on the same level as Principal Wang. What the heck? Brother Shu is already so impressive, and it turns out he's still a top second-generation rich kid. Younger and richer than me, and even works harder? Brother Shu, if you don't want a wife, just don't be so picky about gender. I'll send myself over to you. That's small-minded thinking. What's the use of marrying Brother Shu? If you ask me, just marry President Qiao directly and become Brother Shu's stepmother. Ever since Qiao Qingfeng and the others appeared, the system conjured up a display screen the size of a mobile phone, where the audience's comments would appear. This way, it wouldn't raise anyone's suspicions. However, the virtual screen in front of Qiao Shu also existed, and he could see the audience's heated discussions clearly. Qiao Shu knew very well that most of what was said in the comments was true. Since Qiao Qingfeng became successful, he has funded the establishment of numerous Hope primary schools, nursing homes, and orphanages, totaling at least hundreds. The annual donation amount also exceeds 100 million. And these are not anonymous donations. They're all traceable. According to Qiao Qingfeng, he has genuinely donated the money and done good deeds, so there's nothing to hide. As for the discordant voices in society criticizing Qiao Qingfeng for putting on a show, Qiao Shu could only say, "Focus on actions, not intentions." There are no perfect people in this world. At least in Qiao Shu's eyes, Qiao Qingfeng can be considered a righteous businessman, which is also why he has been recognized by the top management of desert reclamation workers and the Chinese government, despite having participated in many environmentally destructive projects. "What are you looking at?" Qiao Qingfeng noticed Qiao Shu's gaze and asked irritably. "Looking at how handsome you are." Qiao Shu skillfully flattered his dad. "What's the use of being a great philanthropist if I still have to flatter my own dad?" Chapter 84, Dad's System Plugin. Receiving the praise. Qiao Qingfeng nodded in satisfaction and said, "In addition to food, these helicopters also carry medicines, clothing, tents, building materials, and tools, all of which you will need. Consider this as your startup capital from Dad. As my son, starting at a higher point is not a problem. After all, I worked hard to make things easier for you. You sneaked out of the house and joined the desert reclamation workers, which means you've given up your inheritance rights to the family business." Qiao Qingfeng looked deeply at Qiao Shu, knowing that the future of the company would have to be handed over to his sister. "However, I will still provide corresponding assistance for your career." Qiao Shu shrugged indifferently. "Dad, do you think your company is some hot commodity? Neither my sister nor I really want to inherit the family business, and right now, Xiaoning's reason for joining the company is actually out of concern for me. She hopes her little brother can live freely according to his own ideas. As for money, as long as it's enough to use, that's fine." "All right, let's not talk about that for now." Qiao Qingfeng glanced at the drones and suddenly became excited. "These cargo holds aren't anything special. Let me take you to the last cabin, where my private collection is stored." Qiao Shu was startled and quickly stopped him. "Dad, this is a live stream. Your private collection shouldn't be shown. What are you thinking?" Qiao Qingfeng's face darkened, and he stepped forward to give him a light knock on the head. "This is a legitimate private collection." "Oh," Qiao Shu said, suddenly realizing, "so these are legitimate. Which means you have some illegitimate private collections too, right? I'll hammer you." Qiao Qingfeng was both embarrassed and angry. The father and son bickered as they walked toward the last cabin, a way of interacting that was Qiao Qingfeng's unique educational method. A child needs not only paternal love to grow up physically and mentally healthy, but also maternal love. Since Qiao Qingfeng couldn't provide maternal love for Qiao Shu and his sister, he could only avoid playing the strict father role and try to interact with his children as equals and friends. Upon arriving at the door of the last cabin, Qiao Qingfeng mysteriously opened the hatch. The entire rear cabin of the helicopter was filled with top-quality outdoor survival gear. Survival knives gleamed coldly, lined up on the walls of the cabin, each one handcrafted by a master. Complete sets of combat uniforms were displayed on mannequin models, with some even equipped with the most advanced bulletproof vests, each set 100 times better than the tattered jacket he was wearing. On the opposite wall were various long-range weapons, spear guns, compound bows, high-pressure slingshot guns, and crossbows. The floor of the cabin was piled high with first aid kits, wilderness toolkits, and backpacks. Qiao Shu's eyes lit up. His dad finally came through this time. "Look at you, dressed like a ragamuffin. What are you doing?" Qiao Qingfeng frowned. "From now on, I'll take care of your gear. If your clothes get dirty, just change it to a new one without washing." Qiao Shu looked at his imposing dad and suddenly realized, is it possible that my greatest advantage isn't the system, but my dad? Is there a compound bow? Qiao Shu suddenly asked, looking at the survival supplies in the cabin. Ever since he saw the compound bow used by the crossbowmen in the desert reclamation team's combat squad, he had developed a strong interest in this weapon. Unfortunately, the system hadn't given him any rewards for a bow until now. The compound bow has many advantages. It's powerful and doesn't make the noise of firearms, making it very suitable for him to hunt enemies from the shadows. Compared to other cold weapons like the bow and arrow, the compound bow has lower user requirements, although its loading time is much longer than that of a bow. However, generally speaking, it has a longer range, greater lethality, and a higher hit rate, making it a powerful long-range killing cold weapon. As for the compound bow, let me see if I can find one. The pain of being wealthy is probably like this. There's so many things bought casually that when you truly need them, you have to search for them. This one is no good, too low quality. This one isn't suitable either, too cheap. This one is too ugly. Qiao Qingfeng rummaged through the cabin, throwing box after box of brand new bows and crossbows onto the ground. Qiao Shu's mouth twitched slightly. Heaven knows when his dad collected so many compound bows, and it was a stroke of luck that they hadn't been confiscated. It's important to know that the power of compound bows is not low. While collecting them is legal, carrying them is definitely illegal. The law states that if you need to manufacture, sell, import, transport, or use bows and crossbows, you must obtain approval from the relevant provincial departments. Found it. It's this one. Xiao Qingfeng suddenly pulled out a fully metal box from somewhere. Interceptor compound bow, used by the U.S. Special Forces. I spent a lot of money to get this through legal channels. A set is worth about $50,000 U.S. dollars. Xiao Qingfeng entered a series of passwords on the box, and the all-metal lid slowly slid open, showcasing a high-end and sophisticated appearance. What came into view was not a complete crossbow, but a set of precision compound crossbow accessories. The Interceptor, produced by the American Carbon Express Bow Company, features parts that can be freely disassembled and reassembled, with a draw weight of up to 82 kilograms and an arrow speed of 120 meters per second. The weight of the crossbow bolts is much greater than that of bullets. Although the speed is slightly lower, the power should not be underestimated. Xiao Qingfeng pushed the box in front of Qiao Shu. The power of this crossbow is terrifying. It can penetrate an elephant's bones within 150 meters. If a person gets hit, it's not just about shattering bones. Moreover, I've modified this crossbow to load 5 bolts at once. Although it can't shoot continuously, it greatly saves loading time. Qiao Shu's eyes sparkled as he looked at the compound crossbow parts in the box. This thrilling feeling was unmistakable. This crossbow was indeed the dream crossbow that suited him best. Great power, silent, and still terrifyingly lethal at a distance of 150 meters. Using it against poachers would be like shooting fish in a barrel. Is this really a gift for me? Qiao Shu asked tentatively. Xiao Qingfeng felt a bit heartbroken but waved his hand. It's a gift for you. It's of no use to me here. Qiao Shu nodded excitedly. To be honest, all those supplies worth tens of millions combined are not as important as this Interceptor compound crossbow. Dad, you've given away all the supplies. When do you plan to go back? Qiao Shu understood the concept of burning bridges. Go back. Where to? Xiao Qingfeng looked surprised. I took a week off to come here with your sister. Huh? Chapter 85. Stubborn Xiao, family members. Qiao Shu didn't he really want to burn bridges? He just didn't he want his father to stay here, because the 044 governance area was still quite dangerous. Although some poachers have been taken out. Who knows if there are still remnants left? Even if there aren't, would that gang send more people over? Moreover, with Xiao Qingfeng here, he wouldn't he have the chance to store these supplies in his spatial backpack, and the live broadcast situation would also be troublesome. What is wrong, surprised? Xiao Qingfeng casually took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed one to Qiao Shu. Who doesn't he have a wilderness survival dream? I want to fulfill mine too. Or are you just annoyed with your old man and don't want him to stay? Feeling the increasingly dangerous look from Xiao Qingfeng, Qiao Shu decisively said, Of course not. I'd love for you to stay here with me. But look at how many people you brought. My small headquarters can't accommodate them. Xiao Qingfeng brought 6 bodyguards, 3 secretaries with long legs, plus an accompanying doctor, assistant, and driver. So there were at least 30 or 40 people. Even if they cleared out the rabbit hole of Xiao Hui, there wouldn't be enough space. Xiao Qingfeng said nonchalantly, It's fine, I'll have them go back first and come to pick me up in a week. But if you send the bodyguards away, what if danger comes? It's not safe here. Knowing his father's weaknesses, Qiao Shu continued to persuade. With my son here, who needs bodyguards? Xiao Qingfeng patted Qiao Shu's shoulder. You're quite capable now. When did you get so good? Qiao Shu awkwardly chuckled and shrank his neck, no longer speaking. Continuing to argue with his father would only lead to him inadvertently revealing his thoughts. The father and son lit their cigarettes and began to smoke while gazing at the distant desert. 1,000 miles away, Xiaoning frowned as she watched the live broadcast of the 2 big smokers. What the heck? You rushed to deliver supplies to Qiao Shu just to sneak off to smoke in the desert, right? With a frosty expression, Xiaoning took out a small notebook and seriously noted. On this day, father and Xiao Shu hid in the desert secretly smoking. The time of a cigarette quickly passed, and without a daughter to supervise, Xiao Qingfeng was in a better mood after finishing a whole cigarette. However, Qiao Shu felt even more frustrated. Even with the booze from the cigarettes, he couldn't think of a way to make his father obediently go back. There was no other choice. Qiao Shu had to go find Huang Hua to see if he had anything to discuss with him. Arriving by the off-road vehicle, Huang Hua was also smoking and puffing clouds. When he saw Qiao Shu approaching, he immediately took out a cigarette box in a friendly and practiced manner. "Want one?" Qiao Shu graciously accepted it and tucked it behind his ear. "Director Huang, do you need to discuss something with me?" Huang Hua smiled without speaking and pointed to the drone hovering above Qiao Shu's head. Qiao Shu immediately understood, took out the controller conjured by the system, and controlled the small orb to fly high into the sky, allowing the audience to overlook the desert scenery for a while. "Sorry, the upcoming conversation isn't suitable for live broadcasting. I want to talk to you about the cooperation between the two governance areas." "Cooperation?" Qiao Shu frowned. "That's right. The 043 governance area and the 044 governance area are neighbors, sharing a border. We should enhance our communication." Seeing that Qiao Shu didn't speak, Huang Hua continued. "The 044 governance area has opened up some permissions to us, such as allowing sand control personnel from the 043 governance area to enter freely to help you capture illegal poachers. In exchange, we have a right to use some resources within the 044 governance area, such as water sources from oases and fruit trees in the valleys. But don't worry, we want over harvest resources." Huang Hua looked confidently at Qiao Shu, believing that given the current situation in the 044 governance area, Qiao Shu would inevitably agree. The 044 governance area is vast. With only Qiao Shu as a solitary commander, if poachers attack again, the outcome would be unpredictable. "Sorry, Director Huang, I refuse," Qiao Shu said gently. "I can't." Xiao Qingfeng interjected with a perfectly standard northeastern dialect. "You go your way." "Qiao, your body can't handle such a harsh living environment. If something goes wrong, we can't explain it to the young lady." This was the beleaguered accompanying doctor. "Qiao, the company has so many matters that need your attention. You can't spend too long here." This was the frustrated secretary. "Qiao, it's too dangerous here. Without our protection, your personal safety cannot be guaranteed." This was the unfortunate head of the bodyguards. Each member of Qiao Qingfeng's team was a standout in their field, considered high-quality employees, but unfortunately encountered an unreliable boss. "What nonsense! My son can stay here. Do I, the father, not have that capability?" Xiao Qingfeng said somewhat angrily. "Then at least let Dr. Wang and Captain Song stay." The tallest secretary pleaded, "This is a deadly desert. You need to ensure at least basic safety." Xiao Qingfeng waved his hand domineeringly. "I have my son Qiao Shu. I have the courage of 1,000 men." "Qiao Shu, don't say that. I don't have it." Everyone was responsible. Although Qiao Qingfeng was very resolute, they still persistently tried to persuade him. This was also related to how Qiao Qingfeng treated his subordinates well. They were all smart people who understood that Qiao would not get angry because of loyal advice. However, the three members of the Qiao family were all stubborn and strong-willed. In northeastern dialect, they were very stubborn. No matter how everyone tried to persuade, Qiao Qingfeng simply would not agree. There was no choice but to agree that they would come back to pick him up in 7 days. By then, he must return. On the other side, Huang Hua also experienced the stubbornness of the Qiao family. No matter how he tried to persuade, Qiao Shu was adamant about not accepting assistance from the 043 governance area. Indeed, Huang Hua had no bad intentions. He genuinely wanted to help Qiao Shu. However, asking for the right to use some resources in the governance area meant that the 043 governance area would have to deploy manpower and resources to help Qiao Shu combat poachers. Overall, it was a win-win for Qiao Shu. But he didn't realize that Qiao Shu needed their help to deal with the poachers. Instead, sharing the resources of the 044 governance area would disrupt Qiao Shu's plans for the area's development and expose the system to risks. The two members of the Qiao family were like two stubborn donkeys. After failing to persuade them, everyone could only pack up the supplies and leave reluctantly. Qiao Shu and Qiao Qingfeng stood under the scorching sun, watching the convoy and helicopter fleet depart in an orderly manner, feeling a myriad of emotions. Qiao Qingfeng, great. We can have fun in my son's territory. Qiao Shu, it's over. We can't have fun for the next few days. Chapter 86. Qiao Qingfeng's first meal in the desert with the main force withdrawn, the 044 governance area became quiet again. After Qiao Qingfeng's commotion, Qiao Shu could no longer livestream, so he simply said goodbye to the audience and ended the broadcast. After shutting down the livestream, he realized that although the streaming time was short, they had still earned over 100,000 from the greening points. The father and son stood at the entrance of the main office, next to two brand-new off-road vehicles, a Land Rover and a Wrangler. Both were well-modified vehicles, carefully selected by Qiao Ning after seeing Qiao Shu's shabby off-road car. Piles of supplies were placed in a huge tent that had been temporarily built, forming a mountain of resources, with the tent occupying more space than the main office itself. As the crowd dispersed, the atmosphere between the father and son began to turn awkward. So, the emotionally intelligent Qiao Shu took the initiative to speak. "Are you going to leave a secretary to warm your bed?" Qiao Qingfeng, feeling exasperated, replied, "Am I that kind of person?" Qiao Shu remained silent, pressing the head of the little A Li in his arms and making it nod. "Haven't I told you before? Hiring these young people is just for show. Otherwise, we wouldn't be taken seriously when going out to do business," Qiao Qingfeng retorted. "All right, you're right," Qiao Shu said with a smile. "Does Qiao the great boss still need a secretary to boost his image? But Dad, you're not that old. It's perfectly normal to find a second spring. My sister and I wouldn't mind you finding us a stepmother. Just don't go for someone too young. A college student in their 20s would be fine. Get lost." Qiao Qingfeng, feeling embarrassed and angry, left Qiao Shu and walked toward the main office. He was anxious, very anxious. Qiao Shu fiddled with the little A Li's small paws, knowing who was anxious but choosing not to say it. Bam! Oh damn! Half a minute later, Qiao Shu had a size 43 footprint on his face, looking wronged as he led Qiao Qingfeng to tour the main office. The interior of the main office was even worse than the outside, with a strong sense of poverty. Qiao Qingfeng couldn't help but feel a bit pained. His son had grown up without worrying about food and clothing, so when had he ever suffered like this? This shabby place had enough spider webs to sweep out 3 pounds, and his son was sleeping in such a place? "Son, why don't we just go back?" Qiao Qingfeng said, feeling a bit reluctant. "How can anyone live here?" Qiao Shu shot him a sideways glance and replied impatiently, "I'm not going back. I'm afraid your little wife will make me miserable. I'll kick you from the southern heavenly gate to Hokkaido." There really wasn't much to see in the main office. Aside from the bedroom, kitchen, and bathroom, there were no other rooms. Qiao Shu had a slight obsession with cleanliness, although the facilities were very shabby. At least they were relatively tidy. Qiao Qingfeng, despite being wealthy, had also experienced hardship growing up and quickly adapted. Feeling a bit tired, he sat on Qiao Shu's bed and asked, "Son, what are we having for dinner tonight? I just saw a dead rabbit in the kitchen. Why don't we eat that?" "That's not a dead rabbit. It just got scared and fainted. It's still alive," Qiao Shu said, looking exasperated. "It can't be eaten. It's pregnant, and I need to keep it to give birth to baby rabbits." "Oh, then I'll go find something to eat in the tent outside," Qiao Qingfeng said, about to leave. Hey, don't go. You're here, so I have to take care of a meal." Qiao Shu quickly stopped his father. He then walked into the kitchen and rummaged for a while, finally coming out holding 2 fresh sheep kidneys. These were taken from the poachers during their earlier fight, still fresh and stored in his spatial backpack. Qiao Qingfeng, being someone who knew good food, immediately brightened up. "Sheep kidneys? Good stuff. I knew you loved this." Qiao Shu also smiled, saying, "There's also a sheep leg in the kitchen. Let's roast it, and we can enjoy a drink together." "That's great. Your sister is strict." "I haven't had a good drink in a long time," Qiao Qingfeng chuckled. With his father's approval, Qiao Shu quickly set up a bonfire. Qiao Qingfeng was in charge of marinating the sheep leg and kidneys. Although he had never been in a kitchen, being from northeast China, he naturally had some grilling talent and could handle the seasoning. As the bonfire blazed, the marination of the sheep leg was completed. Qiao Shu skillfully cut the sheep leg and hung it over the fire to roast. 10 bottles of liquor had been brought out, although it wasn't the best. It was strong enough to pair well with the simply made roasted sheep leg. As the sun set, the shadows of the father and son became long. The little Ali was sleeping on Qiao Qingfeng's back, its big ears flapping. It was fine to see these little guys during the live stream, but in reality, Qiao Qingfeng could clearly feel their uniqueness. He had seen all kinds of peculiar pets at his friends' houses, but aside from domesticated animals like cats and dogs, there wasn't a single pet outdoors that didn't need to be leashed. However, the fox and camel raised by Qiao Shu were different. Ever since he arrived, the two little creatures didn't need Qiao Shu's supervision and obediently followed behind him. Compared to the oddity of the two little animals, Qiao Qingfeng was more surprised by his son's changes. He admired the rare desert scenery before him, then looked at his son who was busy fanning the fire, and couldn't help but feel emotional. His son had really grown up and was able to build his own career. Living comfortably in a deserted desert was not an easy feat, and the difficulty was no less than starting from scratch. My son Qiao Shu has made it. What are you smiling about? It's time to eat. Qiao Shu's voice pulled Qiao Qingfeng back to reality. Qiao Qingfeng frowned, and his good mood instantly evaporated. Ungrateful son. It seemed that Qiao Qingfeng was like a Li. His anger didn't last more than 10 seconds before he was distracted by a piece of roasted sheep leg meat handed over by Qiao Shu. The sheep leg meat stored in the spatial backpack was no different from the freshly cut one. After taking a bite, the rich aroma instantly captivated his taste buds. Even though he was used to eating delicacies, Qiao Qingfeng was so overwhelmed by the flavor that he nearly bit his tongue. Delicious, he mumbled. Qiao Shu smiled as he handed over a bottle of liquor, and Qiao Qingfeng took a big gulp of the strong drink along with the sheep meat. The intense and spicy aroma of the liquor flowed down his throat, mingling with the fragrant sheep meat. This little life was worth more than being the CEO of a listed company. I seem to already be the CEO of a listed company. Then there's no problem. Qiao Qingfeng enjoyed the sheep meat and liquor with abandon, completely ignoring Qiao Shu beside him. It wasn't until he had eaten his fill that he looked up, only to see two resentful gazes directed at him from different directions. Qiao Shu, little Ali, where's the sheep leg meat? Qiao Qingfeng looked at the empty sheep leg bone in front of him, lost in thought. Chapter 87. Big and small Qiao Shu didn't expect that his nearly 50-year-old father could eat so much, as if the family had been starving, devouring an entire sheep leg by himself. With no other choice, Qiao Shu had to get up and pretend to go to the kitchen, then take out another sheep leg from his spatial backpack. The sheep leg from the Saiga antelope was indeed too small. So Qiao Shu thought for a moment and also took out 2 skin-striped snakes, placing those along with the 2 sheep kidneys on the grill to roast. Qiao Qingfeng rubbed his belly, eyeing the snakes and kidneys on the grill, feeling a bit greedy. Unfortunately, he truly couldn't eat another bite. Is the food here always this good? Eating lamb every meal? Qiao Qingfeng suddenly asked. Qiao Shu was roasting the leg of lamb and replied leisurely, "How can I eat this well every day? Do you think I'm here on vacation?" Qiao Qingfeng nodded in understanding. That's right. It seems my son is still filial, using the best to entertain himself. Eating lamb twice in 3 days should be enough. After all, eating lamb every day would get boring. Goodness. Qiao Qingfeng placed his hand on the 7 wolves at his waist, eager to try, drinking and eating meat every day with a fox accompanying you. You really are like King Zhou, huh? Qiao Shu instinctively took a small step back. What are you going to do? Qiao Qingfeng looked over suspiciously, then loosened his belt. Nothing, just 2 stuff from eating, loosening my belt. Qiao Shu, loosening your belt. I thought you were going to pull out the 7 wolves. Qiao Qingfeng really couldn't eat anymore, leaning against the little camel with his belly out, staring blankly at the sunset in the distance. Although the little camel was somewhat reluctant, its honest nature didn't resist. Once the new leg of lamb was ready, Qiao Shu immediately used a dagger to slice it into pieces, stuffing them crazily into his and little Ali's mouths. Little Ali ate while cautiously glancing at Qiao Qingfeng, afraid he would snatch food away. Son, Qiao Qingfeng suddenly thought of something and became somewhat excited. Where are we going tomorrow? Should we visit that oasis again? Oasis? Qiao Shu frowned instinctively. I originally planned to continue building the warehouse, but if you want to stroll around the oasis, that's fine too. No need. You should do what you need to do, Qiao Qingfeng said understandingly. I'm just here to see you. I want to affect your work. If you really don't want to affect my work, you should accompany your secretary in black stockings at the company instead of coming to the desert to fight me for lamb legs. Qiao Qingfeng. Can we not mention black stockings? If it really doesn't work, I can have them changed to white stockings. Qiao Qingfeng felt somewhat depressed, feeling that his authority as a father was undermined by black stockings. Qiao Shu rolled his eyes. Were you earlier? It's too late. I can laugh at you for a lifetime for this. In the desert, the sunset disappeared quickly. Qiao Shu and little Ali were in full swing, finishing off the leg of lamb, the flower-striped snake, and the lamb kidneys. Qiao Qingfeng felt that the food in his stomach had digested quite a bit and ate half a lamb kidney. After the meal, the two little animals lay lazily in the sand, while the father and son silently took out cigarettes from their pockets. A smoke after a meal is better than being a living god. The two of them leaned close together, lighting a cigarette with a nearly burnt-out bonfire. What do you usually do after a meal? Qiao Qingfeng asked to make conversation. Qiao Shu replied without thinking, sleep, of course. There's no entertainment here. What else can we do? Qiao Qingfeng felt somewhat depressed upon hearing this. Clearly, he hadn't gotten over the excitement of just arriving in the desert and hadn't played enough. After finishing a cigarette, the sun had completely set. The two cleaned up the food remnants and garbage, putting them into a large plastic bag, waiting for the transport team to take them away. Back at the headquarters, Qiao Qingfeng yawned, finally feeling a bit sleepy. He glanced at the double bed in the bedroom and said, "Let us sleep. I'll squeeze in with you tonight." As soon as he finished speaking, little Ali nimbly jumped to Qiao Shu's left side and lay down, defiantly looking at Qiao Qingfeng. Qiao Qingfeng was momentarily speechless. Just as he was about to lie down on the right side, he saw this silly little camel clumsily climb up and settle on Qiao Shu's right side. Qiao Qingfeng. Qiao Shu also felt a bit embarrassed and tentatively suggested, "How about you just sleep on the floor? I have a multifunctional sleeping bag here that's self-warming. It's quite comfortable." Qiao Qingfeng incredulously replied, "You're telling your father to sleep on the floor? Filial piety. It's killing me." Qiao Shu awkwardly scratched his head. It really didn't seem right for the son to sleep on the bed while the father slept on the floor. "Then you sleep on the bed, and I'll sleep on the floor." Qiao Shu rolled off the bed. Qiao Qingfeng nodded in satisfaction, just as he was about to climb onto the bed. He felt two sharp little gazes shooting at him. "Ali, Shangzi." Qiao Qingfeng twitched his lips and silently put his legs down that he had just placed on the bed. He wasn't afraid of the two little animals attacking him. After all, the two little guys were quite understanding. However, they seemed capable of climbing onto his head to poop while he was asleep in the middle of the night. Qiao Qingfeng silently crawled into the sleeping bag and lay down, while Qiao Shu also hugged the two little guys, beginning to doze off. With Ali around, there was no need for a night watch. If any strange sound appeared within hundreds of meters, Ali would be able to distinguish them immediately. A night without conversation. The next day, Qiao Qingfeng and Qiao Shu were both dressed in matching black combat suits, standing spiritedly in front of the headquarters. The compound bow had been assembled by Qiao Shu and was strapped to his back, while the dagger and revolver were hanging on his boots and belt, respectively. Qiao Qingfeng had a sharp axe at his waist, a compound bow on his back, and the seven wolves belt gleamed. "Dad, do I look cool?" Qiao Qingfeng ran his hand through his bangs and asked Qiao Shu beside him. Qiao Shu expressionlessly patted Qiao Qingfeng's taut belly, and the combat suit made a rustling sound. "Pretty cool. Just that belly is a bit prominent." To be fair, Qiao Qingfeng had been a soldier before and maintained his figure relatively well. However, due to frequently attending drinking parties, his belly inevitably grew larger day by day. "I can't be bothered to talk to you. This kid has no aesthetic sense," Qiao Qingfeng said with a black line on his face. Turning to get into the car, Qiao Shu smiled helplessly, taking advantage of his father's diverted attention to summon the little spherical flying device from behind. The system activated the live broadcast. Ding! The live broadcast room has been opened, titled The Desert Adventure Diary of Big and Small Qiao, Day 1. Qiao Shu. The system has rebelled. Explain to me what Big and Small Qiao is. Chapter 88. Eating books. What the heck is Big and Small Qiao? Ha. Hasn't Uncle Qiao left yet? It seems that Uncle Qiao and Qiao Shu are about to embark on a father-son live-streaming life. Goodness. It's the desert version of Where Is Dad Going? Yesterday, I checked Qiao Qingfeng extensively. He is really a big figure, just a bit low-key with not much fame. Qiao Shu found that the outrageous title created by the system actually had a traffic effect, as the live stream's viewership was noticeably larger than usual. Though he was unhappy in his heart, he didn't take action to modify it. There's no helping it. Everything is for the sake of greening the area. Hello everyone, I'm the sand-fixing person Qiao Shu. Qiao Shu smiled and greeted the camera. This is my father, old Qiao. Qiao Qingfeng elegantly nodded to the camera. Today, we father and son will return to the oasis. One reason is to observe the situation of the oasis animals after the attack, and the other is to explore the lost civilization within the oasis. The part of the oasis that Qiao Shu was most concerned about wasn't the cultural relics, but rather those animals. The oasis, filled with life in the desert, had an astonishing level of biodiversity. Qiao Shu had only seen familiar animals like desert wolves, sand antelopes, and camels in the live stream, and there were still many unlit animal illustrations waiting for him to unlock. Today, Qiao Shu was driving the Land Rover off-road vehicle, carrying only weapons and some seasonings. Food would naturally be sourced from the oasis. Seeing the compound bow on his father's back, Qiao Shu frowned. Can you use a bow and arrow? It's quite dangerous outside. How about switching to a more handy weapon? Don't underestimate me. Qiao Qingfeng took off the compound bow from his back. I'm a senior member of the archery club. Hitting a target at 20 meters is no problem. Shooting at targets is different from actual combat. I'll still get you a gun. Qiao Shu knew that his father had been a soldier and was skilled with guns. When he was young, he would take him into the mountains to hunt, always hitting the mark, but in recent years, he had used them less since holding guns was no longer allowed. However, his fundamentals should still be there. Walking to the back of the old off-road vehicle, Qiao Qingfeng took out the 5-shot shotgun, and his eyes suddenly lit up. This isn't good. It's against regulations. He hesitated, but his hand was already reaching for the shotgun. For a retired soldier, the temptation to handle a gun again was too great, even if it was just a shotgun. Don't you have a hunting license? Qiao Shu waved his hand and continued. Just help me carry it. Don't shoot if you encounter animals. If we run into poachers, that would be self-defense. The shotgun could be considered a self-defense weapon issued by the organization, so it was fine for his dad to have it. However, the several rifles were a different story. They were unregistered illegal guns and could cause problems. Qiao Qingfeng nodded, happily accepting the shotgun and skillfully checking the magazine after opening the safety. As for the compound bow, he had already tossed it aside. Who needs a bow when there's a gun? Qiao Shu got in the driver's seat and admired the luxurious interior of the Range Rover when he suddenly spotted something, and his eyes sparkled. He took out a small booklet from the car storage box and held it up to the camera. Does anyone know what this is? The font on the booklet was all in English, and the viewers could clearly see several English words. Is there anyone with good English who can help me translate? Where's my royal translator? Forget it. If it were me in middle school, I could translate this easily, but now I'm a college graduate. Qiao Shu smiled slightly and read the words aloud. The meaning of this English text is, in emergency situations, eat this book. Really eat the book. The viewer's curiosity was immediately piqued, and even Qiao Qingfeng secretly glanced at the booklet in Qiao Shu's hand. This was part of a promotional plan by Land Rover. Since Land Rover buyers had high off-road needs, each vehicle came with an edible survival guide. The manual listed handling solutions for almost all potential hazards one might encounter during outdoor adventures, especially in desert environments. Qiao Shu waved the booklet in front of the camera. This booklet is made from potato starch, and the illustrations and text are printed with edible glycerin, so it can be safely consumed. Its nutritional value is equivalent to that of a cheese hamburger. If you get lost in the wild after reading this guide, you can eat the booklet as a calorie supplement. To prove the authenticity of his words, Qiao Shu tore off a page and, to Qiao Qingfeng's horror, stuffed it into his mouth. Munch, munch. Qiao Shu savored it carefully and said, tastes like nothing, just like boiled potato slices without salt. He tore off another page and handed it to Qiao Qingfeng, who immediately waved his hand, signaling he wasn't interested. With no other option, Qiao Shu fed that page to a camel. The camel seemed quite happy, munching away in the back seat until it woke the little fox beside it, which then gave it a big slap. The materials used for this manual were very carefully chosen. Its cover was made from military-grade high-reflective material that could send distress signals to passing planes and vehicles by reflecting sunlight. Moreover, The staples used to bind the pages could also serve as tools for hunting and gutting small animals. Truly, having this book means survival is worry-free. Qiao Shu put the remaining booklet back in the storage box and started the off-road vehicle. So, friends who have this Land Rover at home might want to check it out. It could save your life one day. Unsurprisingly, the familiar barrage of question marks appeared in the live stream again. Do you even know what you're talking about, Brother Shu? What I lack is not a potato booklet, but the money to buy a Land Rover. Haha, it's like the King Zhou version of why not eat meat porridge. Realizing he had unintentionally shown off a bit, Qiao Shu stopped speaking and silently drove towards the oasis. The bumpy ride aside, Xiao Qingfeng remained excited until the vehicle slowly stopped at the edge of the oasis. As expected of a luxury-level off-road vehicle, the modified Range Rover was much faster than the old one, saving about a third of the time. Once they parked, Qiao Shu and Xiao Qingfeng walked into the woods at the outskirts of the oasis. There are many animals in the oasis, including quite a few poisonous snakes and insects. So, Dad, please don't touch anything randomly. Before Qiao Shu could finish, he saw his father dart into the woods and disappear. The next second, Xiao Qingfeng re-emerged, holding a panicked yellow lizard. What kind of animal is this little guy? Chapter 89. Desert crocodile. Qiao Shu was momentarily stunned, then looked at the yellow lizard in Xiao Qingfeng's hand and couldn't help but laugh. It's an old acquaintance. Isn't this the little guy that was in leopard print before? Why is it out again? The viewers in the live stream also recognized the little creature. Isn't this that leopard gecko? This little guy was indeed having a bad day. It had encountered Qiao Shu a few days ago, and now Xiao Qingfeng. Mom, I don't eat dinner tonight. That old six came with his dad. I'm dying of laughter. Now I understand where Brother Shu learned his old six behavior. The probability of father and son catching a gecko at the same time was quite low, but it wasn't impossible. Qiao Shu stepped forward and teased the struggling leopard gecko. You little rascal. Didn't I tell you not to wander around in leopard print? What's the matter? Running into a pervert again? Xiao Qingfeng's smile froze instantly. Who is this kid talking about? To save face for Qiao Shu in front of the audience, Xiao Qingfeng didn't retaliate, but instead asked, what kind of animal is this? It looks like a gecko. It's a type of gecko called a leopard gecko. I think I've seen it before when I first entered the oasis, and it seems to be the same one. Xiao Qingfeng hadn't watched that live stream, so he naturally didn't know about this little gecko. Can this thing be eaten? Xiao Qingfeng licked his lips, his expression mirroring how Qiao Shu looked when he first encountered Little Gray. Hearing this, the little gecko struggled even harder in his hands. Forget it. This 2 tails of meat isn't worth the charcoal cost. Qiao Shu took the leopard gecko from Xiao Qingfeng's hands and examined it carefully. Ever since he wore the Dolan's ring, his memory had improved significantly. Not to say he had photographic memory, but the events of the past few days were still fresh in his mind. Comparing the little gecko in front of him with the one in his memory, Qiao Shu speechlessly realized it was indeed the same one. Let's go. Qiao Shu placed the little gecko back on the tree trunk, reminding it to remember not to wander around in leopard print every day. The little gecko, instead of fleeing, stared at Qiao Shu with its round, vertical pupils. Qiao Shu chuckled and patted its little head. Why aren't you running? Do you really want to be taken home by me? Saying that, he pinched one of the little gecko's tiny paws with 2 fingers, smiling at the camera. Everyone, I found a gecko that insists on going home with me. The little gecko looked panicked and desperately tried to back away, waving its other little paw in the air. Look, which hair on it wants to go home with you? Is it possible this thing has no hair? The little gecko seemed to be thinking, who understands? I met a dog on the way, and it insisted on taking me away. It was almost begging, please let me go. Brother Zhou is really something, just like old six. Seeing that the little guy was genuinely scared, Qiao Shu loosened his grip. The little gecko immediately darted into the tree canopy, disappearing from sight. What a timid thing. Xiao Qingfeng shrugged. Do we look like bad guys? The viewers. After a brief interlude, Qiao Shu and Xiao Qingfeng continued their journey deeper into the oasis. Unlike the last time, when Qiao Shu ventured into the oasis alone, this time the father and son used a 2-person combat formation, advancing one in front and the other behind. Qiao Shu no longer needed to worry about attacks from behind, feeling an unprecedented sense of security. The father and son passed through the jungle and arrived at the date palm grove they had visited before, collecting quite a few dates. After a few days, the dates on the trees had increased significantly, weighing down the branches. Qiao Qingfeng ate several, praising the sweet taste of the dates. After leaving the date palm grove and walking for a while longer, they arrived at the lake area in the center of the oasis. Compared to a few days ago, the lake was much quieter now. Apart from the occasional birds descending from the sky to drink water, there were no other signs of life. Even the smaller animals seemed to have no intention of coming here to hydrate. Creatures in the desert are highly drought-resistant. Going without water for a few days won't kill them, but if they were targeted by poachers, they could perish in an instant. It seemed the slaughter from a few days ago had indeed impacted the oasis. Qiao Shu sighed, realizing the animals had all hidden away, and it would likely take some time before they returned to drink water. Qiao Qingfeng also felt quite emotional, having seen such scenes too many times. When he was in the timber business, mining coal, and extracting stone materials, he often disturbed nature, making it restless. Although he had tried hard to minimize environmental damage during construction, it still caused many irreversible environmental pollutants. Thinking of this, Qiao Qingfeng felt a bit heavy-hearted and casually pulled out a cigarette. Before he could light it, Qiao Shu snatched it away, saying, "You can't smoke here. It could easily cause a fire. Just hold off for now." Qiao Qingfeng didn't mind and followed Qiao Shu to the lakeside. The cool lake water flowed through his fingers, a feeling of being close to nature that Qiao Qingfeng had never experienced before. The mental scars and fatigue left by the cutthroat business world seemed to vanish, as if nature had a magical power to purify the soul. Suddenly, Qiao Qingfeng keenly noticed a shadow in the water, slowly approaching Qiao Shu from the side. Initially thinking it might be a large fish, he didn't pay much attention, but as the shadow got closer, his alertness suddenly spiked. What the hell? This isn't the ocean. What fish could be 2 meters long? In the next moment, an exaggeratedly large mouth leapt out of the water with a pair of cold, merciless vertical pupils fixated on the unsuspecting Qiao Shu. "Watch out!" Qiao Qingfeng kicked Qiao Shu several meters away and drew the axe from his waist to strike at the attacker's head. Qiao Shu rolled to dissipate the force of the kick and instinctively protected the little A Li and Xiang Zi behind him. When he turned back to look, his pupils suddenly constricted in shock. What the hell? An alligator? Qiao Qingfeng was quite skilled and, having snuck up from the side, landed a blow directly on the alligator's mouth. The alligator, in pain, began to roll back into the water, but Qiao Qingfeng's second axe was already on its way. "Damn it, spare my dad. No, spare the alligator." The desert alligator, also known as the West African crocodile, is not a particularly brutal species. On the contrary, the ancient Egyptians had a tradition of keeping these alligators as pets because they're smaller, more docile, and easier to capture and tame. The reason it attacked Qiao Shu earlier was likely due to the recent scarcity of animals in the area. This guy was probably starving. Most importantly, in Qiao Qingfeng's previous life, there were no alligators in the desert of Huagua, and although this world had them, their numbers were extremely rare. In other words, this was another precious creature that would mean serious trouble if harmed. Chapter 90, Desert Fishing. Fortunately, Qiao Qingfeng was quick on his feet. The moment he heard Qiao Shu shout, he immediately adjusted the direction of his axe. The sharp axe blade whistled past the top of the desert alligator's head, causing several patches of its skin to shed. The desert alligator thought, "What the hell, I'm bald." The desert alligator is a highly advanced reptile with a decent level of intelligence and quickly understood that the human in front of it was unbeatable. Although it was their first encounter, the human was already crossed off its menu, and the desert alligator now only cared about surviving. It rolled back into the lake, splashing water everywhere before vanishing in an instant. The moment it hit the water, Qiao Shu quickly unlocked the species entry. Species name, Desert alligator, alias, West African Nile crocodile. West African crocodile, kingdom, Animalia, phylum, Chordata, class, Reptilia, order, Crocodilia, family, Crocodilidae, genus, Crocodilus, description, once thought to be a subspecies of the Nile crocodile due to its resemblance. It is actually a distinct species. Compared to the Nile crocodile, it is smaller, more docile, has a lighter body color, and is agile and capable of jumping upright. Diet, carnivorous. Due to the arid climate, its main food sources are fish, birds, frogs, and insects. Distribution area, As shown in the map, click to expand ding. The entry for the desert alligator has been unlocked, and the host's affinity for this species has slightly increased. Qiao Shu glanced at the distribution area of the desert alligator and instantly breathed a sigh of relief. At least within the range of the 044 governance area. This crocodile would only appear in this oasis, and there were no populations of them elsewhere. This was good news, as alligators are among the few animals in the desert that could pose a threat to him. Their attack power is extremely strong, and their terrifying death roll technique is particularly fearsome. Qiao Shu certainly didn't want to be bitten on the butt by an alligator while bathing in the wild. "Are you okay?" Qiao Qingfeng approached to help his son up. "I'm fine, just a bit sore from that kick you gave me." Qiao Shu, still shaken, looked at him and said, "Not bad, old Qiao. Your skills haven't diminished over the years." Qiao Qingfeng wore a proud expression, reminiscent of a general during a parade, which gave the onlookers a sense of deja vu. Why does that expression seem so familiar? It looks like Qiao Shu often has that face too. What's going on? Are there alligators in the desert? Qiao Qingfeng asked curiously. Alligators in the desert aren't that surprising. Ancient Egyptian civilization was established in rainforests and deserts, and alligators were seen as a source of pharaoh power. This desert alligator is relatively mild-mannered and even has instances of domestication. If you encountered a Nile crocodile, your axe would barely scratch its skin, Qiao Shu explained carefully to his father. "Oh, I learned something new." Qiao Qingfeng felt a bit proud, thinking his son was quite excellent in many aspects, except for his reluctance to inherit the family business. Qiao Shu rolled his eyes. "In any case, let's not get too close to the lake. These guys are starving and might even start attacking humans." To be honest, Qiao Shu was quite interested in getting a small alligator as a pet, especially this desert alligator, which is docile and good for guarding the house. However, in the current circumstances, it would definitely be unwise to take a little alligator. These creatures had lost their minds and would see any animal as a piece of meat. "Let's continue deeper along the water source," Qiao Shu said as he stood up, picking up the little Ali on the back of the small camel. Both animals and civilizations rely on water sources to survive, so following the water is definitely the right choice. Qiao Qingfeng, lacking wilderness survival experience, naturally did not contradict Qiao Shu's decision. The father and son acted as if nothing had happened, as if they hadn't just narrowly escaped an alligator attack. As they walked around the lake, Qiao Shu soon discovered a hidden small creek. The creek wasn't large, measuring about half a meter in width. The water flowed between stones and bushes, winding its way deeper into the oasis. This should be the direction of the underground river beneath the oasis. Following the creek, both father and son became much more vigilant. Little Ali sat upright on the small camel like a child, its large ears twitching as it picked up the sound around them. Looking at the clear stream in front of him, Qiao Shu said to Qiao Qingfeng behind him with great interest, "Dad, pay attention to the movements in the water. We might be able to catch a fish." "Fish in the desert?" Qiao Qingfeng exclaimed in surprise. As a middle-aged man over 40, Qiao Qingfeng naturally had a hobby for fishing. But this was his first time fishing in the desert. Of course there are. Not only are there fish in the oasis water, but there are even fish in the sand, Qiao Shu said confidently. Upon hearing this, not only was Qiao Qingfeng astonished, but the audience also exclaimed that it was impossible. Qiao Shu straightened his collar proudly. He enjoyed making astonishing statements and then shocking the audience with his extensive knowledge. In other words, it was like saying, "Everyone step aside. I'm about to show off." Although the desert seemed barren on the surface, due to the large temperature difference between day and night, moisture in the air condenses underground, forming flowing underground rivers after years of accumulation. This is the desert's dark river. The dark river has no entrance, but it has exits that connect to other water systems, allowing fish from other systems to enter. However, once in the dark river, there is no light, so the vision of these fish will degrade, becoming blind fish. Qiao Shu explained to the audience clearly. In the dark river, there are indeed fish, and the Tuareg people living in the desert can accurately locate the dark river, then dig a hole in the sand and use insects as bait to fish above the sand. From a distance, it looks like they are fishing in the sand. Suddenly, Qiao Shu's eyes lit up, and with a flick of his hand, a concealed flying knife hidden in his sleeve fell into his hand. Qiao Qingfeng beside him only felt a flash of cold light and saw a flying knife shoot straight into the stream. Then a large silver fish flipped onto its back and floated up. Qiao Qingfeng gaped at his son, unable to close his mouth for a long time. My son is a martial arts hero. Before Qiao Shu could act, Xiao Ali had already jumped off Xiangzi and bounced over to the stream, grabbing the fish that was about the same size as it. Seeing the little guy struggling to drag the fish in front of itself, Qiao Shu couldn't help but smile and reached out to encouragingly pat its little head. Good girl, you can have the fish head as a reward. Xiao Ali proudly lifted its head, its big eyes squinting into crescent shapes, seemingly enjoying Qiao Shu's praise. Only the audience felt something was off. Why did the little fox's expression look so familiar? Is it that the Qiao family's expressions have been passed down through 3 generations? Chapter 91. Five-toed jerboa, the fish in hand, had a flattened tail, a wide flat head, and 2 pairs of nostrils with a short tube in front, weighing about 5 pounds. After removing the bones and scales, it could be considered a nutritious ingredient. It seemed to be a type of catfish. Qiao Shu looked at the fish in his hand and said, "This is a warm-water freshwater fish, widely distributed, with tender and delicious meat. We're in for a treat today." The scientific name for catfish is Silurus, and warm-water fish of the Silurus genus are found in almost all water systems in Huagua. You can see them in any river or lake. Qiao Shu casually unlocked the catfish's entry in the encyclopedia and then tossed it into his backpack. To keep the catfish fresh for later, he secretly stored it in the space backpack to prevent it from spoiling in the heat. You're quite nice, huh? After securing the catfish, Qiao Shu and his son continued deeper into the oasis. It was still early for lunch, and 1 catfish wasn't enough for the 2 of them, especially with a greedy little fox around. Qiao Shu planned to explore the oasis while gathering more ingredients. As the sun gradually rose, the temperature in the oasis visibly began to increase. Indeed, those who have truly come to the desert would find that the temperature here is visibly rising. The heat wave, which is hot air, is caused by the refraction of light. Hot air is slightly less dense than the surrounding cold air, and when the light reflected from the oasis passes through the heat wave and enters the eyes, it refracts at the boundary of hot and cold, causing everything seen to have slight distortions, making the movement of gas distinctly felt. The extreme heat and desolate environment of the desert is extremely inhospitable to humans. However, there are still thousands of small animals thriving here. Especially in the areas where the desert oasis and dark rivers pass through, traces of various animal activities abound. Not far away, a round little mouse was hopping around in the grass, holding an unknown fruit in its hands. This mouse was only about 10 centimeters long, with hind legs similar to a kangaroo, large eyes, big ears, and soft fur, making it quite adorable. Most impressively, it had a long tail like a flagpole. This is a jerboa, a typical small rodent of the desert. Qiao Shu casually educated the audience. Although it looks very cute, this little guy is listed as an endangered species on the red list of the International Union for Conservation of Nature. Don't harm it, and certainly don't attempt to catch it, or you'll end up in jail, perhaps because it had never seen a human before. The little jerboa stood frozen in place when it saw Qiao Shu approach, showing no intention of running away. Qiao Shu naturally wouldn't trouble a small mouse. He simply reached out to take the fruit from its hands and pocketed it. The little jerboa exclaimed, "What are you doing, ouch? Wow, it's the first time I've seen a mouse that looks so much like a ball. Ha ha, Brother Shu, you're so bad. I really like it." The little jerboa thought, "Oh no, I didn't check the calendar before going out today and ended up meeting a dog. Zhou Wang grabbing a mouse, meddling in other people's business. Old 6, too clever." Fortunately, the oasis was rich in resources and this kind of fruit was everywhere. The little guy didn't mind Qiao Shu and bounced away to pick up more fruit. Qiao Shu and the audience were very interested in this hopping little mouse and didn't rush to leave. They followed Qiao Qingfeng like 2 stalkers to film the jerboa. Just as the little jerboa picked up a fruit and was about to take a bite, it saw 2 fingers descending from above, snatching the fruit from its paws. The little jerboa's tail was so crooked with anger, but due to its small size, it was completely helpless against Qiao Shu. Qiao Qingfeng originally despised Qiao Shu's behavior of bullying the weak, but as the little jerboa's actions became increasingly exaggerated, even stumbling and falling. His smile gradually turned into something more twisted. The father and son trapped the little jerboa between them, and every time it picked up a fruit, they would immediately take it away, watching the little guy's bewildered expression and sneaking laughs. The little jerboa, with a head the size of a walnut, couldn't figure out what was happening, its big eyes brimming with tears, looking like it was about to cry. "I'm really about to get angry." Finally, Qiao Shu and Qiao Qingfeng stopped, realizing that while joking around was fine, it wouldn't be good to make the little one cry. Qiao Shu cheerfully took all the fruits from his pocket and piled them in front of the little jerboa. He gently pressed down on the little jerboa's head, smiling as he said, "Don't be upset. They're all yours." After thinking for a moment, he took out a small piece of a Momotaro rice ball from his backpack and placed it in the little jerboa's arms. The little jerboa's eyes widened as it hugged the rice ball, looking at the pile of fruits in front of it, somewhat at a loss. It took a bite of the rice ball, and its big, watery eyes immediately lit up. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Later, the little jerboa roamed the entire desert, but could never find that flavor that haunted its dreams. Watching the little jerboa bounce back into the woods with the rice ball, Qiao Shu smiled with satisfaction. Today, King Zhou did another great thing by protecting animals. The jerboa's entry in the encyclopedia had already been unlocked, adding another page to the plant and animal encyclopedia. Species name: five-toed jerboa. Alias: jumping mouse, five-toed jumping rabbit. Jumping rabbit, kingdom, Animalia class, Mammalia, family, Dipodidae, genus, Alactica. Introduction. The largest species in the jerboa family, highly adaptable with a wide range of activity. Does not live in groups. Mainly inhabits semi-desert grasslands and hillside meadows. Food: primarily herbivorous, with major food sources including seeds, fruits, and grass roots, while also preying on some beetles. Occasionally raids fields for seedlings and vegetables or sneaks into pigsties for food. Distribution area, as shown in the figure. Click to expanding. The five-toed jerboa data has been unlocked, and the host affinity for this species has slightly increased. The five-toed jerboa is found in the northeast and northwest of Huagua, and its population is still quite large. They are also known to be relatively sensitive and timid. This jerboa did not flee upon seeing Qiao Shu, likely due to the affinity boost. Of course, it could also be that this little one is just a bit silly, although jerboas sometimes steal from humans. Their food intake is relatively small, and they do not reproduce quickly, so they do not cause large-scale disasters. As a nocturnal animal, the jerboa breeds once a year, with about 24 offspring per litter, which is not particularly prolific among rodents. Jerboa: although I'm timid, I still sneak around and stay up late. But I'm still a good little mouse. Chapter 92. The Canyon and the Oasis. After bidding farewell to the little jerboa, Qiao Shu and his son continued walking for quite a distance. This oasis is larger than they had imagined. Previously, Qiao Shu had assumed the lake was the center of the oasis, but it seems that may not be the case. If the lake were the center, they should have already walked out from the other side of the oasis. However, the dense jungle before them remained lush and endless. Qiao Shu had encountered many unscanned plants and animals along the way, unlocking 7 or 8 entries in the databook, yet still saw no end in sight. How about we take a break? Qiao Qingfeng wiped the sweat from his forehead, although he usually pays attention to exercise. Such a long trek is still not easy for someone in their 40s. Can we hold on a bit longer? Qiao Shu said, somewhat awkwardly, as this place is too narrow and not suitable for camping and making a fire. He raised his hand and pointed to the east, saying, I hear what seems to be water falling from a height over there. It should be a canyon where we can camp and have lunch. Qiao Qingfeng nodded. It was much harder to investigate mines in the mountains than this. He could still manage, but he felt a bit sorry for his son. The little camel was also a bit tired, its tongue hanging out and breathing heavily, looking both silly and adorable. Seeing this, Qiao Shu immediately picked up the little ollie and carried it on his shoulder. After walking a few hundred meters, they indeed found the scenery opening up as Qiao Shu had said. The width of the creek gradually expanded, eventually reaching about 3 meters. The dense woods disappeared, replaced by a massive canyon that divided the forest. The stream cascaded down the canyon, forming a charming little waterfall. Inside the canyon, logs and branches were intertwined, with piles of broken stones and wood debris, and faintly, some white animal bones could be seen. Clearly, these were left behind by a strong storm that had struck the area. "Dad, you take them to rest here. I'll go check out the situation in the canyon." Qiao Shu handed the little Ollie to Qiao Qingfeng. Unexpectedly, the little one was not having it. As soon as Qiao Shu let go, it hopped back onto his shoulder. There was no choice. Qiao Shu could only take it along. "Got it, be careful." Qiao Shu responded and walked towards the canyon's edge with little Ollie. After crossing a rugged mountain path and looking down from the canyon's edge, Qiao Shu couldn't help but gasp. The canyon before him was about 7 to 8 meters deep, with sunlight blocked by the steep walls, leaving the bottom shrouded in a massive shadow that obscured its true appearance. The clear creek tumbled down, splashing against the protruding stones and sending sprays of water flying. On the rock face above, a silly-looking antelope was cautiously watching Qiao Shu. Upon meeting Qiao Shu's gaze, the little creature panicked and leaped along the cliff, disappearing from sight in no time. In the desolate oasis, the most delightful scenery Qiao Shu could imagine suddenly unfolded before him. He casually took a stone from his spatial backpack that was meant for skipping stones and threw it down the cliff. The stone fell into the water at the bottom of the canyon with a splash, echoing throughout the canyon. "Is there any significance to throwing a stone?" Qiao Qingfeng asked curiously from a distance. "No, it's just a moment of impulse." Qiao Qingfeng. "Pure impulse, ultimate enjoyment, huh? We still have to keep moving in the afternoon, so let us eat something here before we go." Qiao Shu turned around, no longer looking at the canyon before him. Qiao Qingfeng's eyes lit up at the mention of food. "Can we eat fish?" Qiao Qingfeng. "Tell little Shu that I want to eat fish." "Okay." Qiao Shu nodded, "Dad. You gather some firewood and get a fire going, and I'll look around for other ingredients nearby." As soon as food was mentioned, Qiao Qingfeng's fatigue faded significantly. He immediately flipped over, jumped up, and took the little camel into the woods to find firewood. Qiao Shu took little Ollie and the drone deeper into the woods to search for other food. "This is wild onion, a great seasoning." Qiao Shu pointed to a patch of grass-like plants, explaining that wild onion is a large category, further divided into varieties like sand onion, mountain onion, and water onion. What you see now is the sand onion type, a common companion plant in desert meadows, with seeds that have a long lifespan and can still germinate normally even after being buried in sandy soil for several years. Qiao Shu smiled. "Let us dig some up to season that catfish." 3 minutes later, Qiao Shu stood up from the patch of sand onion and walked away. In the shot, what was once a lush patch of sand onion was now bare. After stripping the entire patch of sand onion, Qiao Shu approached a large tree and spoke to the camera. "I noticed a familiar sound of insects as soon as I entered this forest. Cicada, cicada. I believe everyone knows what insects call this is, right?" Qiao Shu stood on tiptoe, quickly pinching a cicada that hadn't flown away. Cicadas are common insects, widely distributed in temperate and tropical regions. They can even be found in deserts. Qiao Shu's hands were quick, and he caught several cicadas in a few moments, tossing them all into his backpack. Since they are live creatures and cannot be stored in the spatial backpack, Qiao Shu had to damage their wings to prevent them from flying around inside the bag. Cicadas, I used to eat them often. Just frying them a bit makes them incredibly delicious. You hardly see these anymore. They sell for £100 where I am. Although they are tasty, we shouldn't let them become extinct. I don't understand, Brother Shu. In the wild, that's fine. But in the city, there are plenty of chicken, lamb, beef, and pork. Aren't they more fragrant than eating bugs? You're wrong. Those meats really can't compare to the fragrance of cicadas. Looking at the comments, Qiao Shu explained, "Don't worry. It's nearly impossible for humans to eat cicadas to extinction. They reproduce very quickly and are found all over the world. After all, not everyone has the habit of eating cicadas, and the reason people feel that cicadas have decreased in recent years is actually due to weather conditions. Especially now, as tree planting is happening nationwide. With more and more trees, cicadas will be able to reproduce and grow rapidly. There are many cicadas in this forest." Qiao Shu casually found a few trees and caught over 30 of them. This creature is rich in protein, and 30 or so is enough for the father and son to eat. So Qiao Shu decided to stop capturing more. Back at the campsite, Qiao Qingfeng had already gathered some branches and started a fire. He was seen sweating profusely, squatting on the ground, and drilling a small branch rapidly with both hands. Qiao Shu lightly tugged at the corner of his mouth, walked over, and took out a lighter from his pocket, igniting the kindling under Qiao Qingfeng's horrified and incredulous gaze. Chapter 93, Desert Grilled Fish. You're going to bring cigarettes every day, but no fire. It seems the second-rate smoker is facing retribution, Qiao Shu joked with a smile. Who says I don't bring fire? Qiao Qingfeng still insisted stubbornly. It's not every day we come to the wilderness. I wanted to experience the traditional method of fire by friction. Is that not allowed? All right, you're right, Qiao Shu said, picking up a piece of firewood from the pile that old Qiao had collected, his eyes lighting up. Oh, I didn't realize you're actually an expert at barbecuing. Dad, Qiao Qingfeng thought to himself, though his expression remained one of casual acceptance. Sure enough, Qiao Shu didn't notice old Qiao's odd behavior and continued to explain. This is red willow. This plant is quite famous, but it's known for being a grilling material. Fresh red willow branches secrete a viscous red sap after peeling, which, when wrapped around the ingredients and placed over charcoal, not only eliminates various odors, but also maximizes the unique aroma of the red willow tree. Qiao Qingfeng had a look of understanding on his face. Yes, it's red willow branches. The older the ginger, the spicier it gets. I recognized it at a glance. Qiao Shu didn't think much of it, pulled out a Duran dagger from his boot, and sat down next to old Qiao to start shaving the red willow branches. With old Qiao as supplies on hand, many props could be used without concealment, allowing them to be used openly in front of the camera. If anyone questioned the source of the props, it was old Qiao who sent them. If anyone was envious, they should go find a dad with $1 billion fortune. The bonfire made of red willow had already started burning, and Qiao Qingfeng was still planning to build a grill with branches when he was stopped by Qiao Shu. We went using a grill today. Let us try a different grilling method. Qiao Shu went to the creek to wash the catfish, used the dagger to split it open, removed some unclean innards, and then washed it again. Finding 2 sharpened sticks, he threaded the clean catfish with its head facing up and stood it beside the fire to slowly roast, keeping the fish head about 70 centimeters off the ground. The burning red willow branches would also release fragrance, combined with the natural aroma of the branches, creating a synergistic effect. This was the authentic method of desert grilled fish, a perfect combination of red willow and wild fish. Red willow grilled fish was not a legend, but the beauty of the wild desert. As for adding spices, that would have to wait for the next step. Qiao Qingfeng sat by the bonfire with a small camel, watching the catfish sizzle as it was roasted, causing a drool to slip from the corner of his mouth. The drool fell with a plop onto the small camel's head. The small camel looked up, although no spices had been added yet. The smell of the protein burning in the fish was already enough to make one salivate. The cicadas didn't need to be so complicated. They could simply be threaded on small branches and stuck into the ground next to the fire, using high temperatures to roast them. Qiao Shu found 2 potatoes in his space backpack, and when the charcoal fire weakened, he tossed them into the fire. Once cooked, he brushed them with a layer of garlic chili sauce, making for another rare delicacy. The midday sun shone brightly, surrounded by the lazy sounds of insects. Sitting around the bonfire, the flames danced and leaped among the red willow charcoal. Black charcoal, white ash, red flames, a mesmerizing combination of colors. The heat and curling smoke surrounding the grilled fish rose high into the sky, creating a wonderful aroma where red willow met food. The first to be cooked were the cicadas, their crispy outer skin encasing a thin layer of fat, exuding a fragrant protein aroma. Qiao Shu took the cicadas off the branches, placed them into a prepared bag, added salt, cumin, and MSG, and then sealed the bag to shake vigorously. Every grain of seasoning stuck evenly to the surface of the grilled cicadas. He took one out and popped it into his mouth, crunching loudly as the satisfying sound echoed, instantly fulfilling the primal human craving for high-calorie food. Crispy and fragrant, it brought back childhood memories. Qiao Shu handed the bag to old Qiao beside him, helping him suppress his drool. If I had to score it, I'd give it 85 points. After all, this dish isn't that difficult to make. Qiao Qingfeng pulled out a golden, crispy cicada, tossing it high into his mouth, and his previously tired mood instantly perked up. Deliciousness, 80 points. Satisfaction, 999,999 points. Cicadas have a protein content of 5,858, which is 35 times that of lean beef, 43 times that of lean pork, 38 times that of lamb leg meat, 3 times that of chicken, 4 times that of carp, and 6 times that of eggs. It was just about satisfying human taste buds, but fulfilling the energy intake of primitive instincts. Qiao Qingfeng exclaimed, "My son is the wilderness food god." Little Ollie also loved the grilled cicadas. After Qiao Shu fed it twice and still hadn't had enough, it pawed at Qiao Shu's wrist, indicating it needed more food. Seeing how much little Ollie enjoyed it, Qiao Qingfeng curiously held the cicada up to little Ollie's mouth. The small camel shot at a glance, then lowered its head to continue drinking the moo-moo fresh milk that Qiao Shu prepared for it. "Ha ha, this is hilarious." The small camel looks a bit disdainful of Uncle Qiao. "Damn it, it's my favorite desert food segment again. I can't control my finger, which is about to click on the ugly group takeout. Is it time to poison us at noon? I'm going to buy a pound of cicadas right now. Oh wait, I can't afford it. Is this really that fragrant? How does it compare to the roasted cicada pupae we have here? About the same. They're both high-protein insects." Dozens of grilled cicadas were quickly devoured by the two. The grilled fish by the bonfire was also about 7/10 cooked. It's worth mentioning that hunting cicadas does not trigger the hunter reward, possibly because they are too weak. However, the catfish did receive a small boost to swimming speed as a reward, which was better than nothing. Next came the most soulful step of making desert grilled fish. Qiao Shu took the grilled fish off the red willow wood, opened the belly, and placed sand onions, star anise, and Sichuan peppercorns inside, then sprinkled salt, cumin, and chili powder on the skin. He continued to lay it flat on the charcoal fire to steam and grill for 20 minutes. And a genuine desert grilled fish was fully prepared. The fragrant grilled fish was placed on a row of cleaned red willow branches, adorned with glistening chili and salt. Just getting close enough to smell it made one drool. Qiao Shu leaned in front of the grilled fish, blew on it a few times, then opened his mouth to take a bite of the flaky fish meat. The tender texture released on his tongue, feeling as if thousands of little fish from the lake were dancing on his tongue. Tender, fragrant, and delicious all in one, it created a top-tier feast for the senses. "How is it?" Qiao Qingfeng asked nervously, swallowing hard. Qiao Shu closed his eyes to savor it for a few seconds before finally speaking. "It's average. I can get 99 points. The remaining point is to avoid being arrogant." Qiao Qingfeng. My son is the king of Versailles. Chapter 94. Valley Bottom. Who taught you to be so Versailles? King Zhou? Was it dodgy? Damn, who understands? This grilled fish looks like the type that's delicious just to look at. Brother Shu's cooking skills have improved again. It feels like the aroma is overflowing from the screen. Wait, no, it's my fish that's overcooked. The comments were refreshing rapidly. But Qiao Shu was too lazy to respond. He was fighting with his dad over the fish meat. Qiao Qingfeng only needed to focus on eating, while Qiao Shu had to cater to both himself and Ollie. Despite this, Qiao Qingfeng couldn't compete with Qiao Shu at all, because Qiao Qingfeng had poor teeth. He had to pick the bones out while eating the fish. Qiao Shu's was different. His improved physical fitness made his teeth extremely strong, allowing him to chew and swallow crispy fish bones without a second thought. A 5-kilogram catfish, after removing the moisture, bones, and scales, still weighed over 3 kilograms. Yet it was completely devoured by Qiao Shu's and his father in just 10 minutes. Qiao Shu patted his belly and pulled out 2 fish bones from the fish skeleton in front of him, scraping off the fish meat stuck between his teeth. Not quite full, want one? Qiao Shu handed one to his father with keen insight. Qiao Qingfeng took the fish bone, instinctively placing it between his middle and index fingers, and started searching his pocket for a lighter. It wasn't until he found nothing that he realized Qiao Shu had handed him not a cigarette, but a fish bone. So he pretended nothing had happened and started cleaning his teeth. The red willow branches had already burned down to a pile of charcoal, with the fire flickering in and out. Qiao Shu casually picked up a branch and dug out 2 charred potatoes from the charcoal. Eating grilled fish was just for fun. If one really wanted enjoyment, it had to be grilled potatoes. Potatoes were filling, and eating one warm made him feel energized all over. Qiao Shu and Qiao Qingfeng each had another potato, and only then did their lunch come to a formal end. The lunch lasted over an hour, and the sun was no longer as harsh as at noon, making it a good time to continue their journey. Qiao Shu fetched a pot of clean water from the stream to extinguish the fire source, then packed all the trash he brought into his space backpack. Protecting the environment is everyone's responsibility. Next, they were going to the valley bottom. Qiao Qingfeng always felt there was something extraordinary down there. Qiao Shu nodded. The father and son didn't come out just for a picnic. They naturally had to explore the uncharted canyon. Qiao Shu once again approached the cliff's edge and looked down. The valley seemed to have an inexplicable allure, mysterious and profound. I've solved the mystery. It must be trying to lure us down so it can harvest our kidneys. Although he cursed inwardly, Qiao Shu took off his backpack and pulled out a long bundle of climbing rope from inside. Qiao Qingfeng watched in amazement as his son's backpack looked like a treasure bag. In just a short morning, he had pulled out at least 3 plastic bags, 2 potatoes, a pack of rice balls, a box of stones, a seasoning box, and a bundle of climbing rope from it. How could an ordinary survival backpack hold so much? Actually, I could descend this height without any gear, but since I have a burden today, it's better to be safe, Qiao Shu said while securing the climbing rope to a large rock, looking regretful as he addressed the viewers. Beside him, Qiao Qingfeng smiled and pointed at the little camel's nose, saying, "I'm talking about you, little one. You need to grow up quickly so you won't hold us back." As soon as he finished speaking, 3 pairs of eyes turned to Qiao Qingfeng. He quickly realized he was the one being referred to. "You ungrateful child." Qiao Qingfeng was furious. After securing the rope, Qiao Shu fastened a climbing carabiner to his waist and stood with his back to the cliff. Little Ali stood on his shoulder, its 4 little paws gripping his clothes tightly. "Old Qiao, when I go down, you send Xiangzi down first, and then I'll come back to help you down." "Okay, leave it to me," Qiao Qingfeng gestured. Having been a soldier, he also had the skill of climbing, especially this type of climbing with safety measures, which wasn't very difficult. Qiao Shu took a deep breath and jumped down from the cliff's edge, secure by the rope. His feet landed on the stone wall, and the tactical boots had a strong grip, allowing him to easily secure himself without slipping. He descended slowly to the valley bottom in a very standard posture, which was the rappelling skill in climbing. Rappellers must master appropriate rappelling techniques and safely control friction and descent speed. Perhaps because sunlight couldn't reach the valley bottom, the temperature dropped as Qiao Shu descended. A strange smell filled the air, reminiscent of decaying leaves and the odor emanating from livestock in rural areas. Could there be living creatures in the valley bottom? Qiao Shu frowned, placing his hand on the revolver at his waist, ready to draw. The distance of 7 to 8 meters wasn't long, and soon Qiao Shu safely reached the valley bottom. The environment at the valley bottom was another sight altogether. Water from the stone wall waterfall had accumulated into a dark pool. The water was very clear, but appeared somewhat gloomy due to insufficient light. Surrounding the pool were bizarre rock formations, likely fragments knocked down by the flowing water. Besides the rubble, there were also some scattered weeds, sparsely covering the area around the pool. These weeds weren't lush and seemed to be pressed flat against the ground as if trampled by something. What surprised Qiao Shu the most was that among the weeds, there were large areas of mushroom fungi hidden. Qiao Shu untied the rope from his waist and walked over to a cluster of mushrooms to observe closely. The yellow-brown umbrella-shaped mushrooms were thinner and smaller than ordinary mushrooms, with white, granule-like crystals on the surface that looked somewhat ominous. Qiao Shu casually unlocked the plant encyclopedia, and his eyelids twitched. Species name, Crystal Ghost Umbrella. Alias, Crystal Ghost Umbrella. Dog urine moss. Domain, fungi. Class, Agaricomycetes. Family, Mycene. Genus, Mycena. Introduction, a common large fungus, with a slender cap and a long stalk. The name comes from dogs often urinating on it when they see it. Uses edible value. Can be eaten when young and tender, but it's best not to consume it with alcohol to avoid poisoning. Distribution area, as shown in the image. Click to expand. Ding. The host has unlocked fungi for the first time. The fungi encyclopedia is now open, and the reward item, Fungi Cultivation Chamber, is granted. Qiao Shu couldn't care less about the reward. He keenly noticed the detail. Dog urine moss. Dog urine moss. Where would dogs come from in the desert? He quickly walked to a patch of weeds, pushed aside the foliage, and a dark hole appeared before him. This was clearly a wolf den. Those mushrooms weren't dog urine moss. They were clearly wolf urine moss. The valley bottom seemed to be the territory of a wolf pack. Chapter 95. Big misunderstanding in a dim room. The computer screen emitted a faint glow. On the screen, Qiao Shu was surprised as he pushed aside the weeds in front of the wolf den. A middle-aged man, with only 3 fingers left, twirled a lighter. His face calm as water. "You see, he's about to go down," a man behind him said angrily. "We've hidden this relic for over a year, and it was just discovered like this." Everyone was dissatisfied. The cultural relics in this site were of immeasurable value, and their loss was at least over 10 billion. The middle-aged man said nothing, but elegantly picked up a glass of whiskey from the table, took a gentle sip, and continued watching Qiao Shu's live stream with interest. "Are you listening?" The middle-aged man finally shifted his gaze to the man's face. "Stealing the items buried with our ancestors is inherently wrong. What is there to discuss? As for those opportunistic speculators who switch sides for profit, let them be dissatisfied." The man was a loss for words. The organization needed to gather funds and gain everyone's support. Otherwise, how could they accomplish their grand mission? "We are a poaching organization, not grave robbers," the middle-aged man interrupted. "Hiding the civilized relics in the governance area was your unilateral decision. I never agreed. Now that there's a problem, what does it have to do with me? Don't think I don't know your little schemes." The middle-aged man raised his gentle eyes and glanced at the man, who felt as if 1,000 needles were stabbing him. Unable to meet his gaze, compared to some broken relics, "I'm more concerned about those 2 little animals, an overly clever fennec fox and an extremely rare albino Bactrian camel. You should focus on how to get those 2 little guys. Selling relics is not our task." "Yes." The man lowered his head, hiding the intense unwillingness in his eyes. The middle-aged man stopped talking and continued to drink whiskey while watching the live broadcast, as if he were the most loyal audience of Qiao Shu. "Qiao Shu, what's going on down there?" "Oh my!" Qiao Qingfeng and Xiangzi, who were above the valley, were getting a bit impatient after seeing that Qiao Shu hadn't moved for a long time. Qiao Shu did not respond, but cautiously took out 2 revolvers and looked around. Wolves are very perceptive animals. The fact that they had not appeared after he had been down for so long proved that the wolf pack must not be home. Nature is interesting. The territories of the same species are divided. Even herbivores are like this. This means that there will only be one wolf pack in the same area. This wolf den is probably the old nest of the wolf pack, led by the white-collared wolf king. "So where are the wolves? Out hunting?" "Qiao Shu, if you don't say anything, I'm coming down." Qiao Qingfeng's slightly anxious voice interrupted Qiao Shu's thoughts. After confirming that there was no danger around, Qiao Shu put the revolvers back at his waist and raised his head to speak to the top of the cliff. "Dad, I'm fine. First, bring Xiangzi down. It's safe down here for now." Qiao Qingfeng breathed a sigh of relief, tied the little camel to the rope, and slowly lowered it down. The little camel was very obedient, gently swaying its limbs, and soon fell into Qiao Shu's arms. After seeing Qiao Shu successfully catch the little camel, Qiao Qingfeng then put away the climbing rope tied around his waist and nimbly climbed down the rope. When Qiao Shu was securing the climbing rope, he had a clever little design, which was to insert a small stick at the knot. The other end of the stick was connected to a thin rope, and as long as you pull the thin rope to remove the stick, the knot would automatically open. In this way, the climbing rope could be retrieved and reused. After Qiao Qingfeng's feet hit the ground, he immediately planned to retrieve the rope, but was stopped by Qiao Shu. "Don't pull it back yet. Something feels off here. Be ready to retreat at any time." Qiao Shu had a deep impression of the white-collared wolf king. Both it and the desert wolves under its command had strong combat capabilities. It was almost impossible to defeat this wolf pack without harming them. "Is this the wolf den?" At this moment, Qiao Qingfeng also noticed the large hole. "Do you recognize it?" Qiao Qingfeng squatted beside Qiao Shu, saying, "When I was a soldier, I fought wolves. And that's when I learned that wolves dig holes. Wolves are not exactly expert diggers, and excavating a hole on flat ground is not easy for them. So, if wolves can't find a cave, they will dig out their own den. Moreover, I also know that when the wolf pack goes out hunting, they are likely to." Qiao Qingfeng reached into the wolf den and, after groping for a while, his eyes immediately revealed a look of realization. The next second, he pulled out a small wolf pup that had yet to open its eyes. They are likely to leave the newly born wolf pups in the den. Goodness. Qiao Shu's eyes widened. He hadn't even thought of this. His dad just went up and took the pup, still too young. Suddenly, a faint sound entered his ears. Relying on his enhanced hearing, Qiao Shu instantly turned his body to look towards the bushes where the sound came from. Seeing Qiao Shu's action, Qiao Qingfeng instinctively followed his gaze. The audience in the live broadcast room, who were previously discussing the little wolf pup, instantly became tense upon seeing the actions of the father and son, mainly because the environment at the bottom of the valley was too deep. It felt like watching a horror movie, always worried that something would jump out at any moment. Qiao Shu took the compound crossbow off his back and held it in front of his chest, already having a bad premonition. What exactly is it? After a brief silence, a furry head emerged from the thicket. Following there was a pure white neck, long and proportionate limbs, and a pair of deep, cold wolf eyes. Qiao Shu was very familiar with this animal. He had encountered it more than once in this desert. The white-collared wolf king. Soon, rustling sounds came from the surrounding woods, and a pack of desert wolves, with their eyes gleaming coldly, emerged from all directions. More than 20 desert wolves tightly surrounded Qiao Shu and his father. Qiao Shu's mouth twitched as he turned to look at the little wolf pup in Qiao Qingfeng's hands. The little wolf pup was very gentle and cute, its fur soft and its little paws plump, showing no intention of attacking Qiao Qingfeng. However, the fur around its neck was a bit strange, as it had grown a circle of pure white fluff, looking like it was wearing a little scarf. This is clearly the Wolf King's pup. Qiao Shu turned back to look at the frost-faced Wolf King behind him, and his heart instantly turned cold. This is a huge misunderstanding. There is no way to explain this. Chapter 96, he runs, it chases, he can't fly away. Imagine you are that Wolf King, excitedly leading more than 20 little brothers out to hunt in the morning, returning home at noon, just want to take a look at your newly born son. Is that too much to ask? Of course not. But just as you get home, you find 2 humans, a fox, and a snotty, silly-looking little camel in your house. The worst part is that the old man is holding your wolf son in his hand. How the hell do you explain this? Wolves have a strong sense of territory. At the same time, wolves are highly dependent on their dens. Qiao Shu had heard from old hunters in his northeastern hometown that experienced hunters would directly enter a wolf den when they found it. The usually fierce wolves, upon discovering that their den had been invaded, would instead become fearful and surrender. Therefore, the reason the wolf pack before them only surrounded them without attacking immediately was not because they lacked the desire to tear them apart. It was because the wolf pup and the den were in their hands. They were somewhat hesitant. Qiao Shu held the interceptor compound crossbow steadily, his gaze fixed on the Wolf King without daring to look away. In the animal kingdom, making eye contact is a symbol of provocation, as well as a gamble of courage. Qiao Shu knew that if he showed even the slightest sign of retreat, these desert wolves would immediately swarm him. Suddenly, Qiao Shu noticed the Wolf King's ears twitch, and the entire wolf stood up straight. Out of the corner of his eye, Qiao Shu saw several desert wolves sneaking around from the nearby thicket, trying to block his escape route. Old Qiao run! Qiao Shu's face changed dramatically, and he shouted loudly. They were already using tactics. If he waited any longer, a fight would be inevitable. When he turned to look back, there was no sign of Qiao Qingfeng beside him. Looking further afield, his father, who was over 40, was running out at nearly bolt-like speed, holding the little wolf pup in one hand and the little camel in the other, having already sprinted dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. Truly a biological father. No wonder you are a billionaire. You really know how to handle things in critical moments. Knowing that his presence would only hold Qiao Shu back, he decisively left the battlefield at the first opportunity. The key point is, while his father's actions were clever, why didn't he put down that wolf pup? He took the kid away. How could the Wolf King possibly let us off the hook? A woo! A majestic wolf howl echoed from behind, like the horn of an impending attack. Whoosh! 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 Sounds of desert wolves moving through the grass came from all directions, and the wolf pack rushed towards them like arrows. Damn, they want to eat people! Qiao Shu cursed, quickly putting the compound crossbow back on his back and picking up the little fox on his shoulder as he ran. After spending so much time in the desert, he hadn't learned many skills, but escaping was definitely Qiao Shu's forte. The wolves saw Qiao Shu's legs creating afterimages and almost instantly increased their speed to the limit, rapidly dashing toward the distant thicket. If it said that Xiao Qingfeng's south speed is close to Bolt S, then Qiao Shu's speed now would make even Bolt cry and retire. Fast, too fast. It's all about swiftness, as if being chased by wolves. Even the experienced Wolf King was taken aback by Qiao Shu's speed. After hunting in the desert for so many years, it had never encountered a creature that could run this fast. But speed alone couldn't deter the wolf pack's determination to attack. The pack had previously suffered an ambush by poachers at the lake, instilling in them a deep-seated hatred for humans. Moreover, thinking Qiao Shu was there to steal their home only added to their resentment. Most importantly, my son is still in that old human-s hands. So, over 20 desert wolves strained to keep up with Qiao Shu, causing chaos in the jungle. After a few minutes of running, Qiao Qingfeng felt as if a fire was burning in his chest, and he quickly slowed down. After all, he was old and with insufficient daily exercise. He also had to use energy to carry the little camel and the wolf cub. Qiao Shu easily caught up to him. "Drop it," Qiao Shu shouted while running. "Huh?" Qiao Qingfeng felt like his lungs were about to explode, gasping for air. "I said to drop the little wolf cub in your hands." Qiao Shu was fine and could speak normally. "You took someone's child, of course. They will chase you to the ends of the earth." Only then did Qiao Qingfeng look at the little wolf cub in his hands. The little guy still couldn't open its eyes and was a bit dazed from being jostled around. If he ran a few more steps, he would surely throw up. Qiao Qingfeng quickly hit the brakes, placing the little wolf cub on the ground. Then he shouted at the relentless wolf pack behind him. "I'll put your kid down here, so stop chasing me. I'm not jumping into a well with your child." After saying this, Qiao Qingfeng ran away, only stopping when he reached Qiao Shu's side. He still felt safe next to his son. The Wolf King approached its cub, nudging it with its snout to confirm it was not in danger. The other desert wolves also stopped behind the Wolf King, panting with their pink tongues hanging out. Qiao Qingfeng also set the little camel down and sat on the ground, panting heavily. The chase suddenly stopped, and both sides looked at each other, feeling a bit awkward. Just as Qiao Shu was about to make a run for it with his father, the Wolf King suddenly shot him a cold glare. A wolf howl rang out, and Qiao Shu's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, all the desert wolves behind the Wolf King retracted their tongues and lunged at Qiao Shu and his father once again. "Damn it, you're such a big wolf. Why don't you play fair?" Qiao Shu cursed as he helped his father up, scooped up the little camel, and ran off again. Behind them, over 20 red-eyed desert wolves pursued relentlessly. But desert wolves, after all, are species that can thrive in harsh desert environments, possessing very efficient mobility. They can travel over 10 kilometers at about 10 kilometers per hour, and their speed can increase to nearly 65 kilometers per hour when chasing prey, covering distances of up to 5 meters in a single stride. The distance between the wolf pack and Qiao Shu's father and son was continuously closing, especially the Wolf King, who was now far ahead of the other wolves, running in the lead. Suddenly, while running, Qiao Shu felt a void beneath his feet, and the world spun around him. Who the hell dug a hole here? Qiao Shu had no time to dodge, and could only use all his strength to throw the little camel up. At the same time, the Wolf King, running in front, sensed something was wrong when Qiao Shu suddenly vanished. However, it was too late to slow down. The Wolf King followed closely and plummeted down with Qiao Shu. Chapter 97. Beat up the Wolf King. Little Shu. Qiao Qingfeng couldn't reach out in time, and Qiao Shu vanished beside him. He could only desperately hold onto the little camel that Qiao Shu had thrown up, landing on the ground with a roll. Luckily, as he rolled, he absorbed most of the impact, and both he and the little camel were safe. Meanwhile, other members of the wolf pack caught up. The intelligence of the other desert wolves was clearly not as high as that of the Wolf King. Seeing their leader disappear into thin air, all the desert wolves looked around in confusion. Qiao Qingfeng's eyes widened in anger as he set the little camel down and scrambled to the hole. Looking down, this hole seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, dark and deep like a giant mouth of an abyss. It was impossible to see how deep it was, nor could he see the Wolf King or Qiao Shu's figures. He could faintly hear the sound of air flowing, like a hellish pit leading to another world. Qiao Qingfeng remained calm enough not to recklessly jump down. In this situation, staying above was more useful. If Qiao Shu couldn't escape by himself, he could throw down a rope to pull him up. The premise was that he had to deal with a pack of desert wolves eyeing him hungrily. Qiao Qingfeng quietly unstrapped his 5-shot shotgun, glancing at the wolf pack beside him. Without the Wolf King directing them, the pack was like a headless chicken. But they still remembered the last command given by their leader: rush in and tear these two humans apart. The desert wolves slowly surrounded Qiao Qingfeng, their dark eyes chilling, and their sharp fangs frightening. Bang! Qiao Qingfeng didn't hesitate, firing a shot at the nearest desert wolf. The loud noise startled the desert wolves, causing them to instinctively jump back, a chunk of fur flying off the top of the wolf's head. The desert wolf thought, "What? I'm bald now? I, Qiao Qingfeng, specialize in giving animals haircuts. Step forward, and I'll shoot you in the head next." Qiao Qingfeng said coldly, his eyes radiating a chilling aura. The playful demeanor vanished at this moment, replaced by the inherent powerful presence of a dominant figure. The little camel behind him also stood firmly beside Qiao Qingfeng, its 4 little hooves scraping the ground. Whether it was due to Qiao Qingfeng's imposing aura or the sound of the gunshot, the wolf pack stood frozen in place, not daring to take another step forward. Qiao Qingfeng secretly breathed a sigh of relief and turned his gaze back to the hole. Meanwhile, Qiao Shu and the Wolf King were in a rapid descent. This cave was deeper than he had imagined, except for the section near the entrance, which was straight down. The rest of the cave was sloped. It was like a slide. Although Qiao Shu was sliding down rapidly, he did not suffer any substantial injury. It was just that the wolf's tail above him often whipped against his face. "Damn it, can't you wash that tail? It stinks," Qiao Shu complained as he fell quickly. Surprisingly, the little round drone managed to keep up with Qiao Shu's descent speed. However, the cave was dark, and the audience could only see a pitch-black scene and hear the sounds of Qiao Shu and the Wolf King rolling inside the cave. After 2.5 minutes of falling, Qiao Shu finally hit the ground, landing painfully on his rear. Immediately, a howling sound came from above, and a dirty wolf fell from the sky, its head colliding directly with Qiao Shu's. With a hard head, the wolf's skull wasn't soft, and it made Qiao Shu see stars. Oh, it's well known that the force of action is mutual. The Wolf King also felt a headache, and after landing on the ground, it couldn't even stand up. Thud! The little round drone sensed the darkness and automatically turned on its lighting function. The Wolf King covered its head with its paws, warily watching Qiao Shu. The scene of a man and a wolf facing each other, both covering their heads, looked a bit absurd yet somewhat eerie. After a while, the Wolf King, being a beast, was the first to recover from its dizziness. Seeing Qiao Shu, who was holding his head and had a fierce expression, the Wolf King did not hesitate to reveal its white fangs and lunged at him. Damn! Qiao Shu saw a shadow pouncing towards him and quickly rolled to the side to dodge. Just because a tiger doesn't show its power. Do you think I'm a sick cat? Even the clay figure still had some fight left in it, let alone Qiao Shu. In a narrow encounter, Qiao Shu couldn't care less about whether the opponent was a protected animal or not. He swung his fist, as big as a sandbag, and struck. Most people misunderstand human combat power. Even in nature, humans, even unarmed, still possess considerable fighting ability. The reason people think humans are weak is that they always think of fighting wild animals without injury. As long as one can control their fear, humans can actually take on most canines and a few felines. Moreover, the fighting power of desert wolves is not high among wolves, and Qiao Shu is a wall hanging among humans. The Wolf King dodged Qiao Shu's punch and was just about to bite his arm when it saw another hand rapidly coming towards it. Slap! 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 This hand struck the Wolf King's face like a swimming snake, causing it to see stars, and the buzzing in its head started again. Martial arts lightning 5-hit whip. You call yourself the Wolf King? Qiao Shu felt unsatisfied, just hitting and didn't spare the Wolf King verbally. You wear an old tattered white scarf every day? What are you pretending to be, a literary youth? The Wolf King, unable to bear the beating, leaped onto Qiao Shu's upper body, ready to bite his neck. Who would have thought Qiao Shu would react quickly and throw it off with a shoulder throw, sending it flying forward to 5 meters? The Wolf King quickly got up, only to hear a gust of wind howling as it lunged at Qiao Shu with its sharp fangs. Qiao Shu quickly dodged and hid behind the Wolf King. The Wolf King jumped again, and Qiao Shu dodged once more. The Wolf King became anxious, growling threateningly as it charged straight at Qiao Shu's legs. Qiao Shu quickly jumped aside to avoid it, and then boldly flipped over and rode on the Wolf King's back. With his left hand gripping the Wolf King's white scarf and his right hand gathering strength, he landed 3 heavy slaps. The small round ball was incredibly powerful. Even deep within an unknown cave, it could still connect to the live broadcast signal, though the image was a bit unstable. The audience in the live stream clearly saw the fight between Qiao Shu and the Wolf King. Why does this scene seem so familiar? It's like I've seen it somewhere before. I just realized this is how Wu Song fought the tiger. Damn, it's intense. I actually see Brother Shu beating a wolf. I'll sleep a bit longer. In ancient times, there was Wu Song fighting a tiger. Now, there is Qiao Shu beating a wolf. Do you know how much psychological damage 3 heavy slaps can inflict on a Wolf King? Boo-hoo. Chapter 98. The Thief's Hole Boo-hoo. After receiving several heavy slaps, the Wolf King finally realized that the man in front of it was an unbeatable existence. It could only keep dodging the heavy slaps while whimpering in surrender. It's common for animals to beg for mercy from stronger foes, except for a certain irritable, flat-headed guy. Most wild animals will not fight to the death when facing a strong enemy. They will beg for mercy, run away, or submit. As for the dignity of being a Wolf King, what does a beast know about dignity? Power is paramount. Surviving is the true path. Submissive? Qiao Shu frowned and stopped, slightly out of breath. After running 800 meters with the wolf pack, falling from such a height, and then fighting this wolf for a while, Qiao Shu also felt a bit exhausted. The Wolf King let out a soft, unwilling howl. I see, it still hasn't surrendered. Qiao Shu was very perceptive and raised his hand to continue hitting. The Wolf King was startled by Qiao Shu's movement and quickly begged for mercy again. At the same time, Qiao Shu heard the Wolf King's inner voice. Stop hitting. I really surrender. Oh, listening to its accent, it's a northern wolf. Surrendered? Do you mean heartily or verbally? After the fight ended, the little fox, which had been hiding in Qiao Shu's clothes, also poked its head out, looking quite smug. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Qiao Shu once again heard the Wolf King sigh. Oh, whoa, I'm fully submissive all over. Seeing the Wolf King's strong, emotional submission, with the inner voice conveyed very clearly, Qiao Shu loosened his grip on its white scarf. Qiao Shu slowly got off the Wolf King's back, but his eyes remained fixed on it, still clutching the electric baton he had just taken out. If this guy tried a sneak attack out of dissatisfaction, Qiao Shu wouldn't mind giving it another round of electric shock therapy. Having temporarily subdued the Wolf King, Qiao Shu also breathed a sigh of relief. He took a few sips from a bottle of mineral water from his backpack and fed a little to the little fox with the cap. The Wolf King beside him licked its lips, looking at the mineral water in Qiao Shu's hand with some desire. Qiao Shu noticed, but remained indifferent. After just beating it up, it was clearly not the right time to tame the Wolf King. Qiao Shu had interacted with many dog trainers, and the method of using food rewards to make dogs obey was already outdated. Dogs trained with food rewards developed the instinct to follow commands when they see food. But what if the owner doesn't have food? Dogs that obey because of food are like Wei Yin. They submit to wealth and power, not to the owner themselves. Dogs that obey unconditionally are like Zhao Yun. They are loyal to the core and will remain faithful even without food incentives. Wolves are the same as dogs. Qiao Shu wanted this Wolf King to be completely obedient. Even without coercion or temptation, it wouldn't dare to harm him. This is the royal strategy of King Zhou. With this strategy, he could rule over all the animals within the desert. After a brief rest, Qiao Shu began to survey the surroundings under the drone's light. He reached the edge of the cave, stretched out his hand to touch the rough earthen wall, and frowned. This cave doesn't seem to be naturally formed. It shows signs of being excavated with tools, more like a man-made thief's hole. Qiao Shu looked at the camera and asked, "Are there any viewers who understand tomb raiding? Is this really a thief's hole?" Without Xiao Qingfeng by his side, Qiao Shu didn't need to hide, and a series of bullet comments floated in front of him. Damn, who dares to understand that stuff? No, why would you ask that? Even if I understood, I wouldn't dare to say it in the live stream. I understand. I understand. I'm the 31st generation descendant of the tomb raiding masters. As the saying goes, to seek dragons, one must first look at the winding mountains. Every layer of winding is a layer of concern. If the door has 1,000 locks, there must be nobles residing within. Come on, besides this one. What else do you know? Let us hear it. Bang, bang, bang. Open the door. Qiao Shu shook his head helplessly. He couldn't rely on this group of viewers. Based on his superficial knowledge of tomb raiding from novels, this cave seemed to be a sloping thief's hole. Thief holes typically come in two shapes, round and square, with round being the most common. Most thief holes lack technical skill and are just straight up and down passages, since even the lowest level tomb raiders don't have much expertise. However, high-level tomb raiders are different. They can easily locate the position of a tomb and create the most convenient thief's hole in the most reasonable place. The one Qiao Shu was and should be like that. He just didn't know what kind of secrets and treasures were hidden deep within the cave. After leaving the earthen wall, Qiao Shu looked up at the cave entrance. The crooked cave was endless, and even sunlight couldn't shine in. He had no idea how far it extended. Qiao Shu took a deep breath, cupped his hands around his mouth like a trumpet, and shouted up, "Dad, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you see me?" All that answered him was the empty cave and the endless echo. With no other choice, Qiao Shu could only control the small round ball to fly up and give his father a sign of safety. Since Qiao Shu fell, Qiao Qingfeng had been anxiously waiting at the cave entrance, worried about his son's safety and wary of the wolf pack lurking nearby. Qiao Qingfeng felt his vision start to darken, struggling to hold on. At that moment, a small spherical drone flew out of the cave entrance and hovered in front of him. Qiao Qingfeng immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The drone's emergence was undoubtedly under Qiao Shu's command. His little brat was alive, thank goodness. "Qiao Shu, I'm waiting here for you." Qiao Qingfeng maintained his shooting stance. "The camel is fine too. After you find the exit, just come here and meet up with us." Qiao Shu controlled the small drone to bob up and down, as if nodding in acknowledgement. After lingering for a few seconds, the small drone dove back into the cave, disappearing from sight. After this reconnaissance, Qiao Shu confirmed that the cave was quite steep, making it impossible for him to climb back the same way. Furthermore, the cave was long. If it were indeed a tomb raiding tunnel, it should lead directly to the bottom of the grave. Without a doubt, Qiao Shu had only one choice left: to continue deeper into the cave. "Let's go." Qiao Shu placed the fluffy little fox on his shoulder, holding it tightly. "Don't fall off." No need for Qiao Shu to say much. The little creature was always careful about its life, its tiny paws gripping Qiao Shu's collar tightly. Qiao Shu picked up the backpack that had scattered on the ground and was just about to venture deeper when he suddenly turned back to the Wolf King, who was huddled in a corner. "Hey, white collar, do you want to come with me?" "Oh, woo." The Wolf King's tail instantly wagged joyfully, happily following Qiao Shu's footsteps. Chapter 99. A corpse. The fierce Wolf King had turned into a docile big dog in an instant. This little white collar had been practicing his face-changing skills for at least 2.5 years. Qiao Shu was too exhausted to mock this guy. He had lost all semblance of a Wolf King, his wolf persona completely ruined. However, this guy was still a protected animal within his territory. He couldn't just leave it here to die. Qiao Shu slowly walked deeper into the cave with the Wolf King, the Dolan's ring on his finger emitting a faint blue light. Clarity technique activated. No need to maintain a standard sitting posture. The clarity technique could slowly heal the injuries Qiao Shu had sustained while falling. The lost stamina and energy also began to rise, quickly returning to peak condition. The cave was very quiet. Without the drone's light illuminating the surroundings, it would be pitch black. Qiao Shu even felt as if his 5 senses had been stripped away. This dark environment was very unfriendly to humans. When one is in a confined space, the fear of the unknown can easily lead to anxiety and obsessive-compulsive symptoms. This is what is known as claustrophobia. Almost everyone has this phobia, but most symptoms can be ignored. Severe patients may even experience suffocation. Qiao Shu's symptoms were not too severe, but he still felt a tingling sensation on his scalp and his heart racing. Fortunately, as Qiao Shu delved deeper, the width of the cave began to slowly increase. Previously, the cave's width could only accommodate 2 people side by side, but as Qiao Shu continued deeper, It had expanded to fit 4 or 5 people walking side by side. This made Qiao Shu marvel at the grand scale of the tomb Raider's construction. The further one is from the surface, the more difficult it is to excavate a tomb. Just transporting the soil generated from digging is a significant challenge. To dig a tunnel this wide requires a massive investment of manpower and resources. What kind of treasure could be hidden here to warrant such effort from these tomb raiders? The light was dim, and the only sounds in the tomb were the footsteps of Qiao Shu and the Wolf King. A cool breeze blew from the depths of the cave, making Qiao Shu feel cold, and he instinctively hugged the little fox closer. At that moment, the viewers in the live broadcast also began to sense the eerie atmosphere. Why does it feel so creepy? Is there something unclean here? If this is a tomb raiding tunnel, it surely indicates the presence of an ancient tomb, and there must be a corpse inside. Could there be ghosts? Qiao Shu, who had been secretly peeking at the screen, couldn't help but shiver, feeling as if something were crawling on his back. Shut up, that guy who said there are ghosts for 2.5 days. Qiao Shu snapped in anger. What kind of society was this? Still engaging in such feudal superstitions? Qiao Shu feared nothing in this world, not even the loss of a head, but he was particularly afraid of ghosts. This was all thanks to his sister, Qiao Ning. When Qiao Shu was in elementary school, Qiao Qingfeng's career was on the rise, leaving him with little time to accompany his children. As the older sister, Qiao Ning naturally took on the responsibility of caring for her younger brother, which included telling him bedtime stories. At that time, Qiao Ning had just entered middle school, an age where girls are particularly interested in horror stories. Thus, Qiao Shu's bedtime stories gradually shifted from fairy tales like the Ugly Duckling to ghost stories akin to Red Bun, Green Bun. This had a significant impact on Qiao Shu, leaving him with a considerable childhood trauma that caused him to still be terrified of ghosts as an adult. Ha! I seem to have discovered something incredible. Could it be that King Zhou fears ghosts? Goodness, you yourself have raised a fox demon, and yet you're scared of ghosts? Upstairs, do you really think of Ali as dodgy? Comforting, I said it, after 9 years of compulsory education. How could Brother Shu not have weaknesses? Qiao Shu shrank his neck, unusually refraining from retorting. He really was afraid of ghosts. Due to the Tyndall effect caused by dust in the air, the drone's light appeared somewhat diffuse, flickering in and out. Qiao Shu swallowed hard, his 10 toes instinctively digging into the insole of his shoes, perhaps due to psychological reasons. Ever since the viewers mentioned ghosts, Qiao Shu felt as if something was behind him. Suddenly, something abrupt seemed to appear in his line of sight. A humanoid figure lay beside the tunnel, sending chills down his spine as the eerie cold wind blew past. Gathering his courage, Qiao Shu looked over and was immediately terrified, nearly losing his mind. Lying on the ground was a corpse with a twisted expression. What the hell? Qiao Shu's reaction was quick. He instantly jumped back and hid behind the Wolf King, grabbing hold of it to shield himself. The Wolf King? Damn it, I'm scared too. The viewers were also stunned, while they knew this was a tomb and had mentally prepared themselves. The sudden appearance of a corpse in the center of the screen sent shivers down their spines. Looking at Qiao Shu, he had already begun to chant incantations. Monsters and demons, leave quickly. Monsters and demons, leave quickly. After chanting it 10 times with nothing happening, Qiao Shu finally peeked his head out from behind the Wolf King's rear, trembling as he assessed the corpse. Once he confirmed that it was indeed just a corpse, Qiao Shu finally let out a breath of relief. Ahem. Qiao Shu awkwardly rubbed his nose, stepping out from behind the Wolf King. It's no big deal. I wasn't scared just now. I was mainly being cautious. After calming down, Qiao Shu quickly blurred out the corpse in a live broadcast. 666, I almost believed it. Brother Shu, stop being stubborn. Your face is pale. Oh my God, you scare me to death. Can you give a heads up next time you encounter a corpse? You think this is a movie? It can be previewed? Ignoring the silly viewers, Qiao Shu took out a scarf and tied it around his mouth and nose, quickly walking to the corpse to squat down. This was a corpse in very low levels of decay. Apart from its twisted expression, the body showed almost no damage. The deceased was male, likely of European descent, and had evidently struggled for a long time before death. Qiao Shu frowned and spoke. There are even signs of struggle on the ground. He must have experienced great pain before dying, ruling out the possibility of a natural death. The time of death is hard to determine. In the desert, a corpse decays slowly, making it difficult to ascertain an exact time. After a person dies in the desert, their moisture evaporates quickly, and bacteria cannot survive and reproduce, so the corpse naturally does not decay. Qiao Shu saw what seemed to be a gun pressed under the corpse and was about to reach out to pull it out. Just as he touched the corpse, it suddenly emitted a buzzing sound. Qiao Shu's soul nearly left his body, and he almost lost control, giving the corpse a few hard slaps. However, he quickly noticed small black-shelled bugs emerging from the corpse's mouth and nose. Corpse beetles? Is this really grave-robbing notes? Chapter 100, Terrifying Army Ants. Corpse beetles are small bugs that feed on decaying bodies, looking extremely grotesque as they gather inside a corpse to absorb nutrients. However, this is actually a fictional creature. In reality, the oxygen content in tombs is extremely low, insufficient for such powerful insects to survive. Looking next to the corpse, a mound of earth suddenly bulged from the ground, followed by countless small bugs gushing out like a fountain. These bugs had a pair of large mandibles, each black and red, about 2 centimeters long. Their bodies were covered in rich, soft hairs, with large compound eyes and ocelli, showing no hint of emotion. No, this isn't a beetle. Qiao Shu's pupils suddenly contracted. These are ants, and they are army ants. Qiao Shu retracted his hands as if electrocuted. He had long heard of the fearsome reputation of desert army ants. These creatures are like a group of madmen in the animal kingdom. Unlike ordinary ants, army ants do not build nests. They are constantly on the move from the moment they are born, discovering and consuming prey. When they set out, they form dense and orderly formations. And in the army ants dictionary, there is no such thing as taking a detour. All creatures in their path become their food. Often, when one sees army ants, they are in dense swarms, advancing like a rolling tide. Although these creatures cannot eat humans that are many times their size, Qiao Shu still did not want to provoke them. There's always a possibility. What if they attacked him in this cramped cave? Almost at the moment Qiao Shu retracted his hand, more than a dozen similar mounds appeared on the ground, and an army of ants surged out like a burst dam. In an instant, the corpse in front of him was overwhelmed by the army ants. The densely packed army ants covered the entire body of the corpse, making a crunching sound as chunks of flesh visibly fell off. Looking through the gaps in the army ants, he could faintly see a section of white bone exposed on the corpse. Although he had long heard of desert army ants, seeing such a terrifying scene still made Qiao Shu involuntarily say in his heart, "Terrifying indeed." He forced himself to walk aside, as this shocking scene looked even more nauseating than those bloody horror films from the US. The Wolf King was even more cowardly. The moment the army ants appeared, it had already run to the other side, pressing tightly against the cave wall, looking terrified. These army ants are quite eerie. I better step back a bit. Qiao Shu no longer hesitated, quickly walking a couple of steps to the side of the Wolf King to make way for the army of ants. These things eat people, right? Wow, these are the legendary army ants. I heard they can even eat elephants. Must have read too many sensational articles. Eating elephants is unlikely, but they should have no problem with something like a mouse. An elephant can run up to 24 kilometers per hour, twice as fast as humans. Wouldn't it run away when it sees army ants? Qiao Shu saw the debate in the comments and spoke up. Exactly. The image of army ants has been overly dramatized in artistic works. In real life, unless a human remains completely still for the army ants to eat, it is almost impossible for them to kill a person. After all, ants have limited speed, and can't humans just run away? However, what if you accidentally fall and break your leg while running? That would be a different story. You all saw what happened to that guy. Qiao Shu pointed to another corpse on the other side. The army of army ants had already spread out over 10 meters and showed no signs of stopping. Who knows how many more army ants are hidden beneath the soil? The already somewhat decayed corpse had now turned into a skeleton, with not a single shred of flesh visible. The audience felt their scalps tingle. The thought of dying for being eaten alive by countless ants was chilling. After the last army ant crawled out from the mound, the entire army had formed a black ocean stretching 15 meters long. Their numbers were incalculable, at least over 2 million. Qiao Shu looked at the gradually receding army of ants, deep in thought. He tried to unlock the army ant's entry in the encyclopedia, hoping to see if his thoughts could become a reality. Species name, army ant, alias, legion ant, kingdom, Animalia class, Insecta, order, Hymenoptera, family, Formicidae genus Eciton, description, prefers group living, possesses strong mandibles, with a bite force much stronger than that of ordinary ants. When hunting, they form large battalions to fight, like professionally armed soldiers, hence the name. Diet omnivorous, primarily feeding on terrestrial arthropods such as spiders, millipedes, centipedes, and insects. When hungry, they will consume any visible living creature. Distribution area, as shown in the image. Click to expand. Ding. The army ant entry has been unlocked, and the host's affinity for this species has slightly increased. Upon hearing the last sentence, Qiao Shu's eyelids suddenly twitched. It really is possible. His system is quite perverse. Even a creature like an ant, which has no emotions at all, can increase affinity, as long as he keeps getting stronger. Could it be possible to fully control a legion of army ants to assist him in the future? This idea is both crazy and tempting. If he could really control army ants, he could have them stealthily infiltrate poacher camps at night and completely gnaw away at their leader. Just thinking about it is thrilling. After the army of army ants completely retreated like a tide, Qiao Shu returned to the corpse once more. At this moment, the corpse no longer looked so grotesque, as its face had been gnawed away, leaving a peaceful white skeleton behind, along with the gun he had just failed to pull out. Qiao Shu casually picked up the gun and examined it. It was a Scorpion submachine gun, which is notorious among modern light weapons, with both semi-automatic and fully automatic modes. The Scorpion submachine gun can be used both as a shoulder-fired submachine gun and as a handgun with the stock folded over the receiver for one-handed shooting. It is a preferred choice for sudden attacks and is favored by warlords and evil organizations. The Scorpion submachine gun he found was still in relatively good condition, but unfortunately, it had no magazine or bullets and was no longer usable. However, judging by the rust on its body, the corpse had not been dead for long, definitely no more than 2 months. Thinking of this, Qiao Shu's expression turned serious. 2 months ago, he had not yet taken over the 044 governance area, yet someone had been digging a theft tunnel in the governance area, and foreign armed elements had died inside the tunnel. What secrets does this governance area hold? Qiao Shu felt as if he had fallen into a whirlpool of conflict among multiple forces, and with a slight misstep, he could end up like a corpse gnawed to bones by army ants. Chapter 101, Lulon? The army ants gradually disappeared into the cave to seek their next victim. Qiao Shu let out a sigh of relief and looked aside, unable to help but laugh. He saw the Wolf King pressed tightly against the earth